Humanity, the unparalleled marvel of this universe, occupies an irreplaceable position, whether we delve into the past or gaze into the future. In the immense river of time, we are both transient visitors and creative architects, weaving our own majestic narratives. When objects approach the speed of light with astonishing rapidity, the flow of time appears to freeze, suspending everything in that moment of brilliance. Yet, once this threshold of light and time is crossed, the future and the past become akin to dreams within reach, waiting for the footsteps of explorers. However, a paradox quietly arises. After surpassing the speed of light, should an object's velocity slow, it brings one closer to that elusive luminal limit, as if reminding us that the true boundary is forever concealed in a realm that seems attainable yet remains out of reach. Navigating through the currents of time is not a trivial pursuit. Every glimpse into the future or retrospective glance at the past requires strict scrutiny and arrangement by the Time and Space Bureau. Personal sojourns through time are strictly forbidden, ensuring the order and stability of the continuum. Here, the moment of one's birth is designated as prime time, while any time experienced through temporal shifts is labeled pseudotime. Both exist parallel to one another, influencing each other and together weaving the intricate tapestry of the universe. Yet, the presence of pseudotime is a double-edged sword for humanity. Within its bounds, humans cannot endure for long a stay exceeding 3 months accelerates the aging process, leading inexorably to an ending. This harsh reality imbues each temporal journey with a profound weight of melancholy and resignation. Those who dare to breach the boundaries of time and space are dubbed pseudotimers, akin to fugitives of time evading their predetermined fates. In contrast stand the valiant timekeepers, who uphold their duties by pursuing the pseudotimers, traversing the seams of time and space to maintain order and tranquility. The Lambdas theory emerges as an insurmountable barrier, declaring the fateful impossibility of humans ever encountering their own selves. This theory stands as the deepest riddle of the cosmos, provoking contemplation while remaining shrouded in obscurity. Time and space theories in the endless quest for understanding, we arrive at a pivotal moment in history, the year 6344, deep in the night of the 34th colonial satellite, tranquil yet profound. An electronic synthesized voice ruptures the stillness of the night, heralding a new beginning. MOU, male, second-year student. As the identification confirms, the gates of Tianwen Academy gradually swing open to welcome this young scholar. On the electronic screen, a slightly juvenile face illuminates alongside simple information, as if foreshadowing the imminent unfolding of an extraordinary journey. A delicate, pale hand waves gently, retracting a sky-blue card from the sensor zone, which its owner cautiously stows in a pocket. This youth, named MOU, possesses similarly youthful skin, with sky-blue hair fluttering in the breeze, yet his eyes betray a weariness and drowsiness. He rubs his eyes, mustering the energy to survey his surroundings, only to bow his head once more and turn toward a nearby small door. Beyond the small door lies a meticulously maintained patch of greenery. MOU strolls along a stone-paved path, extracting a piece of chocolate from his pocket, tearing open the wrapper and savoring it slowly. He finds a tree on the periphery to sit beneath, leaning against its trunk as he gazes at the flawless clouds on the horizon, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. MOU, the professor is looking for you. Please proceed promptly, calls a knee-high semi-intelligent robot emerging from the thicket, its clumsy yet endearing cylindrical form apparent. It conveys the professor's summons in a gentle electronic tone, its eyes glimmering with expectation. There's no time now. Please tell him he'll come find him later, replies MOU, softly patting the robot's dome with a hint of apology and resignation. He rises and watches the robot sway as it disappears into the depths of the woods, a faint smile playing on his lips. Originally a service robot, this semi-intelligent automaton was transformed by MOU and a teacher into a bridge for their communication. Although more convenient devices exist, MOU prefers this antiquated yet warm mode of interaction. Today, MOU's presence here is not a mere coincidence. He has an important rendezvous, albeit not with a girl, but with a boy named Laurel, with whom MOU shares a unique bond. Reflecting on that rainy day a decade ago sends warmth flooding through MOU's heart. They were merely children then, and the rain poured as if the heavens wept for their sorrows. Yet it was on that day that Laurel made a resolute promise. I will surely help you fulfill your wish, without fail. Surely, Mou murmurs to himself, a smile resurfacing on his lips. No longer is he the tearful child of yore. His wish is on the verge of realization, and that promise is about to be fulfilled, filling his heart with anticipation and joy, tinged with a hint of anxiety and confusion. Laurel, wasn't it agreed upon? Why is this happening? Though forewarned, the confirmation of Laurel's absence leaves Mou feeling a twinge of disappointment. He sits on the ground, cradling his knees, his gaze vacant and fixed ahead. Recently, Laurel has been inscrutable even when reprimanded by his father. He never missed their agreements. Why now, then, does he repeatedly fail to arrive? Mou's heart swells with confusion and concern. He must have something on his mind. Mou reassures himself, yet unease burgeons within, akin to rampant weeds. It has been a whole month without seeing Laurel, with nary a word at home or school. He retrieves his communicator, hesitating before dialing that familiar number, ultimately setting the device aside. He knows that even if he were to reach out, what difference would it make? If Laurel yearns to meet, he will come. There's no need to compel him. As night deepens, stars sprinkle across the verdant landscape. Mou leans against the tree and gently closes his eyes. He is uncertain when he will awaken or when Laurel will appear, yet he believes that one day they will reunite and complete their unfinished promise. In that moment of dialing the number, Mou gently brings the communicator to his ear, and a stable, familiar voice echoes that of the middle-aged professor who had previously conveyed information to him via Star One. Hello, is this Mou? Is there something urgent? Star One has arrived here. If you're preoccupied, feel free to come later. It will not be too late. The professor's tone reveals concern. Professor, it's me, Mou. His voice is low yet resolute. I'm on my way now. Are you all right? Do you need to rest for a while? The professor's words overflow with care. Then he concedes. Very well. I shall await your arrival. As the call ends, Mou rises and bids farewell to the tranquil forest. Returning to the classroom, he sits by the window, chin resting in his hands. Yet his gaze drifts outside toward the horizon, oblivious to the lessons unfolding within. The professor, observing him, casts a few silent glances, inwardly sighing, yet refraining from saying more. Time races by like a fleeting shadow. Soon the day wanes toward twilight. Mou's spirit feels shrouded in bleak clouds, engulfed by melancholy. As night falls, he returns to his modest dwelling in the civilian district, a simple two-story structure furnished solely for his own needs. In the dimness, the small house appears even more desolate. Mou lies on his bed, looking through the window at the distant city lights, silently plotting his itinerary for the morrow before drifting into slumber. In his dream, the faint figures of his parents emerge, their smiles warm yet distant, forever just beyond recognition. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, atop a high-rise building, a group stands quietly, two figures particularly striking. One is the young Laurel, and the other is a middle-aged man. Laurel is indeed the person whom Mou looked for all day, and now his eyes are filled with nostalgia and reluctance as he casts an apologetic glance at the middle-aged man. This attachment is one I can never sever. Thank you for accompanying me this far. We shall set forth now. The middle-aged man, introducing himself as number 3, gazes gently at Laurel, offering reassurance. There is no need to feel burdened. My visit was abrupt. I empathize with your feelings. Once you choose to safeguard someone, you must bear the solitude and responsibility that comes with it. From now on, call me number 3, and I shall refer to you as number 13, if that pleases you. Laurel nods softly, yet cannot help but turn back to the distance, where Mou's residence lies dimmed, now consumed by tranquility. Number 3 gazes into the vast sky, his words rich with meaning. Since ancient times, humanity has harbored hope wherever they may go. They strive to protect their loved ones. They yearn for strength, yet often find themselves thwarted, ensnared in the void. Those who possess power traverse the currents of time, experiencing life and death, joy and sorrow, ultimately facing the same fate. Perhaps this is humankind's singular destiny. With a sigh, he turns to leave, and Laurel follows closely, his steps resolute. As the two depart, the high-rise returns to stillness, leaving behind a cascade of unresolved mysteries and deep yearnings. In the year 6344, the sound of beeping reverberates in the silence, akin to the whispers of time, reminding humanity of its unique standing. Both in the vastness of the past and the inaccessibility of the future, we are the most radiant existence in the universe. As the speed of matter approaches the limit of light, time seems to solidify into still images. And once that ineffable boundary is surpassed, the future and the past become as tangible as one's grasp. Yet, this miracle of surpassing light speed comes with a paradox. The slower the velocity, the closer one becomes to that intangible barrier of light. Chapter 2. The Time and Space Bureau. Within the meticulously regulated realm of the Time and Space Bureau, every endeavor to traverse time necessitates meticulous scheduling and approval. Any unauthorized temporal manipulation by individuals is strictly forbidden. From the moment of birth, each person is assigned a primary timeline, which serves as the foundation of our existence. Any time experienced through temporal shifts is merely an illusory pseudo-time. Primary time and pseudo-time run parallel like twin souls, each adhering to its own distinct trajectory. Yet, the allure and peril of pseudo-time coexist in a delicate balance. Humanity cannot linger long in this ephemeral continuum. Any stay exceeding 3 months accelerates the aging process, leading inevitably to an inescapable conclusion. Thus, those who illegally traverse the fabric of time are dubbed pseudo-timers, while their sworn adversaries, the timekeepers, are tasked with upholding the sanctity of temporal order and apprehending these transgressors. The Ramptis theory stands as an unyielding edict, proclaiming the harsh truth that one cannot encounter oneself. Time and space, a domain both enigmatic and intricate, is underpinned by theories as vast and mesmerizing as the starry sky. As the wheel of history inexorably rolls forward, in the year 6344, beneath the night sky of the 34th colonial satellite, a youthful heart experiences an unprecedented flutter. At this moment, the stillness of the deep night is shattered by a series of electronic synthetic beeps, heralding the welcoming ceremony of new student MOU at Taiwan Academy. That on the electronic screen, a slightly juvenile face shines alongside simple personal information. As the grand doors slowly part, a delicate hand retrieves a sky-blue card and gently stows it in a pocket. This 16-year-old boy, with skin as fair as his flowing azure hair, presently appears listless, his eyes half closed, betraying a profound weariness. He yawns, struggling to keep his eyes open, gazes around, then lowers his head again, turning towards a small side door. Passing through the small door, he enters a meticulously arranged artificial greenery. That MOU strolls along the cobblestone path, retrieving a piece of chocolate from his pocket, tearing open the wrapping, and savoring the simple sweetness it brings. Emerging from the grove, he finds a solitary tree on the outskirts to sit beneath, leaning against its trunk, gazing into the pristine clouds on the horizon. Yet his mind is awash with myriad thoughts. MOU, the professor is looking for you. Please proceed at your earliest convenience. That a half-intelligent robot, standing at knee height, emerges from the thicket, resembling a metallic cylinder, its voice soft and electronic. That MOU gently pats its rounded top, responding softly, "I'm occupied at the moment. Please inform him I will come by shortly." The robot nods, its eyes flickering with light before it wobbles back into the woods. Originally designed for labor, this half-intelligent robot is transformed, through the ingenuity of MOU and a teacher, into a bridge of communication between them. Although a communicator would be more convenient, MOU prefers this unique mode of contact. Today, MOU's distracted demeanor stems from an important rendezvous, though not with a girl, but rather with a boy. Recalling that rainy night when he was 6, a smile unconsciously graces MOU's lips. At that time, he was but an innocent child, filled with sorrow and helplessness. Yet, it was on that rainy night that he heard a resolute promise. "I will help you fulfill your wish." Without fail, as the years have passed, the present MOU is no longer the tearful child he once was. He anticipates the realization of his long-held wish with a joyful heart, while also looking forward to the fulfillment of that promise. He murmurs to himself, in the end, it all relies on him, but he should be arriving soon. Yet, as time quietly slips away, the footsteps he yearns for do not materialize. That MOU rises, turning to glance back. The figures that appear are not the ones he awaited, but rather 3 unfamiliar faces. They respectfully inform him that Lar is unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances, but everything has been arranged for tomorrow. Although Mo had somewhat expected this news. Hearing it nonetheless brings an unavoidable pang of disappointment. He nods gently, signaling for the three to depart. After they vanish into the woods, Mo sits back down, murmuring, "Lar, wasn't he agreed upon? How could this happen?" He attempts to soothe himself with various rationalizations. Lar has been rather enigmatic lately, never late before. Surely something important must have arisen. Yet despite his efforts, the feelings of loss and concern remain palpable. He retrieves his communicator, his mind swirling with curiosity and worry for Lar's well-being. Tomorrow, they will finally meet, and the unfulfilled promise and wish shall gradually unveil their enigmatic veil with their reunion. Dialing the familiar number, Mo gently brings the communicator to his ear, as if to bridge the distance between them. "Hello, is this Mo? Is there an urgent matter?" The voice on the other end is that of a steady and gentle middle-aged man, the very professor who had previously instructed Star One to contact Mo. "Professor, it's me, Mo," he replies, his voice slightly subdued, yet imbued with undeniable resolve, "that I will come immediately. Please wait." Upon hearing this, the professor's concern is palpable. "Mo, are you feeling all right? Do you need to rest for a moment?" "Well, since you insist, I shall wait for you here." After ending the call, Mo rises and slowly departs from the tranquil grove. In the classroom, he sits by the window, propping his chin on his hands, though his gaze has long since transcended the podium, drifting toward the boundless sky outside, as if all his worries have floated away with the clouds. The professor casts several glances of concern toward him, ultimately sighing softly, continuing his lecture without further comment. Time slips by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, a day has quietly elapsed in Mo's contemplation and distraction. As night falls, he returns to the modest two-story house in the civilian district, weary and worn. Inside, the furnishings are simple, devoid of excessive decoration, leaving only Mo's solitary figure illuminated by the dim light. Casting a stark sense of solitude, that he lies on the bed, gazing through the window at the world aglow with distant lights, silently contemplating the myriad possibilities for tomorrow. Gradually, his consciousness begins to fade. Surrendering to slumber in his dreams, he perceives his parents smiling at him from a distant horizon, their expressions warm and familiar, yet eternally out of reach. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot clearly discern their faces. The intertwining of dreams and reality leaves him unable to distinguish heaven from earth. Meanwhile, not far from Mo, on a towering building, a group of figures stands in quiet contemplation. Among them, two figures particularly stand out, the young Lar and a middle-aged man. Lar's gaze remains fixed on the distance, where Mo resides. Noticing this, the middle-aged man gently advises, "Lar, you have been standing for a full hour. It is time to let go." These words, a flicker of regret and helplessness crosses Lar's eyes. He offers a wry smile in response, saying, "It is merely that this emotion is too weighty to sever." With a hint of gratitude, he adds, "Thank you for accompanying me thus far. Now, it is time for us to depart." The middle-aged man retracts his gaze, fixing Lar with a warm, yet resolute look, stating, "There is no need for such self-reproach. It was my oversight that I understand your feelings. Yet these are the trials you must endure for your growth. Since you have chosen to protect, you must face this solitude with courage. From now on, you shall call me number 3, and I shall refer to you as number 13, if that is agreeable." Lar nods gently in agreement, though his gaze involuntarily drifts back toward the distance. There, Mo's small dwelling has succumbed to the night, its lights extinguished, leaving only silence and darkness in its wake. Number 3 gazes toward the boundless horizon, his voice deep and philosophical. Humanity, since time immemorial, has yearned for the light of hope. Regardless of where one stands in the world, individuals strive to protect those they hold dear in their own way. Yet, different hopes often dissolve into the void, while those endowed with extraordinary abilities traverse the endless tapestry of time, fulfilling their respective missions. Life or death, good or evil, sorrow or joy, amidst this intricate interplay, all ultimately converge upon a singular conclusion. Within the torrent of fate, the shared joys and sorrows of humanity are laid bare. With this, number 3 lets out a gentle sigh, turning to depart. "Lar, It is time for you to begin your journey. Lar casts one last lingering glance, then resolutely turns and strides into the building behind him. With their departure, the crowd atop the building gradually disperses, leaving behind a void of emptiness and tranquility. This night is laden with enigmas and wistfulness, seemingly foreshadowing an impending turbulence that end the grand tapestry of history. The year 6344 is but a fleeting moment, yet it stands as a resplendent chapter in the annals of human civilization that end this year. Humanity has etched its mark upon the vast cosmos, with groundbreaking achievements in material particle systems, antimatter systems, and other high-tech marvels ushering humanity into an unprecedented golden age. The dream of faster-than-light travel has transformed into reality, and time travel has become an everyday occurrence for mankind. Yet, all this brilliance came to a sudden halt amidst a conflict known as the Final War. In this battle, the Human Federation emerged victorious, claiming dominion over the universe. The pseudo-timekeepers. This is the term used by the Federation to refer to those who illicitly traverse the fabric of time and space. In contrast, the timekeepers are a specialized organization birthed to combat the pseudo-timekeepers. Little is known to the outside world regarding the specific duties and responsibilities of the timekeepers. It is only acknowledged that they are the sworn enemies of the pseudo-timekeepers, relentless adversaries who refuse to compromise. The public is intrigued by the enmity and entanglements between them, yet the enigmatic veil remains stubbornly intact. In the aftermath of war, the Federation established the Temporal Bureau to oversee and manage the flow of time and space, taking each step with utmost caution, fully aware of the weighty responsibilities they bear. Nevertheless, in this era brimming with challenges and opportunities, humanity continues to harbor dreams and hopes, steadfastly forging ahead on the path of glory. As the first rays of morning sun gently filtered through the cracks of the curtains, they caressed the face of Mo. He slowly opened his eyes, awakening from a dream filled with warmth and bittersweet longing. The smiles of his parents and the first encounter with Lar lingered vividly in his mind, both clear and distant, but he understood that regardless of how the future might unfold, he must face every challenge and tribulation with courage. For he believed that as long as love, dreams, and hope resided in his heart, nothing would be deemed impossible. Last night, his dreams remained tender, with Lar's figure seemingly beside him, her eyes brimming with reluctance and affection. However, as dawn broke, Mo emerged from this ephemeral warmth, returning to the stark chill of reality. That he gently tidied his meager room, retrieving a simple breakfast from an almost barren pantry. Mo's family was impoverished. Having lost his parents and kin at a young age, he relied entirely on the charity of those who claimed to be friends. Until Lar's arrival, her father, Aling Mond, became a bright spot in his life. Yet Mo possessed a resilient spirit and was reluctant to overly depend on others, accepting only enough assistance to sustain his livelihood. Chapter 3. Friendship Indiana. This small abode, devoid of semi-intelligent robotic assistance. Every task fell to his own hands, a testament to his commitment to preserving the memory of his parents. Each item bore the warmth of the past, serving as a reminder to remain true to his original aspirations. After breakfast, calls from Lar's family echoed from outside. Without much preparation, Mo accompanied them on the journey to Lar's home. Soon, an elegant estate came into view, Lar's residence, a place with which Mo had grown quite familiar. Since meeting Lar, this had become a sanctuary in his heart. As he entered the estate, the servant who had guided him quietly withdrew, leaving Mo to proceed alone. He navigated the familiar corridors with ease. Arriving at the heart of the estate, the grand hall, in the hall, Lar's father, Aling Mond, awaited alongside the butler, Loch Mond. Upon entering, Mo politely greeted Aling and then inquired with concern about Lar's whereabouts. "Uncle, how has Lar been? It has been a month since I last saw her, and I worry greatly." Aling chuckled heartily, a glimmer of tenderness and resignation flashing in his eyes. "Ah, Mo, there is no need for such anxiety. Lar has her own plans. When she will return is beyond my knowledge. I appreciate your concern for her. But children grow up. They must learn to fly on their own. Your weekly inquiries are a testament to the bond we cherish. Lar is a headstrong child. I trust you will manage everything well." Though Mo felt a pang of reluctance, he understood the deeper meaning behind Aling's words. That he sighed softly. This waiting, though bitter, only deepened his appreciation for the friendship he shared with Lar. He knew that regardless of Lar's whereabouts, that pure friendship and profound emotions would forever remain the most precious treasure in his heart. Aling approached Mo, speaking softly in her uniquely gentle tone. As for matters concerning Lar, let her handle them herself, that I have promised her silence and can only implore you to continue trusting her. You have known Lar since childhood. Your understanding of her surpasses mine. Allow her the freedom to pursue her path. I believe she will return soon with something to show, for you are irreplaceable in her heart. Mo listened quietly to Aling's words, his eyes shimmering with trust as he nodded gently. He understood Lar's character. The regret of not fulfilling their childhood promise concealed unspoken burdens that as his thoughts flowed, a serene smile crept upon his lips. Sensing his reaction, Aling felt a warmth in her heart and nodded in acknowledgement. Then said softly, "The time is getting late. We should set off. Though Lar is unable to join us, I am certain she wishes for you to accomplish this wish on your own. Come, let us go together." "Indeed," Mo replied, and with Aling, he re-entered the carriage under the guidance of Butler Locked. As the wheels began to roll, the half-hour journey seemed to stretch endlessly, and Mo's heart grew increasingly anxious. At last, after what felt like an eternity, their destination came into view. Upon disembarking, 3 imposing battle robots stood tall before them, their iron bodies guarding this mysterious realm. After a brief exchange between Aling and the guards, a soldier piloted a military transport aircraft into the sky, carrying the 3 of them past layers of defenses directly to the core area. Mo pressed against the window, gazing out in awe at the myriad of defensive installations below. Yet what astounded him even more was the spectacle of a colossal machine. This machine rested upon a circular metallic base, with 4 expansive platforms extending outward, each adorned with a curved metallic pillar, resembling the claws of a giant beast, tightly grasping the secrets of the unknown. The transport aircraft descended steadily above the machine, safely depositing the trio. Gazing once more at this behemoth, an indescribable sense of awe surged within Mo, a stirring that resonated from the depths of his soul. Just as Mo immersed himself in admiration for the machine, Aling had completed her brief exchange with the reception staff. She turned, beckoning Mo. "Come over here. Let me introduce you to this individual. He is General Shi, who will command this mission." "Greetings, General X." Mo bowed politely, his gaze filled with curiosity toward the enigmatic commander. The visage of General Shi was partially obscured by a black metallic mask, with red accents accentuating its imposing contours. The peculiar mask made Mo feel slightly uneasy, yet he quickly adjusted his mindset. Focusing on the impending task, General Shi chuckled heartily and remarked, "Mo, what a splendid name. I trust you are eager to begin. Enough small talk. Follow me, and let me introduce you to the key to this mission, the Temporal Gate." "The Temporal Gate?" Mo gasped in astonishment. This was indeed the pinnacle of Federation technology, a miraculous portal capable of precisely manipulating time travel. General Shi firmly grasped Mo's hand, guiding him toward the imminent opening of the Temporal Gate. As the staff operated the controls, a kaleidoscopic point of light began to coalesce above the disk, gradually rising, elongating, and ultimately transforming into a vast oval of luminous energy. This orb resembled a smooth mirror, gently enveloping the light emanating from Mo's side, as the vibrant colors swirled within, creating a breathtaking spectacle. "Are you ready? Step inside, and the rest will be taken care of by us. You have 3 hours. We will retrieve you afterward." General Shi patted Mo's back, encouraging him to take that decisive step forward. Mo inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely fixed on the luminous portal that he prepared to step through. He turned to glance at Aling, who offered him a supportive smile. With that, he confidently advanced, crossing the threshold into the unknown Temporal Gate. Beyond the door lay a dazzling expanse of multicolored light, and Mo felt as if he were immersed in a dreamlike world where light and shadow intertwined. However, this astonishment did not linger long. The radiance abruptly faded, replaced by a place that Mo recognized all too well, his childhood street. With that familiar window silently awaiting him in the distance, that the place where we lived when Mama was still here. Mo murmured softly, a whirlwind of emotions surging within him, that he proceeded slowly, scrutinizing his surroundings. while this area bore resemblance to the street in his memories. Every detail revealed differences, as if it were a convergence point of two parallel worlds that on this land, both familiar and foreign. Moyu embarked on his journey through time, but he understood that this was not merely a simple review of the past, but rather a profound cleansing of the soul and an opportunity for growth. In the ensuing 3 hours, he would seek out the fragments of memories sealed away by time, re-evaluating his past and future. The streets appeared to be gently sketched by the hand of time, new yet strangely unfamiliar. However, Moyu's heart felt shrouded by heavy clouds, leaving him little room to appreciate the scenery around him. His gaze remained fixated on the distant window that glowed warmly with light. On the curtains, light and shadow danced, as if unveiling a painting poised to be revealed. Suddenly, the scene shifted. A hand stealthily emerged, slowly pulling back the corner of the curtain, akin to unveiling the prologue of the night. Moyu's heart raced, anticipating the moment when the figure he yearned for would finally appear. His heartbeat thundered, almost breaking free from the confines of his chest, as the curtain unfurled inch by inch. The intertwining feelings of anticipation and anxiety wove an invisible net around him. Yet, at this pivotal moment, the view before him became shrouded in mist, blurring into obscurity. The curtain had fully drawn back. Yet that long-desired visage remained as elusive as a mirage. Immediately, the distortion of space engulfed everything like a whirlpool. 3 indistinct figures abruptly materialized within Moyu's line of sight, followed by an irresistible force that struck him, plunging him into darkness. When Moyu opened his eyes once more, he found himself surrounded by emptiness. The street where he had once lingered was now devoid of life. Even the spot where he had stood moments ago had been consumed by the encroaching night. Behind him, a silhouette quietly melded into the vast darkness, as if it had never existed. Moyu jolted upright, only to be greeted by a shroud of blackness, before he heavily collapsed back onto the bed. After a spell of dizziness, he gradually acclimated to his surroundings. The pale walls exuded a faint, delicate fragrance, a sensation that left him feeling both alien and bewildered. He strained to recall, but could only remember the sudden impact and the ensuing darkness. Struggling to sit up, he felt a dull ache in his chest, remnants of the collision, that he attempted to move his limbs, only to discover that his entire body felt as though it had been coursed through by electricity, leaving him numb and weak. What on earth was happening? How did he end up here? Just as a storm of questions brewed in his mind, the door to the room creaked open. 2 young individuals clad in casual attire entered, a golden-haired boy and a golden-haired girl. Their features bore a striking resemblance, both possessing slightly pointed faces and warm smiles. The boy's eyes were a vivid emerald green, while the girl's glimmered with a soft blue light. Their presence brought a touch of warmth to the frigid room. "Who are you?" Moyu's voice trembled with confusion and uncertainty. "What happened to General Shi and Uncle Aling? Why am I here? What is this place?" A barrage of questions spilled forth like a rapid-fire cannon. Yet the two before him appeared somewhat awkward and troubled. After a brief silence, the golden-haired boy cleared his throat, his voice crisp and gentle. "Mr. Moyu, please allow me to introduce myself first. You are aboard the mine battleship. I am Shiosi, and she is Lanya. We are both surprised and regretful about your arrival. You currently find yourself in a world vastly different from what you know. However, rest assured, your physical condition is stable, and we will do our utmost to care for you." Chapter 4. The Whirlpool of the Mind? A Battleship? Moyu's mind was in disarray. These terms were both foreign and distant to him. He endeavored to gather his thoughts, but it felt as if he had been drawn into a colossal whirlpool, unable to escape. Shiosi observed his confusion and continued to explain. "Yes, this is an unexpected incident of time-space traversal. During the process, we unfortunately drew you in. Though it is an unfortunate circumstance, please believe us when we say we mean no harm, that we are currently working diligently to resolve this issue and will endeavor to return you to your rightful world as soon as possible." But Moyu hesitated, fully aware that he had only 3 hours to return, yet it seemed increasingly like an impossible task. "I am running out of time." Upon hearing this, Shiosi's expression flickered with complexity. Yet he maintained a calm demeanor as he said, "Moyu, please trust us. Although the situation is somewhat precarious, we will do everything in our power to assist you. Your physical well-being is of utmost importance. You must rest and recover." With that, Shiosi and Lanya exited the room, leaving Mou to ponder alone that he lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling light, filled with feelings of helplessness and anxiety. However, as time passed and the effects of the medication began to wane, he gradually regained his strength. When Mou awoke again, he found himself able to move freely. He donned his clothing and pushed open the door. Stepping out into the corridor, the hallway was eerily quiet, interrupted only by the occasional hum of machinery that he navigated through numerous turns and corridors until he finally arrived in a spacious hall. In the center of the hall were several sofas and coffee tables, while a semi-intelligent robot diligently cleaned the area that a few individuals sat within, either deep in thought or perusing documents, seemingly indifferent to Mou's presence. Mou approached a nearby table, grabbed a bottle of beverage, and quietly settled onto a sofa to observe this unfamiliar world. Just then, Xiuxi's voice came from behind. Mou, you are awake, turning around. He saw Xiuxi and another golden-haired youth approaching, both clad in spacesuits and holding helmets, exuding an air of valor. I just wanted to take a stroll, Mou replied with a smile, noting their attire and curiously inquired. Where are you headed? Xiuxi chuckled lightly, explaining. We are engaged in an important task that requires us to don spacesuits for preparation. He gestured towards a nearby holographic screen displaying intricate star maps and data. Mou nodded, though he did not fully comprehend the details. He was nonetheless captivated by the mystery and grandeur of it all. He sat quietly on the sofa, watching Xiuxi and the other youth busily at work. A surge of inexplicable emotion and admiration swelling within him that he realized these individuals were true warriors, bravely venturing forth to explore the unknown cosmos, risking their lives in the process that as time passed. Mou gradually acclimated to this strange environment that he began to engage with Xiuxi, Lanya, and the other crew members, seeking to understand their lives and duties. Throughout this process, he experienced an unprecedented warmth and care. He knew he was no longer a solitary wanderer, but rather a member of this family. Yet in the stillness of the night, he would often think of that distant home and those waiting for him. He was uncertain of when he would return to that world, but he believed that as long as there was love and hope in his heart, he would surely find his way back home. Did you truly step into the vast cosmos beyond the ship? Xiuxi mused, gazing down at his spacesuit, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he slowly replied. Well, you will know in due time. This ship is, in fact, a covert battleship of the false timekeepers, inadvertently pursued by the timekeepers during a mission. While we have managed to escape to this point, we cannot evade their surveillance. Just now, we were merely executing a reconnaissance mission. Yet conflict seems to be the inevitable prelude to a brewing storm that as he spoke, Xiuxi's expression grew solemn, and he took a deep swig of his drink. As if to dispel the gloom that clouded his mind, Mou, taken aback, felt a whirlwind of emotions within him. The war amongst the false timekeepers had unexpectedly thrust itself upon him, and the path to escape was undoubtedly fraught with peril. The previous veils of concealment and evasion now made sense, yet they only deepened his unease. Nevertheless, Xiuxi quickly regained his composure and, in as reassuring a tone as possible, said, Fear not, once we shake off the timekeeper's pursuit. I shall ensure your safety and return you home unharmed, I swear it. Though a hint of uncertainty lingered in his words, it was sufficient to instill a measure of warmth and hope in Mou's heart. At the moment of confirmation, an unexpected calm washed over him. He smiled serenely and softly said, All right, I shall await the moment you guide me home. For now, I will take my leave. With that, he slowly rose, preparing to depart from this tumultuous place. However, just as this tranquility was about to be shattered, Xiuxi's communicator abruptly chimed, the urgent tone echoing like thunder, causing Xiuxi's expression to shift to one of gravity. He quickly glanced at the communicator, then turned to Mou, leaving behind an unfinished farewell, before hastily pulling the youth beside him and exiting the hall. Mou watched their departing figures, a mix of confusion and an inexplicable curiosity brewing within him. Ultimately deciding to follow in their wake to uncover the truth, that he quickened his pace, jogging to catch up with Xiuxi and the youth, soon matching their stride, in a tone tinged with pleading. He softly said, I wish to see what is happening too. May I accompany you? Upon hearing this, Xiuxi halted, turning to face Mou, a complex emotion flickering in his deep-set eyes, before merely nodding lightly. His voice laced with barely perceptible coolness. Very well, but this journey is fraught with unknown peril, and we may be unable to attend to your safety. You must exercise caution. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. Mo Wuyu replied with conviction, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. After scrutinizing Mo Wuyu for a moment, Xiuxi seemed to discern a certain resolve in his gaze, and thus chose not to say more. Turning to lead the way. Following Xiuxi, Mo Wuyu arrived at another, more spacious hall that a considerable number of people had gathered there, their expressions equally anxious and tense, as if awaiting an important moment. Xiuxi navigated through the crowd and eventually found Lanya, who had come to check on Mo Wuyu. After exchanging a few brief words, Xiuxi turned and vanished into the depths of the throng. Standing in the center of the hall, Mo Wuyu surveyed his surroundings. Feeling out of place amid the atmosphere, he was engulfed by confusion and helplessness. Yet the individuals around him seemed absorbed in their own thoughts, oblivious to his presence. That moment, Lanya approached him, her gentle smile illuminating her face. Mo Wuyu, come with me. It may be somewhat dangerous here. Xiuxi has instructed me to protect you. Upon hearing this, a warm current surged through Mo Wuyu's heart. He gratefully cast a glance at Lanya and followed her into a relatively quiet room. Inside, several individuals were already seated, and upon seeing Lanya and Mo Wuyu enter, they nodded politely in acknowledgement. Lanya, accompanied by Mo Wuyu, found an empty seat and softly explained, "This is our vantage point for observing the battle situation. Through the screens, we can witness the unfolding events in real time." Mo Wuyu, intrigued, gazed at the screen, which displayed a myriad of intricate images and data. He quietly inquired of Lanya, "What exactly is happening here? Is it merely to observe these?" Lanya smiled faintly, pointing at the screen. "Look, it has begun." As the command from the operations center was issued, 20 combat robots surged forth from the ship like arrows released from a bow, swiftly dispersing into small squads, poised for their mission. Among them, Bailey, the sole young pilot, stood out conspicuously. He gripped the control stick tightly, his eyes fixed ahead, his heart brimming with a fervent desire for battle and an unwavering belief in victory. The timekeeper, Bailey, silently repeated this name in his mind, his gaze glinting with determination. He understood that this battle was not just about proving himself, but also about avenging his father, that he vowed silently never to disappoint his father. However, the course of the battle took an unexpected turn. When the reconnaissance robot detected the enemy's machines and reported back, the porcelain-white figure suddenly halted in midair, as if taunting them. Enraged, Bailey activated the thrusters, preparing to launch an attack, but at that moment, a translucent halo rapidly expanded around the enemy robot, instantly penetrating Bailey's machine. "Damn it! Why can't I move?" Bailey desperately shoved the control stick, but all the instruments in his machine had ceased to function, leaving him helplessly pounding on the control panel. Mo Wuyu, watching from the screen, was gripped by a sense of dread. He could not comprehend how the enemy managed to control the battlefield so effortlessly. Just then, the lights in the room abruptly extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. A wave of inexplicable fear surged within Mo Wuyu. He felt as if something was stealthily approaching him in the shadows. He opened his eyes wide, attempting to discern the surroundings, but darkness enveloped him entirely. Suddenly, he felt a strange energy permeate his body, only to vanish without a trace. The discomfort and unease of that moment nearly suffocated him. In the darkness, a calm male voice resonated. "Everyone, remain calm and do not move. I have contacted the command room. News will arrive shortly." With his reassurance, the crowd gradually regained their composure, and Wuyu also struggled to steady his breathing. Attempting to extricate himself from the fear that had just enveloped him, as time dragged on, the wait in the darkness felt interminable. Yet Wuyu knew it was not the time to surrender. He had to remain alert and vigilant, ready to confront any potential situation that end this prolonged wait. He gradually understood his true desires. He yearned to be part of this battle, to use his strength to protect those dear to him. Finally, when the first ray of light pierced the darkness, illuminating the entire room, Mo Wuyu understood that a new battle was about to commence. He stood up, gazing at the images on the screen. His heart filled with unprecedented resolve and courage. He knew that no matter how many difficulties and challenges lay ahead, he would press on until achieving ultimate victory. Chapter 5. Disparity. Mo Wuyu sat upright in his seat, his heart brimming with profound curiosity about the imminent unknown operation, that he lowered his voice and inquired of Lanya once more, "What exactly is that porcelain-white combat robot? Is our mission solely to confront this solitary machine?" The disparity in strength seems overwhelmingly skewed. Disparity? Lanya let out a faint, derisive laugh, her tone laced with a hint of helplessness and disdain, that if numbers truly dictated everything, we would have already secured victory. However, this confrontation hinges on the chasm of technology and skill. Even if we doubled our numbers, the dawn of victory would still remain elusive. Our decision to engage in battle is merely a last resort. The combat robot is known as the Timekeeper. Its purpose here is to hunt us down. Evading its pursuit is nearly an impossible task for us. Just as Mo Wuyu was about to press further, a man abruptly stood up, announcing in a booming voice, "The command center has confirmed the situation. The battleship's power core has sustained severe damage, and the backup energy will activate in 1 minute. Please, everyone, swiftly locate your commanding officers and receive the latest instructions." Upon hearing this, Lanya quickly rose, gently tugging at Mo Wuyu's hand. "Follow me." Mo Wuyu felt a firm grip on his wrist as he followed Lanya's lead down the dimly lit corridor. The moment the backup energy activated, the entire space seemed to illuminate, yet their steps did not falter. Panting, Mo Wuyu finally came to a halt when Lanya released his hand. She pushed open a door, and Mo Wuyu stepped into an unfamiliar space right behind her. There, they encountered Xios, who was fully geared and urgently reporting to Lanya. After a brief exchange, Xios led Mo Wuyu to an equipment room. "This is a specially designed space suit," Xios explained. "Not only does it possess the functionality of a standard protective suit, but it also enables survival in extreme environments." As he spoke, he retrieved a heavy suit from the shelf and handed it to Mo Wuyu. Mo Wuyu grasped it with both hands, feeling its weight and realizing that the impending challenge was indeed formidable. Without pausing, Xios continued, "This is an NA-41 laser tranquilizer pistol. It may prove useful in critical moments. The magnetic dagger has a switch located on the protrusion of the handle, making it both discreet and practical. And these, traditional explosives for emergencies, healing agents to address injuries, energy nutrient injections to replenish stamina, and microcompressed food and water to sustain life. Lastly, this identification chip is crucial. It can recognize friendly forces within a kilometer radius." As he spoke, Xios placed the last item, the identification device, into Mo Wuyu's arms. Burdened by the array of equipment, Mo Wuyu looked up and asked, "What do I need to do?" Xios pointed towards a nearby changing room and replied succinctly, "Change into this equipment there. We will wait for you outside." With that, he turned and strode toward the exit, leaving Mo Wuyu to confront the pile of gear and the imminent unknown alone. Inside the changing room, as Mo Wuyu donned the equipment, he pondered the weighty responsibility that now rested upon him. When he emerged once more, he found Lanya already clad in her gear, patiently awaiting him. She appraised him from head to toe and nodded in satisfaction. "You look good, albeit a bit heavy. But that's all right. Let us go." They should be anxiously waiting. Upon stepping outside, Mo Wuyu noticed that a considerable number of people had gathered, forming clusters with a tense and grave atmosphere. Xios waved to him from within the crowd, signaling him to approach. Mo Wuyu followed Lanya to Xios' side, where they found a middle-aged man sternly assigning tasks to the group. "Everyone, we have 2 objectives. First, to ensure a safe evacuation from this location. Second, to guarantee the safety of our new member. Both are of utmost importance, so keep them in mind." Xios, acting as a representative, queried the middle-aged man, Uncle Feng, how shall we evacuate?" Uncle Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "We will use small transport ships to leave. While these ships can only support 1 jump, they are sufficient to carry us away from danger. The entire crew will utilize this method for a dispersed evacuation. Every escape counts." His tone bore a hint of resignation and determination. With Uncle Feng's command, everyone swiftly boarded the transport ships. From the cockpit, Uncle Feng reminded the group through the communicator, "Once prepared, we will take off immediately. Brace yourselves for impact. This journey will be fraught with risks." Mo Wuyu donned his helmet, a swirl of emotions flooding his mind that he had not anticipated becoming embroiled in such a sudden battle. Nor did he foresee being relentlessly pursued by the enemy. Yet he understood he had no choice but to follow Uncle Feng's directives and prepare himself. The transport ship ascended slowly, but tranquility was short-lived. as they soon found themselves locked onto by the enemy's lone fighter jet. Uncle Fong quickly activated the jump device in a bid to escape, but the enemy was quicker than a blinding beam of light streaked through the sky. Hurtling towards the transport ship, in that critical moment, Uncle Fong exerted every effort to maneuver the transport ship for a jump, yet they still could not entirely evade the lethal beam. The light struck the rear of the transport ship, triggering violent tremors that Mou felt a powerful force constricting him, as if he were on the verge of being torn apart. He struggled to maintain consciousness, but an overwhelming wave of dizziness and nausea washed over him. In this life-or-death situation, he clung tightly to the handrail, praying for a miracle. When calmness finally returned, Mou realized he was still alive. He opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself enveloped in darkness. The transport ship nowhere in sight. He comprehended that he might have been swept into the unknown expanse of space. This moment, Mou was filled with fear and confusion. Yet he understood he could not simply give up. He had to seek out hope for survival and find a way back home. Thus, he struggled to rise and began to navigate through the darkness. This sudden battle tested not only Mou's will and courage, but also imparted to him a profound understanding of the fragility and preciousness of life. In the days to come, he would carry this experience forward, ready to embrace more challenges and the unknown. In fact, within the jostling transport ship, Mou was not alone. 2 other passengers were likewise enduring the torment of nausea. Only Shoshi, despite his slightly pale complexion, unexpectedly maintained his composure. As Mou's dry heaving gradually subsided, he slowly straightened his posture. That moment, Uncle Feng's steady voice pierced through the cacophony of the cabin. Ladies and gentlemen, there are several important announcements to be made. Firstly, our transport aircraft has been utterly destroyed. Secondly, the enemy's whereabouts remain elusive, with no means of pursuit. And lastly, and most crucially, I am equally in the dark regarding our current location. This surrounding expanse. Uncle Feng's words abruptly halted, seemingly stunned by the sight before him. Fortunately, the instruments controlling the cabin door were still operational. Uncle Feng swiftly exited the cockpit and opened the portal to the outside world. As everyone followed suit, the moment they stepped out of the aircraft, all confusion was instantly clarified. Before them lay an endless, pristine expanse, shimmering with iridescent hues in the distance, reminiscent of a fairy tale realm, invoking feelings of awe and tranquility. Everyone floated in the void, gazing at this incredible spectacle, captivated to the point of speechlessness. Not far off, 2 figures drifted serenely, seemingly one with this space. Previously unnoticed. One of them whispered softly. Target locked, proceed according to plan. Though spoken lightly, the words exuded an undeniable resoluteness. Moments later, the 2 exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding palpable. Lanya gazed at this realm that seemed to belong only to dreams. Her eyes alight with wonder and curiosity, she gently inquired of Uncle Feng, "Uncle Feng, what divine place is this?" Her voice, in this tranquil and enigmatic atmosphere, was imbued with a softness and expectation. Uncle Feng scrutinized the space once more, his tone revealing a hint of difficulty. "If my conjecture holds true, we are in the legendary dimensional space. The probability of entering here is minuscule. It requires precise synchronization with the speed of light, allowing for no margin of error. That a moment too fast or too slow would lead to endless chaos, rendering this mysterious realm unreachable. Here, time appears to be suspended, eternally unchanging, becoming an existence both eerie and awe-inspiring." Upon hearing this, Lanya felt an indescribable anxiety swell within her. How can this be? Our transport aircraft has lost its acceleration capability. It should no longer maintain light speed and should have returned to the proper course. Why are we still stranded here? If time is truly frozen, what despair and helplessness would that entail? Her words were tinged with a hint of panic. Yet suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Does our spacesuit possess the capability for short-range time-space traversal? Perhaps that is our only hope of escape from this place? Uncle Feng shook his head gently, his eyes filled with resignation that would only plunge us deeper into chaos. Unordered traversal. You might find yourselves in any time-space, at any juncture, and returning to the proper course would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, within despair often lies the seed of opportunity. Uncle Fong recalled a theoretical possibility, yet it was said that within this dimensional space, certain specific time points existed, guiding like stars in the sky, that if we could locate them, we might facilitate precise traversal. Chapter 6. Void. As these words fell, the light in everyone's eyes reignited, as if they had glimpsed a ray of hope amidst the darkness. However, Mouyu's question once again pulled everyone back to reality. But how do we traverse this void? We seem bound by an invisible force, utterly unable to move independently. They struggled in vain, discovering that they were ensnared in an infinite void, every effort proving futile. Just as despair threatened to envelop them once more, Uncle Feng's gaze caught a glimmer of light in the distance. His expression shifting dramatically as he shouted urgently, "Laser beam! Quickly evade!" Without hesitation, Uncle Feng pushed aside those near him, and the others reacted swiftly. Yet before Mouyu could act, an unexpected force propelled him forward, colliding with another person. In that critical moment, a strong hand grasped his wrist, stabilizing him. "Hurry, initiate traversal. It will be too late if we wait," the individual who caught Mouyu urged, simultaneously pointing to the button on the back of the spacesuit. "On the count of 3, 3, 2, 1, press." Without hesitation, Mouyu pressed the button, and a familiar sense of pressure enveloped him once more. He understood that he was finally departing that suffocating place. The scene before him gradually clarified. His expression grew graver. This was not a safe haven, but rather another peril-laden battlefield. Countless beams of light interwove in the distance, more disquieting than the previous laser beams. Just as Mouyu intended to scrutinize further, a force tugged him back to reality. He realized another person was floating beside him, Shoshi. Shoshi was maneuvering through the surrounding asteroids, pulling Mouyu along. "Who are you? We must find a place to hide. It's too dangerous here." Mouyu urgently shouted through the communicator. "Shoshi, that's my name," replied Shoshi, his voice steady and firm, "though we are somewhat fortunate. This is an asteroid field that as long as we carefully avoid the asteroids and the beams, we may have the chance to traverse again. Right now, we need to wait for the opportune moment." The pair cautiously navigated between the asteroids, with Shoshi aiming for a large asteroid not far ahead, featuring a sizable crater that could serve as their temporary refuge. They secured themselves with a magnetic dagger on the asteroid and gradually moved to the center of the crater. The moment their feet finally touched the asteroid, both exhaled in relief. "Behold this magnificent sight. Even the legendary final battle pales in comparison," Shoshi remarked, half kneeling and gazing around in awe. However, this tranquility did not last long, as the sudden appearance of a combat robot shattered the calm. Cursing under his breath, Shoshi swiftly secured himself with the dagger, preparing to confront the impending onslaught. The powerful wind generated by the combat robot as it swept past the asteroid nearly tore them from its surface. But thanks to the dagger's grip, they managed to withstand the force. Yet, just as the wind subsided and Mouyu prepared to return to safety, a far stronger pulling force surged from behind, ensnaring him tightly. "Damn it! How could we encounter such a monstrosity?" Shoshi cursed, glancing back at the unknown threat. That Mouyu turned to see several arcs of electricity flickering in the air. Though few, they evoked a chilling sensation. In their astonished gaze, the arcs gradually coalesced into a massive energy beam, hurtling toward their position. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, all fear, despair, and the instinct for survival converging into an ineffable force. They understood that only by exerting their utmost strength could they seize a glimmer of hope in this struggle for life and death. However, before these arcs, Mouyu and Shoshi dared not underestimate their power. For it was these arcs that wove a disquieting gravitational pull. The arcs, like invisible scythes, swept through the surrounding small asteroids, each contact reducing them to dust, vanishing into the vastness of the cosmos. Gradually, the arcs thickened, their numbers multiplying, ultimately converging in the sky to form a clearly visible particle beam. Despite the seemingly slow unfolding of this scene, it transpired in the blink of an eye. "This is actually a battleship-class arc particle cannon," Shoshi exclaimed, his voice tinged with an unmistakable shock and a subtle hint of desolation. "Which formidable being could wield such a colossal weapon? We may be in grave danger." Fortunately, from the current position of the arcs, they seemed not to be directly targeting the two yet. Even so, The gravitational pull in the preparatory phase was sufficient to firmly anchor them in place. Suspending them in the AIR.MOWU, and Shosi silently contemplated whether their magnetic daggers could withstand the impending shockwave post-explosion. This moment, all they could do was pray for a miracle. As the arc particle cannon rapidly charged, a red and white arc erupted suddenly, instantly consuming all of MOWU's vision. The blinding light, had it not been for the superior light defense system of his spacesuit, would have rendered him blind. In this life-and-death moment, MOWU forgot about the dagger in his hand, instinctively grasping onto the thread of life, desperately seeking a sliver of survival amid the pitch darkness. When MOWU regained consciousness, he found himself still clutching the dagger, albeit slightly loosened. He exerted a small force to withdraw the dagger, relieved to discover he remained atop the asteroid. Turning to look, he saw Shosi, also clad in a spacesuit, floating nearby, his black helmet reflecting MOWU's own image. That moment, an indescribable impulse surged within MOWU, compelling him to shout in exultation to express his joy at having survived the ordeal. Finally, we made it. Shosi's voice was laced with uncontainable joy. He did not immediately return to the asteroid but floated in the air, reveling in this hard-won sense of survival. He surveyed the surroundings. A delightful surprise caught his eye. Shosi quickly stabilized himself with the dagger, returning to the asteroid, gently patting MOWU's shoulder, and with a mischievous smile said, "MOWU, there is something interesting over there. Shall we go take a look?" Despite being filled with curiosity, MOWU chose to trust Shosi, the two slowly making their way toward the direction Shosi indicated. The moment they stepped out of the asteroid's crater, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them. An enormous cannon, its massive size instilling a sense of awe. The cannon, initially cloaked in a veil of camouflage, has had its concealment partially stripped away due to the recent assault by the arc particle cannon. Revealing its true form, Shosi gazed upon the cannon. A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. Indeed, this is the legendary assassin super sniper cannon that appears that the crater over there was excavated to destroy it. But alas, it only claimed lives without inflicting any fatal damage upon the cannon. I shall ensure that Rascal experiences a taste of hardship. Upon hearing this, MOWU couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Is this truly feasible? Can the cannon still be operated? And do you possess the skills to wield it? Shosi answered with unwavering confidence. Of course, I have studied this cannon for quite some time. It is a pity that I have never laid eyes on its true form until now. The opportunity lies before us. How could we let it slip away? Once the cool-down period for the time-space traversal elapses, we shall fire a shot and make our escape. Observing Shosi's carefree smile, MOWU felt a mix of resignation and was also buoyed by his optimism, further solidifying her determination to stand shoulder to shoulder with Shosi in battle. MOWU, are you ready on your end? We are about to commence, Shosi urged. Ready to begin the targeting process. MOWU responded, promptly activating the aiming apparatus. After meticulous inspection confirmed the integrity of the cannon, the two embarked on their tense preparations. Despite Shosi's only rudimentary understanding of the cannon's operation, after considerable effort, he completed all necessary preparations for firing. MOWU steadied her breath, entering a state of focus. The computer screen of the targeting device vividly presented the battlefield. A pure blue combat robot darted through the enemy ranks like a specter, invincible in its path. Without hesitation, MOWU locked onto this robot as their target. Target locked. We remain undetected. We can fire, MOWU reported to Shosi, her voice tinged with childlike excitement. If it could detect us. I wouldn't need this at all. Shosi chuckled, activating the protective device. Fire. With Shosi's command, a brilliant light erupted from the cannon's mouth, and a dark beam cleaved through the air, hurtling towards its target. The robot seemed to sense impending danger, swiftly sidestepping and deploying a dazzling shield on its surface. However, this was all anticipated by MOWU and Shosi. They had already utilized time-space traversal to escape the scene post-firing. Although the robot managed to shield itself from the frontal impact of the beam still grazed its flank, shattering its protective barrier and severing one of its arms. Even more astonishingly, within the severed limb, a faint iridescent glow flickered, as if heralding some unknown fate. The beam dissipated, A cry echoed through the cosmos, yet none could discern its origin that Mo Wuyu and Shiosi had vanished quietly into the vastness of space, leaving behind a legend of courage, wisdom, and friendship. Beneath the helmets, although the outside world could not capture their exclamations, the fear within compelled them to scream involuntarily, the jarring sound reverberating in their ears, akin to a silent protest against the unknown. Having traversed time and space, Mo Wuyu was accustomed to the weightlessness of the cosmos. Yet at this moment, she abruptly felt the pull of gravity. Her body unwittingly plummeting downward, surveying her surroundings, she found herself suspended above a shimmering silvery forest, a startling revelation that they were hanging 100 meters in the air, causing her heart to leap into her throat. As their descent accelerated, they once again experienced the wondrous sensation of weightlessness, akin to a meteor streaking through the night sky, ultimately crashing into the mysterious forest below. The sound of snapping branches echoed as they collided, and they landed heavily on the ground. Fortunately, the branches along the way had cushioned their fall, yet the impact still inflicted unprecedented pain upon them. That Mo Wuyu struggled to prop herself up with her hands. But the searing pain in her right arm nearly caused her to collapse again. Thankfully, she managed to stabilize herself with her left hand. She glanced down to inspect her right arm, which seemed to be burdened beyond its limits. Suspecting it might be dislocated, Shiosi also managed to sit up, appearing more resilient than Mo Wuyu despite her disheveled state, merely rubbing his shoulder where a branch had struck, teasingly remarking, "The branches in this forest are quite sturdy. Not a single one broke, leaving my shoulder numb." That he then turned to Mo Wuyu, concern etched in his gaze. "Is your hand all right? Make sure you haven't injured the bone. Dislocation is manageable, but a fracture would be troublesome." In this unknown forest, their destinies were intricately intertwined. Faced with the sudden challenges, they must join forces and seek a way out. Chapter 7. The Sniper Rifle. After Mo Wuyu finally ascended to a higher vantage point, she was astonished to discover a colossal sniper rifle positioned beside Massey. In response to Mo Wuyu's gaze, Massey simply offered a faint smile before pointing in a direction. "Look over there, and you'll see our hunting situation. It is nearing its conclusion. That massive mechanical beast is called Cabra, and we often refer to these metallized creatures as mechanical beasts," Massey patiently explained to both of them. Following Massey's gesture, Mo Wuyu indeed spotted a gigantic mechanical beast engaged in a fierce battle with two combat robots in a nearby ravaged clearing. Compared to the combat robots, this mechanical beast towered over 3 meters in height. At this moment, it was being relentlessly attacked by the two combat robots wielding solid swords, clearly struggling to withstand the onslaught. Cabra lunged at one of the combat robots, but was deftly evaded. The other robot, attacking from behind, swung its blade. However, Cabra did not flinch, instead raising its head and letting out a roar. Immediately, a visible ripple spread across Cabra's surface, deflecting the solid sword effortlessly. The two robots then launched their attack simultaneously, leading to a brief stalemate. At this juncture, Cabra leapt, attempting to escape the battlefield. Yet at that moment, a white beam shot forth from the adjacent forest, striking Cabra's flank and sending it hurtling sideways. However, Cabra did not sustain significant damage. It slowly rose to its feet. In this fleeting moment of respite, the two robots resumed their assault on Cabra. After an intense battle, one of the robots seized the opportunity to activate the magnetic mechanism of its solid sword, which instantly pierced through Cabra's back. Cabra let out a mournful cry that resonated throughout the surrounding forest before collapsing. Mo Wuyu watched the distant struggle, her heart racing with emotion. The cry she had heard along the way indeed belonged to the mechanical beast named Cabra. When she next heard Cabra's wail, nearby metallic branches shattered under the force, a testament to its formidable power etched in her memory. Yet, the battle had finally concluded. Massey picked up her sniper rifle and leaped down from the tree. Once the other three descended, Massey turned to Mo Wuyu and Shiosi, inquiring, "So, have you made your decision? Would you like to accompany us? We are preparing to return to the city." Return to the city? Mo Wuyu and Shiosi exchanged glances. Although their helmets remained on, Mo Wuyu felt she could already envision Shiosi's expression. They both nodded in unison towards Massey on their journey. A broad, artificially leveled road unfolded before them. At that moment, a massive convoy was traversing the path. Along the roadside were artificial barriers, only a meter high, yet providing a semblance of reassurance. Among the convoy were large hovering vehicles that on the front and rear vehicles. A combat robot knelt, while the open cockpits housed the drivers. The middle three vehicles carried two beam cannons, while the foremost one bore the enormous corpse of the mechanical beast, Cabra. Above the carcass sat numerous individuals. Near the rear, Mo Wuyu and Shosi sat comfortably, flanked by Masi and Nalu. Perched nearly 5 meters high, Mo Wuyu could see the surrounding scenery with clarity. As she gazed at the distant landscape, she finally discerned the true nature of this place. Though the end was not visible, to Mo Wuyu, it appeared as an endless sea of forest. The vast, metallic trees shimmered in the sunlight, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors that dazzled her senses. However, while Mo Wuyu marveled at the scenery, Shosi exhibited little joy. He sat quietly, his eyes betraying a hint of concern and confusion. Yet, in an instant, these emotions transformed into contemplation. Finally, Shosi turned to Masi and asked, "Could you share the story of this place?" "Everything that can be said." Masi understood what Shosi was referring to, cleared her throat, and began, "This is a peculiar place, a world of metal, a realm of metallic life. In truth, none of the humans here belong to this land. The original inhabitants consist of a fusion of metallic and organic life. The humans present are all from various alternate timelines, having arrived here for their own reasons. One could say this is a space for timekeepers and faux timekeepers, where only these two types of humans exist. The people here reside in two great cities, classified accordingly: the City of Guardians and the City of Captivity. Of course, these names are merely the designations we use on our side." Maxie waved her hand dismissively, indicating that there was nothing particularly significant about it, and continued, "Our destination now is the City of Guardians, which serves as a gathering place for the pseudo-timers. In fact, quite a few individuals choose to reside in the forest rather than in the city, but given that it is the only supply city, the majority opt to live there. As for the prison city of the timekeepers, to be honest, no one has ventured inside thus far." Hearing Maxie's account, Sho still found himself at a loss for the information he sought. "Allow me to elaborate on our occupational distribution," Maxie continued. "Here, professions are categorized into warriors and support roles. For instance, both Nalo and I are warriors, along with those artillery operators and combat robot pilots." Maxie gestured towards Nalo, who tapped his great sword in affirmation of his primary vocation. "Our primary targets are generally the mechanical beasts lurking in the forest. Here, private duels are strictly prohibited. As for support roles, there are many more, including healers and engineers. Nearly everyone apart from warriors can be classified as a support type." Sho surveyed his surroundings, a wave of emotion washing over him. He had never imagined he would find himself in such a peculiar place. The existence of metallic life forms, timekeepers and pseudo-timers, along with the stark contrast between the two cities, filled him with both curiosity and confusion. Mo Wuyu was also lost in his thoughts, recalling the heart-stopping battle they had just experienced and the myriad of revelations Maxie had shared about this world. He felt his worldview being turned upside down, yet simultaneously brimmed with anticipation and longing for the future. Both understood that they had embarked on an irrevocable path, regardless of what awaited them ahead. They were prepared to embrace new challenges and opportunities, for in this extraordinary world, only by moving forward could they uncover their own answers and find a sense of belonging. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the occupational distribution in this strange world, a question arose in Shio's mind. Curiously, he inquired, "Why do you all gather here instead of returning to the main timeline? Is it merely for these mechanical beasts that you endure the long commute?" Maxie gazed intently at Shio's, her eyes shimmering with profound insight, then slowly sighed. "Is it not true that each person here yearns to return to the main timeline? Yet, the reality is harsh. We are subjected to severe temporal disturbances that hinder our ability to traverse time and leave this land. In short, we can enter, but exiting is exceedingly arduous. You know how long I have been here. Nearly 20 years. And Nalo, he is a local born and raised here. Mo Wuyu, sitting nearby, was deeply shocked by this revelation, his voice trembling with disbelief. How is that possible? Humans cannot survive in pseudo-time for more than 3 months, let alone 20 years. Mo Wuyu was no stranger to these theories. They were concepts he had studied in school, and the Federation had previously certified them with utmost rigor, leaving no room for error. Thus, he found it hard to accept the reality before him. Maxi offered a bittersweet smile and replied nonchalantly. Everyone present can attest to this that in truth. Many who arrive here initially worry about this very issue. However, once you surpass the 3-month threshold, you gradually uncover the wonders of this place. Everything here defies conventional explanation. I have no reason to deceive you. Xios suddenly sighed softly, unable to leave, free from the 3-month time constraint. This place feels like an invisible cage, imprisoning everyone within. This statement resonated differently with both Mo Wuyu and Maxi. With that, Maxi fell silent, and Mo Wuyu and Xios each retreated into their own contemplations. The convoy moved forward slowly, ultimately returning to the City of Guardians. Get off. Mo Wuyu. Xios gently patted Mo Wuyu's shoulder and was the first to alight from the vehicle. Mo Wuyu followed closely, but when they beheld the towering gate that resembled an ancient relic, they found themselves momentarily at a loss. After a brief exchange with members of the team, Maxi approached Mo Wuyu and Xios, asking, "What do you think? Would you like to stay with me?" Knowing they had nowhere else to go, both Xios and Mo Wuyu accepted Maxi's invitation. Under the guidance of Maxi and Nalo, they strolled through the city for about 20 minutes before arriving at Maxi and Nalo's residence. It was a modest 3-story house, exuding a warm and inviting atmosphere despite its simplicity. Once inside, Maxi handed them 2 sets of clothing, saying, "You might as well wear these for now. You can't keep donning those space suits. Nalo and I need to step out to report back to the team. You two can rest here." With that, Maxi and Nalo departed, leaving Mo Wuyu and Xios in the house, though Mo Wuyu was uncertain whether Maxi fully trusted them. The fact that she left them alone in her home still surprised him. He picked up an outfit to change into and emerged to find Xios already waiting for him outside. Dressed in new clothes. "Shall we take a look at the rooftop?" Xios proposed. "All right," Mo Wuyu replied. Following Xios to the rooftop, they each found a spot to sit and gaze quietly into the distance. Xios reflected on the landscape of houses before him, remarking, "This too is a settlement of humanity that I wonder how Lanya and the others are faring. However, since we can safely be here, they should be fine. Right? Mo Wuyu, do you have someone you miss?" Mo Wuyu turned to look at Xios, slightly puzzled by his sudden question. Nevertheless, he faced forward and replied, "Someone I miss? Yes, a very good friend that I just wonder how he is doing now. I doubt anyone would expect me to be in such a strange place. That don't you have parents?" Xios asked. "Neither do I. That I was raised by Uncle Feng. He's like a father to me. Right now, I truly wish to return home." That a hint of melancholy tinged Xios' voice. Mo Wuyu responded softly, then lay back, closing his eyes and falling silent. Xios observed Mo Wuyu and couldn't help but smile. This boy, who was around his age, evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. Thus, he too reclined, shutting his eyes. After 2 days of rest, Xios realized that the content of the previous 10 chapters required substantial revision, even a complete rewrite. However, he was reluctant to halt his updates for too long, fearing disappointment among his readers. Seizing the afternoon when he had no classes, he began to draft a chapter that he hoped his readers would continue to support him and cherish his work. He understood the urgency to rewrite the earlier chapters to ensure a steady flow of content. Otherwise, racing to write would prove exceedingly burdensome. Yet he also recognized that only through diligent effort could he reap success. The morning sun gently bathed the City of Guardians in light, a soft halo spreading slowly through the air. The central pillar of light shone even more brilliantly under the morning glow. At this moment, the inhabitants of the city commenced their busy day. Some prepared to venture into the forest for hunting. Others geared up for their jobs within the city, while others roamed the various corners of the city in the early morning. The bustling streets infused the city with warmth and vitality. However, in an area close to the city center, the foot traffic was noticeably sparse compared to other regions. From above, this area was encircled by a long wall, and towards the city gate stood an imposing entrance. That moment, for guards stood at the gate, while 2 youths stood before it, quietly gazing at the grand structure. These 2 youths were none other than Mo Wuyu and Xios. How did they end up here? The story traces back to 3 days prior. On that evening, the breathtaking sunset undoubtedly captivated the hearts of many, while some viewed the sunset as a melancholy curtain call. Its beauty and grandeur were undeniable. That evening, Mo Wuyu and Xios stood atop a height, quietly admiring the rare spectacle. The golden rays of the setting sun enveloped them, casting a shimmering glow upon their figures. They stood still, as if time had come to a standstill in that moment. Shios, do you think we can truly leave this place? Mo broke the silence, his voice tinged with confusion and uncertainty. Turning to Mo, Shios' eyes sparkled with determination as he replied, "Of course. As long as we do not lose hope, we will eventually discover a way to escape." Mo nodded, but remained anxious. He was unsure of the challenges and obstacles that lay ahead. Yet he knew he must persevere for the distant dream of returning to the main timeline that in the days that followed. Mo and Shios dedicated themselves to exploring this bizarre world with renewed vigor. They sought to uncover the source of the temporal disturbances to find a means of departure. However, this journey was fraught with hardship and peril. They faced various threats from mechanical beasts and contended with a multitude of unknown natural phenomena and traps. Yet, no matter the magnitude of the challenges they encountered, they refused to give up. They supported one another, progressing together, leaving behind solid footprints on the path of exploration. Chapter 8. Listening. Massey paused slightly, as both Mo and Shios listened intently. After a moment of adjustment, Massey spoke again. "The academy you are to attend is called the Guardian Academy. There, you will acquire a wealth of essential knowledge and skills pertinent to survival and combat that, of course, should you possess talents in other domains, it is not imperative to engage in battle. The choice ultimately lies in your hands. A few days hence, once I have made the necessary arrangements, I shall escort you to the academy. However, your future achievements and the extent of your learning will depend solely on your own efforts. I will provide you with some monetary assistance and other necessities, but I cannot offer extensive support. That is my duty. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges in the future, you may seek me out, or find a person named Keloyan within the academy, who will do his utmost to assist you." "Understood," Mo and Shios replied in unison, just as they were about to continue their inquiries. Massey gently interjected, "You will learn all in due time upon your arrival at the academy. 3 days later." Massey personally escorted the two to the entrance of the Guardian Academy, then turned and departed, leaving them standing at the threshold, gazing in awe. The grandeur of the Guardian Academy was undeniable. Even from the entrance, a tremendous aura enveloped them. They stood in silence for a moment, before Mo broke the quietude. "Let us inquire with the guard," he suggested to Shios. Shios nodded slightly, and together they approached the sentinel. The guard curtly replied, "Proceed to the tallest building inside. The registration area is located on the first floor." Exchanging glances, the two slowly made their way toward the academy's tallest edifice, and as they approached, Mo felt a strange sense of nostalgia, as if returning to a long-forgotten school. The beautiful hall, advanced equipment, and the ubiquitous semi-intelligent robots evoked a sense of familiarity mingled with strangeness. While they stood at the entrance in a daze, a semi-intelligent robot approached them. "Welcome to the Guardian Academy. May I inquire if you are here to register for studies or if you have other matters to attend to?" The robot's somewhat mechanical voice interrupted their reverie. Mo regained his composure and calmly replied, "We are here to register for studies. Please follow me," the semi-intelligent robot instructed, turning to lead the way. With Mo and Shios following closely behind, taking in their surroundings. After traversing the hall, they began to notice individuals bustling about, each engrossed in their own activities that in contrast, the semi-intelligent robots appeared rather leisurely. Mo couldn't help but express his thoughts, but they soon reached the office door. "Please enter," the semi-intelligent robot announced as it opened the door. Expecting to see a mentor, they were instead greeted by a massive machine. Under the robot's guidance, they registered on the machine and selected their desired fields of study, and Mo opted for combat robot operation and the study of both single-handed and double-handed swords, while Shios chose sniping and single-handed swordsmanship. These decisions had been made after gathering some basic information from Massey. After completing their registration and receiving their respective identity ID cards, the semi-intelligent robot guided them to their dormitory. Located on the 5th floor, the room was designed for 4 occupants and was relatively spacious. Upon entering, they discovered that 2 of the beds were already occupied, though currently uninhabited. That Mo speculated that the occupants might be attending morning classes. Shios tossed his belongings onto a bed, which contained his protective gear, recently purchased clothes, and weapons. After pulling up a chair to sit, he remarked to Mo, "This place isn't too bad. We'll be residing here from now on." At least we won't suffer anymore. Mo placed his luggage on the bed, but did not sit down. Instead, he walked to the balcony to gaze into the distance. After a moment, he slowly replied, "Indeed, I never anticipated that after such a tumultuous journey, we would return to a campus. However, it seems that life here may not be as easy as it appears." Shios reclined in his chair and stated, "There is no point in worrying about the future. Classes begin this afternoon, and a new academic journey is about to commence that I have always learned under Uncle Fong, but never had the chance to attend school." "Oh, then you must savor the experience of academy life." A voice suddenly chimed from the entrance point. Two remarkably similar blonde youths entered, with the one in front beaming a smile. "Greetings, I am Dao Xian, and this is my brother Dao Han. We warmly welcome your arrival." Mo turned in surprise to face the two newcomers. Shios also sat up, and both brothers regarded them with cheerful expressions. After a brief moment of astonishment, Mo regained his composure and smiled. Saying hello, "I am Mo." Shios stood as well and introduced himself. "I am Shios. We just arrived here." Dao Xian and Dao Han each made their way to their respective beds. Dao Xian then inquired, "What courses have you both chosen?" Shios settled back into his chair and replied, "I am studying sniping and single-handed swordsmanship. Mo is focusing on combat robot operation and both single-handed and double-handed swords that we chose our subjects rather hastily. How about you?" "We both selected artillery. We did not choose any other weapons," Dao Xian responded. "Artillery typically avoids close combat. If such a scenario arises, it means others have already failed, that I in that case, even if we possess close combat skills. They would hold little significance. Therefore, it is better to focus solely on artillery that we didn't overthink it. We simply chose what we wished to learn." Mo interjected, returning from the balcony, "That don't you have morning classes? How is it that you were back before noon?" Today is rather special," Dao Xian chuckled. "Both my brother and I happen to have no classes today, allowing us to return a bit earlier. By the way, is there anything about the academy that you are still unclear about? We can provide you with some insights." Mo and Shios exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. In the ensuing conversation, Dao Xian and Dao Han elaborately introduced them to the academy's layout, including the locations of various teaching buildings, the library's collection, and the cafeteria's culinary offerings. Such information was invaluable to the newcomers. Mo and Shios as they conversed, the four began to grow more familiar with one another. And Mo and Shios felt the warmth and friendliness exuding from Dao Xian and Dao Han. They understood that in the days to come, they would share unforgettable moments together in this academy. As the sun gradually set in the west, the four of them exited the dormitory building, heading towards the cafeteria, where they would partake in their first dinner at the Guardian Academy. And all of this was merely the beginning. In the days ahead, they would face numerous challenges and opportunities, while also forging deeper friendships and personal growth. Typically, they would return only around noon, but today, fortune smiled upon them. Dao Xian winked mysteriously, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Did you know? The annual competition is about to commence, and the teachers have been urging us to prepare so we can return early to get ready." "The competition? What sort of event is that?" Mo asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Seeing their bewilderment, Dao Xian patiently explained, "The competition is a grand event held annually by our school, encompassing all combat and non-combat competitions within the institution. Of course, these are contests between various specializations that in each match. Winners receive rewards, and the ultimate champion's prize is truly enticing. However, we shall merely observe from the stands, as we lack the strength to contend with the elite. Even as spectators, there is much to learn. The most thrilling events each year are the warrior matches and the combat robot competitions, particularly the duels between combat robots, which are exhilarating to behold." The thought of engaging in battle from within a combat robot stirred a thrill within Mo, but soon after, he was reminded of his current limitations and felt a pang of disappointment. After pondering for a moment, he asked Dao Xian, "How do you typically train with the combat robots?" "Training is conducted using simulation machines," Dao Xian explained. "Only upon meeting certain criteria can one progress to real machines. Moreover, the academy typically utilizes robots that are damaged and cannot engage in intense combat. It is only during the annual competitions that we can operate fully functional combat robots." Dao Xuan's explanation alleviated Mo's concerns. He then shifted the topic, saying, "Enough of this. As newcomers, let us treat you to a meal. How about we go for lunch together?" Mo Wu and Xios exchanged astonished glances before Xios responded, "Since you insist, we shall graciously accept your offer." Haha. Dao Xian laughed heartily, exclaiming, "That's splendid. Let us set off immediately. Otherwise, it may become quite difficult to find a good spot amidst the crowd later." Mo Wu and Xiosi exchanged knowing smiles before following Dao Xian and Dao Han out the door towards the restaurant. Along the way, they passed the training grounds, where Mo Wu noticed numerous individuals diligently honing their skills. He turned to Dao Xian, who merely chuckled heartily, offering no further comment. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the four of them ordered a selection of rather ordinary dishes. When Mo Wu inquired why they chose the restaurant over the cafeteria, Dao Xian's response took him by surprise. That it turned out that there was no cafeteria at all, only this restaurant. However, Mo Wu quickly grasped the reasoning behind it. The students here were either children of local residents or outsiders like him. The former had parents waiting at home, while the latter would not reside at the school for extended periods. Thus, the institution opted not to establish a cafeteria. After lunch, the group chatted as they made their way back to the dormitory. Along the route, Mo Wu learned from the Dao brothers the circumstances that had brought them here. They were not being pursued by the timers, but had instead found themselves stranded due to an unfortunate incident while attempting to run away from home. They did not elaborate on their family situation. Xiosi also shared his experiences, which left the Dao brothers in awe. Under the blazing sun, the lives of the townsfolk continued undeterred. In the sweltering heat, they persisted in their vibrant existence, fighting on, ever fighting. Chapter 9. Resting separately. Once Mo Wu and Xiosi returned to their dormitory, they engaged in a brief chat before each sought rest. It was not until the afternoon that they finally awoke. Guided by the Dao brothers, they found their respective classrooms and then dispersed. The overcast sky concealed the sun, casting a pallid mist over the desolate earth. In a section of the mechanical forest, tender green shoots quietly began to sprout. Yet in that fleeting moment, a pale metallic sheen slowly coalesced atop the grass blades. Shortly thereafter, a colossal foot trampled the fragile sprouts. When the giant foot lifted, a glimmer of pale metallic luster struggled to emerge from the deep pit left behind. Mo Wu leaned against the wall, gazing despondently at the towering beams of light. He stared vacantly, allowing raindrops to cascade before him, forming a curtain of rain. Yet, he continued to fixate on the sky, as if recalling the countless times he had looked up in wonder before, though the scene before him appeared unchanged. "What's wrong? Are you watching the rain all by yourself?" A young man with dark hair approached Mo Wu and leaned against the wall, softly inquiring. Mo Wu slightly tilted his head to glance at the newcomer before turning his gaze back to the distance. Responding slowly, "Nothing much, just watching the rain." "Xiang Zifeng, why are you out here instead of inside?" Xiang Zifeng smiled faintly, pulling at the corner of his mouth, and replied, "I'm here to watch the rain too." Mo Wu pursed his lips, standing upright and stepping forward to touch the rain with his hand. Feeling a chill, he quickly withdrew it. He turned and said, "Time flies so quickly. It's already been nearly a week since we arrived at school. If it weren't for this rain today, the competition would have started days ago." Xiang Zifeng walked up behind Mo Wu, patting his shoulder, and said, "Brother, don't be so ponderous. The rain will stop tomorrow. We can go watch the competition then. It's a pity that our class is rather evenly matched. Otherwise, it would be nice to have one or two representatives up there. But the teachers have been busy preparing for the competition these past few days. So you haven't at classes. Once classes start, you won't have the leisure to ponder such things. That's true." Mo Wu shrugged, smiling as he said, "Then I'll head to the classroom first. Even without a teacher, I can still enjoy some virtual games." "You?" Xiang Zifeng pretended to sigh, but before he could continue, Mo Wu had already walked away. Xiang Zifeng shook his head helplessly and followed after him. The two of them cheerfully returned to the classroom. Upon entering the classroom for the first time, Mo Wu was quite taken aback. There was no sign of a teacher. Students were either gathered in small groups chatting or sitting alone in their seats. Staring blankly into space, he surveyed the room, noting a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere that enveloped the classroom. Finding an empty seat, he sat down, feeling a mix of emotions. Although he had been here for some time, he still felt like an outsider. He attempted to integrate into this new environment, but always felt somewhat out of place. Just then, a familiar figure entered the classroom. It was Dao Xian, who smiled at Mo Wu and nodded before taking a seat. A warm current surged through Mo Wu's heart. He realized he was not alone. In the days that followed, Mo gradually acclimated to life here, and he began to communicate and interact with his classmates. Even participating in extracurricular activities, he discovered a keen interest in battle robots and thus dedicated himself to studying the relevant knowledge. As time passed, Mouyu's abilities steadily improved, and he no longer felt the same self-doubt and confusion, but was filled with confidence and courage. He understood that he had a long journey ahead, yet he believed that with persistent effort, he would one day realize his dreams. The competition finally commenced as scheduled. Mouyu stood in the audience, nervously and excitedly watching the matches unfold. He witnessed the fierce confrontations of battle robots. Alongside his classmates' struggles and determination, he was deeply moved by the atmosphere, his heart brimming with a desire for victory. Yet, he was acutely aware that there was still significant room for improvement in his own abilities, that he did not rush for immediate success. Instead, he continued to study and train diligently, that he understood that only through continuous effort could he achieve genuine progress. In the days that followed, Mo consistently challenged himself, surpassing his own limits, that he not only excelled academically, but also showcased remarkable talents in extracurricular activities. Gradually, he became a standout among his peers, emerging as a hero in his own heart. As time went by, Mo evolved into an exceptional warrior. He not only achieved excellent results in the competition, but also played a significant role in various school activities. Through his hard work and dedication, he proved his worth and earned the respect and recognition of his classmates. Reflecting on the past, Mo felt a surge of emotions, that he recognized that he had once felt lost and disheartened. But it was these experiences that fortified his beliefs and aspirations, that he believed that as long as he continued to strive, he would one day realize his dreams. And it all began on that ordinary yet extraordinary afternoon when he stood by the wall, gazing despondently at the world behind the curtain of rain. Mo stepped into the classroom, facing the entrance to the virtual training world, yet found himself momentarily at a loss to that moment. Xiang Zifeng, just emerging from the virtual realm, noticed his confusion and approached him. The two quickly fell into animated conversation. Under Xiang Zifeng's explanation, Moyu learned that the teachers of the battle robot class were busy preparing for the upcoming competition, allowing students to freely arrange their time. In Moyu's class, most members were of similar age, and none were qualified to compete, resulting in a somewhat relaxed atmosphere. However, the continuous rain over the past few days did not dampen Moyu's spirits. With Xiang Zifeng's patient guidance, he quickly grasped how to navigate the virtual space. Although their training was limited to piloting battle robots within this confined environment, Mo found joy in it, viewing it as a game and relishing each operation without pressure. His remarkable spatial awareness enabled him to master the piloting of battle robots in a short time, often inviting Xiang Zifeng to engage in friendly sparring. In the classroom, Mo did not have many friends. Although everyone was acquainted, his closest relationship was with Xiang Zifeng. Through his interactions with Xiang Zifeng, he gradually became familiar with a few of Xiang Zifeng's friends. As for the others, Mo struggled to match names with faces. Yet he did not mind. In this class filled with challenges and opportunities, he discovered his own joys and direction, co-authoring their youth narrative with Xiang Zifeng and friends. At last, the rain-soaked sky cleared. In the evening, Mo observed the semi-intelligent robots bustling about the field. With just a fleeting glance, he turned and stepped back into the dormitory. In stark contrast to Mo Xiuxi's sniper class did not halt lessons due to the weather or any other reason. After several days of rigorous training, Xiuxi was utterly exhausted. Each evening after dinner, he would eagerly collapse onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber without hesitation. When Mo returned to the dormitory, Xiuxi was already lost in sweet dreams. Not wishing to disturb him, Mo quietly sat at the bedside, poring over books borrowed from the library. These volumes detailed the mysteries of the mechanical forest, and during his leisure time, Mo would immerse himself in their pages, savoring each word. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its first warm rays upon the rooftops of the Guardian Academy. As if the sun itself were radiating dazzling brilliance from above. This moment, students from across the academy gathered at the campus center, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming grand event. A chorus of cheers resonated in the air, and the main arena of the competition buzzed with excitement. A vibrant tapestry of colorful attire interwoven, resembling a magnificent painting. The lively atmosphere ignited the passion of everyone present, as they cheered and shouted, seemingly eager to unleash all their fervor. Silence. Silence. Please take your seats as arranged, and class leaders, kindly maintain order within your groups. The opening ceremony is about to commence. Students who have yet to take their places, please expedite your entry. Amidst the cacophony, a deafening voice suddenly pierced through, silencing the crowd. Following that, the personnel in charge of order continued. The opening ceremony is imminent. All staff members, please take your positions swiftly. As the thunderous sound faded, the throng once again descended into a clamor. Yet, within this multitude, Mou could not help but murmur in complaint. Who turned up the volume so high? I feel as though I might go deaf. However, Mou's grievances were soon drowned out by the thronging crowd. Summoning all his strength, he finally squeezed his way into the area designated for his class after a strenuous struggle, just as he let out a sigh of relief. He was inadvertently swept along by the crowd. Hastily, Mou extricated himself, and at that moment, he spotted Xiang Zifeng waving at him from ahead. He hurried over and took a seat beside her. You're quite slow to arrive. I was here at dawn. You needn't endure such hardship pushing through the crowd. Xiang Zifeng exclaimed loudly upon seeing Mou settle down. Gasping for breath, Mou replied, I had no idea there would be so many people. Had I known, I wouldn't have come so late. Xiang Zifeng laughed heartily and said, Besides our school, there are many outsiders coming in, which is why it's so chaotic. There are also some prominent figures sitting in front, but it seems we won't have the chance to go see them. Mou gazed ahead, but his view was obstructed by the crowd. With a hint of regret, he remarked, How could there be so many people from outside? Leaning closer, Xiang Zifeng replied, Before the opening ceremony, there will be a performance match. I've heard that it's the highlight of the event, though I'm not entirely sure of the details that we'll see shortly. Chapter 10. Seating completed at this moment, the surrounding crowd gradually began to take their seats, yet the noisy clamor persisted. Suddenly, a wave of raucous cheers and screams erupted from a corner of the crowd, instantly silencing the surrounding noise. Everyone turned their curious gazes toward that corner, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A golden-hued battle robot soared into the air from the corner, igniting a frenzy of ecstatic screams from the audience. The golden robot flew overhead before descending, skimming low above the crowd. The strong gust of wind it generated did not elicit complaints. Rather, it incited even louder cheers. As the battle robot soared over Mou, he clearly discerned the letters emblazoned on its chest. ZNG. After completing a circle above the throng, the golden robot ascended higher, causing the crowd to quiet down as they gazed up in awe. After ascending to a certain height, it hovered in midair. At that moment, people began to pull out their prepared binoculars to gaze at the spectacle above. Mou, however, found himself at a loss, as he had not brought binoculars. Observing the others around him producing their binoculars one by one, he felt quite helpless. Just then, Xiang Zifeng tapped him on the shoulder. When he turned to look, he saw her holding 2 binoculars in her hands. After a moment of surprise, he smiled and accepted one. As soon as he had the binoculars, Mou immediately directed his gaze skyward. The golden craft raised its arms, forming a large character in the air. Suddenly, gaps in its armor opened, and a cascade of colorful lights spilled forth, forming a pair of enormous butterfly wings against the sky. This breathtaking spectacle left the audience in awe as they erupted into gasps and cheers. When the golden ing gradually retracted the light, another silver battle robot soared up from behind the crowd. This robot also bore the letters of the word fly on its chest. After ascending, the silver craft flew towards the golden one, brandishing a beam rifle in its hands that in quick succession, beams of light shot towards the golden aircraft hovering in the sky, stunning the audience. They had initially thought it was just another performance robot, but to their astonishment, the silver craft wielded real weaponry. This revelation instilled a sense of trepidation among the crowd. However, as they had not received any evacuation warnings from the event organizers, they gradually relaxed and continued to watch the aerial duel. At this moment, the golden craft executed a small circle in the air, effortlessly dodging several beams of light. Then, one side of its thrusters suddenly activated, propelling the craft sideways. Simultaneously, it drew a particle sword from its side, the blade radiating a brilliant red glow as it sliced through the air. The golden craft then charged towards the silver craft. performing erratic, evasive maneuvers in midair. After a series of missed shots, the silver craft retracted its beam rifle back to its back, seemingly unwilling to concede defeat as it sought another opportunity to attack. Meanwhile, the golden craft maintained its composure and vigilance, deftly evading the silver craft's assaults. As the battle raged on, the two crafts engaged in a fierce aerial clash, soaring up and down, left and right, as if performing a graceful dance in the sky. Each encounter was accompanied by dazzling flashes of light and thunderous sounds, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment. However, an unexpected turn of events soon unfolded. The silver craft abruptly changed its method of attack, abandoning its beam rifle for close combat. It swiftly approached the golden craft, brandishing a sharp blade glinting ominously as it aimed for the golden craft. The golden craft, realizing the imminent danger, hastily veered aside. Yet, due to the silver craft's incredible speed, it ultimately sustained a gash along its body that a spark flashed in the air as the golden craft bore a crack in its structure. Nevertheless, the golden craft did not relent. It quickly adjusted its posture and launched a fierce counterattack. The particle sword in its hand radiated a brilliant light, each swing accompanied by booming sounds and flying sparks. Although the silver craft fought back valiantly, its movements became increasingly sluggish due to the severe damage it had sustained. Eventually, during a heated exchange, the silver craft was struck at a critical point by the golden craft, resulting in a fiery explosion. Upon impact, the silver craft plummeted. The audience erupted into gasps and cheers. They celebrated the victory of the golden craft and marveled at the thrilling performance. Mo Yu and Xiang Zifeng were left utterly astonished, completely captivated by the heart-stopping battle. The golden craft descended gracefully to the ground. Thunderous applause and cheers filled the Mo Yu and Xiang Zifeng also found themselves swept up in the excitement. Amid the clamor, Mo Yu overheard snippets of conversation. One person excitedly mentioning, "The participant in the competition is the Academy's former champion. The duel with another master just before graduation will surely be spectacular." Another voice queried, "How do you know all this? We entered together, and I've never heard of it." The first replied, "It's merely because you pay little attention to the Academy. Such information is easily gleaned with a little inquiry." The voices faded into the distance as Mo Yu pondered for a moment, then resolutely made his way toward venue No. 5. As he approached venue number 5, the crowd's density left Mo Yu momentarily speechless. Although he had anticipated a large turnout, the scene before him exceeded his imagination. The level of congestion here rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the opening ceremony. Fortunately, the crowd had not yet reached a suffocating capacity. Mo Yu scanned his surroundings, hoping to find a less crowded spot to squeeze into, yet the area was densely packed with no escape in sight. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed someone waving at him from a nearby building. He glanced around to confirm that the gesture was indeed directed at him. Despite his puzzlement, Mo Yu decided to walk toward the building. Dao Xian, seeing Mo Yu approach from the stairwell, quickly rose to greet him, calling out, "Over here! I saw you sleeping soundly at noon when I returned, so I didn't want to disturb you. Just in time, I saved you a spot." Upon stepping onto the rooftop, Mo Yu surveyed the surroundings and was greeted by the bustling crowd, which had divided into several clusters, with Xiu among them, smiling at her. "I haven't seen you for days. It seems you've been busy organizing this grand event," Mo Yu remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. The once spacious rooftop was now a lively scene filled with excitement. Elegant tables and vibrant flowers were scattered about, and sun umbrellas provided shade overhead. His astonishment, he even spotted several vending machines near the entrance, stocked with an array of goods. The opulence of the rooftop rivaled that of an ordinary hotel. Mo Yu gazed at all this in genuine admiration. Dao Xian approached Mo Yu, lightly resting a hand upon his shoulder, and with a playful grin remarked, "These are merely trifles, nothing more. I've gathered some insider information. Several grand matches are set to occur at Venue 5, so I took the liberty of preparing this place in advance. You see, many prefer to avoid the bustling crowds below. Here, you stand to gain significantly. I assure you, it is an absolutely foolproof venture." With that, he led Mo Yu to their seats, where they settled in together. Mo Yu gazed downwards, taking in the panoramic view of Venue 5, catching glimpses of the nearby arenas as well. Each seat was thoughtfully equipped with a telescope, prompting Mo Yu to marvel once more at Dao Xian's meticulous consideration. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed the absence of Dao Han. Curiosity piqued. Mo turned to Dao Xian and inquired, "I seem to have missed Dao Han. Where is he?" Dao Xian smiled gently and replied, "Oh, Dao Han is currently over at Venue 15, preoccupied with another matter. You must understand, captivating matches are always plentiful. How could we afford to miss any of them?" As Mo Wu observed Dao Xian's beaming expression, an image of him seemingly clutching wads of cash and laughing heartily flashed through his mind. Just then, however, their reverie was interrupted by Xiao Si, who urged, "Come quickly, the competitors are entering the arena." At Xiao Si's call, Mo Wu, Dao Xian, and the surrounding conversants turned their attention to Venue 5. Through the telescope, Mo Wu clearly discerned two combat robots entering the arena with formidable presence from either side. From the left, a brand new machine glided gracefully into view, its design reminiscent of two aerial vehicles Mo Wu had witnessed during the opening ceremony. It boasted a well-proportioned body with four arms, devoid of superfluous adornments, and its slender eyes seemed to harbor profound wisdom, while the mask-like visage added an aura of enigma. Though the machine appeared ordinary, it emanated an extraordinary aura. Atop its shoulders stood a man with flowing silver hair, who, with a slight smile and gentle gestures, ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. The spectators erupted in cheers. "Butterfly! Butterfly! Butterfly!" Amidst the collective gaze, the butterfly leaped gracefully, fingers gliding elegantly across the machine's surface. It alighted gently on the hatch at its chest. Casting a glance toward the opposing assassin, eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. Subsequently, it elegantly opened the hatch and stepped inside in tandem. The machine's elongated eyes illuminated with a soft blue glow, reminiscent of the brightest stars in the night sky. In stark contrast, the assassin exuded an air of understated composure. It stood quietly on the ground, its body cloaked in camouflage that seamlessly blended with the mechanical forest, appearing more slender. Its face was smooth and unblemished, revealing only a pair of round, hollow eyes that conveyed depth and calmness. When the assassin caught the challenging gaze from Butterfly, it instinctively narrowed its eyes slightly before nimbly leaping into the cockpit. Inside, it fixed its gaze on the distant Butterfly and, in perfect sync with its companion, sealed the hatch, taking to the skies toward the arena that hovered above. The selection of the arena required mutual consent from both parties. At this moment, the long embankment lay vast and empty. Upon their agreement, the match would be without obstacles, relying solely on their individual prowess. The two machines descended steadily onto the arena, but refrained from immediately engaging in battle. That moment, a virtual image materialized in the center of the venue, followed by a solemn and authoritative voice. Next, the mass-produced flying machine, codenamed Butterfly, will face off against the freely assembled machine, codenamed Assassin, Shadow. The match is about to commence. The rules need not be reiterated, but it is imperative to remember, any deliberate attempt to inflict fatal harm upon the competitors is strictly forbidden, or the arena's mechanisms will activate for immediate intervention. Now, the match officially begins. With the referee's hologram dissipating, the Butterfly machine suddenly roared to life, its rear thrusters roaring as it surged skyward. Meanwhile, the assassin gazed upward at the heavens but did not hasten to follow suit. Instead, Shadow swiftly maneuvered several meters to the left, raising its right arm, from which a slit suddenly opened, revealing a fixed-beam weapon that emerged slowly, unleashing a series of dazzling beams that struck towards the airborne machine. The flying machine's side thrusters ignited abruptly, tracing graceful arcs in the air as it deftly evaded the onslaught. Additionally, a hatch opened beneath its rear, revealing a particle beam rifle. The flying machine swiftly drew its weapon, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the ground. However, Shadow moved erratically like a phantom upon the earth, eluding every particle beam shot, all of which missed their target due to its agile maneuvers. After a fierce exchange of shots, neither side had managed to hit their mark at that moment. The flying machine unexpectedly pivoted in midair, plunging towards the ground while switching its weapon from a gun to a beam sword. Simultaneously, the Butterfly opened a general communication channel, calling out, "Assassin, let me witness the true strength of the foremost master you are." "All right," responded the assassin succinctly. Before long, Shadow's arms extended slightly forward, and suddenly two gleaming red daggers erupted from beneath its forearms, their blades shimmering ominously, Following this, Shadow's back opened up in a manner reminiscent of the aerial vehicles from the opening ceremony, releasing a faint silver glow that surged forth, propelling it rapidly towards the airborne machine. In that moment, it was evident both parties were eager for close combat. The hearts of the onlookers were in their throats, and the atmosphere turned palpably silent. Danamo Wu Yu, perched above, gripped the telescope tightly, his gaze fixated on the approaching figures. Yet at that instant, the flying machine executed a sharp turn, bringing the two machines face to face, their beams sword and dagger clashing fiercely, emitting a brief and brilliant arc of light. In that very instant, a fissure suddenly appeared in Shadow's head, and a brilliant beam shot forth, striking the flying machine's left shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. The thunderous explosion shattered the arena's tranquility, tearing the left arm of Butterfly asunder, debris scattering in all directions. However, Shadow refrained from pursuing the advantage, instead hovering serenely in the air, coldly observing its opponent's plight. The assassin's voice echoed in the communication channel, merely a trifle. Upon hearing this, Butterfly scoffed, disregarding its mutilated left arm, firmly gripping the beam sword, and resolutely charged at Shadow. A cold smile crept across the assassin's lips, and Shadow darted towards a flying machine with an even more unpredictable trajectory. That'd be why the time Butterfly became aware, Shadow had already positioned itself above, a sharp dagger threatening its vital point. The flying machine swiftly raised its beam sword, clashing with the dagger in a moment of electric intensity. In that fleeting moment, Shadow utilized its unique thrusters, spiraling around the flying machine at astonishing speed, leaving numerous scratches on its surface while Shadow itself spun rapidly, leaving the flying machine battered and bruised. Although the dagger failed to penetrate the outer armor, it was clear that continued assault would leave the flying machine in peril. "You are courting death. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness," Butterfly said through clenched teeth. With the general channel open, the assassin clearly heard this declaration, a wave of ominous foreboding washing over him. Suddenly, Shadow halted its rotation and rapidly retreated. In the process, the assassin coughed violently from the unexpected impact, blood oozing from the corner of its mouth. Meanwhile, the flying machine, too, was enveloped in a sudden array of openings. Invisible ripples emanated from it, swiftly spreading outward as the ripples struck Shadow. The assassin's form jolted violently, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood. When the ripples reached the arena's edge, a circular light membrane surged around the perimeter. And upon contact, the ripples dissipated without a trace. You may have escaped swiftly, but I trust you are feeling quite unwell now. I intended to strike during your rapid rotation. Yet this will suffice. You have been defeated, Butterfly proclaimed loudly, unfurling magnificent light wings from its back, resembling a grand butterfly in flight. In an instant, the flying machine surged forth, accelerating beyond Shadow's capabilities. The assassin's gaze remained fixed on the approaching flying machine. And suddenly, it activated Shadow. Yet, the assassin was gravely injured, and its current strength paled in comparison to that of Butterfly. The moment the two machines collided, the flying machine's beam sword sliced through Shadow's right arm with precision. After the clash, the flying machine traced a perfect arc in the air, the laser sword aimed directly at Shadow's head. Just as the audience held their breath, anticipating the imminent fall of Shadow, a piercing, shrill electric sound erupted. Interrupting their thoughts, they instinctively covered their ears. Yet their eyes remained glued to the arena. Suddenly, a multitude of dazzling electric arcs erupted on the field, surging past the two machines, instantly stripping them of power, causing them to plummet helplessly. The crowd was left dumbfounded, the venue descending into a profound silence. Dao Xian slowly lowered the telescope, exhaling a breath of resignation, and declared, "No need to watch further. The victor of this match is Butterfly." Indeed, the virtual image soon materialized on stage, and the referee promptly announced, despite a slight infraction at the last moment, the crown of this duel still belongs to the warrior codenamed Butterfly. With a deep breath, the audience erupted into a fervent cheer, their applause resembling waves crashing upon the shore. Resonating clearly even to Mo, he slowly retracted his binoculars, turning to Dao Xian with a sigh. These battles indeed represent a realm beyond our reach. Dao Xian, upon hearing this, allowed a smile to grace his lips, responding warmly, "Fear not, for we shall ultimately carve out our own path." Mo nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the fifth arena at that moment. The butterfly gracefully emerged from the aircraft, smiling and acknowledging the audience. Suddenly, her eyes traversed the sea of faces, meeting Mo's that in that fleeting instant, he seemed to capture a glimmer of her gentle smile. A wave of inexplicable warmth surging within him, Mo gradually averted his gaze, attributing the butterfly's glance to mere happenstance that he delicately lifted the juice from the table, taking a sip before turning to Daoxian. Speaking gently, Daoxian, the competition has concluded, and I have no further matches to concern myself with. Perhaps I shall take my leave. Daoxian was momentarily taken aback. Then his lips curled into a smile as he replied softly. Since there are no lingering attachments, Mo, you are free to do as you wish. The day's events are not entirely over. If you feel inclined, why not explore further and witness other spectacles? Were it not for my duty to manage this stall, I too would seek to wander and perhaps encounter a few charming ladies that Mo chuckled lightly. Rising to his feet, he said, Then I shall take my leave first. Daoxian, should you wish, do not feel constrained here. A stroll might indeed lead you to a lady of your liking. Haha. Daoxian laughed heartily, standing beside Mo. Then I shall not see you off. Feel free to take anything here. Consider it my gift to you that Mo, unreserved, seized the unfinished juice on the table, bidding farewell to Daoxian. Then I shall take my leave. Just as Mo turned, Shiosi also stood, calmly stating, I will accompany you. Mo felt a flicker of surprise, but chose not to speak further, merely nodding gently at Shiosi that he harbored an inexplicable trust towards Shiosi, as they had journeyed together thus far. Daoxian made no attempt to retain Shiosi, simply acquiescing, and watched as the two departed. Once their figures vanished, a depth flickered in Daoxian's eyes, only to quickly revert to normalcy as a smile returned to his lips, and he turned to walk away. As Mo and Shiosi descended the staircase side by side, Shiosi unexpectedly took Mo's hand, guiding him toward the accommodation area of the academy. They traversed several winding corridors, ultimately arriving at a meticulously crafted artificial grove behind the dormitory. Shiosi surveyed the surroundings, appearing exceedingly vigilant, and only relaxed upon confirming the area was devoid of anomalies that he then led Mo to a spot with a broad view where they could sit. Mo, filled with curiosity, regarded Shiosi. Since their descent, Shiosi had maintained a heightened state of alertness, and now had brought him to this secluded locale in a mysterious manner. Despite his puzzlement, Mo did not suspect any ulterior motives from Shiosi. Silently observing him, awaiting the unveiling of the enigma, that we have been here for nearly 10 days. Haven Tiwi, Shiosi suddenly spoke, his voice low and resonant, carrying a sense of profound significance. Though Mo found the statement perplexing, he hesitated before responding. Indeed, it has been almost 10 days since we entered this forest. Shiosi raised his head, scrutinizing Mo with an almost penetrating gaze, which made Mo feel somewhat uneasy. He then pressed further. Do you not find it curious why we have come here? Curious? Mo furrowed his brow, looking at Shiosi in bewilderment. Why do you say that? Besides us, Mr. Maxi and others arrived here, just like we did. While it is indeed strange, these matters do not seem to be within our purview to resolve. Shiosi again glanced upwards, where metallic branches intertwined against the backdrop of the evening sky, the setting sun casting a golden glow that twinkled upon them. He spoke softly. In truth, I have not attended classes these past few days. Although the sniper class is indeed ongoing, I have yet to step foot into a single lecture. Instead, I have been searching for clues regarding our presence here. Chapter 12. Questions. Mo's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing Shiosi's words that Shiosi had been covertly investigating these matters all along. It was no wonder he had been arriving late. However, a trace of doubt arose in Mo's heart. Why had Shiosi waited until now to divulge this information? He looked at Shiosi and inquired, Have you discovered any clues? Why haven't you shared this with me earlier? Shiosi emitted a low hum, a flicker of coldness crossing his gaze. In the dormitory, Daoxian and Daohan, those brothers, conceal their intentions better than anyone. Did you know? They entered the academy half a month before us. Yet they claim to have arrived only a fortnight ago. However, someone once inadvertently spotted them during a forest hunt 2 years ago. It is rather absurd for individuals who have resided here for at least 2 years to suddenly enroll in the academy. Don't you think? Mo Wu was taken aback by Xiuxi's revelations, his countenance darkening. Although he typically shunned intrigue and manipulation, the thought of possibly being orchestrated by others ignited a surge of indignation within him. Taking a deep breath, he regarded Xiuxi and asked, "Are there any other pieces of information?" Seeing the shift in Mo Wu's demeanor, Xiuxi's expression solidified. He replied calmly, "Since a year ago, the influx of individuals into both our city of guardians and the city of captives has surged to several times the usual number. If we factor in those concealed in the shadows, the figure may even reach a dozen times. Moreover, I suspect that some timekeepers have infiltrated the city of guardians. After all, entering this city requires little in the way of special scrutiny. As for news from the city of captives, it is scarce. There have been attempts to disguise oneself and infiltrate, but those were swiftly eliminated. That I suspect they possess some form of specialized detection method. Regarding the Daoxin brothers, I have yet to glean any significant information. However, I have not detected them dispatching anyone to follow us. Nevertheless, I have noticed others tailing me. Thus, we must remain vigilant." That Mo Wu absorbed Xiuxi's revelations. Falling into contemplation, after a moment, he lifted his head and queried, "What should we do now? We have no concrete understanding of the events at hand, only vague notions. Any decision we make lacks a solid foundation." Xiuxi sighed helplessly, speaking in a subdued tone. "All we can do is wait. Until events unfold, we will remain in the dark. That we lack the resources to engage in conflict. That we must remain at the academy for at least 6 months. Thus, during this period, we must act discreetly and conceal our true abilities. Regardless of our talents and strengths in any field, we must refrain from revealing them too easily. Only in this manner can we ensure our survival." Indeed, Mo Wu nodded resolutely. "But Xiuxi, how did you come to know all this?" A hint of tenderness flickered in Xiuxi's eyes, quickly replaced by a bittersweet smile. "Ah, these are lessons imparted by Uncle Feng. He once said that as false timekeepers, we must remain perpetually vigilant of everything around us to survive in the vast expanse of time and space. Thus, he began teaching me these principles from a young age. This is the first time I have truly applied these skills, and I never anticipated the circumstances would unfold in such a manner." Mo Wu couldn't help but smile wryly. Xiuxi rose. Continuing, "Well, it's about time we wrap this up. There is no need for me to elaborate on every detail. Let us return. Otherwise, if we disappear for too long, there may be those who miss us." "Agreed, we should head back." Mo Wu stood to follow Xiuxi toward the dormitory. As they walked, he murmured, "However, they shall no longer see us again." That a resolute light sparkled in his eyes. 6 months may seem neither long nor short. During this period, the sun rose and set countless times. Throngs of people entered the mechanical forest, while numerous others fell deep within its confines, transforming into half a handful of earth and half a handful of metal. Within these 6 months, Mo Wu secured a passing certificate for combat robots in a span of 3 months, and subsequently obtained a passing certificate for single and double-handed swords in a month and a half. He existed quietly among the masses, remaining inconspicuous. Meanwhile, Xiuxi abandoned swordsmanship training, devoting himself to mastering sniper techniques. Solo sniping and combat sniping became Xiuxi's focal points for attack. Each day, they meticulously concealed their strengths, striving to avoid drawing attention. They understood that in this world brimming with uncertainty and peril, only by maintaining a low profile and exercising caution could they endure. Throughout this prolonged wait, Mo Wu and Xiuxi gradually became one another's strongest support. Together, they faced challenges and solved problems, their friendship blossoming during this time. Yet they were aware that this was merely the beginning. The future held even more challenges and unknowns awaiting them. Nonetheless, they believed that as long as they joined hands and pressed forward together, they could overcome all adversities and welcome a brighter future. As time elapsed, Mo Wu and Xiuxi gradually found their footing within the academy. They delved deeper into the study of various disciplines and skills, continuously enhancing their capabilities. Simultaneously, they embarked on a clandestine investigation into the truth behind their arrival in this place. Throughout this journey, they encountered numerous hardships and challenges. Yet, regardless of the obstacles they faced, they remained steadfast in their belief and courage. They understood that only through perseverance could they uncover the truth and liberate themselves from the strings of fate that bound them. One fateful day, They stumbled upon a crucial clue that brought them closer to the heart of the mystery. It dawned upon them that a colossal conspiracy may be lurking behind it all, orchestrated by someone or some organization they had long trusted. Confronted with this astonishing revelation, both Mo and Xios felt an overwhelming surge of shock and fury that are previously struck by a mysterious beam. Mo let out a heart-wrenching cry before struggling to rise to that moment. The armor on his chest, which had been pierced by the beam, revealed the dark inner layer beneath. Clearly, it was this very inner armor that had saved his life at a critical juncture, shielding him from the deadly ray. With great difficulty, he turned his head to gaze at the mechanical beast not far away, which had also been affected, feeling a fleeting sense of comfort. However, this solace swiftly evaporated, replaced by anger and reproach towards his companion, that he exclaimed furiously, "Xios, why did you take so long to fire? I was nearly torn apart by that beam." Before he could finish, he attempted to stand once more, but the excruciating pain in his chest forced him back to the ground. Mo, don't blame me too harshly," came Xios' voice from behind the bushes, accompanied by his figure emerging into view. Xios' right shoulder and entire right arm were clad in heavy armor, while his left arm was only protected below the elbow. The majority of his face was obscured, revealing only a fraction of his left side. He wore ordinary clothing elsewhere and carried a weapon nearly as tall as himself on his back that he explained helplessly, "Look, I spent all the money on your armor. I didn't have any left for myself. Naturally, I had to wait until I was 100% certain before firing. However, this light-shattering bomb is indeed quite powerful. Our expenditure was not in vain." Xios approached Mo and extended a hand to help him up. Mo grasped his hand, using it for support to rise. He gently rubbed his injured chest, his face marked by a blend of relief and resignation. What on earth is happening? It was just a collection task. How could we have encountered this ferocious beast? He lamented. The mission briefing clearly stated it wouldn't appear in this vicinity during this period. What terrible luck to have such a misfortune on our first task. Nonetheless, aside from this collection task, we might also earn an extra reward, he remarked as he stepped aside to retrieve the slender sword that had fallen nearby, securing it back onto his back. Xios patted him on the shoulder, chuckling. Indeed, the other parts of this mechanical beast seem largely unscathed. We should be able to collect a substantial reward, and we can also get your armor repaired. All right, let us proceed to gather the necessary items ahead. There shouldn't be any other threats in this area, that we can return and enjoy a hearty meal, Xios suggested. The two exchanged smiles, their spirits lifted, reflecting on their initial apprehension regarding the task of luring the mechanical beast. They realized that their decision to allocate the equipment funds solely to Mo had proven to be a wise choice. Otherwise, Mo might have struggled to escape the recent peril. As they collected the items required for their task, they frolicked and laughed within the forest, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Unbeknownst to them, a momentous upheaval was unfolding outside the Guardian City. A sharp, jarring crack shattered the tranquility beyond the city walls to the forest's edge. A colossal mechanical hand snapped a tree in half, emitting a final, plaintive cry of life. The owner of this mechanical hand was none other than a deep blue combat robot. Guardian City, humph. A heavy, authoritative voice resonated from within the robot. The saying it serves no purpose to linger here. The first squad is prepared to proceed as per the original plan for the sake of protection with the man's words. A chorus of resolute voices echoed within the robot. He lifted his gaze towards the city gates displayed on the screen, a cold smirk gracing his lips, with a glint of ferocity in his eyes. Chapter 13. Guardian City. The deep blue combat robot casually discarded the broken tree and slowly advanced from the forest. Behind it, 10 points of light suddenly illuminated, as 5 similarly styled deep blue combat robots emerged in unison. They formed a line, advancing menacingly towards the Guardian City. Take off. With a decisive command, 6 combat robots activated their thrusters, soaring unhesitatingly towards the city gates. Simultaneously, hundreds of identical deep blue combat robots surged forth from all directions surrounding the Guardian City, converging upon it. The appearance of these combat robots filled the guardians of the city with sheer terror. They scanned the skies, their pupils dilating in disbelief as they uttered a single word, Azure. Instantaneously, the captain turned sharply to the soldiers beside him, bellowing, "Sound the alarm! Activate the protective shield." In response to the captain's order, A semicircular, pale blue energy shield suddenly manifested above the Guardian City, only to vanish in an instant. However, this fleeting defense could not withstand the onslaught of the hundreds of Azure combat robots. They charged fearlessly towards the city, intent on obliterating it completely. Ha! A raucous laugh echoed through the communication device. Quickly silenced, a voice rang out. Butterfly, you two have finally chosen to arrive. Since you're here, today shall be your demise. Then, a figure darted through the trees, vanishing without a trace that moment. Two combat robots, one gold and one silver, soared through the air, navigating swiftly alongside the shadows in the forest. These two robots were none other than the flying machines that had appeared during the opening ceremony. A cold voice resonated through the communication device. Assassin, do you think you can kill us merely by running? Humph. Today shall mark your end. Betrayers cannot be allowed to survive. The voice belonged to Butterfly, who had confronted them at the fifth arena. It turned out that Butterfly was a term used to refer to the two of them. Humph. The assassin snorted disdainfully and ceased speaking. His shadow continued to leap swiftly through the forest, as if evading something. If you dare not show yourself, then I shall force you out. Suddenly, the chests of the two flying machines opened, unleashing dozens of fine beams of light towards the ground. Instantly, the surrounding trees were obliterated, revealing a dark machine at the center of the clearing. This was the shadow of the assassin, now halting its flight, suspended ominously in the air, its cold, eerie azure eyes fixated on the two flying machines above. Just two younglings, seeking death. With a furious shout, the shadow transformed into a dark silhouette, lunging towards the airborne targets. The two flying machines swiftly veered apart, evading the shadow's assault. Nevertheless, the shadow relentlessly pursued the leftward golden flying machine. Extending one hand, the air before the golden flying machine shattered into fragments. The golden machine, sensing the imminent danger, abruptly ascended, attempting to evade the shadow's strike. However, openings on the shadow's arm unleashed a series of beams towards the golden aircraft. The golden machine was left dodging the beams desperately. Meanwhile, the silver flying machine arched around to the shadow's rear, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. A breathtaking aerial battle was thus set in motion. Though Mo Wuyu and Xios found themselves in a distant forest, an unsettling sensation loomed in their hearts. Little did they know what calamity this crisis would bring to the entire Guardian City. Do not presume that only you possess power, came a voice as the silver flying machine closed in on the shadow. The golden machine suddenly pivoted and charged directly at the shadow. Yet, the shadow remained leisurely suspended in midair, arms outstretched, welcoming both flying machines. Time flows. A faint voice seemed to pierce through the shackles of time and space, resonating directly in the ears of the two butterflies. In an instant, it felt as though the world had come to a standstill. The two flying machines froze mid-air, while the shadow propelled itself like an arrow towards the golden aircraft. Clutching a sharp dagger, it silently sliced through the fuselage of the flying machine. The golden aircraft disintegrated into countless fragments, dissipating into the void. Simultaneously, the shadow withdrew abruptly. Where the golden flying machine had just been, a concave vacuum area emerged, exuding a powerful suction force. That moment, just as the golden aircraft vanished, it astonishingly regained its mobility, racing towards the shadow's retreat path. The shadow was compelled to halt, glaring fiercely at the vacuum zone ahead, completely disregarding the silver flying machine behind it. Assassin, you have grown old. You cannot even withstand this level of power? A voice emanated from the vacuum zone, as the area gradually dissipated, revealing the silhouette of the golden flying machine once more. This moment, the golden spacecraft radiated a dazzling golden light, reminiscent of a war god descending, fiercely gazing down upon the shadow ahead. Since you have aged, you ought not to appear here any longer. However, it is now too late for regrets. In an instant, fissures in space began to flicker around the golden spacecraft, appearing and vanishing in the blink of an eye, as if generating whirlwinds in the mere moment of their existence. The golden spacecraft suddenly swayed in the air, vanishing amidst the lines. The shadow swiftly darted across the void. Yet the golden spacecraft followed closely, appearing beside the shadow, as a lethal beam of particle sword struck towards him. The shadow quickly raised an arm, blocking the golden spacecraft's particle sword with a dagger. However, At that moment, from the side of the shadow, a silver spacecraft lunged forward with its particle sword poised to strike. The shadow flung another dagger and retreated rapidly in the opposite direction. Seizing the opportunity, the golden spacecraft swung, severing the shadow's arm. Despite the loss of his arm, the shadow continued to plummet toward the ground. Yet time seemed to freeze at that moment, as the shadow lingered in the air for a brief instant. But that fleeting pause was sufficient. The golden spacecraft materialized beneath the shadow, while the silver spacecraft hovered above him. In an instant, both particle swords pierced through the shadow's body. However, before the duo of butterflies could rejoice, they discovered that the shadow's cockpit was slowly opening, revealing it to be utterly vacant. Young ones, you have lost. The consequence of your defeat is death. A sinister voice echoed through the AI, in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 4. Article 5, Section 40. I hereby swear in the name of time and space that anything within my realm shall be annihilated to know. A fierce roar resonated within the space. Immediately, the golden and silver spacecraft emitted blinding light, causing the surrounding space to tremble. However, centered around the shadow, a spherical space with a diameter of 50 meters gradually unfolded. When the spatial tremors emitted by the spacecraft reached the edge of the spherical space, they vanished. Subsequently, the interior of the space grew increasingly luminous, appearing from the outside like a radiant sphere. As the brilliance gradually diminished, it ultimately vanished entirely. The three spacecraft that had just existed disappeared without a trace. And even the spherical space was no more. Finally resolved that a figure clad in a full-body protective suit muttered to himself. This individual was none other than the earlier assassin, now located far from the previous battlefield. He then leaped and vanished from his original position. Meanwhile, in the City of Guardians, alarms blared abruptly. A multitude of battle robots ascended from the city, aligning themselves in formation with grandiosity within the light barrier. As they approached swiftly, beams of light shot towards the barrier, creating rippling disturbances upon impact. Inside the city, a middle-aged man stood atop a tall building at the center, gazing gravely at the conflict above. He sighed softly, his voice filled with helplessness and concern. Alas, what is destined to come will eventually arrive. I can only hope we are in time, lest all our efforts be in vain. As time flowed above, more battle robots ascended into the sky, standing ready, awaiting a command to charge through the barrier and engage in battle. Kill. A calm yet resounding voice echoed through the communicators of the assembled fighters. Upon receiving the command, the battle robots above the City of Guardians formed into squads and surged outward. When their bodies met the barrier, they seemed to merge through it effortlessly. Outside, beams continued to rain down upon the barrier, with a few robots being destroyed immediately after breaching it, yet the majority managed to evade the initial onslaught. The number of battle robots within the city had nearly reached 200. And after their successive launches, no more robots ascended. Outside the barrier, an intense battle had already commenced. A resounding grunt reverberated across the battlefield. Soon after, a pure blue battle robot materialized above the fray. Its design was identical to that of the battling robots. Yet in an instant, all attention was drawn to it. They soon realized that the cockpit of this newly appeared battle robot was ajar. And standing at the edge of the cockpit was a man with flowing blue hair. Clad in a golden-white coat, he floated gracefully in the wind. The blue-haired man surveyed the battlefield with a cold, piercing gaze, instilling an undeniable sense of authority in those present. Arrogant fool, die. A battle robot from the City of Guardians soared toward the hovering man. The pilot, unable to withstand the pressure emanating from the blue-haired figure, charged forward with a furious cry, fool. The captain of the Azure Blue Squad, stationed at the city gate, muttered softly. His sharp gaze remained fixed on the blue-haired man, internally wary that he knew that this blue-haired individual was no ordinary foe. His presence would undoubtedly introduce greater variables into the battle. Meanwhile, the conflict raged on. The golden and silver spacecraft clashed fiercely with numerous battle robots. Each flash of light symbolized a struggle between life and death. In this tumultuous engagement, the arrival of the blue-haired man undeniably complicated the situation. The captain of the Azure Blue Squad pondered, aware that they must locate the shadow swiftly to uncover his intentions. The blue-haired man before them was likely the key to unraveling the mystery. Everyone be cautious. This blue-haired man is formidable, he warned his comrades softly. The teammates nodded in agreement, their gazes sharpened, now more vigilant toward the blue-haired figure. Chapter 14. Disappearance. At that moment, the blue-haired man suddenly flickered and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was positioned behind one of the battle robots. With a swift motion of his particle sword, he cleaved the battle robot in two. What incredible speed! The captain of the Azure Blue Squad thought in astonishment. They realized that immediate action was imperative, or the consequences would be dire. Prepare for battle. We must remain vigilant against this blue-haired man, he shouted. His teammates nodded, steeling themselves for the impending confrontation. However, just then, a familiar voice resonated in their ears. "Humph, it seems you are all ready to welcome me." Startled, everyone turned towards the source of the voice. The shadow emerged slowly from the void, clutching a gleaming dagger that shimmered coldly. His gaze was icy and profound, as if it could penetrate the very essence of one's soul. I am the Holy Sun, and at this moment, I offer you two choices. First, choose to fight, and I shall mercilessly eliminate you one by one. Second, surrender, for regardless of your choice, one thing is certain. You shall witness the annihilation of your city of guardians. Now, I await your response, and an indescribable arrogance weighed heavily upon the hearts of the citizens of the city of guardians, suffocating them with a sense of despair. Their collective gaze instinctively turned toward the towering building in the city center, anticipating a response. Holy Sun, that a steady and resolute voice emerged from within the city of guardians, resonating clearly through the loudspeakers for all to hear. I am the Lord of the city of guardians, and in response to your proposition, my answer is unequivocal. We choose to protect. As the words fell, the citizens of the city of guardians, their gazes unwavering, looked towards the Azure Blue Squad, a fierce martial spirit igniting within them. Then your choice is to fight. The blue-haired man maintained his nonchalance, as if this were merely an inconsequential farce. Thus, in the name of the Holy Sun, I declare this ironclad rule. Within my line of sight, all beams and particle weapons shall lose their efficacy. Then let us commence this game. The blue-haired man leapt gracefully back into the cockpit. With his movement, the members of the Azure Blue Squad discarded their beam weapons, drawing out real firearms from behind, resembling valiant warriors charging toward the battle robot cluster hovering above the City of Guardians. At that moment, the citizens of the City of Guardians turned pale, horrified to discover that their beam weapons had all become ineffective upon the blue-haired man's command. As they gazed at the approaching Azure Blue Squad, they felt an unprecedented threat of death looming over them. Meanwhile, on another front, Moen excitedly waved a sprig of pale blue metallic grass, blue ning grass, in his hand. That a small backpack had been added to his back, carefully filling it with these precious herbs. Hey, Shios, look at how much blue ning grass is here. When we return, we will surely receive a handsome reward, he shouted exuberantly. Shios, covered in dirt and drenched in sweat, stood up, wiping his brow with a hand. He smiled at Moen. There's quite a bit here, too. My backpack is nearly full, that we should head back, he replied. Sounds good. Moen placed the blue ning grass into his backpack and picked up a slender sword beside him. He looked up at the sunlight filtering through the leaves, squinting slightly. The sunlight is just right now. We can leisurely make our way back. Su slung his gun over his shoulder and approached Moen, gently jostling his backpack before patting his back, saying, All right, let us be off. From now on, I shall rely on you. My backpack is quite heavy, and should we encounter danger, I may not be able to flee swiftly. Ha ha! Moen chuckled in response. Fear not. I will ensure you do not lag behind. With that, he grasped his slender sword firmly and took the lead on their journey home, while Suze followed closely behind, proceeding at a measured pace. Who could possibly be pursuing us? Moen mused aloud, that I simply cannot comprehend what it is about us that warrants such extensive investigation. Feast pushed aside the branches before him, smirking as he replied, Who knows? Let it be. We just need to tread carefully. However, it is truly infuriating. Had it not been for them, we would not be on this wretched mission in this accursed forest. After speaking, he deftly dodged another branch. Then Moen glanced back and began to clear the obstructive branches ahead with his sword, continuing, Nevertheless, coming here has its merits. At least it provides us with ample opportunity for training. Suze did not share Moen's sentiment. With the branches cleared, Feast found his path considerably less obstructed. Training? I certainly do not wish to be here. The city is far more leisurely upon our return. I shall indulge in some much-needed rest, he complained. Hearing Feast grumbling, Moyu merely smiled slightly. If given the choice, the city would indeed be a splendid option. But speaking of which, we have acquired quite a lot this time. When we return. Before he could finish his thought, he abruptly halted, one hand gripping his sword tightly while the other gestured a warning to Suze, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Feast, sensing something amiss, swiftly readied his gun, aiming it toward the rear. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the thicket ahead. Moyu tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze piercingly fixed on the source of the disturbance. Feast turned as well, directing his gun toward the noise, prepared to fire at a moment's notice. Yet after the commotion, the area fell silent once more. Nevertheless, Moyu remained on high alert, fully aware that in this forest, previously ravaged by mechanical beasts, even the slightest movement could conceal peril. Seconds ticked by, each one heavy with tension. Approximately 10 seconds later, the underbrush ahead rustled again. Moyu tightened his grip on his sword. Shifting one foot slightly forward, ready to strike, Suze's finger rested on the trigger of his gun, beads of sweat that had dripped onto it earlier glimmering in the sunlight. The rustling grew closer, and both Moyu and Feast felt their nerves taut with anticipation, their eyes fixated on the unknown that lay ahead. Slowly, the thicket parted, revealing a hand emerging from the foliage. Moments later, a man clad in a light blue, form-fitting robe stepped forth. He raised his hands above his head in a gesture of peace, his emerald eyes sparkling with mirth as they met Moyu and Feast's gazes. Upon realizing the figure was human, the tension in Moyu and Suze dissipated. Feast lowered his weapon, while Moyu inclined his sword downward, still maintaining a degree of caution toward this unexpected newcomer. "Hey, no need to be alarmed. I am but a man," the stranger smiled, approaching Moyu. "No need for such tension. Allow me to introduce myself. You may call me Keloyan, or refer to me as the Holy Sun, whichever you prefer." Moyu, Keloyan? Moyu stood momentarily frozen, his sword relaxing in his grip, but he vaguely recalled that on the journey to school with Massey, he had been advised to seek the aid of a man named Keloyan should they encounter insurmountable difficulties. And now, the very legendary Keloyan stood before him. After a brief moment of astonishment, Moyu swiftly regained his composure, fixing his gaze on the man exuding warmth and charm, and cautiously inquired, "Keloyan, are you the Keloyan, mister?" Massey spoke of. Keloyan's laughter echoed, rich with a blend of boldness and irreverence. "Massey, if it is that fellow, then indeed, it must be me that I have specifically come to seek you out. Locating you in this vast forest has proven quite the endeavor." "Ha ha," Suze, observing closely, narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man before him. The name Keloyan was not unfamiliar to him, for Massey had elaborately introduced him. However, a flicker of doubt arose within Feast. He questioned not only the authenticity of this Keloyan, but also the initial encounter with Massey. Yet, he refrained from voicing these concerns to Moyu, suppressing his unease and smiling as he asked, "So, Mr. Keloyan, or should I say, Holy Sun, you have come to find us for something of great importance?" Keloyan's gaze lingered on Suze for a moment before he nodded, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. "Indeed, I have several critical matters to discuss with you, and time is of the essence. I shall endeavor to be succinct. You must listen attentively." In response to Keloyan's sudden change in tone, both Moyu and Suze felt a wave of tension as they focused intently on his words. "First and foremost, you cannot return to the City of Guardians that it may already be in peril. Shortly, I will provide you with a map. Follow the directions therein." Keloyan's words carried an undeniable gravity. "Next, the true purpose of my visit. You may not yet fully comprehend the identity of the Holy Sun. However, I cannot elaborate at this moment. That I will provide you with some relevant materials along with the map. How much you glean from it will depend on your own fortuity." At this juncture, Keloyan paused, his gaze shifting to Suze. "Suze, you must intensify your training. You shall find it useful in the days to come. And Moyu, you must become the Holy Sun. Only thus can everything proceed smoothly. Remember, strive to become the Holy Son." As he spoke, a question emerged in Moyu's mind. What exactly is the Holy Sun? His eyes brimmed with confusion and curiosity. Suze, meanwhile, continued to silently regard Keloyan, murmuring, "Holy Sun." Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Keloyan sighed internally, recognizing he lacked the luxury of time for detailed explanations. He produced a finely crafted box from within his garments, offering it to them as he spoke. "Take this. I will escort you to the rendezvous point. Afterward, everything will be up to you. Proceed with caution." Chapter 15. Dizziness. With that, Kilauean gently placed the small box in Mo.Wuyu's hands, before either Mo.Wuyu or Suze could react. An overwhelming wave of dizziness surged through them, and they vanished from Kilauean's sight. Once Mo.Wuyu and Suze were sent away, Kilauean let out a soft sigh. Yet his expression turned icy as he coldly remarked, "Since you have arrived, cease your hiding, Dahaha. Truly worthy of the holy sun ranked above me. Your vigilance is commendable." As his words fell, a figure clad in a full-body protective suit emerged slowly from the forest. Leisurely strolling beside Kilauean, his tone laced with amusement, "Did I see you've dispatched those two little fellows? Did I arrive too late?" Kilauean's gaze hardened as he regarded the approaching assassin, his voice low and frigid. "Assassin, since you have been here before me, if you do not intend to strike, refrain from feigning ambiguity that I am uncertain of your intentions, but your group is likely to stumble here, Ditto." "Is that so? I was not informed that they sent me here for murder." The assassin spread his arms in a gesture of feigned helplessness, a lazy tone in his voice. "And I am not that arrogant fellow. Should a spectacle unfold, do not miss it." That Kilauean's expression darkened slightly, his tone losing some of its frostiness, though he still huffed coldly. "I do not wish to concern myself with your motives, since you do not intend to harm them. I shall not engage you further. As for the rogue causing chaos in the City of Guardians, he will naturally pay for his arrogance." With that, Kilauean cast one last penetrating glance at the assassin before a distortion of space enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. The assassin halted, watching Kilauean's disappearing figure, his voice turning cold and solemn as he chuckled softly before leaping away, disappearing into the woods, leaving only a gentle breeze swirling in the clearing and the severed branches silently recounting the passage of those who had been there. Meanwhile, Mo.Wuyu and Suze experienced a sudden wave of dizziness, plunging into darkness. That Mo.Wuyu's initial reaction was to assume they had traversed time and space. However, moments later, a blinding light shattered the darkness before them. As they adjusted to the brightness, the scene that unfolded before Mo.Wuyu filled him with an overwhelming sense of loss and disappointment, because they were being threatened by a multitude of firearms. One of the assailants cautiously lowered his weapon and inquired, "Who are you?" Mo.Wuyu and Shiosi promptly placed their arms on the ground, smiling to convey their lack of hostility. Shiosi hastily replied, "We are merely two small warriors on a mission in the forest. Our arrival here is purely a misunderstanding, nothing more." The man hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but he subtly gestured for someone nearby to approach Mo.Wuyu, stating, "Then please present your identification. I trust that if you are ordinary individuals, you would not refuse that." "No problem, no problem." Shiosi quickly indicated for Mo.Wuyu to retrieve the identification they had received at the club and handed it to the approaching individual. The man took the identification and scrutinized its contents closely. However, his brow furrowed involuntarily that he raised his gaze to Mo.Wuyu and Shiosi, his eyes filled with confusion and wariness. "The information on your identification appears somewhat unclear and does not align with what we know. Can you explain this discrepancy?" Mo.Wuyu and Shiosi exchanged glances, an ominous premonition rising within them. They understood that their current predicament would not be easily resolved. Nevertheless, in the face of this challenge, they had to remain calm and composed. Mo.Wuyu took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound steady and resolute. "Our identification was indeed obtained at the club, perhaps due to certain reasons. The information has become somewhat obscured, but we are truly innocent, having merely stumbled into this place. Please believe us." The man fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, contemplating how to address the situation before him. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Subsequently, a group of uniformed individuals entered their line of sight, armed and displaying serious expressions. "What is happening?" one of the leaders inquired. The armed individual succinctly briefed the leader on the situation. After listening, the leader's gaze lingered on Mo.Wuyu and Shiosi for a moment, but he then waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to lower their weapons. "All right, let us not act rashly," the leader stated. "Take them back for a thorough investigation before making any decisions." Mo.Wuyu and Shiosi were escorted to a makeshift camp. There, they underwent a detailed inquiry and investigation. Although the process was somewhat tedious and monotonous, They maintained a patient and cooperative attitude, knowing that only through this could they swiftly clear their suspicions and regain their freedom. During the investigation, Mo Wuyu and Shiosi gradually learned about the camp's circumstances. It turned out that this was a secret military base, specifically tasked with addressing unusual occurrences in the forest. They listened to the squad leader's comprehensive explanation. Both Shiosi and Mo Wuyu couldn't help but furrow their brows. The battles on the periphery, the safeguarding of safety, seemed that every path was fraught with peril. Shiosi pondered for a moment before fixing his intense gaze on the captain of the second squad, asking, as the captain of the second squad, how do the first squad and other teams fare? Moreover, it appears you always engage directly in combat. Do you not have combat robots at your disposal? The second squad captain's somewhat insincere smile quickly faded, replaced by a countenance filled with concern. Originally, the task of protecting you was assigned to the first squad. Unfortunately, a defensive line was compromised, necessitating their involvement in a support role, which is why we have taken on this mission. As for the other squads, they are currently scattered around, engaged in fierce battles. The combat robots are also occupied elsewhere. In this mechanical forest, every location could potentially become a target, plunging everything into chaos. Shiosi nodded slightly, lost in thought. After a brief pause, he turned to Mo Wuyu, his gaze deep and contemplative. Then let us open the small box that Keloyan provided us and see what awaits us. Mo Wuyu nodded slightly. Retrieving the small box Keloyan had previously entrusted to him, but he gently pressed the switch on the side of the box, which slowly opened to reveal a soft beam of light projecting a small figure. As Mo Wuyu focused, he realized that the figure in the projection was Massey, who had returned him to the city. The projection of Massey swayed its head slightly after appearing, followed by a hearty laugh. Haha. Mo Wuyu and Shiosi, you two little rascals must have wandered far from the Guardian City by now, right? If you see this projection before reaching the depths of the forest, it means Keloyan has taken quite a tumble along the way. Haha. Watching Massey's aimless chatter in the projection, Mo Wuyu and Shiosi exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes filled with helplessness. Yet, they could only calm themselves and listen attentively. I know you must be feeling quite frustrated right now. Haha. So I won't make any more jokes by the time you hear this. Only an hour will have elapsed since your departure. It could be just a moment ago, or perhaps right now. Or even in a few minutes, we will activate the basin device. From activation to completion, there will be an hour's time. You must leave this place within that hour, following the indicators on the map I provided. There should be someone protecting you nearby. Make sure to depart within the hour, or you will meet your demise here. This is no jest. I wish you success. After delivering this message, Massey's projection shook and vanished without a trace. Subsequently, the projection transformed into a virtual map, with 2 points, one red and one blue, flashing on it. This is our current location. The second squad captain pointed to the blue dot on the map, speaking with resolute conviction. Now, please, make your decision. Mo Wuyu and Shiosi exchanged glances once more, with Shiosi gently nodding. Mo Wuyu took a deep breath, his voice firm and forceful. Let us immediately head towards the position indicated by the red dot. You shall lead the way. Yes, the second squad captain replied without hesitation. He turned to greet his comrades, then meticulously studied the map again before striding forward with determination. Now, please follow closely. Mo Wuyu and Shiosi quickly retrieved the weapons from the ground and followed closely behind. Just minutes after Mo Wuyu's squad began their journey, a multitude of dazzling, multicolored beams shot up into the sky from the direction of the Guardian City, completely enveloping the distant heavens. A series of deafening tremors reverberated through the forest, and Mo Wuyu could distinctly feel the ground quaking beneath him. Is this the basin? What could be so terrifying? He murmured to himself in disbelief. This is nothing short of a catastrophic weapon. How could it be deployed here? Overwhelmed by an unmatched force, a profound sense of powerlessness welled up within Mo Wuyu, causing him to mutter softly. The second squad captain, having overheard Mo Wuyu's murmurs, was not surprised by his reaction. Rather, he found it entirely normal. As he walked, he explained, Basin is an ultimate weapon of war against mothership fleets in cosmic warfare. Its destructive capability is indisputable. If we cannot leave within an hour, we may truly face death. An ultimate weapon against mothership fleets? Indeed, it is terrifying. Mo Wuyu reflected upon the captain's explanation. However, he quickly regained his focus, concentrating on their journey. As they raced through the forest, Mou noticed that they had encountered none of the foes or mechanical beasts the captain had warned about. The smoothness of their passage felt oddly unsettling. Yet he could do little but remain vigilant and alert to his surroundings. Near a small hill, Mou, Shiosi, and the members of the second squad halted to take a brief respite. Mou checked the projection, realizing they were now quite close to the red dot's location. Yet, an undercurrent of unease persisted within him as he gazed at the sky illuminated by the multicolored beams. A thought nagging at the back of his mind. Will we truly be able to reach safety and depart unscathed? Gurgle, gurgle. Chapter 16. Regaining strength, Mou sipped the nutritional supplement he had just received from the second squad captain. Feeling its effects greatly alleviate his fatigue. Though still weary, he could sense his muscles gradually regaining strength, the tingling sensation bringing him a sense of relief. Leaning against a tree, he slowly relaxed the taut nerves that had been on high alert. Meanwhile, the second squad captain squatted on a small patch of ground beside a tree, discussing something with several subordinates while examining the virtual map, after a few nods of agreement among them. The second squad captain stood up and gently called to those resting nearby. Everyone, please gather around. Mou slowly propped himself up and walked over to the second squad captain. Shiosi and other soldiers also gathered around. The second squad captain scanned the group, pointing to a spot on the map as he spoke. We are now very close to our destination. Since the activation of the basin, nearly 45 minutes have passed. As you can see, this red that indicates our goal. However, we must not let our guard down. Just because we have not encountered any enemies along the way does not mean we can afford to be complacent. We must remain vigilant and be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, their expressions growing more serious. The second squad captain continued. Next, we need to devise a detailed action plan that we must ensure that we reach the location of the red safely and depart smoothly within the remaining time. Anyone with thoughts or suggestions is welcome to voice them. After much discussion and deliberation, the group ultimately devised a meticulous action plan. They resolved to advance along a relatively concealed path to evade any potential foes. Simultaneously, they assigned several individuals to reconnaissance and vigilance duties to guarantee the safety of the team. In the ensuing hours, they proceeded cautiously according to their plan, although they occasionally encountered minor troubles. They adeptly resolved each issue through their wisdom and courage. At last, just minutes before the basin of ice would shut down, they successfully arrived at the location marked by the red dot. It was a secret passageway hidden deep within the dense forest. With safety awaiting at its other end, they swiftly traversed the passage, and as the last member emerged, the basin device closed precisely on cue. They had successfully escaped this perilous place, preserving their lives after this heart-pounding adventure. Mou and Shios profoundly grasped the fragility and preciousness of life. They understood that only by remaining ever vigilant and fearless could they survive in a world fraught with danger. This experience would forever remain an unforgettable memory in their lives. Whenever they reflected upon it, a warm current would surge within them, a reverence for life and an infinite yearning for the future. We now have merely 15 minutes left. Looking back at the path we've traveled, if the way ahead remains as unobstructed as before, we shall successfully complete our mission. However, should the enemy become aware of our destination and lie in ambush ahead, we must be prepared to accomplish this mission at any cost. Do you understand? With that, the captain of the second team scanned the group once more, his resolute gaze settling on Mou. Understood. The soldiers responded in a low yet powerful tone. Very well, we have no time to rest. Quickly adjust your gear and consume your nutritional supplements to ensure we are all in peak condition. The captain of the second team rose and commanded in a voice that brooked no dissent. Feeling the determination within the group, Mou took a deep breath of the supplement in his hand. His gaze resolutely fixed on their destination, and no matter the obstacles that lie ahead, bring them on. At this moment, Mou was filled with unwavering conviction. He exchanged a glance with Shios, and both shared the same tenacity and resilience in their eyes. Observing this, the captain of the second team nodded slightly, pondering. With such belief, they surely will not easily concede to failure. That he then allowed a faint smile to escape, acknowledging that such thoughts were no longer important. He only hoped to complete his mission successfully and prevent his comrades from sacrificing themselves in vain. Once more, he turned to Mou and Shios and approached Mou, speaking in a low voice. We depart immediately. Are you both prepared? Mou turned to the captain, nodding gently as he replied, "We are ready at any moment. Let us set off, for time does not allow us to linger further." Very well. The captain of the second team gestured to the side, and the soldiers who had been poised and ready swiftly gathered around. "Let us depart at once." That Mou turned to gather the items the captain had handed him: nutritional supplements, healing injections, anesthetics, and a plethora of items that left him perplexed about their purpose. Yet, the captain simply remarked, "You will find these useful once you leave this place." Although puzzled, Mou accepted the items without further question. He adjusted his armor, having previously worn a damaged set, and now donned a new one generously offered by a member of the second team. Xiao similarly wore an identical suit of armor. Once Mou had finished preparing, the personnel of the second team had been waiting patiently. Mou offered an apologetic smile before jogging over. Xiao patted Mou on the shoulder as he approached, his eyes brimming with encouragement and trust. Though no words were exchanged, that Mou regarded Xiao with a puzzled expression, uncertain of his intent, yet responded with a smile. Then, Xiao gently nudged Mou, prompting him to quicken his pace to the center of the formation. Xiao gazed at Mou's retreating figure, his eyes reflecting a profound depth and reluctance that in the wake of Massey's lingering image, Xiao had gradually come to appreciate the extraordinary nature of Mou. The chosen one. Though Xiao was unclear about his exact identity, he sensed Mou was no ordinary individual. Moreover, Xiao was acutely aware that he might soon part ways with Mou, leaving him to rely solely on himself. "Do your best, Mou." Xiao silently cheered for him as he quickened his pace to follow the squad forward. The team swiftly navigated through the forest, adeptly leaping over branches and foliage, skillfully evading obstacles. They executed evasive maneuvers amidst their run, as the forest hindrances posed no significant threat to them. While leaping through the woods, they remained vigilant, carefully observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and the group reacted instantly, propelling themselves off nearby trees and descending rapidly. However, more crackling sounds followed in quick succession, heralding the onset of an ambush. Upon landing, they swiftly assessed the combat capability ahead, realizing the enemy vastly outnumbered them. After a brief exchange, they resolved to retreat. Following their withdrawal, the gunfire ceased, leaving only a flurry of scattered leaves and debris. "What? Are there guards lying in wait ahead?" The captain of the second team frowned. Although he had anticipated the enemy would intercept them, the reconnaissance had indicated that the enemy's numbers were insufficient to breach their defenses. Yet, to reach the location indicated by the red, they must traverse this area. Time had already elapsed, and less than 5 minutes remained. Once they breached the enemy's defense line, they would need only 3 more minutes to reach their destination. Damn it. The captain of the second team struck the ground with a fierce blow. How long might the enemy's line be? After a moment of contemplation, the captain suddenly inquired that it shouldn't be too long. "When we conducted our search in a standard formation, we observed that the primary fire points were ahead, while side attacks were relatively sparse," a soldier replied that HM. The captain of the second team pondered for a moment before stating, "Very well. Inform the entire team to prepare for Plan B." That he then turned to Mou and said, "Shortly, we will restrict the enemy's movements, and you two must proceed on your own. You need not overly concern yourselves with their attacks. You will have 1 minute to cross their defense line and proceed directly to the point marked by the chosen one, that there should be some items there that will be of use to you." Mou stared in astonishment at the captain of the second team, uncertain of what it meant to restrict the enemy's movements, yet an ominous premonition surged within him that he opened his mouth to speak, but was halted by the captain. The captain waved his hand gently and continued, "When I say go, you two must act immediately, that we can only afford you 1 minute. I hope you will seize it well." With that, the captain of the second team moved toward the nearby squad, leaving Mou to gaze after his retreating figure. "Well, since he has made arrangements, let us proceed," as he instructed. Xiao approached Mou and whispered, "Since he has granted us a minute, we should make the most of it." Mou turned to Xiao, determination gleaming in his eyes, that he understood that this minute was of paramount importance, that he must give his all to cross that unknown defense line and locate the point marked by the chosen one. Encouraged by Xiao, Mou took a deep breath. Centering himself, he gripped tightly the point. 3, 2, 1. Mou charge. Xiao slapped Mou's back with force, shouting loudly. Immediately, The two surged forward without hesitation, following the captain's instructions that Mou and Xios moved like twin bolts of lightning, swiftly approaching the enemy's defensive perimeter. However, to their astonishment, they encountered no resistance. That as they passed a small trench, Mou was taken aback to see that the individuals within seemed frozen in time, their weapons aimed ahead, yet oblivious to Mou and Xios. At that moment, they had no time for contemplation, and they hastened through the enemy's camp, continuing their sprint. 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. A minute flew by in an instant, and Mou and Xios had distanced themselves from the enemy's defensive line. However, at that moment, a peculiar wave surged at the position of the second team. Suddenly, everything around the captain of the second team transformed into particles, dissolving into the air, leaving only the captain's slightly upturned lips, as if whispering of an unfinished tale. The Mou sensed something amiss and halted, turning back to look. The captain's visage suddenly appeared in his mind. A leader who had never even shared his name with him. I wonder how he is now. I hope he remains safe. Mou silently prayed. All right, it's fine. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence. Xios placed his hand on Mou's shoulder, interrupting his train of thought. Xios had already sensed the immobility of the others and surmised it must be the work of the second team leader. However, at this moment, they had no time to ponder such matters. Their foremost priority was to evade the assault of the flow zone. Mou paused momentarily, then turned around with a sigh. Let us go. Time is running out. With that, he and Xios continued their sprint towards the location marked by the red. After the disappearance of the second team, a figure concealed within the distant trees remarked disdainfully. Now that the flow zone has been activated, the fragility of this space-time is so pronounced, yet they dare to unleash such a force. It is nothing but a futile endeavor. That he retrieved a communicator from his pocket and whispered. Proceed according to plan. The prey has moved towards your position. Exercise caution in your reception. After saying this, he stowed the communicator away, and with a flicker, vanished into thin air. Chapter 17. The chase. Mou and Xios ran with all their might. Now was not the time to conserve energy. According to Massey, if they did not reach their destination before the true onset of the flow zone, they would indeed perish in this place. Gradually, they drew closer to their goal. Suddenly, a faint luminescent screen appeared within their line of sight. In the distance, a door to another time and space stood tall, enveloped tightly by a hemispherical glow. Upon witnessing this scene, Mou and Xios propelled themselves forward with renewed vigor. Mou gasped for breath, leaning on his knees as he stood beside Xios in front of the glowing screen. Xios extended his hand, attempting to touch the screen, only to discover in horror that his hand could not penetrate the seemingly ethereal barrier. Mou, astonished, also reached out, but his hand effortlessly passed through the screen and into the interior. Elated, he looked at Xios, grasped his hand, and pulled him into the glowing realm. Just as they crossed through the screen, a man seated in midair suddenly opened his eyes. A subtle smile graced his features, and his lavender irises seemed to pierce through distant time and space. He murmured, Our little friends have arrived. After speaking, his form flickered and vanished into thin air, only to reappear on the ground, taking slow, deliberate steps until he arrived before a pure white door, which he gently pushed open to exit. Mou and Xios traversed the luminous screen, and before them lay a breathtaking panorama. They beheld a colossal machine, standing upon a vast, irregular base. 8 curved pillars rose towards the sky, and between these pillars, a massive door adorned with swirling halos gradually opened. The two stood in awe before this gate that seemed to lead to paradise, momentarily entranced, forgetting the passage of time. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the sky. As the sound amplified, the ground began to tremble. An invisible shockwave swept through, reducing the trees and creatures within the mechanical forest to mere dust, dissipating into the air with the rhythm of the shockwave. The earth itself fractured under the onslaught, countless particles of dust rising in the wake of the energy storm. Yet, as the shockwave extended, only the formless, relentless wave remained, wreaking havoc. Soon, the shockwave reached the location of Mou and Xios. Upon colliding with the immense glowing screen, it quaked violently, resembling a gigantic water balloon on the verge of bursting. Moyu and Shosu were jolted back to reality amid the cacophony of turbulent vibrations, witnessing the imminent shattering of the screen. Their faces turned ashen. Outside the screen, everything was slowly vanishing. Damn it. It must be the flow zone that has been activated. Hurry through the time-space door. Shosu was the first to react, pushing Moyu forward. Moyu, confronted with this apocalyptic scene, turned pale as a sheet. After being shoved by Shosu, he quickly gathered his wits and raced towards the time-space door. The once slowly rotating halo around the door now shone with a dazzling brilliance, an immense gravitational force seemingly pulling Moyu forward. It felt as though an eternity had passed, yet it was but a fleeting moment that Moyu extended his hand, gradually making contact with the swirling halo that in an instant, his entire being passed through the time-space door. Silently, the screen outside was violently disrupted, shattering into countless fragments that dissolved into the air. Wave after wave of shockwaves surged towards the time-space door, and in an instant, the door was rendered into ruins. Ultimately, this burdened portal succumbed to its own weight and shattered. Quickly, all teams report in. The communicator blared with urgency. First team in position. Second team in position. Ready and awaiting the target's appearance. All teams are permitted to act freely based on the circumstances. On the other end of the communicator, commanders anxiously monitored the situation displayed on their screens. They understood that the activation of the flow zone heralded an unprecedented crisis. And Moyu, along with Shosu and the others, represented their hope in this impending turmoil. This moment, Moyu had traversed the time-space door, arriving in an entirely new world. He surveyed his surroundings, witnessing desolation and decay. Yet amidst this barrenness, he felt an unprecedented surge of power and hope. He knew he must summon strength for survival, for battle, and for those who awaited their return. Shosu followed closely, crossing through the time-space door. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Moyu, their gazes were resolutely fixed ahead. They understood that the path ahead would be fraught with greater challenges and dangers. Yet they believed that as long as they stood united, they could conquer any obstacle and challenge that in this unknown realm. Moyu and Shosu were poised to embark on a thrilling adventure, battling a myriad of strange creatures, unraveling ancient enigmas, and exploring uncharted territories. All of this would bear witness to their growth and transformation. Meanwhile, in another time and space, those who had once fought alongside Moyu and Shosu were also battling for survival. Though they inhabited different worlds, their hearts remained tightly intertwined. They were all striving towards a singular goal, overcoming the flow zone and safeguarding the peace and tranquility of their homeland. In this battle that transcended time and space, Moyu and Shosu would face countless trials and tribulations. However, they firmly believed that as long as they held faith and courage within their hearts, they could triumph over all. Their story would become a legend, forever echoing in the hearts of the people. Codename: Prey. Operation Commencement. As Moyu passed through the time-space door, he beheld once more the resplendent world, where radiant colors intertwined like threads, weaving a dreamlike tapestry. Unable to contain himself, he reached out to touch the flowing halos, yet they proved to be elusive, effortlessly passing through his form. With a thought, his entire being began to levitate gently, drifting serenely amidst the kaleidoscopic glow, as though ensconced in a fantastical reverie. However, in that very moment, the formerly gentle glow transformed into a blinding brilliance, the myriad colors flashing wildly before Moyu's eyes, akin to countless blades piercing his vision. Moyu could not help but cry out, his hands instinctively shielding his eyes in a futile attempt to repel the unbearable radiance. Yet all was in vain. The light penetrated through his fingers, searing into his eyes, inflicting a wave of excruciating pain. Soon, darkness engulfed his vision, as if he had plunged into an endless abyss. In the wake of this brief darkness, Moyu heard a stern and fierce voice, followed by a sharp pain at the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. As he collapsed, a vague thought lingered in his mind: the eyes. When Moyu awoke once more, he found himself sprawled upon a strange bed, his head spinning with a heavy fog. Cradling his head in his hands, he sought to alleviate the indescribable discomfort. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually regained his senses, though his head remained as leaden as before. Slowly, he opened his eyes, Attempting to survey his surroundings, he recalled traversing the time-space door, followed by a blinding light, and then being struck unconscious. Now, he was uncertain of his whereabouts, surrounded by unfamiliarity. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the room, shattering the silence that I in the next moment. The door was flung open with a resounding bang, and a soldier wielding a firearm stormed in. "What is all this noise?" "Silence," the soldier bellowed fiercely to AT that moment. Mou sat frozen, hands still clutching his head, his mouth frozen in the shape of a scream. His eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding scene. The soldier cast a disdainful glance at him before turning to slam the door shut. Mou remained seated on the bed, hands still enveloping his head, murmuring to himself, "Impossible, impossible. That, what on earth is happening?" He struggled to gather his thoughts, yet his mind remained a chaotic whirlwind that as he scanned his surroundings, he discerned a rather ordinary room, plain and unadorned. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a mirror resting on a nearby table. He bolted upright, leaping from the bed to approach the table, where he picked up the mirror and scrutinized his reflection. However, upon seeing his image in the mirror, he was rendered speechless. The reflection was no longer that of a boy with azure hair and emerald eyes, but rather of a figure radiating with iridescent light. Even the mirror itself emanated a faint glow, as if shrouded by some mysterious force. As he glanced around, everything within his line of sight no longer bore its usual hues, but instead radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of what he had witnessed while traversing the portal of time and space. Then Mou could not help but emit a chilling scream, the very same sound he had uttered earlier. He surveyed his surroundings, striving to acclimate to this bizarre situation. He discovered that he was clad in a blue garment, with his previous armor and weapons conspicuously absent. He surmised that those who had rendered him unconscious must have taken them. Looking around, he found himself devoid of any tasks to undertake, leaving him with no choice but to wait in silence. However, events soon unfolded. The door creaked open, and upon turning to look, Mou saw a soldier standing at the threshold. Yet, unlike before, this soldier now appeared somewhat respectful. As the soldier entered, a man clad in a long coat with short hair followed closely behind. Mou's immediate reaction was to note, "This is a man wearing a long coat and sporting short hair." However, due to his current inability to accurately discern colors, he could not precisely describe the man's physical characteristics, that he could only infer the man's identity and demeanor from his form and actions. Lon Hanuel looked at the youth before him with a sense of surprise. Although he had encountered the boy once prior to his awakening, seeing him again in this moment still took him aback. The youth slightly tilted his head, regarding him with an inexplicable gaze, devoid of any fear. During the previous search, Lon Hanuel had discovered some peculiar items on the boy: advanced healing and auxiliary potions, emergency tactical weapons, full-body armor not intended for space use, a strange mask, and a half-length magnetic sword. However, none of these items could ascertain the boy's identity. Additionally, there were two objects identified as electronic devices. One, when activated, displayed no signal and proved to be merely a receiver akin to a communicator, while the other, resembling a box, was utterly impervious to any attempts at opening it, its material remarkably resilient against cutting. This enigmatic and extraordinary boy left a profound impression on Lon Hanuel, that he smiled at the youth, attempting to glean some information from his gaze. "Greetings, marvelous boy. Might I inquire what name you bear?" Lon Hanuel asked with a smile. Mou replied calmly, unperturbed by the prospect of revealing any secrets, for he possessed none. No family, no parents, no kin. He felt no fear, even if the other party sought to investigate him. He remained indifferent. Chapter 18. The Officer. "So you are Mou? A splendid name indeed." Lon Hanuel nodded with a smile. "You may call me Second Lieutenant Lon. The captain wishes to see you, so please follow me." Mou nodded in agreement and followed Lon Hanuel out of the room, proceeding down the corridor. Along the way, he silently pondered the events that had transpired and his subsequent plans. Upon arriving at the captain's office, Mou noticed that several individuals had already gathered there, quietly awaiting the captain's arrival. That he took a seat and quietly observed the people and surroundings. Before long, the captain entered. That he glanced at Mou and then signaled for everyone to settle down. "Ladies and gentlemen, the reason for convening you all today is that Mou, is it? Welcome to my warship. This is an independent vessel belonging to the Federation. I am immensely gratified to encounter you, an extraordinary youth, at this unique moment. Now, may I inquire about your origins? Who am I? Moyu furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring to himself. Yet he did not respond. He internally pondered that if Xios were present at this moment, he would effortlessly diffuse the sudden awkwardness. However, confronted by the captain, who was enveloped in a radiant array of colors, Moyu could only shake his head in resignation. His gaze flickered and a thought flashed through his mind. This is an independent warship of the Federation. Independent warships still exist. Clearly, we are not on the main timeline. That IT seems the most likely scenario is that we are in the tumultuous era of the final battle, around the year 7237. Though the exact year remains uncertain, Moyu's thoughts raced like lightning, but he quickly collected himself and donned a smile. Esteemed Captain, could you kindly inform me of the designation of your independent warship, as well as your esteemed name? Moyu inquired politely. Ditto. You are unaware. The captain gazed at Moyu in astonishment. His eyes filled with incredulity. He slightly curled his lips, stroking his chin with his right hand. A hint of amusement dancing in his gaze as he regarded Moyu. What an intriguing individual you are. The captain's interest in Moyu deepened as he noted the youth's subtle reactions. Pondering to himself. Well, the captain paused momentarily before continuing. This is the Federation's independent warship, J001. And I am Captain Glanster, so, what say you? The marvelous boy of time travel. With a resounding impact, Moyu's mind seemed to be struck by a powerful force as he incredulously regarded the captain before him, who shimmered with a rainbow of colors. He was none other than Captain Glanster of the independent warship GK-0001. In Moyu's primary timeline, Glanster and his GK-0001 warship had long been renowned throughout the Federation. Especially during that pivotal final battle, Glanster and his ship played a crucial role, their names immortalized in the annals of history. To the average person, Glanster was undoubtedly a figure of legend. Numerous scholars had meticulously researched his life and deeds, compiling them into books, some of which even became foundational texts for students. This illustrates the vastness of Glanster's fame and the extent of its dissemination. Observing the astonished expression on Moyu's face, Glanster grew increasingly resolute in his thoughts. The more he confirmed Moyu's identity, the more his concerns mounted, and his expression turned grave. However, Moyu remained oblivious to this fleeting change, as his mind was still occupied with the astonishing news before him. Time travel? That description seems quite apt. Moyu snapped back from his shock, quickly realizing that he was aboard a warship, with Captain Glanster standing before him. Though unable to see the captain's expression, he summoned his courage to ask, "Might you tell me which phase of history we currently inhabit?" Instead of directly answering Moyu's question, Glanster turned to Lan Hanyue and nodded. Observing this, Lan Hanyue stepped forward and continued Moyu's inquiry. It is now April of the year 7236. We are situated in a region known as the Death Zone within the Irregular Stone Galaxy. 2 months ago, while executing the Dark Moon plan, we were ambushed by an unidentified force, forcing us to retreat from the combat zone. And we are currently en route to the D-Land Galaxy, which is under the Federation's jurisdiction. All this information can be verified in the military databases of any faction, and it is absolutely authentic. After concluding, Lan Hanyue returned to stand beside Glanster, who fixed his keen gaze upon Moyu, eager for this mysterious youth to provide some valuable information. The Dark Moon plan that has failed, Moyu exclaimed, his voice nearly losing control. This revelation struck him as more shocking than any preceding news. Impossible. The Dark Moon plan could not have failed. In historical accounts, it was deemed a flawless scheme. That IT was precisely due to the success of this plan that the Federation accelerated its offensive, ultimately achieving its grand strategy, gaining the upper hand, and securing victory in the final battle at the end of 7237. That this contradicts history entirely. Listening to Moyu's words, Glanster furrowed his brow tightly. The success of the Dark Moon plan could indeed yield the outcomes Moyu had described, perhaps even more splendidly. Yet, the current reality was that the Dark Moon plan had failed. This implied that either Moyu's words were false, or that history had been altered. Both Moyu and Glanster were startled by this notion that the theories of human time and space, due to the immense stress exerted by the universe, even if one were to return to the past and attempt to alter history, it would not affect the trajectory of the future. The powerful cosmic stress would eliminate any variables, allowing history to revert to its original course. However, such a bizarre situation now unfolded. Glanster interrupted Mouyu's contemplation with a calm voice. At that time, we were obstructed by hundreds of deep blue combat robots, along with a far larger contingent of chaotic combat robots. That it was clear that both sides were adversaries, and the combat capabilities of those robots were exceedingly terrifying. Our mission failed precisely because we were caught in their combat wave. I wonder if you possess any insights. Marvelous boy Mouyu. Mouyu did not raise his gaze to meet Glanster's. For him, it mattered little whether he looked or not. He listened to Glanster's words, and fragments of previously acquired information began to surface in his mind. Devices from the zone, the Holy Sun. These pieces of information seemed to converge, hinting at a staggering secret. Could it truly be them? Who were they, and why did they audaciously tamper with history? A series of questions swirled in Mouyu's mind like a circling eagle, refusing to dissipate. Regarding the identities of those individuals, I can only make conjectures based on a few clues, lacking any concrete evidence. Hence, I am unable to provide you with a definitive answer, Mouyu candidly responded. Glanster seemed unfazed by Mouyu's reply. He gently turned, and the wall behind him instantaneously transformed into a vast mosaic of the cosmos. His deep, distant voice reverberated within the chamber, as if emanating from the far reaches of the stars. I once stumbled upon a phrase during a manhunt. Although I never believed in its veracity at that time, as it undoubtedly contradicted the scientific understanding of the era, the words became etched in my mind like a brand. It was an incomplete statement, yet the wisdom it conveyed seemed capable of fully elucidating our current predicament. When the fabric of space-time begins to fray, the sun shall descend upon this world. Between the past, present, and future, they embody both the redemption of hope and the annihilation of despair. History shall cease to exist, and both the past and future will be rewritten. When the 13th sun arrives, the constraints of space-time theory will be utterly relinquished. They will traverse the realms of past, present, and future, be it for the redemption of hope or the destruction of despair. History shall be rewritten. And when the final sun seizes control of the narrative, the theory of space-time will regain its dominion, restoring the order of the world and allowing fate to cycle anew. This is the ultimate essence of the space-time theory. A man clad in pure white robes drifted like a specter within the room. His robe seemed to emanate a gentle luminescence, captivating all who beheld it. He stood there, serene as a statue. However, as he slowly turned, his eyes, faintly glowing with a lavender hue, revealed an infinite depth and mystery. Before him, 12 colossal screens hovered in midair, resembling 12 separate universes that on screens 2 through 12, numbers flickered with brilliance, while the 13th screen displayed numbers dim and lifeless. The man with lavender eyes leaned back slightly, as if suspended in the air. He continued with that profound and distant voice. Today, the theories we each hold are gradually shattering. The 13th sun is on the verge of appearing, just as the wheel of fate hints that everything is about to commence anew. So, who among us can persist alone? Number 1. You are the earliest born among us. Before we encountered the theory of space-time, you had already witnessed the complete theoretical framework. From the distant past to the present, you have been secretly orchestrating your moves that I may not know the extent of your chessboard. But you must understand that we are not mere pawns on your board. We are the players engaging with you. This is far more intricate than you can imagine. Number 1, your board has already interfered with our actions. You have unilaterally altered the trajectory of number 13, causing us to lose his trace. That I know not how you concealed his whereabouts, but your actions have left us disheartened. The lavender-eyed man, number 1, chuckled softly. His laughter, though subtle, resonated through space like thunder, penetrating the souls of all present. Instantly, the other sounds in the room fell silent. Chapter 19. Interference. Your actions I have never interfered with, nor have I ever held an interest in. I merely wish to state that number 13's movements are not of my doing, but rather the design of fate. When number 13 returns, it will mark the commencement of the cycle of destiny. You may all depart. Number 1 gently waved his right hand, causing the screens to dim one by one, leaving only the 6th screen aglow with blinding light. Number 1, the cycle of destiny is not confined to the theory of space-time. Apart from you, no one has witnessed those destinies. Yet I believe in you. Regardless of how fate may shift, We shall not regret our choices. As the soft female voice gradually faded, only number one remained suspended in the air. He gazed at the dim screens, as if contemplating something profound. The term sun echoed once more in Mo Wuyu's ears, filling his heart with a torrent of contemplation and longing. What does the sun truly represent? Why do so many phenomena intertwine with the sun? What kind of person am I destined to become? In this moment, Mo Wuyu resolved to unravel all these enigmas. Boom! Suddenly, a violent tremor shattered the tranquility of the room. A crimson light blazed forth, and Mo Wuyu immediately lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. Yet, Lan Hanyue and Glanster remained steadfast as mountains. Lan Hanyue swiftly approached the table and pressed a button. Instantly, a floating projection materialized before them. The projection depicted a man in uniform, who saluted upon connecting the communication and said steadily, "Lieutenant Lan, we are currently facing an emergency. Spatial fissures have suddenly multiplied around us. We were grazed by a minor fissure moments ago, but the damage has been repaired. Requesting command." Lan Hanyue returned the salute and replied, "Immediately investigate the specifics and await my command." After speaking, he turned to Glanster. Mo struggled to rise from the floor. Although the captain's chamber had a gravity system, the fall left him a bit sore, but not significantly harmed. Spatial fissures. Mo still felt a tinge of astonishment. However, Captain Glanster showed no reaction to this event that Mo, undeterred, was more concerned about Glanster's earlier remarks. Thus, he unabashedly inquired, "Captain Glanster, do you possess any information regarding the sun? Would you be willing to share with me?" Glanster did not directly respond to Mo's inquiry, that he gently pressed a button beside his chair, and the alarm's red light returned to its customary state, that Mo felt a sense of satisfaction at this action. Although the red light no longer contributed any brilliance to the surroundings, its removal rendered the scene much softer. Glanster pressed several buttons, and a small door in one wall quietly opened, from which emerged a semi-intelligent robot. It gracefully halted beside Mo, leaving him perplexed, pondering Glanster's intentions. However, the mystery was soon unveiled. The semi-intelligent robot's body gradually unfurled, revealing a small box that ascended from within. That Mo instantly recognized it as the memento box of Maxi, gifted to her by Keloin. Although it now radiated a dazzling light, Mo strained to discern the contours of the box. From the moment she awoke, she had known that all her belongings had been confiscated. Witnessing the semi-intelligent robot retrieve this box, Mo instinctively looked up at Glanster, her heart a tumult of emotions. This scene unfolded like a drama, with every detail imbued with uncertainty and tension, evoking concern for Mo's fate. Glanster did not immediately address Mo's confusion. Instead, he pressed another button for the third time. Instantly, a series of virtual projections materialized overhead, as ethereal as a dream, showcasing the equipment and belongings she had previously worn. Only at this moment did Glanster slowly speak, his tone carrying an elusive undertone. "These items were all taken from you. Firstly, we extend our apologies. For any unidentified individuals, we find it necessary to conduct stringent examinations. Now, I am quite intrigued by the results of this examination. Therefore, I hope you can answer some of my questions if you would." Mo had anticipated that he would inquire about her circumstances and remained unflustered, responding with composure, "Of course, Captain Glanster. Excellent. Then my first question pertains to this armor. Although it possesses commendable defensive capabilities, it does not ensure survival in the cosmos. Thus, I am curious as to why you would don this armor for temporal travel. One must confront not only material dangers, but also the vast and inhospitable cosmic environment while traversing time. I find it difficult to fathom that a temporal traveler would be oblivious to such realities that, of course, you might possess certain special circumstances or abilities. Therefore, please elucidate why you appeared on a planet where survival was ostensibly impossible while we were resting on a different planet." Glanster's words grew increasingly incisive, each syllable seemingly laden with gravitas. That as he posed his questions, Mo felt an intangible pressure bearing down upon her. Yet, she did not fully grasp Glanster's words that I merely walked through a temporal gate leading to an unknown realm. As for why I found myself on a desolate planet, I too cannot provide an answer. That armor was merely for my self-defense, Mo replied, tinged with helplessness and confusion. "Ditto. It seems you have yet to grasp my meaning. Glanster's voice became increasingly frigid, imbued with a penetrating force. What I refer to is that you found yourself in an environment where a normal human cannot directly survive. While that planet is not a vacuum, its conditions are utterly inhospitable. However, when we opened the hatch to inspect the exterior, you were found beside the patrol team. Moreover, you were clad in armor unsuitable for survival in space. Do you comprehend now? Glanster's words struck Mouyu's heart like a sharp blade. That as he uttered his final word, Mouyu felt as though a sharp sword was hurtling towards him. Although what he perceived was merely a vibrant, human-like figure, he could distinctly sense Glance's piercing gaze upon him, that a shiver ran down Mouyu's spine, swiftly followed by a wave of bewilderment. That I appeared in an environment inhospitable to life, and yet I remain alive. His voice trembled with incredulity. Having traversed the temporal portal, not only did everything that met his eyes transform into a kaleidoscope of colors, but he also found himself capable of existing in a realm where humanity could not survive, perhaps even in the vacuum of space. It all felt like a dream, so surreal. Yet he could palpably feel his own existence. That Mouyu stood momentarily frozen, lost in a haze of confusion. From the very beginning, Glance had been closely observing Mouyu. Confident in his discerning eye, under his scrutiny, no one could utter falsehoods. Yet disappointment washed over him. The youth before him displayed a look of utter bewilderment upon hearing his words, clearly ignorant of the circumstances. Glance sighed softly, realizing that perhaps he had been too hasty, or that this was merely an unforeseen occurrence. Instantly, the oppressive aura that had enveloped Mouyu dissipated. He waved his hand gently and said, "Mouyu, you may leave. Take your small box. It seems to contain something of significance that we cannot open it without causing damage, and perhaps it was never meant to belong to us. That it is yours once more. As for your other possessions, they cannot be returned to you at this moment. Lieutenant Lon, you shall assume full responsibility for Mouyu's affairs that I wish to contemplate alone, and regarding the spatial rift. You may handle that directly." With Glance's words, the door behind Mouyu slowly swung open. Lon Hanue approached his side, leading the bewildered Mouyu out of the captain's quarters. What on earth is happening? How am I able to survive in an environment hostile to humanity? Moreover, why are these events unfolding around me? Once outside the captain's quarters, Mouyu could no longer contain his questions. Earlier, he had wished to seek clarification, but Lon Hanue had subtly indicated that he should refrain from questioning, subsequently pulling him out. Now, he was eager to uncover the truth of the matter. Facing the door, Lon Hanue did not turn until it had fully closed behind them. She spoke softly. "I am also unsure of the specifics. You may inquire with the patrol officer who brought you back, or ask the doctor during your medical examination later. For now, I must attend to the spatial rift. Let me take you to the soldiers' lounge for some rest. Once I have dealt with those matters, we can revisit your questions." With that, Lon Hanue guided Mouyu away from the captain's quarters. After traversing several corridors, she opened a large door and turned to Mouyu, saying, "Inside is the soldiers' lounge. You can find an unoccupied bed to rest, or if you prefer, you may converse with others or enjoy the magnificent views of the cosmos." As she spoke, she gestured towards another corridor nearby. Beyond that passage lay a transparent area, offering a clear view of the cosmic splendor outside. Once Lon Hanue finished speaking, she gently pushed Mouyu inside and swiftly closed the door behind him, leaving him to gaze contemplatively down the elongated corridor. That Mouyu surveyed his surroundings, noting the various passageways branching out. Although he had just awakened and still felt slightly dazed, he no longer desired sleep. After pondering for a moment, he turned towards the corridor Lon Hanue had indicated for stargazing. This space was quite expansive. Outside the lengthy corridor was an abyss of dark cosmic space. That Mouyu slowed his pace. Captivated by the beauty of the cosmos, in his eyes, the inky blackness transformed into an exquisite tapestry. The dazzling stars, the serpentine nebulae, the enigmatic black holes, all appeared so wondrous and grand that Mouyu stood silently at the entrance. Deeply entranced by the universe, that a surge of inexplicable emotions welled within him. A profound reverence and yearning for the cosmos, that he recalled his experience of traversing time and space, the adventures on that desolate planet. And Glance's stern inquiries that all seemed to unfold within a dream, yet felt undeniably real. That he inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his racing thoughts, and then turned to venture further into the soldier's lounge. Finding an unoccupied bed, he settled down, contemplating the entirety of his experience. He yearned to understand why he had found himself on that forsaken planet, how he could thrive in an environment where humanity could not, and what secrets lay hidden within him. Yet, these questions loomed as vast and unfathomable as the stars scattered across the universe, eluding his grasp. He could only wait in silence, anticipating the unfolding of fate and the revelation of truth. Confronted with Mo Wuyu's perplexity, Glanced did not provide immediate answers, but pressed a button for the third time. In an instant, a series of virtual projections materialized above Mo Wuyu, resembling phantoms. These projections depicted the gear and items he had previously worn. Soon, Glance's voice resonated softly, tinged with an almost imperceptible detachment. These items were all removed from you, and for that we extend our apologies. For any individual of unknown identity, a thorough examination is imperative. Now, I find myself quite intrigued by the results of this inspection. Thus, I hope you will indulge me by answering a few questions. If you would, Mo Wuyu. He was uncertain whether he could harness this power, nor did he know if it would bring him fortune or misfortune. Nevertheless, regardless of what the future held, Mo Wuyu resolved to confront it with courage. For he understood that only by bravely facing the unknown and the challenges ahead could he discover his own path and answers. After spending several long hours in the lounge, Mo Wuyu finally heard the voice of Lan Hanyue. That he rose from his seat and stepped out of the lounge, where he found Lan Hanyue waiting for him. "Lieutenant Lan, what shall we do next?" Mo Wuyu inquired. Lan Hanyue glanced at him and replied coolly, "Let us first proceed with a medical examination, that we need to ascertain your physical condition and genetic status. Afterwards, we can discuss your matters further." Mo Wuyu nodded and followed Lan Hanyue towards the medical room, but he realized that this would be a crucial step in uncovering the truth about his origins and abilities. Regardless of the difficulties and challenges that awaited him, he was determined to face them with valor. For he was no longer the ordinary Mo Wuyu. He had become a miraculous being who had survived a journey through time and space, thriving in an environment where survival seemed impossible. His future was imbued with boundless possibilities and hope. In the distant darkness, a soft glow quietly blossomed, resembling the dawn of hope breaking at the end of the night. Amidst the vast celestial expanse, countless stones floated, some near, some far, as if nature had whimsically brushed them with strokes of vibrant colors, flowing and shifting in a kaleidoscope of hues. Mo Wuyu's gaze traversed this splendid vista, capturing the fleeting glimmers of light that appeared and vanished in an instant, like elusive spirits of the night, transient and mysterious. What a beautiful universe! Mo Wuyu exclaimed in heartfelt admiration, his steps instinctively moving forward, completely immersed in this boundless beauty, oblivious to everything around him. "Hey, are you the guy they brought back from outside? What? Are you awestruck by the grandeur of the universe?" A voice, tinged with amusement, suddenly rang out from behind Mo Wuyu. He turned abruptly to find a young man leaning casually nearby, a playful smile gracing his lips. Mo Wuyu looked at the unexpectedly appeared youth in surprise, and the young man, noticing his reaction, approached him with a smile. "Do you like the universe? Isn't it magnificent here?" the young man inquired, his eyes sparkling with affection for the vast starry sky. "Indeed," Mo Wuyu replied, sensing no malice from the other. He gently nodded, then turned back to gaze at the infinite cosmos, utterly captivated. "By the way, my name is Mo Wuyu," he said, extending his hand in a friendly introduction. The young man reciprocated the gesture, shaking Mo Wuyu's hand with a light chuckle. "I'm Green. Pleased to meet you." "I thought you wouldn't initiate a greeting." Mo Wuyu chuckled awkwardly, and then asked, "Those things that appear and disappear outside, are they spatial rifts?" Green nodded, his expression turning serious. "Yes, but typically they are invisible, detectable only with a scanner. However, rest assured, they usually do not pose a threat to the warship. When passing through such areas, the warship emits particles that stabilize the space. So occurrences like what just happened are quite rare." Chapter 21. Dissipation. Though Green's explanation offered Mo Wuyu a modicum of reassurance, the worry etched on his face did not entirely dissipate. "What about the pirates you mentioned earlier?" Green hastily relayed the events that had transpired to Lan Hanyue, sharing his speculations. Upon hearing Green's account, Lan Hanyue's expression grew grave. "This is quite plausible," he analyzed. We are merely a solitary warship in the Chaos Rock system. Any pirate group with a modicum of strength could initiate an assault against us that we have managed to evade some pirates tracking previously. But it seems we have now drawn their attention. This time, they are unlikely to relent easily. A fierce battle may ensue. However, the specifics will be determined by the captain. Green, please go to the soldiers' lounge and inform everyone to prepare for action. Just in case that I ask for you, MOU, it would be best for you to accompany Green to rest for now. Your matters may need to be postponed, that I will go meet with the captain. With that, Lon Hanue saluted the two and turned to leave the room. Green returned the gesture, while MOU stood quietly to the side. After Lon Hanue closed the door, Green led MOU to the soldiers' lounge. The lounge was bustling with numerous individuals. Some were chatting in groups, others were sipping drinks, while a few were admiring various items. That as Green entered, several individuals near the entrance looked up to greet him, and he reciprocated with nods. After guiding MOU to a table, Green moved to the center of the hall, that he cleared his throat loudly to capture everyone's attention. Then he announced in a booming voice, "Break time is over. All soldiers prepare for battle. Please set down whatever you are holding. The time for combat has arrived, that a group of oblivious pirates has set their sights on our magnificent warship, and we must be ready to eliminate them. Green, you've interrupted my most leisurely break." Someone complained, "Green, this is splendid news. It's been ages since I've had a fight. I'm eager to show those pirates my strength." Another responded with excitement, "Green, is your information reliable? I certainly don't want to waste such a delightful break." Someone raised a doubt that as soon as Green finished speaking, the hall erupted into loud chatter, and the scene quickly grew chaotic. Emergency notification. Please all personnel pay attention. Emergency notification. Please all personnel pay attention. That a voice suddenly echoed from all around, and the noisy crowd fell silent upon hearing the announcement. After a brief pause, the voice continued, "Unidentified pirate forces are approaching. All personnel please prepare for battle. Unidentified pirate forces are approaching. All personnel please prepare for battle." After this notification was repeated several times, the soldiers in the hall and lounge swiftly and orderly began to mobilize without a hint of panic. Green did not leave immediately, but approached MOU, leading him into a resting room. "Remain here until the war alert is lifted or you receive further orders to leave. Understood?" "Okay, no problem." MOU recognized that he was currently unable to offer assistance. Staying here was indeed the more prudent choice. After giving MOU another scrutinizing look, Green exited the room, leaving MOU alone. Once inside, MOU surveyed his surroundings. Apart from recognizing the bed and table, he was unfamiliar with the other items. He walked towards the table, picked up a cylindrical object, and upon closer inspection, discovered it was a small pot. Subsequently, he wandered around the room, but ultimately returned to sit on the bed. He realized with a sense of helplessness that he had nothing to occupy his time. So he lay back and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he recalled the small box and retrieved it from his pocket. Since it had been gifted to him by Green, there was no harm in possessing it. Sitting up, MOU examined the small box once more and he found it extraordinarily intriguing. Thus far, it was the only object he could clearly see. With a glimmer of anticipation, he slowly opened the small box. "MOU, I presume you have departed. Although I do not know your current whereabouts, the fact that you have opened this box indicates that you are temporarily safe. The information I can provide you is limited, all of which has been recorded within. Please refer to it at your convenience. This small object has a name. It is called Radim. From now on, everything relies on you. The assistance I can offer is confined to this." A strange voice echoed the moment MOU opened the box. After the voice faded, the small box began to dissolve slowly in the palm of MOU's hand, ultimately transforming into a puddle of liquid. MOU watched this bizarre phenomenon in astonishment. When the box melted, he felt no harm whatsoever. The liquid gradually coalesced, eventually forming a small, bright red sphere. Eyes and a mouth appeared on the sphere, its eyes shimmering with a red glow, before it floated into the air and emitted a melodious electronic synthesized voice. "Greetings, number 13, that I am Radim. It's a pleasure to meet you. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance." That MOU gazed at the floating sphere in astonishment and cautiously asked, "You that are Radim, what assistance can you provide me?" "Certainly, I can offer help within the permissible scope." Radim floated to MOU's shoulder, gradually transforming into a sky blue bird, stretching its wings and gently fluttering. For instance, I can answer the questions you most wish to know right now. The questions I most wish to know. How do you know what I want to know at this moment? Mou cradled the bird that Radim had become in his hands, observing it closely, and queried with confusion, "Are you a liquid semi-intelligent robot? Who created you? Kalurin or Massey? Certainly not. Number 3 and number 11 are not under my management. I previously guided number 1, and now it is your turn. Additionally, I am not a semi-intelligent robot that at this moment." The Latim, tightly grasped in Mou's hand, transformed once more into a liquid state, gradually sliding down his arm and ultimately coalescing into an exquisite little bracer, snugly encircling his wrist. The numbers 3 and 11 refer to Kalurin and Massey. And what is the significance of you referring to me as number 13? Who then is number 1? Moreover, what exactly is the state I find myself in? Mou reclined back onto the bed, a torrent of questions surging forth like a tidal wave. Do not be hasty, Mou. Allow me to elucidate each of your queries. The voice of Latim grew soft and soothing, gradually calming Mou's anxious heart. He slowly closed his eyelids, while the Latim on his arm began to emit a gentle silvery light, enveloping him entirely. Volume 1. The Realm of Lost Souls, Chapter 23. The Sea last updated. December 27, 2011, 14. For 6. 17 word count. 5187 note. Due to network issues, yesterday's chapter was reset, and today's update will continue. Please stay tuned. Mou closed his eyes, initially feeling a tinge of strangeness at the shift of colors before him, but he quickly acclimated to the change. He patiently awaited the guidance of Latim, and though he did not hear any summons, he remained in a state of closed-eyed anticipation that it is time. Mou, open your eyes. The voice of Latim resonated beside him. As Mou slowly opened his eyes, he was taken aback by the sight before him, a pair of enormous eyes gazing intently at him. Steadying himself, he examined closely and discovered that standing before him was an identical version of himself. Are you Latim? Mou inquired cautiously, glancing around to find himself surrounded by a radiant white light. The version of himself before him had resumed its normal state, eyes glimmering with their usual brilliance. Indeed, I am Latim, came the reply. This form has been crafted using your body as a template. It is quite satisfactory. Would you not agree? Latim added. Mou seemed to detect a hint of pride in Latim's gaze, but quickly dismissed this notion, reasoning that even a fully intelligent robot should not exhibit such human-like qualities. Within the Federation system, although humanity possessed the capability to create more advanced intelligent robots, it had never been put into practice, rooted in the fear of robots surpassing human power. Thus, stringent restrictions had always been maintained in this domain. However, Mou believed that Latim's level of intelligence might have already transcended that of the existing robots within the Federation. This form of yours appears rather peculiar. Missouri candidly expressed his feelings, while surveying his surroundings. Where is this place? How did I arrive here? Latim, embodied as Mou, floated gracefully beside him, its right hand gliding through the air, gradually becoming transparent. Soon, beginning from the tip of its right finger, Latim's entire body transformed into countless specks of starlight, scattering around them. Centered around Mou, the white light rapidly expanded, transforming the entire space into an expansive universe, where twinkling stars flickered within. This is the ocean of information. Here, you may discover all that you seek. Provided your abilities are sufficiently potent, you shall behold the information you desire. Following this, a luminous sphere radiating white light slowly floated before Mou. Suspended in the air, that Mou gazed at this instantaneous transformation, as if witnessing the birth of a universe, the shimmering stars leaving him in profound awe. He looked up at this sea of information that resembled a starry sky, his heart overwhelmed with reverence that it felt as though he could hear celestial hymns resonating. Everything was in the throes of creation. Yet he quickly refocused his attention on the glowing point before him, gently extending his finger to touch it, instantly enveloped by a surge of white light. Through the currents of time and space, humanity emerged from the long river of history. This wondrous species, upon its appearance, brought forth civilization, warfare, and brutality that in the midst of tranquility. Myriad forms emerged that this the rhythm of evolution, or the trajectory of devolution. Since humanity harnessed power, the natural world has been similarly affected. Newborn life carries the hope of the future. We must not relinquish it lightly. Chapter 22. The sea of information, a myriad of sounds and images rushed past Mo Wuyu's eyes, fleeting in an instant. In that moment, he felt as though he had traversed the annals of history, witnessing fragments of the past. Then, the brilliance abruptly faded, and once more, Mo Wuyu beheld the vast ocean of information that at this juncture, Ladim's voice echoed again, seemingly emanating from all directions. Each glimmer of light here harbors a unique piece of information. You may use your will to seek out the information you require, but the prerequisite is that you must possess the corresponding capability. Confronted with this boundless ocean of information, Mo Wuyu could not help but marvel at the sheer volume of knowledge Ladim possessed. He inquired, Ladim, how do you accommodate such an immense quantity of information? The amount here is staggering. Even collecting it must require a protracted duration. No, I do not know, Ladim replied. Since my inception, this information has been woven into my existence. Perhaps it is data gathered by those who created me. Now, you may commence your search for the information you need, but whether you achieve your desires will depend on your own efforts. Understood. Mo Wuyu nodded in response, then shut his eyes, silently reciting the information he sought, softly calling out that he felt waves of information sweeping through his mind, yet none aligned with his quest. He continued to whisper, until suddenly he opened his eyes to find a tiny speck of light floating serenely before him, seemingly poised to drift away at any moment. That Mo Wuyu smiled faintly, extending his hand to gently touch the light. And in an instant, a radiant glow enveloped him. Meanwhile, Mo Wuyu was still exploring the information he yearned to understand within Ladim's sea of knowledge. At this moment, the battleship had entered combat mode. Granster sat stoically in the command room, his gaze steely as he scrutinized the screen ahead. The display indicated that 3 battleships of the same caliber as GK-01 had emerged approximately 120 degrees ahead, accompanied by 34 combat robots. These were merely the visible combat forces. Humph, a band of arrogant pirates. Granster scoffed at the sight of these troops. Lieutenant Lon, relay the order to permit the use of Level 1 combat weapons. There is no need to conceal our strength. Our primary objective now is to return to the theater of war. These minor skirmishes must not result in casualties. Understood, Lon Hanue replied, promptly turning to seize the communication device, announcing the decryption of Level 1 combat weapons, allowing their deployment for combat. Within the armory of the combat robots, soldiers erupted into cheers upon hearing the news. Fantastic. I thought we were in for a tough fight. But now that we have Level 1 combat weapons, we can easily vanquish those petty pirates. Indeed, let them witness our prowess. Do not become overly complacent. Caution is paramount. Of course, we are assured of victory. As the opposing battleships drew nearer, the main cannons of the pirate fleet had already adjusted their aim, targeting GK-0001. With the flames of war on the brink of ignition, the battleship slowly approached the pirate fleet, while 15 combat robots surged forth from the lateral launch bays. They did not charge immediately, but advanced in sync with the battleship's rhythm, gradually progressing alongside it. The ship descended 200 meters, adjusting the angle to 23 degrees. The G-class, main cannon fully charged, ready to activate the dispersion light shield. The combat robot formation prepared to engage in Battle Point 15 combat-type mechanical guards encircled the battleship, providing escort, while the 30 enemy combat machines surrounding them, despite their fervent counterattacks, were powerless against their target battleship. Occasionally, friendly mechanical guards would sacrifice themselves to intercept the enemy's beam attacks, showcasing the overwhelming advantage of antimatter energy. When the last enemy combat machine erupted in a brilliant yet fleeting display within the cosmos, only 3 loyal mechanical guards remained steadfast beside the independent battleship J-01. Report, Captain, we have successfully accomplished our designated mission. With this final battle report, even under the relentless erosion of antimatter energy, the 3 mechanical guards gradually faded into the vast universe. At that moment, Granster stood tall once more, solemnly saluting. However, the crisis was far from abated. The distant mothership, the Storm God, was silently approaching, accompanied by a chilling number of combat machines. As the Storm God entered effective range, beams of light surged toward the independent battleship J-01 like a tempest. Mo Wuyu inhaled deeply. The beams at the front felt like harbingers of death, instilling within him a profound sense of impending danger. I must see the captain immediately. He contemplated inwardly, yet he could not discern the path to the captain's quarters. At that moment, he noticed the semi-intelligent robot trailing closely behind him, inspiration striking that I need to contact the captain, or you could guide me to his location, he urgently requested. Currently in combat mode, insufficient authority to directly contact the captain. However, the captain is presently in the command room. I can lead you there. Please follow me, the semi-intelligent robot responded. MOU promptly followed the semi-intelligent robot toward the command room. Outside the command room's door, he swiftly activated the communication system, and soon, an unfamiliar voice emanated from within. May I inquire as to your identity? Please present your identification credentials to IMMOU. I require immediate access to the captain. Please open the door. That MOU's response was succinct and clear. Please wait a moment. You may enter now. After a brief reply from the other party, the door creaked open, and MOU strode confidently into the command room. As soon as he entered, he caught the call of Captain Granster in his ears. That MOU, you have arrived just in time. Please step this way. Volume 1. The Lost Territories, Chapter 25. The Return. Last updated, December 27th. 2011, 14. 46. 17 word count. 3543 Captain Granster. Lieutenant Lon Shawade, ASMOU stepped into the command room, his gaze instantly fixed upon the striking figure of Granster seated at the center, alongside the ever-present Lon Hanue standing behind him. Granster acknowledged him with a nod before turning his attention back to the display screen. Although MOU had caught a glimpse of the screen upon entering, he hadn't delved deeper into its contents. Now, looking again, he was met only with a dazzling array of lights, rendering the specifics indistinguishable. Fate often toys with humanity, and yet we constantly strive to assert our influence upon it. Do we not? Granster suddenly voiced this thought-provoking remark, suggesting that history had indeed been rewritten. What then of the trajectory of the future? MOU. At Granster's words, MOU was momentarily taken aback. The current reality had been upended. What would await upon returning to the future? Would it remain unchanged, or would the future also undergo transformation? Such questions had never crossed MOU's mind, for he had never anticipated such upheaval. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze vacant as it drifted towards the flickering cannon fire on the screen. Lost in contemplation, Granster raised a hand gently, halting the words Lon Hanue was about to speak. He seemed oblivious to the external attacks on the Lon Shun, focusing solely on the pensive visage of MOU's introspection deepened, stretching time as if it had been elongated. Memories of his deceased parents, unknown kin, cherished friends, and fleeting recollections flooded his mind. Simultaneously, he harbored dreams of the future. Would he once again reunite with those friends, and were his parents well? In that moment, he felt as though he glimpsed fragments of the future. Yet it also seemed like mere illusion, images racing before his eyes like a fleeting dream. The ravages of war not only consumed vibrant lives but ignited the flames of responsibility within. Amidst this tumultuous conflict, the significance of individual existence became starkly apparent. MOU, what is the reason for your presence here? Is it to witness the transformations of the world around you, or to willingly immerse yourself in this tide of change? Granster's voice, deep and resonant like the underworld, stirred ripples within MOU's heart. War, the future, transformation that a cascade of questions enveloped him like a shroud of fog, prompting him to ponder. What is the root of it all? Why am I here? MOU's mind was besieged by a flurry of confusion, the vibrant colors before him growing increasingly blinding, as if pulling him back to the moment of temporal displacement. The surrounding brilliance was both still and flowing, dreamlike, while his thoughts spiraled into chaos, emotions crashing against his consciousness like a tide that MOU murmured softly, overwhelmed by the weight of these feelings, a trickle of fear seeping into his heart. Just then, a cool sensation coursed through his arm, and he felt his body weaken, collapsing to the ground as the kaleidoscopic world before him was swiftly engulfed by darkness. MOU propped himself up on the ground, gasping for breath. Though merely a few fleeting seconds had passed, he felt utterly drained as the darkness gradually receded. A beam of white light emerged, slowly expanding. He abruptly lifted his head, and before him, the silhouette of a massive ship began to clarify on the screen. Beside him, Granster observed MOU, a flicker of purple light flashing in his eyes before returning to normalcy. I can see now. My sight has returned. MOU marveled at the scene before him. His eyes, which had inexplicably altered, had miraculously reverted to their original state. The mystery surrounding this phenomenon remained unsolved, yet Moyu was unaware that his pupils were now radiating a peculiar, multicolored glow, an unsettling appearance that stirred unease among those around him. Lan Hanyue, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with doubt. Those eyes, glimmering with seven hues, seemed to conceal secrets untold. Moyu's striking blue hair lent him an otherworldly aura. In an instant, the brilliance in his eyes rapidly dimmed, returning to their normal verdant hue. Once his mind settled, he finally focused his attention on the image displayed on the screen. The Lan Shun. How could it be here? Moyu murmured in disbelief. This solitary vessel had traversed the lengthy war zone to reach this distant region, unless the Lan Shun had encountered no resistance since the pivotal moment of historical transition. Its presence here was truly unfathomable. Captain Granster spoke in a calm, yet resolute tone. This location marks yet another deviation from the historical trajectory, does it not? Moyu turned his head, meeting the gaze of the dark-haired, green-eyed captain, yet he hesitated to respond immediately, the weight of the captain's presence pressing heavily upon him. Chapter 23. The asteroid cluster. Granster fixed his gaze upon the screen, his tone steady yet resolute. The Lan Shun can no longer escape its pursuers. We have an urgent mission to complete. Here in this asteroid cluster, we cannot establish communication with the Federation's command. Therefore, we must dispatch several warriors to breach the enemy lines, and you, traveler of time, though not a Federation soldier, should not be ensnared in this conflict. Now, I request that you retreat with my warriors. Do you have any objections? Retreat? You want me to leave? Moyu asked in astonishment. Indeed, Mo.S. a traveler from the future. You need not sacrifice yourself here. You bear no such responsibility or obligation. This is the battlefield of Federation soldiers. The battleship can endure for a short while longer. When we approach light speed, you will board the shuttle for a spatial jump, with Lieutenant Lan leading your escape. Still reeling from the shock, Moyu was led outside by Lan Hanyue. Once outside, Lan Hanyue did not rush to depart, but instead walked slowly, conversing with Moyu. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Captain Granster has instructed me to provide answers. What has brought all of this about? From the moment I stepped out of the lounge, I found myself ensnared in such circumstances. And now, you hastily demand that I stand alongside you to break through. What lies behind this? I can only offer a glimpse of clarity regarding your confusion. The pirates we encountered earlier were merely a bait set by the enemy, and we failed to accurately assess their strength, leading us into dire straits. At present, the only option is to execute a breakout to relay vital information back to the Federation, while the battleship will cover our retreat. Still enveloped in uncertainty, Moyu thought to himself that another enigma added to his confusion mattered little. After listening to Lan Hanyue's explanation, he grasped the previous situation but remained internally tumultuous, deciding against further inquiries. Observing his demeanor, Lan Hanyue ceased her dialogue, quickening her pace to lead Moyu toward the preparation room. Inside the command room, Granster maintained a tranquil demeanor, his gaze intent upon the screen. Yet the central image of the mothership, the Lan Shun, elicited no emotional response from him, but he gazed faintly into the vastness of space, as if envisioning the familiar faces of old friends, now transformed into fleeting brilliance amidst the cosmos. Finally, it is my turn to take action. That Granster's words bore a deep sense of weariness, and his expression sharpened as he straightened in his seat. GNZ anti-particle cannon prepared, force field at maximum, launch bay ready, all personnel at their stations, prepare for combat. With the command issued, the officers sprang into action, the battleship slowly adjusting its course toward the Lan Shun. The previously concealed red and blue cannon ports gradually emerged, the barrels unfurling to form a significantly larger aperture. Moyu, Lan Hanyue, and 3 others entered the launch bay, where 2 combat robots were also stationed. Moyu sat nervously within the capsule, clad in a standard spacesuit, his body securely strapped in as he awaited the moment of launch. As the countdown commenced, 10, 9, 8, 7. With each ticking second, Moyu instinctively turned to glance at Lan Hanyue. Her face revealed no hint of emotional fluctuation. As the countdown progressed, he firmly secured his helmet onto his head. 2, 1. Action command issued. With the command ringing in his ears, the launch capsule suddenly shot out diagonally from the side of the battleship. swiftly distancing itself from the mothership. Simultaneously, the independent warship's main cannon unleashed a torrent of dark particles as deep as the night. This beam, darker than the vast universe, accurately struck the Lan Shun's shield, compelling it to cease its assault and divert all efforts to defense. However, this formidable beam of energy diminished within 5 seconds, soon followed by an even fiercer barrage directed at the independent warship JK-0001. After enduring for several minutes, the independent warship ultimately erupted into a brilliant explosion, vanishing into the depths of the boundless cosmos. During this interval, the launch capsule carrying MOU successfully traversed the spatial barrier. Leaping to a distant realm to in the vast expanse of the cosmos, enigmatic tales often unfold, shrouded in mystery. Perhaps, in the blink of an eye, as everything transforms into a blaze of light, only that fleeting radiance remains. In a secluded corner of the boundless universe, scattered meteors drift aimlessly. These celestial fragments traverse their chaotic paths, enduring the passage of countless ages, rendering the surroundings exceptionally tranquil. However, this tranquility is soon shattered. Disturbances ripple through the space, causing nearby meteors to warp in an instant. Within the undulating void, a shadow gradually emerges. A small spacecraft that as the vessel awaits stabilization, the space soon regains its calm, allowing the small craft to activate its rear thrusters and proceed forward gently. During this journey, the surface of the vessel begins to alter, ultimately blending it with the surrounding meteors, assimilating into the celestial swarm. This small craft is none other than the vessel carrying MOU and Lan Hanyue. After departing the battlefield, they encountered patrolling combat robots. Lan Hanyue reacted swiftly, minimizing the energy fluctuations of the ship's thrusters and employing a simulation camouflage device to deceive the search party. After covering some distance, they prepared for another spatial jump. However, Lan Hanyue surmised that during this second leap, the adversaries might quickly locate their jump point, necessitating utmost caution. MOU, seated in his designated position, idly gazed out the window. The spacecraft was indeed quite small. Among the 5 individuals, 2 were stationed in the cockpit while the remaining 3 occupied the 4-person seating area, although the space was sufficient for basic movement. Apart from the storage compartment at the rear, there was little room for anything else. They could only wait inside. MOU had attempted to re-establish contact with Latim, but to no avail. Upon boarding the vessel, he reminisced about the command room, recalling the refreshing sensation of Latim's presence enveloping his arm. Yet, despite his contemplation, without a response from Latim, the reasons behind it remained elusive. Inside the cabin, the 3 sat in silence. The soldier, lacking orders from the commander, dared not speak. Lan Hanyue had no desire for conversation, while MOU, in a state of ennui, gazed out the window, his thoughts swirling within. The cabin exuded an air of profound stillness. At this moment, MOU's vessel navigated slowly through the meteor field. Meanwhile, the Anti-Federal Alliance's combat robots had discovered their previous jump location, yet amidst the vast expanse of meteors, the ship's trace had vanished. After reporting the situation, the robots promptly dispersed into several small teams, initiating a search in all directions. However, the true peril for the vessel lay elsewhere. Not far off, 6 combat robots lay concealed on a meteor. 2 were equipped with massive firearms, designated as snipers. The remaining 4 were purely agile models. Brother, today luck is on our side. To stumble upon prey in this remote corner is splendid. Indeed, I intended to take it easy today. This place is already sparse. Hardly anyone comes here, that we've been suffocated in our organization, reaping little benefit. Yet today we might just strike some fortune. Enough chatter, prepare for battle. You 2 snipers, keep your eyes peeled and do not falter. Our lives depend on you. Haha, brother, last time was an accident. It was all because Green Cat got too close to the enemy, and that's how we messed up. This time, it won't happen. All right, everyone prepare. Let us commence operations. Suddenly, an electronic alarm shattered the silence within the cabin. Alert! Alert! An unidentified energy source is approaching. Quantity 4, energy level consistent with combat robots. Lan Hanyue swiftly seized the communicator. Inquiring, what sort of enemies? Can we discern the model of the combat robots? Affirmative. The enemy comprises 3 old-model mass-produced space fighters and 1 active mass-produced space fighter, designated as the Lion.it, is assessed that they belong to pirate factions and may execute extermination orders. Activate the combat robots, lift the locking restrictions, accurately record the enemy's trajectory, and calculate the optimal safe zone. Lan Hanyue made a rapid decision, setting down the communicator, turning to Mo Wuyu, and stated, "The adversaries are merely pirates, and the elimination difficulty is low. However, once we engage in combat, our position will be compromised, and escape will be impossible. Thus, I require your assistance. You are not a soldier and lack the military presence, which may aid in concealing your identity, that I hope you can take this item and deliver it to a contact within the Federation. The contact details are on this card. Refer to it at the appropriate moment." They would venture out to attract the enemy's attention, and everything was entrusted to him. After speaking, Lan Hanyue unfastened his clothing, produced a card and a chip, and handed them to Mo Wuyu. Faced with Lan Hanyue's unwavering demeanor, Mo Wuyu reluctantly accepted the items that he intended to stow them in the pocket of his spacesuit. But after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately concealed the chip and card beneath the arm guard fashioned from latinum. The arm guard promptly morphed, tightly encasing the chip and card. "What should I do?" Mo Wuyu inquired. "Did you not overthink it? Safeguard the chip and ensure your own safety," Lan Hanyue replied, having reached the rear door. He turned to Mo Wuyu and said, "Everything relies on you." With that, he saluted and exited, followed closely by another soldier, leaving Mo Wuyu alone in the cabin. Preparations complete, the hatch opened, and the ejection mechanism activated. Setting forth .as, the synthesized electronic voice resonated. Two dazzling combat robots ejected from the vessel, speeding towards the pirates. Mo Wuyu, seated in the cockpit, glimpsed fleeting lights outside the window, gently caressing the arm guard imbued with latinum. He was engulfed in uncertainty about the impending situation, his eyes reflecting bewilderment. Perhaps he need not take any initiative, yet before he could ponder further, new commands echoed within the cockpit. Chapter 24. Comprehensive Inspection. Mo Wuyu, please verify that your spacesuit is fully donned and operational. Mo Wuyu paused briefly, then commanded the microcomputer on his spacesuit to conduct a thorough check. Once confirmed, he picked up the communicator beside his seat and replied, "All is normal. There are no issues. Prepare to commence. Please make the necessary arrangements. Salutations, sir, and may fortune favor you." Mo Wuyu had yet to grasp the implications when the seat jolted suddenly, then descended, plunging him into darkness. Soon after, a powerful force surged, and when he reopened his eyes, he beheld the vessel slowly receding. "Lieutenant, the ejection mission has been completed. Please indicate the next course of action. Retreat in a predetermined direction. Concealment is unnecessary. Proceed with full force that I will follow closely behind." "Understood." Mo Wuyu stared in astonishment at the vanishing vessel, momentarily rendered speechless. Without any space operational equipment, he floated helplessly in the cosmos, extending his fingers towards the departing ship. Yet it continued to drift further away. Meanwhile, the combat robot piloted by Lan Hanyue merely brushed past the pirates, swiftly retreating due to its exceptional speed. As they fled, Mo Wuyu seemed to perceive a combat robot giving him a thumbs up, gently swaying. However, he quickly shifted his focus away from the disappearing ship, for he noticed 4 combat robots approaching him. What bad luck to encounter these robots with combat capabilities far surpassing ours. They actually fled, how unfortunate. Yet it seems they have overlooked something. I wonder whose misfortune it is. Let us catch them and find out. Thus, Mo Wuyu was seized like a toy, gripped by a mechanical hand. Swiftly taken back. Upon reuniting with the 2 snipers, several pirates transported Mo Wuyu to a temporary base. Mo Wuyu then experienced a direct flight in the cosmos. After approximately 20 minutes of flight, the combat robots finally landed on a massive meteor. Subsequently, they opened a passage and entered the interior. Upon entering, Mo Wuyu discovered that dozens of combat robots were stationed nearby, all resembling those in which he and his companions had been traveling. Once on the ground, Mo Wuyu was placed on the floor and quickly turned to observe who had captured him. The cockpit opened, and a middle-aged man with golden curls emerged. After disembarking from the combat robot, he exchanged a few words with the staff beside him. Soon after, someone took Mo Wuyu away from the scene. Mo Wuyu was led to the front of a somewhat dilapidated room, and he could not help but exclaim, "Why do unidentified individuals always have to reside in such old houses? Can't they find a different place?" However, the escort showed no disagreement, gesturing for him to remove his spacesuit, which they then took away. Leaving MOU confined within the room, then aren't you worried about someone invading or escaping? There ain't even anyone to interrogate, and no guards in sight, MOU complained as he plopped down in a chair inside the room. That's not the case. We simply deem it unnecessary, a youthful voice suddenly resounded at the door. And in your current state, where could you possibly escape to? MOU turned upon hearing the voice. Spotting a young man with black hair and eyes standing at the door, a smile gracing his face. What is your name? How did you end up being thrown out? It seems they don't intend to take you back. The young man inquired. MOU felt no particular inclination towards the young man and was disinclined to elaborate on his question, but he currently possessed only a vague understanding of the situation. Being far from clear on what had transpired, let alone expecting anyone to return him to the Federation. Thus, his response was rather curt. Bedouin, he introduced himself. As for why I was tossed out, I'm not quite sure. Oh, Bedouin? Is that your true name? The young man smiled innocently and waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate. The captain will soon come to interrogate you, so I must take my leave. With that, he indeed turned to depart. What a mysterious fellow, MOU remarked about the young man. Yet he remained troubled by the impending interrogation, feeling utterly powerless at the moment. Suddenly, the voice of Latin broke through the tension. MOU, how do you plan to respond now? Hearing Latim's voice, MOU joyfully raised his ARM, AT this moment. He was clad in only a single garment. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a pair of eyes that appeared on the gauntlet transformed from Latim. Gazing at him with a smile, Latim, you finally responded. I've been calling for you, yet you remained silent. MOU exclaimed with excitement that I have always been listening. I just didn't wish to speak in front of others. By the way, you haven't decided how to respond, have you? The captain is coming to interrogate you, Latim replied. Mentioning the interrogation again, MOU could only grimace and said, there's nothing I can do. Let's take it step by step. Indeed, while MOU had no viable plan for the situation, it did not imply that Latim was powerless. Latim gently tightened his grip on MOU's arm, saying, how could there be no way? You can claim you were captured, and as for the rest, just follow my instructions. Latim rambled on with a multitude of suggestions before finally closing his mouth contentedly at that moment. MOU was struck by Latim's extraordinary knowledge. Contemplating Latim's proposed strategy, a slight smile crept onto his lips that is there anything else I need to prepare? MOU inquired, hoping for further assistance. Yet it was not Latim who answered, but another voice from outside. Is there anything else that needs preparation? Bedouin, who are you conversing with? MOU turned abruptly at the sound. Looking outside at that moment, a middle-aged man with golden hair stepped into the room. He was the squad leader who had previously guided MOU back. MOU regarded the golden-haired man with a calm tone, replying, there is no one else that you can see for yourself. The golden-haired man laughed heartily. Haha, nothing of the sort. I was merely curious why a soldier of the Federation would appear here. Mr. Bedouin, could you enlighten me? The middle-aged man deliberately emphasized the name Bedouin, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he observed MOU. Federation? No, sir. I am not one of the Federation. MOU replied with a squint and a smile that bore an air of mystery. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding, but we can sit down now and slowly discuss matters regarding the Federation, as well as the issues between you and me, can't we, Mr. Moak? When mentioning Moak's name, MOU intentionally stressed it, casting a peculiar smile at the golden-haired man before him. Moak looked at MOU in astonishment, a flicker of undeniable surprise crossing his features, but he quickly regained his composure, gently pulling out a chair and sitting down. Well then, let us converse. For instance, how did you come to know my name? I hope you did not just hear it from someone else moments ago. Then MOU chuckled softly, for in truth, all this information was contained within the data provided by Latim, including their current interstellar coordinates, the pirate crew that had captured them, and the identity of the man seated before him. There were detailed records of all these aspects. When Latim had briefly disclosed this information, MOU was indeed taken aback. Yet recalling his previous experience in the sea of information, where he had encountered countless luminous data points, he felt reassured. Following Latim's suggestion, MOU decided to feign confidence, maintaining a constant smile to disarm the other party. Thus, he presented what could be described as an unnaturally confident grin that I believe that is not the crux of the matter. MOU straightened his posture slightly, letting his hands rest casually by his sides that I wish to discuss at the Federation. Moke scrutinized Mouyu's every move while also noting the gauntlet on his arm, though he merely glanced at it before shifting his gaze away. However, upon hearing Mouyu's proposal, he became intrigued. The Federation, you say? Then you might first explain why you were floating in space wearing a Federation spacesuit, especially under those circumstances. You know, I witnessed it with my own eyes. So, I am quite curious. No. Mouyu quickly denied, shaking his head lightly. What I wish to discuss is not that matter, Mr. Moke. Surely you have heard the term top secret? Mouyu paused at this juncture. And upon hearing those words, Moke's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze sharpening as he intently questioned, You know about the top secret plan? Observing Moke's reaction, Mouyu revealed a radiant smile that it would be more accurate to say that I have some understanding. The intricacies involved are far too complex to encapsulate in mere words. You might consider that I have some knowledge of it. Mouyu spoke truthfully. Latim indeed possessed comprehensive knowledge of everything, and he had gleaned a portion of that information. However, there was one thing Mouyu was unaware of. Latim's grasp of the information was far more profound than he could comprehend, yet Latim had never disclosed these details to him. So you were a spy sent by the Federation? I anticipated this. You possess combat capabilities that surpass ours yet refrain from engaging in battle, while deliberately leaving one person behind. The underlying meaning is clear. You wish to see me. Moke's tone turned harsh, showing no mercy towards Mouyu, who could almost feel the animosity radiating from him. Inwardly, Mouyu lamented. While Latim had indeed provided him with some data, it was far from complete. Moke's sudden change in demeanor unsettled him, yet he quickly regained his composure. Your brother is in our custody. Has he found you yet? Capturing me won't be so simple. Moke's expression had turned icy, a sensation that made Mouyu profoundly uncomfortable. No, Mr. Moke, you misunderstand. Mouyu reiterated, I am not affiliated with the Federation. I can understand your feelings, but we should remain calm and discuss matters rationally, should we not? Chapter 25, A Reasonable Explanation Really Not. Upon hearing Mouyu's explanation, Moke began to harbor doubts. Then how did you come to know of the top secret plan? That plan is not something an ordinary person could comprehend. You ought to provide me with a reasonable explanation. I can survive in the vacuum of space. That Mouyu suddenly uttered a statement seemingly unrelated to Moke's inquiry. Yet this remark was enough to pique Moke's interest. He stared at Mouyu in astonishment, and after a moment, he gradually softened his previously frigid demeanor, his voice tinged with bitterness. You are a master of space, aren't you? When were you captured by them? Now, may I witness your abilities firsthand? Mouyu gently shook his head, responding, Not now. I cannot display my abilities at this moment. Moke did not press further, merely muttering to himself, That is only reasonable. How could they allow our abilities to persist? As he spoke, Moke extended a hand towards a distant table. Instantly, a cup on the table twisted and vanished, while a cup miraculously appeared in his hand. It was the very same cup that had just been on the table. My abilities only manifested 6 months ago, that I have kept them hidden. Fearing that the Federation would find me again, to that end, I relinquished everything and came to this place, becoming a small-time pirate. All of this is due to my fear of that top-secret plan, that I can understand it but cannot disrupt it. Tell me, am I not cowardly? Moke looked up at Mouyu, his eyes filled with guilt. However, he did not wait for Mouyu's response, continuing to narrate his tale that my brother reached this level of power by the age of SIX that time. He often took me on adventures, bringing me to all the places I wished to visit. He cared for me deeply from a young age. 2 years ago, he could freely traverse space, surviving in the void, just like you. Yet the Federation came knocking, demanding that my brother accompany them. That my brother was formidable. No one could capture him, and he had no intention of harming them. However, the Federation seized me to threaten my brother. Moke finally revealed the secret he had long held. In the end, to save me, my brother left with the Federation, and since then he has vanished without a trace. That I spent an entire year infiltrating the Federation, barely brushing the surface of the top secret plan. But unfortunately, I was discovered by the Federation, and thus I fled here. After speaking, Moke raised his head to look at Mouyu, as if confessing had brought him relief. That Mouyu discerned a long-lost sense of ease in Moke's gaze. The long-suppressed secret had been released all at once, granting Moke a feeling of liberation. That I suspect you, like my brother, are constrained by some force that limits your abilities. Without such constraints, my brother would never have sought me out. Mo Wuyu responded somewhat sheepishly. I do not know the exact reason, but at present, I truly cannot use my abilities. Though Gransitter had claimed one could survive in the void, he still felt a tinge of doubt. Nevertheless, he continued to follow Latim's plan. Moke curiously inquired, "Then how did you come to know my name?" His tone was no longer harsh. "That I saw relevant information about you in the Federation's records. Which is how I recognized you," Mo Wuyu replied candidly, showing no signs of deceit. "That so, the Federation has already established a dossier on me." Mo-ku furrowed her brow upon hearing this. That Mo Wuyu continued, "I need your assistance. Mo-kud, I require your help to stand against the Federation and expose the top-secret plan. Can you aid me?" Mo-kud gazed at Mo Wuyu and shook her head. "To be honest, I cannot fully trust you at this moment. While I am convinced you are not affiliated with the Federation, I cannot join you in opposing them at this stage. However, I will help you remain here. Once I have complete faith in you, I might consider your proposal." That Mo Wuyu smiled in response. "No worries, I can wait. Thank you in advance." That at this juncture, the plan of Latim had largely come to fruition. They had secured a foothold, and subsequent arrangements could unfold gradually. "You may rest here for now, and I will bring you news." That Mo-ku refrained from saying more. That in truth, Mo Wuyu's suggestion had stirred something within Mo-ku. Yet, apart from her reservations about trusting Mo Wuyu, she herself was not adequately prepared and could not afford to act recklessly. "All right, I will await your message." After bidding farewell to Mo-ku, Mo Wuyu retracted his earlier confident demeanor, heavily sinking into a chair, his face drenched in cold sweat. It was only after the matter concluded that he felt the tension within, his heart racing in response. "Latim, how do you think I performed?" "Not too shabby, right?" Mo-ku seems to have believed me to a considerable extent. That Mo Wuyu felt a twinge of pride, as this was his first performance. And achieving such results was indeed a rarity. However, Latim was less than complimentary. "Your performance was riddled with flaws. It is merely that the other party failed to notice. This is your fortune. Had there been one more person present, your cover would surely have been blown. Well, it's not too bad. Regardless, I am preparing to become a pirate. Do you think piracy is perilous? I won't be killed on my first raid." "Will I? That would be quite embarrassing," Mo Wuyu said half-jokingly. "With your current skills, you are unlikely to be easily taken down, but should you encounter a formidable opponent, the chances increase significantly," Latim pointed out mercilessly. "Oh dear, oh dear. Regardless, I have made up my mind to pursue this path as a pirate. That I believe my luck won't be that dire, even though things have been rather unfortunate lately." "Huh." Mo Wuyu exchanged smiles with Latim. However, Latim turned serious, saying, "You need to learn much more if you wish to continue." "Very well. You are a veritable treasure trove of information. Shall we begin now?" Mo Wuyu expressed keen interest in acquiring this knowledge. "However, this place is not suitable, that we can only pursue our studies in a more secure environment." Mo Wuyu responded dejectedly. After Mo-ku departed from Mo Wuyu's quarters, he returned to his usual resting place, where the dark-haired youth who had previously gone to inform Mo Wuyu had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Mo-ku return, he immediately stood up, eagerly inquiring, "What is the situation? Did you glean anything? What is his true identity?" Mo-ku settled down and began to speak slowly. "It slightly diverges from our earlier speculations, yet aligns largely, even proving more advantageous, as anticipated. He is not a member of the Federation. I did not delve into his name, but the good news is that he is also a space abilities user. Although he cannot currently utilize his powers, he will still be of assistance to us. He is also familiar with the top-secret plan, which could be beneficial. That if he is a genuine abilities user and willing to assist us, our plans will be significantly bolstered," the dark-haired youth added. "Indeed, I vow to dismantle the Federation and the top-secret plan," Mo-ku declared, clenching his fist with determination, though caution still prevailed, necessitating further observation. "That if he proves trustworthy, we can initiate the plan. This time, I must rescue my brother. And my father as well," the dark-haired youth responded resolutely. "Eagle, Eagle. Please respond." Eagle, the fragmented voice crackled through the communicator. In the vast expanse of the universe, war loomed ever-present. Perhaps you had merely stumbled upon it unintentionally, yet conflict could be encroaching silently, somewhere within the ruins of Stone Star System. "What a detestable place," that a crisp girl's voice complained with evident annoyance. But soon the clamor within the communicator began to subside that on a sizable asteroid, several battle robots lay strewn about, most having been destroyed. Only 2 blue battle robots remained standing, one of which had just fired a shot at the robot next to the still echoing communicator. "Stop complaining, prepare to withdraw. The search party should be arriving soon," another robot calmly advised. "Hurry up and leave this place," that a man's voice rang out as he raised the right arm of the battle robot, executing a series of gestures. Shortly thereafter, several lights twinkled on a distant asteroid, and the man activated the thrusters, slowly flying toward that direction. "Really annoying. Having to do this," the girl grumbled before taking flight, following closely behind that a pile of damaged battle robots was left in their wake. After the 2 blue battle robots vanished into the vast asteroid field, several new battle robots approached from afar. The battle robots swiftly reached the surface of the asteroid, yet all they found was a landscape of debris. After conducting a thorough search and failing to uncover any valuable clues, they contacted the command center. "The Eagle Squad has been obliterated. No clues were found. The methods of attack bear resemblance to those encountered by other squads. But further confirmation is necessary. Take your comrades. We can return now." "Well done, it's nothing. See you at the base. Safe travels." Having gathered everything, the apparent leader of the battle robots lifted a comrade whose upper body had been blown apart, adjusting his position before slowly ascending. The remaining team members similarly picked up the remnants of their comrades, following suit. The last battle robot placed a bomb on the ground, cradled the final piece of debris, and took off together. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, a brilliant light blossoming behind the team of battle robots. Despite the dazzling radiance, the mood of the team members was exceptionally somber, the remnants in their hands feeling as heavy as lead. As the light faded into the cosmos, the traces of this battle were forever buried. "I am so tired," Wu Yu stretched, loosening his muscles before slowly opening the door, that it's already afternoon. "Still sleeping in? Hurry up and prepare. There's an urgent mission to discuss. Assemble in the hall." Outside stood a slightly older boy than Wu Yu, always wearing a smile that inspired warmth. This boy was Wu Yu's new teammate, Lan Ning, who had joined Wu Yu's team the previous day. With Ku's assistance, Wu Yu had proudly become a pirate yesterday, that he left the dilapidated old house and moved into a standard-issue universal room. That day, he also made the acquaintance of his new teammates, that Wu Yu joined a squad led by Ku, totaling 6 members. The boy before him, Lan Ning, was an exceptional sniper, that it was he who first spotted Wu Yu being ejected and promptly informed Ku and the others. Thus, a bond had formed between them, and Wu Yu harbored a favorable impression of him. "But all right, I'm coming right away. Please wait a moment." Then Wu Yu dashed back into his room, quickly washed up, changed clothes, and then departed with Lan Ning for the hall. Chapter 26. Descent. Upon arriving at this new environment, Wu Yu had no pressing matters to attend to, so he invited Ladim to explore the sea of information together. Initially, Wu Yu merely browsed through information that piqued his interest, but Ladim subsequently suggested learning some essential content, that Wu Yu had no objections to this. However, when Ladim retrieved an information orb, Wu Yu was taken aback. It turned out that while the other orbs were the size of grains of rice, the one Ladim summoned was as large as a thumbnail. Wu Yu immediately raised an objection, but Ladim paid him no mind, directly placing the orb against Wu Yu's forehead, causing it to merge with him instantly. As a result, Wu Yu did not acquire any knowledge. Instead, upon merging with the orb, he was met with a blinding white light before promptly fainting. When he awoke, it was nearly noon, and feeling heavy-headed, he simply rolled over and went back to sleep until Lan Ning came to rouse him. Wu Yu and Lan Ning swiftly reached the hall, discovering that many had already gathered. The two found a spot to sit, and Wu Yu surveyed the surroundings, noting that most people wore expressions of confusion akin to his own. While some appeared despondent, clearly already aware of certain circumstances, that Wu Yu turned to Lan Ning and quietly inquired, "Do you know what this is about? Why are even newcomers like me required to attend?" "I am unsure. I was called by the boss too, and he asked me to bring you along. That we will find out once the boss arrives," Lan Ning responded quietly, just as Wu Yu noticed Ku and the earlier dark-haired youth, Feta, approaching side by side. Seeing this, Wu Yu and Lan Ning promptly stood to greet them. "Big brother Ku, big brother Feta, you've arrived." And Wu Yu's voice sounded somewhat awkward, still unaccustomed to addressing someone as big brother. Ku smiled gently. gesturing for the two to sit, before taking a seat himself that he then addressed Mo Wu Yu. Having spent a day here, how does it feel? Are you starting to acclimate? Mo Wu Yu smiled shyly and replied, It's all right to be by the way, big brother Emoko. What is the purpose of this urgent assembly? Why must even newcomers like me attend? Ha! Emoko laughed heartily, not concealing his amusement. This is a den of pirates. What kind of newcomer training do you expect? Here, you may act as you wish to at this point. Emoko's tone shifted. He continued in a hushed voice. In truth, this emergency assembly is prompted by recent attacks on nearly all the pirate crews in the vicinity by an unknown force. Our crew was also assaulted yesterday, and it seems we must heighten our vigilance, as a significant battle may be looming. Upon speaking, a look of concern crossed Emoko's face. Encountering conflict at this moment is undoubtedly unfavorable. So, are we setting sail again? Lan Ning inquired softly. Indeed, it is quite possible. Emoko sighed, a sense of resignation evident in his demeanor. With so many pirate crews assaulted simultaneously and the assailants shrouded in mystery, the prospect of warfare raises serious doubts about our chances of victory. That as he contemplated this, Emoko hesitated, yet his eyes shimmered with determination. The unpredictability of the world compels us to remain vigilant. Let us hope we do not reach that point. Feda, he said softly, you mentioned yesterday that you would pilot the combat robot. I have prepared one for you, that if a mission arises, follow me to inspect it shortly. All right, Mo Wu Yu replied succinctly, refraining from further elaboration. The oppressive atmosphere instilled a tinge of worry within him. Just then, the host of the emergency assembly made his entrance, that a middle-aged man with hair as dark as Feda strode slowly onto the elevated platform in the southern hall. He surveyed the crowd with an imposing gaze, and in that instant, Mo Wu Yu felt an overwhelming pressure, as though those piercing eyes were fixated upon him. Yet, this sensation dissipated as the man averted his gaze. At present, we find ourselves in a perilous situation. This danger does not stem from us, but is imposed upon us by others, the man proclaimed with a commanding voice. Although we remain unaware of their identities, they have chosen to challenge our dignity and opted for battle. Therefore, we must not falter. 8 members of the Battle Eagle squad have tragically fallen in their assault. This is intolerable, that we accept sacrifices in combat. But we shall never condone a battle without victory. Henceforth, we shall ally with all surrounding pirate crews. This is not merely our fight. It represents the struggle of the entire pirate community that we are pirates. Unafraid of conflict, since they have declared war upon us, let us demonstrate the might and ferocity of pirates. Hunter Fox, Hunter Falcon, respond, here. You shall oversee the 4th sector, alternating every 6 hours, departing in 3 hours. Signal fire, Full Moon, respond. Emoku stood at attention, leading the signal fire squad. The man on the platform showed no reaction to Emoku's demeanor, continuing to assign tasks. You are responsible for the 6th sector. Also alternating every 6 hours, departing in 1 hour. Tiger Wolf. Hound. The middle-aged man continued to allocate duties, and soon everyone received clear directives. With a command to disperse, the crowd swiftly scattered, and Mo Wu Yu and his companions proceeded to prepare. True to his word, Feda led Mo Wu Yu to the assembly room to inspect the combat robots. Mo Wu Yu was assigned a versatile battle robot, which was equipped with 2 physical particle vibration longswords per her request. Before Mo Wu Yu lay a universal beam rifle, yet he regrettably had no opportunity to sit in it himself. However, this regret would soon be rectified, as he would have the chance to experience it in just an hour. Therefore, he did not dwell on it too long. After bidding farewell to Feda, Mo Wu Yu returned to his quarters to ready himself. He stood before the mirror, adjusting his collar slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Albeit one lacking genuine joy. What is on your mind? Latham emerged from the fabric, noticing Mo Wu Yu lost in thought before the mirror, and asked, Are you homesick? It's nothing. Wherever I am, home is there too. No need to overthink, Mo Wu Yu replied, turning to don his jacket, gently pulling up the zipper, his tone tinged with melancholy. Latham transformed its head into a miniature version of Mo Wu Yu, mimicking his somber expression, and asked, Are you truly prepared for battle? Who is ever truly ready? Mo Wu Yu quipped, hanging his helmet at his waist, casting one last glance at the mirror before exiting. Latham's head gradually retracted into the fabric, murmuring, I've done all I can. Now it's all up to you, that I hope you won't let me down. With that, it reverted to its armed guard form. Upon Mo Wuyu's arrival at the assembly room, Mo Ku and the others were already engaged in conversation. They greeted him warmly as he entered, and Mo Ku smiled at Mo Wuyu. "Are you all set? Don't worry. We may not encounter any enemies. Just relax that I'm fine." Mo Wuyu chuckled lightly, "But I will need your assistance later." "Trust me, just stick with me," Feta said as he stood. Placing a reassuring hand on Mo Wuyu's shoulder, "I'll ensure your safety. Stay close to Feta. He is more than capable of protecting you." Mo Ku added that Mo Wuyu nodded and sat down to rest. Knowing their departure was imminent, he pulled a chair closer and gazed up at the towering combat robot beside him. Lost in thought, that Mo Ku and the others sat quietly nearby, allowing him his contemplation. Signal Fire Squad, prepare to depart. All set, Mo Ku, you may proceed. All set, Feta, you may proceed. All set, Mo Wuyu, you may proceed. 7 combat robots ascended from the asteroid base, tracing 7 brilliant arcs in the cosmos before vanishing into the distance. Feta flew alongside Mo Wuyu, asking with concern, "How are you feeling? Are you adjusting well?" "Let me know if anything feels off." That Mo Wuyu replied with a smile, "I feel quite well. Although I've piloted combat robots before, it was always on the ground. This is my first experience in space, but I'm getting the hang of it." Initially, the liftoff had been manageable, but upon entering the asteroid field, the weightlessness of space disoriented him. With Feta's guidance, he gradually acclimated to the cosmic flight and was now capable of executing basic evasive maneuvers. Feta chuckled, "That's great. Once we arrive, I'll help you become more familiar with the controls. When the time for battle comes, remember to stay by my side. I will ensure your safety." Upon seeing Feta's concerned gaze on the screen, Mo Wuyu couldn't help but smile. The shared laughter between the two eased the tension among the squad members, dissipating the anxiety of their impending mission. After some time, the Signal Fire Squad arrived at the designated location a few minutes ahead of schedule. Mo Ku approached the squad station there for a handover, while the others descended to inspect their equipment. "That we'll leave this to you. We'll head back to complete the handover. Good luck. We want to see you off. Take care on your way back." Mo Ku bid farewell to the station troops before gathering the others to discuss the upcoming task. "Mo Wuyu, do you understand your assignment? Your task is to accompany Feta on watch. Everyone, please follow Feta's instructions. That if there are no questions, you may proceed to your respective posts." "Understood." Mo Wuyu nodded in response, recognizing that this directive was primarily directed at him. As the others were likely already familiar with the protocol, but he cast a grateful glance at Mo Ku, who returned it with a gentle expression. Although Mo Ku harbored lingering doubts about Mo Wuyu's capabilities. Recalling the initially flustered boy amidst the asteroid field and the image of the helpless child crying in his brother's embrace stirred a warmth in his heart, that Mo Wuyu joined Feta on the combat robot. After exchanging farewells with the 2 snipers and Commander Mo Ku left behind, they soared toward the adjacent asteroid field and powered down the robot's main energy source. The 2 combat robots glided slowly through the asteroid field, their surfaces cloaked in camouflage paint to evade radar detection. In theory, as long as the energy source remained inactive, comparable radar equipment would be unable to trace their whereabouts. Of course, should the adversary employ optical scanning, they might be discovered, but by then, both parties would be visible to one another. In reality, the so-called search and vigilance squad resembled an armed bait. Chapter 27. Inertial flight. The 2 combat robots primarily relied on inertial flight, activating their thrusters only when direction adjustments were necessary. After nearly 2 hours of patrolling without identifying any suspicious targets, Mo Wuyu remarked, "If we continue to encounter no enemies, will we endlessly search like this?" His weariness from the prolonged patrol was palpable. "Yes, unless the alert status is lifted, we must maintain vigilance." Feta explained, "At first, it may seem tedious, but with time, you'll grow accustomed to it." "What's wrong? Can T handle it?" "It's indeed a bit much. However, I've always wondered why the pirate crews maintain such an intense alertness, almost akin to military operations. This doesn't seem quite normal." Mo Wuyu finally voiced his lingering curiosity. Feta snorted lightly and replied, "This is no secret. You'll understand if you stay here long enough. The major pirate crews in this region are controlled by anti-Federation organizations, and smaller groups like ours must align with them. Thus, this attack is likely orchestrated by the Federation, and we are merely innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire. If that is the case, We should not become targets of attack, right? After all, we are not their true objective. Upon hearing this revelation, MOU felt a slight sense of relief, as it suggested the possibility of avoiding conflict. It is difficult to ascertain. After all, we remain unaware of each other's true intentions. Fed replied that in any case, it is wise to exercise caution. Prudence is invariably a judicious choice. Fed exhibited a greater degree of circumspection compared to MOU, as he possessed many pieces of information that MOU was yet oblivious to. Although Fed expressed his concerns, MOU's spirits were nonetheless uplifted, his previous vexation dissipating. After several hours of continued surveillance amidst the meteorite cluster, MOU received a communication from MOKU. Are you both well? Time is running short. You should return. The full moon squad is en route, prepared to rest before resuming the mission in 6 hours. Fed succinctly replied, of course, I will escort MOU back immediately. That he then informed MOU, we are heading back. All right, MOU responded. Following Fed, MOU adjusted his course, ready to conclude their final inspection before returning. However, at that moment, an unexpected incident occurred that a crisp voice, laced with fury, emanated from the communicator. You two fools, we deliberately avoided this area. Yet here you are, making your way toward US. IT infuriates me. A man's calm voice interjected. In that case, we must eliminate them. Exposure is unavoidable, but we must proceed with caution to ensure they do not divulge any information. Lanya, prepare yourself. Lanya replied with a light-hearted chuckle. No problem. This is a piece of cake for me. Don't you know my capabilities? Had MOU or Shios been present, they would undoubtedly recognize her. This was the same Lanya that MOU had encountered upon first meeting Shios, though now she appeared more mature. Both in demeanor and in the span of 6 months, Lanya seemed to have aged several years. The man issued a command. The others will maintain perimeter vigilance. Lanya and I will handle the offensive. Alert protocol. Red Duddy then activated the combat robot. At this moment, MOU and Fed were leisurely scanning their surroundings for any anomalies. Suddenly, the electronic radar indicated 2 red energy sources. Fed reacted swiftly, shouting, "Be careful! Enemies approaching, dodge!" MOU quickly sensed the irregularities on the radar and instinctively maneuvered the combat robot, following Fed and abruptly activating the thrusters to evade to the side. Almost simultaneously, 2 beams of light whizzed by, narrowly grazing the side of their unit. At this juncture, through scanning, MOU and Fed finally caught sight of their adversaries. 2 blue combat robots. Damn it, we've been targeted. The enemy is formidable. The situation is dire. Fed remarked, his gaze fixed on the enemy displayed on the screen, that he addressed MOU with a grave tone. Do not stray more than 100 meters from me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Let me witness your prowess. I hope you do not fall easily. Rest assured, I will not be a burden, that I am formidable as well. I will contact the captain, MOU assured Fed while attempting to reach MOKU. However, he soon discovered an unsettling truth. The communication was being interfered with. They have jammed our communications. Now we must rely solely on ourselves. Fed scoffed. In the midst of their conversation, the two had adeptly evaded several waves of enemy attacks. Within the meteorite field, while long-range shooting could easily utilize the meteors as cover, MOU and Fed remained vigilant, as the distance to their foes was steadily diminishing. After dodging yet another assault, Fed's voice carried a hint of concern. Prepare for close combat. I will engage the one on the left. Your task is to ensure you remain unscathed until I bring it down. Can you manage that? No problem. I can hold my ground, MOU replied with determination. Upon receiving MOU's affirmation, Fed halted his retreat and charged toward the left blue combat robot, while MOU darted to the right, luring another enemy closer. Humph, do you underestimate me? Allow me to handle him, Lanya noted, as one combat robot surged toward Fed while the other approached her, evidently perceiving her as a lesser threat. After a brief exchange with the man, she departed from the formation and charged directly at MOU. No problem. I will take care of him. The man's voice was low and chilling. Witnessing another combat robot pursue MOU, Fed could not help but smirk coldly, muttering to himself, this was meant to be a trump card against the Federation. Regardless of your faction, perished as Fed closed in on the enemy to within approximately 100 meters. An imperceptible wave of energy radiated outward from him. Observing the enemy enveloped by the energy field, Fed's expression brightened. Simultaneously, the man's combat robot, upon entering the energy sphere, appeared to lose control, its operations coming to a halt, propelled forward solely by inertia. Die, Fed brandished his laser sword, soaring before the man's robot and thrusting it fiercely toward the cockpit. However, Fed was oblivious to Lanya, who seemed entirely indifferent to this scene, continuing her approach toward Imo, a slight smirk gracing her lips upon witnessing Fed's actions. Contrary to expectations, no explosive sound accompanied the strike. The laser sword passed through the robot as though it were air, utterly ineffective. Fed immediately sensed something amiss, withdrawing his energy and retreating with urgency. Yet, it was too late. A laser sword swung in from the side, slicing through his arm, severing his left arm and leg. The adversary did not pursue further, allowing Fed to retreat to the sidelines. Trembling with fear, Fed gazed at the blue combat robot before him. As if confronted by a horror at that moment, he received a call request from the enemy. After a brief hesitation, he accepted. The screen revealed a masked man. Is it strange? You who manipulate time must be wondering why I do not kill you, correct? But I have no intention of explaining. What do you want? Fed asked coldly, his gaze fixed on the man on the screen, skeptical of his motives for sparing him. Huh? The masked man laughed heartily before severing the communication. Before Fed could grasp the adversary's intentions, a violent explosion erupted. He was horrified to discover that the thrusters on his back had been destroyed, and the speed of the enemy's actions had evaded his perception entirely. Fed stood in shock for a moment. Then his expression changed drastically as he quickly activated his communicator, shouting, "Mo, run, do not engage. Flee." However, Mo found himself in a predicament as well that it was no longer he who was pursuing the enemy, but rather, the enemy had ensnared him tightly. Witnessing the destruction of Fed's thrusters, Mo sensed a foreboding omen. His opponent, seemingly toying with him, possessed greater strength yet did not hasten to eliminate him. Responding to Fed's call, Mo could only reply helplessly, "I cannot. I am ensnared." Hearing this, Fed's concern for Mo deepened. He surmised that the adversary's reluctance to kill him might relate to his ability to manipulate time. Yet now, Mo was likely facing peril. Nonetheless, he was immobilized and unable to assist. Lanya, stop playing and finish him off. Bring the time manipulator back with you, commanded the masked man, hovering in the air, coldly issuing orders. No problem. To find a time manipulator is quite a feat. I will undoubtedly earn significant merit upon our return. I will eliminate him immediately. Lanya spoke as though it were the most mundane task imaginable, instantly shifting to a lethal assault on Mo. Under Lanya's fierce onslaught, Mo gradually found himself struggling to withstand the barrage, narrowly avoiding several strikes, and it seemed he was on the brink of destruction. That moment, a black beam shot in from a distance, piercing the space between Mo and Lanya, averting the impending crisis. Mo, Lanya, and the masked man, along with Fed, instinctively turned to observe the source of the beam that Mo silently speculated. Could it be Captain Imoko coming to our rescue? Lanya swiftly dodged, her gaze alertly fixed ahead. Just moments ago, the black beam had displayed astonishing power. Although it merely swept past Lanya, the anomalous readings from the machine scans were chilling. With a mere glance, Lanya decisively opted to retreat. The masked man, who had been observing from the sidelines, swiftly flew to Lanya's side, gazing into the open expanse and calmly stating, "That is an antimatter particle cannon. However, based on the scale of the beam, it does not appear to be equipped on a warship. It resembles the caliber used by combat robots. The appearance of such technology here is beyond our capabilities." The masked man swiftly and accurately assessed the situation. Yet even so, the outcome filled him with trepidation. Lanya let out a soft huff, remaining silent, her eyes locked on the distance, anticipating the arrival of their adversary. The enemy had not opened fire directly at them. It was likely that an opponent was about to reveal themselves. Soon, through optical scanning devices, the group identified their target. A pitch-black combat robot that bore two massive solid swords on its back, yet there was no trace of the terrifying antimatter particle beam that had just been unleashed. Though no one dared question its presence, upon sighting the combat robot, Fed's mood darkened significantly. It was not an ally's reinforcements, suggesting the enemy might not offer assistance. Though he could not fathom why the enemy had halted their assault, He feared that without intervention, both he and Moyu would likely meet their demise. With this thought in mind, Fed could only hope for the enemy's intervention. The pure black combat robot swiftly descended into the battlefield, hovering majestically as if a deity surveying the mortals below. Just as everyone speculated on its actions, two small round machines emerged from the robot's shoulders. Chapter 28. The Small Machines. The masked man felt a tightening in his chest upon seeing the ascending machines. Indeed, the radar promptly issued an alarm, indicating an exceedingly high-energy response. The masked man was taken aback, poised to evade, when two dark beams pierced the battlefield, hurtling toward the distant cluster of meteors. The masked man gazed at the targeted impact site. His expression shifted dramatically. It was precisely where the other team members were concealed, as anticipated, following the passage of the black beams. For blue combat robots emerged from the meteor cluster, yet all instruments hidden among the meteors lay utterly destroyed. At that moment, Fide joyfully discovered that the communicator had resumed its functions, signifying the destruction of the jamming device. An ecstatic grin spread across Fide's face as he swiftly activated the communicator to establish contact with Moke. Moke's voice swiftly emanated from the device. "Fide, what has transpired? We suddenly lost signal. What is the current situation?" Fide, lacking the luxury to elaborate, directly implored, "Rush to our aid. We have been attacked. For now, we are unharmed. But the situation remains precarious. Hold on. We are en route. Remember, you must endure," Moke responded. After a brief reply, Fide switched off the communicator. At that juncture, their hopes for survival rested upon the black combat robot before them. With the jamming device eradicated, it was evident that the black combat robot had relinquished any intention of further attack. It hovered momentarily in the air, scanning, before darting toward Mo. Upon witnessing the rapid approach, Moyu was struck by astonishment, entirely oblivious to the identity of the newcomer, and even more baffled as to why it sought him. However, the entity seemed disinclined to provide explanations that it reached Moyu. A voice resonated, seemingly descending from the heavens, causing Moyu's heart to tremble. "Ladim, return." While Moyu was still in shock, Ladim slowly seeped from his garments, indeed, in a most direct and enigmatic manner. Subsequently, to Moyu's astonished gaze, it penetrated the robust armor of the combat robot, drifting into the grasp of the black combat robot. Upon Ladim merging with the dark entity, the black combat robot contorted and subsequently vanished from view, leaving behind a group of astounded onlookers that in this abrupt turn of events. It was Fide, who had been closely monitoring the situation, who first reacted. The instant the black combat robot disappeared, Fide quickly regained his composure and urgently warned Moyu. "Moyu, hurry! Take this chance to flee. What are you still doing standing there?" However, Moyu appeared as though he were ensconced in another realm, paying no heed to Fide's words that he dumbly raised his right hand. His gaze filled with disbelief. Ladim had so effortlessly seeped from his palm. What on earth was happening? Why had Ladim departed so easily? Moyu's stupor did not diminish the vigilance of others. The masked man, perceiving the power he had feared vanish, could not suppress a disdainful snort, and charged toward the still-dazed Moyu. He did not employ the beam rifle, but instead drew forth a beam saber. Leaping high to confront Moyu, the laser sword glinting ominously as it swung toward Moyu's head. Yet at this critical juncture, another twist of fate unfolded. The combat robot piloted by Moyu suddenly dipped downwards, simultaneously raising a leg to deliver a fierce kick to the chest of the masked man's combat robot. With a resounding crash, the two combat robots were instantly separated. The masked man regarded Moyu with cold eyes, swiftly drawing his beam rifle as he retreated, firing 3 shots in rapid succession. However, Moyu seemed to anticipate the danger, deftly evading each assault. Bafflingly, after dodging, Moyu did not charge at the masked man, but remained suspended in the air. Observing this, the masked man sensed something amiss and ceased his urgent attacks, beckoning Lanya to follow him. At this moment, Moyu, seated within his machine, appeared extraordinary. After instinctively reacting moments ago, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes once more. He released the control stick, pressing his hands tightly against his eyes. However, he soon halted, gradually lowering his hands and slightly raising his head, placing his hands back on the control stick. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened. And immediately, a radiant spectrum illuminated the cockpit. Lanya and the masked man surged toward Moyu from opposite sides, both simultaneously locking onto his machine. Almost in unison, beams of light shot toward Mo Yu's machine. With their synchronized assault, Mo Yu found himself with scarcely any space to evade. The masked man had already envisioned the scenario of his adversary being struck. The earlier kick had instilled a sense of urgency. Now, he had to eliminate his foe, that a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. Yet Mo Yu at this moment seemed to inhabit an alternate reality, allowing the beams to strike his machine. Upon impact, with a light touched, a radiant spectrum began to emanate, gradually enveloping the entire machine in a kaleidoscope of colors, as if a deity had descended upon the earth. Disaster. Be cautious. It is the power of time and space. Retreat immediately. The masked man, upon witnessing the divine-like illumination, felt as though he were confronting an unspeakable horror. He harbored no thoughts of resistance and promptly issued a retreat command. Yet could he truly escape unscathed? A beam of light slid into the hands of the machine. Where two swords of moderate length were firmly grasped, at last, Mo Yu made his move. After slicing through a spectrum of light, a machine resembling a deity bizarrely manifested before the masked man's device. The masked man gasped in shock, positioning his machine to wield the laser sword defensively. However, he did not encounter the anticipated clash of blades. The laser sword merely grazed the surface of Mo Yu's machine, and the two combat robots brushed past one another. The masked man, having narrowly escaped disaster, felt a foreboding chill settle in. It was as if he had glimpsed the truth of the ordeal. He calmly asserted, "All personnel, prepare for battle. There is no retreat left." Lanya and the other 4 combat robots halted their retreat, returning to the masked man's side. Under his command, they formed a battle formation, ever ready to counter Mo Yu's movements. Meanwhile, Mo Yu, ensconced within the cockpit, radiated a dazzling spectrum of colors. Yet his consciousness was not fixated on such phenomena. Amidst the vibrant hues, Mo Yu beheld his own reflection. "Latim, is that you?" Mo Yu softly inquired. He felt no fear regarding the extraordinary scene before him. The reflection of himself smiled gently and responded, "It is I that now that you see me. It signifies my departure, that I could not leave you much. Merely this gift, and I hope you will cherish it." "What gift? And why must you leave?" Mo Yu pressed further. The reflection chuckled softly, replying, "You must observe closely. The extent of your learning depends solely on your own efforts." With that, it vanished without a trace. Regardless of how Mo Yu called out in the vibrant space, there was no reply. He surveyed his surroundings, as if ensconced in an endless void that he sensed an epiphany. Gently closing his eyes and began to ponder within his consciousness. Suddenly, a combat robot radiating a spectrum of colors materialized in his mind. That in the robot's dual ocular sensors, a light flickered as if it were tangible. Subsequently, the entire machine surged forward like a specter. Observing this scene, the masked man's pupils constricted, and he bellowed, "Attack!" However, at that moment, Mo Yu's machine appeared to be enveloped by a mysterious force. The radiant spectrum not only illuminated the cockpit, but seemingly endowed Mo Yu with an unprecedented strength. He felt his machine propelled by this force, becoming extraordinarily agile and powerful. Taking a deep breath, Mo Yu's eyes sparkled with determination. Gripping the control stick firmly, he charged toward the masked man's machine. The two machines clashed fiercely in the air. Beams of light swords and laser cannons intertwining, erupting in a dazzling display. Throughout this battle, Mo Yu appeared to discover his true calling, that he was no longer an ordinary pilot, but a warrior imbued with mysterious powers. Utilizing this newfound strength, he deftly countered the masked man's onslaught time and again, gradually gaining the upper hand. The masked man, witnessing this, was engulfed by a wave of terror, that he understood that he could no longer contend with Mo Yu and sought an opportunity to escape. Yet Mo Yu seemed to read his intentions, ensnaring him tightly. That instant, Mo Yu's machine emitted a blinding light. This illumination penetrated the boundaries of time and space, firmly immobilizing the masked man's machine. The masked man, in horror, realized he could not move a muscle. Mo Yu, gripping the control stick, gazed forward with triumphant eyes. He guided his machine closer to the masked man, preparing to deliver the final blow. Yet, just then, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. "Mo Yu, do not kill him." Mo Yu was taken aback, turning to see a figure soaring from the distance. That was none other than his long-lost companion, Latim. Ladim had returned to him in a mysterious manner. Interrupting his intent to show mercy, Moyu gazed at Ladim, a complex array of emotions swelling within him, but he felt gratitude for Ladim's return, yet bewilderment regarding his prior departure. However, this was not the time for such reflections. He had to swiftly resolve the crisis at hand. Persuaded by Ladim, Moyu ultimately decided to spare the masked man, but he piloted his machine backward, maintaining a safe distance from the masked man, upon witnessing the scene. The masked man could not help but exhale a sigh of relief that he was acutely aware that he had narrowly escaped death, and seizing the opportunity, he led Lanya and the other combat robots away from the site. Moyu gazed at the retreating figures of the masked man and his companions. A wave of inexplicable emotions surging within him, he understood that he had acquired formidable power in this battle. Yet he also recognized that this power was not without its flaws, that he must persist in his training to better master this strength and safeguard both himself and those around him. As the masked man and his companions departed, the thrilling battle gradually drew to a close. That Moyu piloted his mech gently to the ground, feeling the mysterious force within him gradually subside. He knew there was a long journey ahead, but he believed that with relentless effort, he would one day achieve his goals. At that moment, the kaleidoscopic light in the sky slowly faded. That Moyu raised his gaze. And there, high in the heavens, hung a bright moon, as if guiding him towards his path forward. But he took a deep breath and resolutely embarked on a new journey in the midst of chaos and obscurity. Moyu seemed to catch a glimpse of a radiant kaleidoscope of colors, akin to the most dazzling star in the night sky, which instantaneously filled his mind. However, this sudden brilliance did not last long, as it was soon replaced by an overwhelming darkness, and Moyu's consciousness began to dissipate in the boundless void. A piercing scream abruptly shattered the tranquility, and Moyu jolted upright, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. His complexion slightly pale, but he vaguely recalled the profound impression left by the kaleidoscopic light in his mind, shaking his head gently in an attempt to dispel the lingering dizziness. Looking around, he discovered that he had returned to the familiar, yet modest room of the pirate crew. Chapter 29. Ordinary clothing. Despite feeling an unprecedented fatigue in his body, Moyu's spirit remained exceptionally clear. That he rose from the bed, his gaze sweeping over his attire, realizing he had unknowingly changed into a set of ordinary clothing. He picked up a coat and draped it over himself, stepping out of the room, his heart brimming with confusion and disbelief. At this moment, there was but one thought in Moyu's mind: to find Fide. After all, it was Fide who had been present before he lost consciousness. What would happen next? A faint smile appeared on Fide's lips, yet it could not conceal the hint of helplessness within. You witnessed it too. Your mech inexplicably erupted with brilliant kaleidoscopic radiance, and you were just as baffled by it. Among the 6 combat robots, 4 had been mysteriously drawn into another space, while the remaining 2 hovered in place. Their mechs intact, yet their pilots had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only 2 solitary spacesuits. Such a bizarre phenomenon. I hastily found an excuse to gloss over it, but once you awaken, you will likely face even more inquiries. This matter is indeed intricate. That Moyu pondered for a moment, secretly musing. Ladim, what kind of enigma have you left for me? Fide, observing Moyu lost in thought, suggested, Moyu, since the kaleidoscopic light emanates from you, perhaps you could attempt to invoke it once more. If successful, there may be a turning point. Invoke the light. Moyu was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered actively controlling that radiance, but since Ladim possessed such capability, perhaps he could as well. After a brief contemplation, he replied, very well, I shall give it a try, though the outcome remains uncertain. Fear not, have faith in yourself. Fide encouraged. That Moyu stepped into the center of the room. Although he merely sought to release the kaleidoscopic light, he had never practiced it and did not know where to begin. He closed his eyes and began to mentally retrace the 2 instances when he had witnessed the kaleidoscopic space and the radiant visions captured after his eyes had mutated. Gradually, he immersed himself in that enigmatic world, feeling as though he were enveloped by the kaleidoscopic brilliance. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, yet the surroundings remained unchanged, devoid of any transformation. Moyu turned to Fide and inquired, is there anything unusual? Has the light manifested? Fide gently shook his head. Everything is as usual, but do not lose heart. Perhaps our understanding has been flawed, each scene since our encounter, since the issue originates from Ladim. The answer must be closely linked to him. Recalling the first encounter with Latim aboard the isolated warship, it was Latim who had come to his aid, restoring him to normalcy. Indeed, it was that energy. Whether it was the initial impact of it upon his eyes or the subsequent battles fought with that energy, the kaleidoscopic brilliance was in essence a manifestation of that energy rather than mere light and shadow. Yet, how could he comprehend and master this power? It felt as though it had already fused with his being. Slowly opening his eyes, a radiant joy spread across Mouyu's face as a faint glow began to emerge from the palms of his hands. Seeing this, Fide was momentarily taken aback, yet the power exhibited by Mouyu still fell short compared to what he had observed earlier, leaving him somewhat disappointed. However, this emotion was fleeting, vanishing in an instant. Fide, still beaming with joy, asked, "What is this phenomenon called? Do you have any insight?" Mouyu found himself momentarily speechless at Fide's inquiry, as he truly did not know its name. Just as he pondered, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, prompting him to close his eyes once more. Before him appeared a pure white radiance, and on the other side of the light, he unexpectedly encountered a mischievous version of himself. Witnessing this scene, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Subsequently, the figure across from him broke the silence first at Mouyu. "You have finally arrived here, which signifies that you have initially grasped that power of control. Thus, my mission can be considered a success. Latim, what is the meaning of all this? Why did you depart? What secrets lie hidden here?" Mouyu pressed eagerly. "You will undoubtedly harbor many questions, but regrettably, I cannot answer them all. The answers must be sought by you personally. At this moment, I am but a fragment of an image preserved in the information I left behind. What I can do is limited to this. That information may prove beneficial to your future. Time is fleeting. I can only convey one final message to you. Though it may not be a wise course of action, I cannot interfere with your destiny. Go forth, journey to Earth. There lies the answer you seek." With that, Latim's image gradually faded, leaving behind a vast expanse of emptiness, and Mouyu stared into the void before him, whispering softly, "Latim." Ultimately, Mouyu decided not to delve into the other information left by Latim and withdrew from the mysterious realm of information. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself gazing at Fide's face, which was etched with concern, and Mouyu smiled faintly and calmly replied, "I am unscathed, merely lost in thought that I asked for this power. I believe it may be aptly termed the power of time and space." Upon hearing this, Fide's lips curled into a smile, but soon his expression turned serious as he addressed Mouyu. "Now that you have mastered this ability, the road ahead is fraught with challenges that in regard to this incident. We shall find a satisfactory resolution. And how do we resolve it? By evacuating this place," Fide stated calmly. "Long ago, I, along with Moke and Lan Ning, began formulating a meticulous plan aimed at countering the Federation's top-secret initiative. Now, since matters have reached this point, it is time to put it into action. Is your intention to obstruct the top-secret initiative's progress?" Mouyu had a vague understanding of the plan, but harbored concerns regarding their current capabilities and implementation strategies. Not to obstruct, but to completely overturn it. The execution of this plan is not limited to just the three of us. There are many others who have also been affected by the Federation's top-secret initiative. Among them are those with talents, those in positions of power, and those with great physical prowess. These individuals, like Moke and myself, have lost loved ones or dear friends to the Federation's grasp a year ago. Moke and I joined this clandestine organization, and now it is time to take action. Fide elaborated on the background of the plan for Mouyu. What about Moke? He is still unaware of my situation. How should I explain it to him? Mouyu felt apprehensive about the plan, but found it difficult to voice his concerns. That is of no concern. I will clarify it to him. Besides, you previously mentioned that you possess the ability to survive in the void, Fide said with a smile. However, where are we supposed to go? Mouyu's mind echoed with the insights Latim had imparted to him. At this moment, he yearned to journey to Earth rather than join any organization. This remains uncertain. Although the organization does exist, it is not publicly visible, especially given the ongoing oppression from the Federation. For now, our destination is still undetermined, Fide expressed with resignation. Upon hearing this, Mouyu devised a plan and cautiously proposed, "Perhaps we should consider heading to Earth." Earth? Fide was taken aback by Mouyu's suggestion. But after a moment of contemplation, he replied, Going to Earth is not out of the question, as the foundation of the Federation lies there. Presently, the core institutions of the Federation are located on Earth. Nevertheless, the power and influence they wield there are exceptionally formidable, making a journey to that place fraught with immense risk. At this point, Fide turned his gaze to Mo Wuyu and continued, "However, the journey is not impossible. All the details of our actions must be thoroughly discussed by the team before any decisions can be finalized." That Mo Wuyu agreed with Fide's suggestion, as he felt a deep sense of guilt about asking team members to accompany him to Earth, especially since he had yet to consult with everyone regarding this matter. Fed stepped closer to the instrument, carefully extracting a chip, which he gently snapped in two before discarding it aside. That Mo Wuyu, "I still possess an item that belongs to you, but I regret to inform you that I have already taken the liberty of examining its contents," he stated as he opened a drawer and retrieved a small box to hand to Mo Wuyu. He added, "However, you need not worry excessively, for I did not glean any information. All the contents are password protected, leaving me powerless. Yet I did notice that card. Who exactly is the person depicted on it?" Mo Wuyu accepted the box with a sense of perplexity and opened it, revealing the card and chip that Lan Hanyue had given him. At the mention of the card, a jolt of surprise coursed through Mo Wuyu, for he had yet to examine it himself. That if the identity on the card were one prone to misinterpretation, the consequences could be dire. "Where's the card slot? I need to read the information on this card." Mo Wuyu did not respond to Fed's inquiry, but instead posed a direct question. Fed, offering no further elaboration, simply gestured to the nearby instrument, saying, "Right there." Mo Wuyu approached, inserting the card into the slot. And soon the screen illuminated with a series of data. A Christ, commander of the first war zone of the Federation, the card's confidentiality level was exceedingly high, allowing only a preset portion of information to be accessed. Alongside contact details that I find it quite intriguing. Were you not fleeing from the Federation's warship? How is it that you possess such an item? Fed inquired softly from behind Mo Wuyu, gazing at the data displayed on the screen. Mo Wuyu could not help but harbor grievances against Lan Hanyue, pondering the troublesome questions she had left him with. The fact that this matter involved the commander of the First War Zone made his heart tighten involuntarily. A slight misstep could endanger his life. The sensitivity of the information, paired with the presence of an indecipherable chip, felt as burdensome as a hot potato, impossible to handle. Mo Wuyu could only manage a bitter smile, filled with resignation, as he replied to Fed, "As for the origins of these items, I am equally in the dark. Whether you choose to believe me is entirely your prerogative. That I have nothing more to say." Having just received some promising news, he was now faced with such an unforeseen turn of events, leaving Mo Wuyu feeling utterly helpless. Even regarding Fed, while he was uncertain of the depth of Fed's hatred for the Federation, he was certain that such animosity could lead a secret envoy of the Federation to meet a grim fate. Should Fed truly misunderstand him, Mo Wuyu's situation would be precarious. Yet, Fed did not react as intensely. Instead, he simply smiled faintly, gently patting Mo Wuyu's shoulder, and said softly, "Do not worry too much. When I first laid eyes on that card, I indeed felt an impulse to eliminate you. However, upon further contemplation, I concluded that you are by no means a Federation agent. Now, ease your mind, return to rest for a while, and when it is time to dine, I shall summon you at that point. We will discuss our upcoming plans with Mo Ku and the others." Chapter 30. Startled and alarmed, Mo Wuyu was taken aback by Fed's words, yet ultimately stowed away the card and bid farewell to Fed before returning to his room. After seeing Mo Wuyu off, Fed resumed his seat on the bed, still shrouded in uncertainty that he himself was unclear about the truth of the matter. But the shock that Mo Wuyu had imparted upon him, coupled with the gratitude he felt for Mo Wuyu having saved his life, led him to subconsciously choose to trust him. Fed sighed softly, murmuring to himself, "Very well, let fate take its course. That I only hope it does not play tricks on me." Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Mo Wuyu carefully concealed the small container holding the card and chip deep within his pocket, then slowly lay back on his bed. At that moment, he truly felt the fatigue of his body wash over him like a tide. He extended his right hand, and under the influence of his consciousness, a faint glow began to emanate from his palm. That it was difficult for Mo Wuyu to articulate his current state of mind. Having left his previous life for over 6 months, he had continuously attempted to persuade himself to forget all that had transpired during his time in the City of Guardians. However, since embarking on this irreversible path, The warmth of home and its memories occasionally haunted him. Thus far, he felt as if the trajectory of his life had been guided by an unseen hand, leaving him devoid of freedom. With each step feeling like a loss of agency. This cannot continue. I must become the master of my own destiny. Now that I possess power, I cannot remain lost like this. I must regain my direction. Mo Wio clenched his fists, the light spilling from between his fingers, illuminating his right hand with a crystalline glow. Yet, as fatigue continued to envelop him, he soon succumbed to slumber. When Mo Wio awoke once more, the night had deepened, that I in this vast and boundless universe. The distinction between day and night seemed to have lost its significance. After a while, Fed arrived as promised, summoning Mo Wio to dinner. Along the way, Mo Wio discreetly observed Fed's expression, finding it unchanged from usual. Indeed, when Fed caught Mo Wio's furtive glance, he even smiled in return. Faced with Fed's inscrutable demeanor, Mo Wio could only temporarily set aside his doubts. The dining location was a small room, specially chosen by Mo Ku for their conversation. As Mo Wio and Fed entered, they found Mo Ku and Lan Ning already seated and awaiting them. After inviting Mo Wio to sit, Mo Ku spoke first. Mo Wio, Fed has provided me with a general overview of your situation. Your temporal power has begun to recover. The earlier battle under immense pressure stimulated your abilities. But you are still somewhat weakened. Ideally, it would be best to wait a while before setting off, but time is of the essence. Your battle robots have been rendered inoperative, yet fortunately, we have 2 captured battle robots that are quite suitable for both of you. Fed also mentioned your proposal to travel to Earth, which I do not oppose, but we cannot go directly as of now, that we still need to visit a few places first. Once all is in order, we can set off for Earth. Following Lan Ning's suggestion, our next destination must be the first war zone of the Federation, though we all possess legitimate identities to enter. But what about you, Mo Wio? Do you have a legal identity for entry? Mo Wio paused, contemplating the card hidden within his clothing, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. I have a legitimate identification. Very well, then we have no other issues to address. After this meal, gather your essentials, and we shall depart, that we must act before those fellows catch wind of our plans. That I have a question. Mo Wio gently raised his hand. How do we acquire those battle robots? And how do we leave safely? We cannot simply walk out brazenly, can we? Mo Ku chuckled heartily, replying, You need not worry about such matters. We have arrangements in place. Shortly, you shall head to the assembly room, and everything will be prepared. There's no need for concern. Fed chimed in. Mo Wio, there is no need for further worries. All matters have been meticulously planned in advance, and this operation should proceed without major complications. Seeing the unwavering confidence in both of them, Mo Wio felt it inappropriate to voice further concerns and fell silent. After dinner, he swiftly returned to his quarters to organize the gear he would be taking. At this moment, apart from a small box, he possessed nothing else. Clad in his spacesuit, Mo Wio exited the room and made his way to the assembly room. Upon arriving at the assembly area, he finally comprehended what Mo Ku and the others had meant by everything being in order. That I in this spacious room, several people were busy tuning 2 blue battle robots, as well as the mechas belonging to Mo Ku and Lan Ning. While Mo Ku conversed with a nearby individual, Fed approached Mo Wio and remarked with a smile, See, now you understand why we are so confident, don't you? Mo Wio gazed at Fed, incredulous. Are all these people your accomplices? This is astonishing. You could practically form a pirate crew. Not quite. It's merely that everyone is willing to lend a hand. It's not as complicated as you might think. Now, let us proceed. Preparations have been finalized over there. Fed led Mo Wio to the blue mecha, signaling the technicians to pause their work. Then Mo Wio entered the mecha to experience it firsthand. The basic operations had not changed significantly, though he was still unfamiliar with some features. Overall, the mecha was quite impressive. After completing his assessment, Mo Wio exited the mecha, allowing the technicians to make final adjustments. Before long, Mo could bid farewell to those nearby. Subsequently, Mo Wio and his companions boarded the battle robots, readying themselves for departure. Farewell, Mo Ku. I wish you smooth sailing and the swift rescue of your brother. I look forward to his return to find me. After their farewells, Mo Wio and his companions finally departed the base disguised as an asteroid, veering from the main flight path and heading toward the most densely populated asteroid region. Through Fed's explanations, Mo gradually comprehended the rationale behind their route. After traversing the outer, dense asteroid belt, the interior space appeared relatively spacious. In summary, they merely needed to navigate two shorter, denser asteroid belts to reach the periphery of the Federation's war zone. After a smooth flight and crossing another dense asteroid belt, Mo and his party finally arrived at the edge of the war zone. Lan Ning, remove your identification device. As for you too, there's no need, as your devices have not yet been installed. Mo detached a small device from the head of the mecha and informed everyone, all right, now we need to change our identities. From this moment onward, we are Wandering Hunter Teeth Warriors preparing to return to the Federation. Warriors, are you ready? As they approached the war zone, the group was guided by semi-intelligent robots. As he gazed upon the artillery pieces, which seemed poised to unleash their fury at any moment, Mo felt a persistent unease within. Upon reaching the port, all combat robots were instructed to remain within the confines of the harbor, their activation keys confiscated. Subsequently, Mo and his companions made their way towards the inspection entrance. Mo and Fada indeed presented their identity IDs as hunter warriors. Effortlessly passing through the inspection, to Mo's astonishment, Lan Ning possessed a federal resident identity card, allowing him to clear the checkpoint with ease, which he knew was typically not granted to ordinary civilians in the battle zone. Perhaps, Lan Ning's identity was more complex than it appeared. When it was Mo's turn for inspection, trepidation gripped his heart. What would he do if he failed to pass? With a nervous stride he approached. Please present your identification card. Thank you for your cooperation. A crisp electronic synthesized voice chimed. At the entrance stood a fully armed, semi-intelligent robot. Mo was acutely aware that any sign of anxiety could lead to immediate execution, especially in such sensitive times, that he inserted his highest-level identification card into a nearby slot. But to his dismay, no confirmation beep followed. Anxiety surged within him. Fortunately, no alarm sounded either. Just as he pondered this, a male voice emanated from the semi-intelligent robot. Sir, do you require assistance? Despite his anxiety, Mo maintained his composure and replied, No, I do not need any assistance at the moment. That if you require anything, please do not hesitate to contact the military, the voice responded. Understood, Mo replied succinctly, eager to enter the premises. The robot seemed disinclined to extend the conversation. And as Mo finished speaking, the door slowly creaked open. That he retrieved his card and entered without hindrance. Inside the military headquarters, a message swiftly reached the office of the highest commander. A youth possessing the highest level access card has entered the battle zone. All is proceeding smoothly. Let's set off. Fada nodded at the approaching Mo. Although he harbored slight concerns about the earlier situation, witnessing everything going smoothly now brought him a sigh of relief. As Mo approached, Mo, though puzzled by certain details of the inspection process, refrained from questioning further, simply stating, Well, since we have arrived, Lan Ning must leave for 2 days due to urgent matters. If there are tasks to be completed, please attend to them promptly, that I shall seek assistance. Fada, Mo, you two may act freely that we have not yet exposed our identities, allowing for relative freedom of movement. Please purchase communication devices shortly to maintain contact, that I will notify you of the meeting place in 2 days. Are there any other questions? No questions. The group responded in unison that Mo was contemplating how to carve out time to accomplish the task entrusted to him by Lan Hanyue. And with Mo's directives, his actions would undoubtedly be more convenient. Under Mo's guidance, the group arrived at a nearby shop, where each purchased a communication device. Subsequently, Mo and Lan Ning departed. Mo adjusted his communication device, realizing he only needed to follow the contact information on the card to locate his target and deliver the chip. Turning to Fada, he inquired, How do you plan to spend the next 2 days? Fada, appearing relaxed, replied, I intend to gather some information. You may handle your matters first, and contact me afterward. Should you encounter any trouble, feel free to call me. No problem. I will reach out to you. Then we part ways here. Take care. Mo expressed a hint of concern that Fada might follow him. Instinctively, he guarded the secrets within his heart, unwilling to let outsiders intrude. After Fada departed, Mo found a public, unmanned communication device, inserted his card into the slot, and dialed a number. Chapter 31. The Meeting. Hello, may I ask who is speaking? A woman's voice resonated from the device, tinged with a touch of curiosity that I need to meet Mr. Wade immediately. I hope to swiftly ascertain the meeting location, Mo asserted with an authoritative tone, although the individual he sought was not the federal commander. A priest. The woman on the other end seemed momentarily taken aback by Mo's words, but quickly regained her composure, responding gently, "I'm sorry, sir, but you may have dialed the wrong number. There is no one here by that name." Mo dismissed her reaction and reiterated firmly, "I need to meet Mr. Wade immediately. I am currently beside dock number 3, wearing a deep blue space suit, so I am easily identifiable." After saying this, Mo hung up the device, preparing to withdraw his card. However, midway through, he hesitated slightly and reinserted the card. This time, he dialed the private communication number of the Federal Battle Zone Commander. A priest at that moment, a priest was in his office reviewing information sent by his subordinates. He felt perplexed by the sudden visit of a high-ranking official to the battle zone, but nonetheless issued orders to maintain observation and not to raise any alarms. Just as he completed the command, his private communication device rang. Akree's confusion deepened, as his personal number was rarely known, and those aware of it would not call at this moment. But he glanced at the device, discovering it displayed an unreadable status for the caller's information. A feat even the battle zone commander could not achieve. Akree couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. Following this, Akree answered the communication device. "Hello, General Akree," a voice sounded from the device. Akree paused momentarily, swiftly deducing from the voice's quality that it belonged to a youth. Soon, he confirmed the identity of the caller, the very youth mentioned in the recently received documents. What astonished him was that this youth possessed his private communication number. Nevertheless, Akree adhered to military protocol and responded, "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" As he spoke, he opened his computer to search for the individual's identity using the photographs taken during the inspection. However, the outcome was unexpected. Not due to insufficient clearance, but rather because there was simply no record of this individual in the database. This revelation deepened Akree's curiosity regarding the youth's identity. "Did I require assistance? But not at this moment. I will contact you again," the caller stated before hanging up. Akree, perplexed, promptly informed his subordinates to closely monitor this enigmatic communicator. Meanwhile, Mo remained unaware of Akree's precise reaction, but could surmise some of it. The commander must be feeling bewildered, possibly even a touch irate. However, the true reason Mo terminated the call was not to cultivate an air of mystery, but because the person he sought had arrived. He swiftly withdrew the communication card and approached the individual sent to meet him. "Please follow us," the leader of the group said with a respectful tone. Nonetheless, the ever-vigilant personnel beside him elicited a slight discomfort in Mo. Yet he harbored no concerns as he followed them into a hovering vehicle. Inside the vehicle, Mo couldn't help but touch his small arm, reminiscing about the time spent flying through the asteroid belt. He still felt some apprehension about whether the communication card on him would pass inspection. Recalling the message left by Radim, he speculated that it might contain useful information. Thus, he set his device to automatically follow Fada's machine and immersed himself in the sea of information. The number of floating light orbs surrounding him was no longer as abundant as when Radim first activated them. They now hovered within a mere 5-meter radius around Mo. However, these light orbs were not his current focus. He closed his eyes, concentrating on searching for information related to the card, and unexpectedly, he successfully captured a data orb. Upon opening the orb, 3 rows of numbers appeared before him. Mo felt a surge of curiosity. What could these numbers signify? Nonetheless, he committed these 3 rows of numbers to memory and continued his search. Regrettably, he found no further related information. After abandoning the search, Mo extracted the card and pondered the potential connection between these numbers and the card. A password? This was the first possibility that crossed his mind. He swiftly inserted the card into the adjacent slot and inputted the 3 rows of numbers sequentially to his delight. 2 rows successfully unlocked 2 pieces of information, while the 3rd row proved ineffective. However, Mo set this issue aside for the moment and turned his attention to the newly unlocked information. The primary information focused on detailed records of human genetic optimization and modification. Yet these data failed to pique Mo's interest in the slightest. As he scrolled to the end of the document, a specific content captured his attention. A cutting-edge technology enabling temporary alterations of one's physical appearance. Unfortunately, this technology was currently under strict government secrecy, inaccessible to the public, implying that one would need to delve deep into the federal apparatus to access it. After a brief review, MOU closed this document and proceeded to open the second piece of information. The introductory segment of the second piece sent a chill down MOU's spine, for it was a message left for him by Lan Hanyue. Young man, as I anticipated, you have successfully unlocked the password I set. Thus, you need not adhere to the previous information path I provided. Below, I have left another set of instructions, based on which you shall find an individual who can assist you. This card is of the utmost level of authority. Aside from the highest echelons of the Federation, no one is permitted to peruse its contents. Consider it a token of my reward for you. Should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, this card may serve as a conduit for seeking assistance from the Federation. However, I would prefer to avoid such circumstances, for they may ensnare you in a predicament. With that said, I wish you a successful completion of your mission. MOU was taken aback by the realization that Lan Hanyue could foresee his acquisition of the password. This sensation of being entirely manipulated instilled a sense of dread within him, as though he were merely a pawn on someone else's chessboard, every move meticulously orchestrated, after a tumultuous internal struggle and confusion. MOU gradually regained his composure, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, hesitating momentarily before ultimately opening the materials left by Lan Hanyue. Wade, very well. Allow me to delve into this matter and discern the final outcome of this chess game. MOU mused coldly, in that moment. He was no longer the bewildered youth, but rather a valiant warrior, ready to embrace the challenges ahead. Chapter 32, Detachment. The destination had been reached as MOU emerged from his reverie. The vehicle had silently arrived at its location, but he stepped out of the car and surveyed his surroundings, finding himself before a grand hotel. The precise location of his destination did not concern him, for in this city he felt akin to a blind man groping for an elephant, unaware of the path ahead. Following the guide's lead, MOU entered the hotel and ultimately arrived at a lavish private room on the top floor. There, he encountered Wade for the first time, a corpulent, diminutive middle-aged man with small eyes, somewhat deviating from MOU's preconceived notions. Please, take a seat. Wade gestured for MOU to sit, his face beaming with a smile. May I inquire your esteemed name? MOU smiled faintly, seating himself across from Wade, and replied, I am MOU. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Wade. Wade took his seat as well, still smiling, and asked, MOU, may I ask what urgent matters prompted your summons? Although his words conveyed friendliness, a hint of underlying threat was unmistakable, as if implying that should MOU's response fail to satisfy him, the courtesy would swiftly dissipate. MOU chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he retrieved an exquisite small box from his attire and placed it on the table. One of the attendants promptly picked it up and presented it to Wade. Wade gently lifted the edge of the box, catching a glimpse of its contents, his gaze momentarily flickering with surprise before he swiftly donned a full smile. MOU. Any prior offense was entirely unintentional. Had you indicated sooner, I would have known we were of the same ilk. In response to Wade's smile, MOU remained silent, simply stating, I intend to depart from this place today and require some material assistance. Wade waved his hand confidently. No problem. Everything can be arranged promptly. Following this, there was little further exchange between MOU and Wade. Given his ignorance regarding the specific function of the chip, MOU opted for caution, and Wade did not pry further. After a simple meal, Wade personally saw MOU off. Wade handed MOU a card that could be utilized without a password, accompanied by several boxes of clothing. MOU graciously accepted these gifts, subsequently bidding farewell to Wade and independently seeking a hotel for accommodation. Within the hotel, he donned the brand new attire provided by Wade, carefully safeguarding the two cards before reaching out to a Christ. General, I believe now is the opportune moment to discuss pertinent matters in depth. That MOU's voice carried a note of steadiness, deliberately suppressing his usual nonchalance, exuding a leader-like demeanor. Of course, I shall arrange for a military transport aircraft to retrieve you. I'm already aware of your location. I apologize for having my subordinates track you. Chris' tone bore no genuine remorse, merely adhering to protocol. MOU refrained from responding, directly terminating the communication device. Since he was already under surveillance, this might, in fact, spare him some trouble. That he organized his belongings, exited the hotel, and awaited outside. Shortly thereafter, a military transport aircraft descended, and under the guidance of a soldier, MOU boarded the plane en route to a Chris location. Meanwhile, in another vicinity, a man clad in a white robe was showcasing a certain achievement to a young man, pride radiating from his countenance. "Commander, are you satisfied with this?" The white-robed man inquired of the youthful figure before him. The young man, possessing striking features, scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, nodding in approval. With his jet-black hair and a faint smile gracing his lips, he donned a nearby coat before making his way to the door. Just before his departure, he paused and queried, "All data has been thoroughly erased, leaving no traces, correct?" The white-robed man quickly gestured in assurance. "Absolutely. The data was deleted at your own behest. I had no authority to retain anything. Everything has been meticulously cleared." The young man nodded gently, pushed open the door, and embarked on a new journey. As the young man crossed the threshold, several guards and a sergeant followed closely behind. During their procession, he offered a slight nod to the sergeant, who then led the way, while the young man ambled along with composure. Under the sergeant's guidance, they arrived before an imposing grand door. After providing a brief report to the soldiers stationed by the door, the sergeant escorted the young man inside. Within, a formidable figure clad in military attire stood with an air of authority. He gestured for the sergeant to withdraw, then stood tall and proclaimed in a deep, resonant voice, "Ha ha! Truly a sight to behold. Come, please take a seat, and I must say, Mo Wu Yu, with this attire, you appear even more exceptional." The young man smiled gently, stepping towards a nearby chair, humbly responding, "General Achrist, you flatter me." Upon hearing such praise, the young man's skin seemed to ripple slightly, and in an instant his original hairstyle transformed into long, sky-blue locks, a faint smile adorning his youthful face. This young man was none other than Mo Wu Yu. The genesis of this transformation traced back to 2 hours prior. 2 hours earlier, Mo Wu Yu disembarked from the transport aircraft. He was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. A lengthy, welcoming procession lined up before the plane, led by an imposing figure accompanied by several military officers, upon Mo Wu Yu's emergence. They approached him, a warm welcome to the frontline base. "Please follow me. The general is eagerly awaiting your arrival." "Very well. Please lead the way," Mo Wu Yu replied succinctly, wary of saying too much as he accepted the attention of the assembled crowd. Passing through the airport, Mo Wu Yu was guided to General Achrist's office, where he found himself locked in a gaze with a kindly-faced man. Truly a promising youth. "Please take a seat. May I inquire your esteemed name?" The man radiating tranquility was none other than General Achrist, the commanding officer of the 1st Theater. Mo Wu Yu. "It is a great honor to meet you, General," Mo Wu Yu responded as he settled into the sofa. A smile gracing his face, in response to Mo Wu Yu's frequent communications. Achrist maintained his usual composure, though waves of curiosity rippled through him as he contemplated the underlying significance of this summons. His words unconsciously betrayed a blend of curiosity and anticipation. "Mr. Mo Wu Yu, your frequent visits surely signify urgent matters to discuss. I am all ears." Sensing the previous inappropriateness in the other's demeanor, Mo Wu Yu clasped his hands together, speaking with a hint of contrition. "I indeed have an urgent matter that requires your esteemed presence, General. It is an unfortunate necessity, as I possess only your contact information." "I hope for your understanding," Achrist, feigning politeness, replied. "You flatter me. With the recent lull in hostilities, I too find myself with ample leisure. Please, speak candidly." However, internally, he felt taken aback by the fact that Mo Wu Yu relied solely on this singular connection, a rarity in the vast expanse of the 1st Theater. Which surprised him slightly, Mo Wu Yu continued to articulate his request. "I wish to borrow your laboratory and specialized personnel to implement a genetic masquerade plan. I wonder if the general might grant his approval?" Upon hearing this, Achrist furrowed his brow. While the allocation of the laboratory and personnel was not overly difficult, the genetic disguise technology required stringent controls and cumbersome approvals. The laboratory and personnel resources can certainly be arranged, but the unlocking and application of that technology necessitate adherence to established procedures, which is indeed a challenging matter. Yet, Mo Wu Yu had prepared for this, and instead of appearing disheartened, he smiled. "There is no need for the general to worry about the technical aspects. I have already prepared what is necessary, I merely require the general to ensure the subsequent data processing is handled appropriately." Upon hearing this, Achrist's doubts vanished, replaced by relief. "Ah, I see. Since the technical hurdles have been surmounted, I trust that M.M.O.W.U will handle the data processing with due diligence, and I need not be overly concerned. May I inquire when you plan to commence? Immediately, M.O.W.U's response was succinct and clear. In that case, everything will be ready in the laboratory within half an hour. Akristid readily assented, his words brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming collaboration. Progressing with the task at hand necessitated the data input from Mr. M.O.W.U as an auxiliary. Thus I resolved to dispatch my aide to accompany him, while I awaited promising news in solitude. Akristid promptly summoned the aide who had been waiting outside the door, and the two departed the room alongside M.O.W.U. Once M.O.W.U's figure vanished beyond the threshold, the tranquility on Akristid's visage was swiftly replaced by a piercing gaze that he mused. This matter is far from straightforward. We must intensify our investigations and seek relevant intelligence from higher authorities. With that, silence enveloped the room, leaving only Akristid's solitary form, now gazing pensively out the window. Subsequently, Akristid regained his earlier composure and turned to M.O.W.U, gently inquiring, "Might I ask if M.O.W.U has any further matters to discuss or crucial information to convey?" M.O.W.U, after a brief contemplation, realized that failing to present some requests promptly could incite displeasure from the other party. He swiftly devised a response and declared, "To be candid, I have a modest request and a piece of vital information. The request pertains to acquiring several combat robots and some essential equipment, which I believe would be a trifling task for the General. As for the information, it concerns the independent warship GK-0001 that I wonder if the General has heard of it." Chapter 33, Revelation. The matter of the combat robots is certainly manageable. Regarding the independent warship GK-0001, I possess only intelligence from several months ago, and have since received no updates that if M.O.W.U could divulge more, I would be immensely grateful. Akristid pondered the deeper implications behind M.O.W.U's mention of the independent warship. M.O.W.U's expression turned slightly regretful as he slowly articulated, "A few days ago, the independent warship GK-0001 unfortunately encountered enemy fire in the Shattered Rock Galaxy and was shot down by the mothership. Stormbringer. Upon hearing this, Akristid did not react with the shock that M.O.W.U anticipated. Rather, a flicker of something unusual passed through his eyes before he resumed his usual demeanor. "I shall personally follow up on this matter. Please rest assured. However, I must ask, were there any survivors aboard the warship? If so, we must immediately launch a rescue operation." M.O.W.U did not overly fixate on Akristid's reaction, despite the slight surprise reflected in Akristid's demeanor. He interpreted it as the characteristic calm of a battlefield commander. After a moment's reflection, he spoke, "Perhaps there is a slim chance of survival for the ship's captain's aide, Lieutenant Lan Xiaowei, though I cannot be certain of his fate. As for his full name, I did not inquire in detail." "Lieutenant Lan Xiaowei, you say? I have heard of him. He is quite the prodigy. It is a pity that he has devoted himself to following Grandster and has not been able to realize his full potential. Rest assured, I shall ensure the recovery of Lieutenant Lan." Akristid appeared to possess an intimate knowledge of Lan Xiaowei's situation, which left M.O.W.U quietly astonished, although Lan Xiaowei was merely a lieutenant. His ability to catch Akristid's attention suggested either his exceptional talents or Akristid's extraordinary perceptiveness to that moment. The communicator on the table suddenly rang, interrupting their conversation. Akristid cast an apologetic glance at M.O.W.U before answering the call. His expression swiftly turned grave, and after terminating the communication, he turned to M.O.W.U and said, "I apologize, but there is an urgent matter that requires my immediate attention. M.O.W.U. Would you care to accompany me?" M.O.W.U, at that moment, had no intention of delving deeply into the internal affairs of the Federation, so he gently shook his head and replied politely, "General, please attend to your duties that I have some personal matters to address and shall not accompany you." "Very well," Akristid acknowledged, then called for the guard outside to enter. "Please escort M.O.W.U to the lounge to await my return. If M.O.W.U wishes to leave, ensure his safe passage home and prepare any necessary items. Then I shall take my leave." With that, Akristid donned his military cap and strode out with purpose. Watching Akristid depart, M.O.W.U felt a slight smile tug at his lips, secretly relieved that the operation had progressed smoothly. Achieving its preliminary objectives, that he then turned to the guard beside him and instructed, "Please take me to a room with access to the Federation network. I have some urgent matters to attend to and items to prepare, which I will need in about an hour." The guard led M.O.W.U into a tastefully decorated room, fully equipped, presumably a reception room, that Mo Wuyu instructed the guard to step out and prepare the combat robots. While he approached the control panel and inserted a card into the slot. During his time in the laboratory, Mo Wuyu had noted that once the card was connected to the Federation network, a connection prompt would appear that time. He had refrained from acting hastily due to the presence of others. Choosing this room was intentional to avoid leaving the coverage area of the network. Indeed, once the card was connected, the computer promptly indicated a new connection channel. Without hesitation, Mo Wuyu selected to open the channel, and a password input window immediately appeared on the screen. Gazing at the window, a confident smile crept across Mo Wuyu's lips. Everything was unfolding as he had anticipated, that he entered the third password gleaned from the information left by Radim, eagerly watching the screen, curious about what Radim had left behind. As the progress bar on the screen slowly advanced, an inexplicable feeling of foreboding arose within him that he began to feel anxious, murmuring under his breath, "Faster, faster." Moments later, the progress bar finally completed its loading, and the screen gradually transitioned, ultimately settling on a shade of blue. Mo Wuyu stared at the screen, puzzled, unable to comprehend its meaning. Soon, a glimmering point of light flashed on the screen, a dazzling white. Mo Wuyu fixated on it, attempting to discern any clues. After flickering several times, the light expanded, forming the characters of his name. Mo Wuyu gazed in astonishment, confirming that this indeed pertained to him. As the white light shifted, the characters of his name gradually morphed, followed by a line of smaller text appearing on the screen. After reading it, Mo Wuyu's expression changed dramatically. He immediately pressed the nearby button to delete all data, yanked out the card, and turned to leave in haste. The impetus for his actions was the line of small text on the screen. It was not data, but a message. Mo Wuyu, leave the Federation war zone immediately. You must evacuate within 3 minutes. Upon reading this message, Mo Wuyu's heart churned. As he exited the room, the guard waiting outside also felt perplexed, unsure why Mo Wuyu emerged in such a daze after a brief visit. However, the guard wisely refrained from asking further questions. "Did I need to leave now? Is there a problem?" Mo Wuyu calmly inquired, adjusting his demeanor. "No problem, but the combat robots are not yet fully prepared and require some time." "That's unnecessary. I must depart immediately." Now that Mo Wuyu's tone was resolute and brooked no dissent. Despite the lingering confusion, the guard, having received instructions from a Christid, felt it inappropriate to question further. So he escorted Mo Wuyu away and arranged for a transport ship. Mo Wuyu said little, his anxious expression evident as he boarded the transport ship, while the guard reported the news. On board the transport ship, Mo Wuyu's thoughts raced, yet he remained unable to decipher the implications behind the message he had received. Now comfortably seated on the transport ship, distanced from the previous turmoil, he exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, believing that further complications were unlikely. However, just then his communicator suddenly beeped, indicating a new contact that Mo Wuyu surmised it might be Fed. But upon retrieving the communicator, he found that the incoming number belonged neither to Fed nor to Mo Ku or Lan Ning. Filled with confusion, he answered the call, only to hear a voice he recognized but could not immediately place. "Mo Wuyu, you should have already boarded the transport ship and departed, correct?" This voice startled Mo Wuyu, and he strained to recall the identity of the speaker, but to no avail. Lowering his voice, he questioned, "Who are you? Why did you leave such a message? And were all the previous messages from you? What is your intention?" However, the other party did not respond to his inquiries, but instead continued with new demands. The voice was deep and enigmatic. "You need not concern yourself with these matters, and I had thought that by having you leave, everything would change, but I was clearly mistaken. History continues on its original trajectory. Now, I need you to go to the Megalink Galaxy immediately after leaving. You must not go to Earth before the grand battle. Do not ask questions. Simply follow my instructions, and you will not err." Mo Wuyu remained unwilling to be left in the dark. Especially given that Radim had left information about going to Earth, he was inclined to trust Radim over this mysterious voice. Yet, he was also eager to learn more. In response to Mo Wuyu's probing, the voice fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing whether to divulge further information. Ultimately, the voice sighed and stated, "I cannot reveal too much about these matters that I have inadvertently stirred too many butterfly effects. But I can tell you this. You must trust me. For I am you. You are me." Mo Wuyu was taken aback by this revelation. Despite his efforts to comprehend, he could not fully grasp the profound implications of that statement. Just then, the speaker seemed to encounter some urgent situation. Hastily leaving behind a warning. "You must believe me. Do not go to Earth, or you will regret it for the rest of your life." "Regret for the rest of my life?" Mo contemplated inwardly. Yet precisely because of this, he felt compelled to journey to Earth to uncover the truth. Failing to do so might indeed lead to lasting regret. He resolutely made up his mind, his eyes glimmering with hopeful determination. At that moment, the military communicator beside Mo suddenly rang. He cast a fleeting glance and realized that it was not his communicator, but rather another device beside his seat. He speculated that this was likely a message from a Christ, as his hasty departure would surely have raised questions on the other end. Upon connecting, a crisp, serene voice indeed resonated. Mo, why are you in such a rush that you left without your belongings? Is there something urgent? Mo politely replied, "I just received an urgent message from a friend who has encountered significant trouble and requires my immediate assistance that I ask for my belongings. I would appreciate it if you could have someone deliver them to my residence." He refrained from revealing the full truth to avoid arousing suspicion. A Christ did not linger on pleasantries, succinctly stating, "Then, Mr. Mo, do attend to your matters that I will ensure your belongings are sent over, so I shall not disturb you further." After disconnecting the communicator, Mo gazed deeply out the window. The waters below were unfathomable, and he had yet to fully grasp the situation at hand. He dismissed further thoughts and boarded the transport aircraft back to his previous hotel. Upon disembarking, he discovered a guard already waiting at the entrance. After inquiring, he learned that the guard had come to deliver a key card, and the combat robot he required had already been sent to a storage room at the port. He was astonished by the efficiency following a Christ's subsequent order. After retrieving the key card, he returned to his hotel room. With the day remaining until the assembly time, he was in no rush to seek out others, choosing instead to remain at the hotel to peruse the additional information left by Latim. Once again submerged in a sea of information, Mo was beset by information overload. Although the volume was not vast, it was sufficient to induce irritation. Ultimately, he decided to browse through the information one by one, not delving deeply into each piece but rather categorizing and summarizing the main points. After several hours of sifting through the data, he discovered that all the messages belonged to the third category, offering no substantial assistance for his current phase. Chapter 34. Interest after dining and replenishing his energy, Mo once more plunged into the ocean of information. This time, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a particularly intriguing piece of data. Though it contained merely an address, it piqued Mo's interest significantly, as it was located on Earth. The address specified: Number 54, Block 5. District 3, Eastern Continent. Earth. Mo was puzzled as to why Latim had left this address, speculating whether it indicated a need for him to travel to Earth and locate someone at this address. Initially, his inclination to visit Earth had been a mere whim. However, this impulse had now transformed into a resolute determination. Satisfied with his findings, he concluded that he had garnered sufficient critical information and recognized the urgency of the situation, as Fed might soon reach out to him. Approximately an hour later, Fed indeed contacted Mo. "Mo, where are you now? Should I come to you, or will you come to me?" Fed inquired softly. "Come to me," Mo responded. "I am at a hotel near the spot where we last parted." He also requested that Fed inform Mo and the others to join them. "All right, I will head over now and notify Mo." Fed replied. After ending the call, Fed promptly disconnected the communicator, evidently to inform Mo and Lan Ning. Meanwhile, Mo instructed the waiter to reserve a private room while waiting for Mo and the others to arrive. Before long, Fed and Mo arrived in succession. However, Lan Ning was still absent. Then Mo inquired about Lan Ning's whereabouts, to which Mo merely shook his head in ignorance and shifted the conversation to Mo's recent experiences. In response, Mo deflected, hinting at a surprise he would reveal later. "Mo, do you truly have a surprise for us? You seem to be quite the enigmatic one. Haha. Let us not dwell on it. Let us eat while we wait for Lan Ning, as he should be arriving soon." Mo encouraged, noticing that Mo and Fed were at a standstill. Despite this, each of the three appeared lost in their thoughts, creating an unusually somber atmosphere. Nevertheless, in order to avoid disrupting Mo and Fed picked up their chopsticks, symbolically sampling a few dishes before setting them down again. This ambience left Mo feeling uncomfortable. He continued to ponder the earlier matter regarding Earth, while also remaining uncertain about Imoku and Fed's preoccupations. Fortunately, Lan Ning's arrival shattered the awkward silence as he pushed open the door and beheld the quiet scene. He was momentarily startled, fearing he had entered the wrong place. However, upon confirming his location, he found 3 individuals lost in thought. Oyu had already noticed Lan Ning's entrance, but lacked the energy to greet him, as if he were affected by the room's atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Lan Ning who broke the silence first, cheerfully exclaiming, "What has gotten into you all for the past few days? You seem utterly listless. Aren't you going to tell me what has transpired?" He then pulled out a chair and sat beside Imoku, grinning at everyone. Then Imoku rallied his spirits, shaking off the previous gloom, albeit still carrying a hint of restraint as he said, "We have little to discuss, so you might as well go first." Lan Ning, sensing the weight of the conversation, replied, "If there is nothing to share, let us discuss our itinerary instead." Lan Ning's demeanor shifted as he grew serious. "I should address my situation as it will influence our upcoming plans. Firstly, I have briefly mentioned my background to Imoku, but I must apologize as I cannot disclose my specific identity at this time. What I can reveal is that my family holds considerable influence within the Federation. However, my current circumstances are not optimistic that I have contacted my family and learned that I am unable to return to them at this moment. Therefore, I may not be able to accompany you to Earth. However, this situation will change in 2 months, at which point I will be able to proceed. Denimo Wuyu. I sincerely apologize if this disrupts your plans." At this moment, Mo began to grasp the general nature of Lan Ning's identity. However, since Lan Ning had been so forthright, Mo felt it inappropriate to say much more. That he smiled and replied, "No worries. I am not in a rush to get to Earth. Moreover, if we do decide to go to Earth, it will require considerable time, and we need not embark precisely 2 months from now." Suddenly, the words of the individual from the previous day came to Mo's mind, who had warned him not to travel to Earth before the final battle, implying that as long as he reached Earth before the ultimate confrontation, he would be fine. Thus, Mo was able to provide this response. "You have a point, but ultimately, it will depend on Fed and Captain Emoku's plans." Lan Ning understood the implication of Mo's words and turned his gaze towards Emoku. At this moment, the decision lay firmly in the hands of Emoku. The esteemed captain, Emoku, first scrutinized Lan Ning, then shifted his gaze to Mo, and finally settled on Federal after receiving affirming looks from all 3. He slowly spoke. "First and foremost, we must adhere to our previous plan and seek out individuals who can assist us. That if we are to execute that plan effectively, we cannot do so without assistance from others. Additionally, there is a critical issue we face. We lack a spaceship capable of long-term travel in space, that we cannot rely solely on combat robots to traverse the cosmos. Can we?" Lan Ning frowned slightly and expressed his concerns. "While my family has the means to acquire a spaceship, it is currently somewhat challenging. I fear it may not be feasible." Upon hearing this, Emoku sighed softly and reassured Lan Ning. "Lan Ning, do not burden yourself too much. Since we are all gathered here, each of us has our own difficulties that we must devise alternative solutions. If it comes to that, we might have to abandon the combat robots and opt for travel by spaceship." Listening to Emoku's words, Mo felt equally at a loss. However, at that moment, an idea struck him, and he brightened, asking Emoku, "Do you know where our destination is? Perhaps I can resolve the issue with the spaceship." Emoku was momentarily taken aback, as he had never considered that Mo might have a solution regarding the spaceship. Yet, trusting Mo, he responded with mild skepticism. "Our initial destination is a commercial star system within the Federation, Fifth World. Of course, we have an alternative destination, but that place has already fallen outside the Federation's jurisdiction and is extremely distant from Earth. That if we set out from here, it would be akin to heading south while intending to go north. I believe you would not agree to that. Moreover, that area is quite chaotic, and we may encounter unforeseen circumstances along the way. That place is the Migrant Star System, which is even more tumultuous than the Shattered Stone Star System." "Migrant Star System? What exactly is that place? Could you elaborate?" Mo inquired, unable to contain his curiosity upon hearing the name again. The Migrant Star System is one of the few star systems that does not belong to the Federation. The reason the Federation has not successfully annexed it is due to a warrior class known as the Migrant Fighters. They are courageous and fearless warriors. Inherently distinct. One could say they are born warriors. However, The truth is that these fighters are genetically altered individuals. Unlike the Federation's genetic soldiers, they are products of natural selection and evolution. Federation soldiers cannot hope to compete with them, while the Federation is reluctant to sacrifice significant military strength for a minor star system. It is undeniable that migrant fighters are the most formidable warriors. However, this is primarily in comparison to ordinary soldiers. That it is precisely for this reason that the migrant star system has become a gathering place for many combatants. The inhabitants there hold power and wisdom in high regard, which aligns perfectly with their customs. Thus, the outer skirmishes there are exceedingly frequent. Yet, once one ventures into the depths of the star system, safety is assured. That it is undoubtedly a paradise, where a plethora of rare treasures congregate. That if you ever seek something in the future, the migrant star system is undoubtedly the finest choice. However, it possesses a notable characteristic: darkness, and absolute darkness. Without sufficient strength, it is advisable to refrain from venturing too carelessly. That Moku recounted the general situation. Though many details remained elusive, he gazed at Mo Wuyu, curiosity stirring within him as to why Mo Wuyu harbored such interest in the migrant star system. However, Mo Wuyu merely smiled, concealing his inner thoughts. He swiftly diverted Moku's attention, cryptically stating, "Did we not speak of resolving the issue with the spacecraft? Let us proceed to the port warehouse now. For there lies the surprise I mentioned." And Moku nodded in agreement, and both Lan Ning and Fei evidently wished to discover what Mo Wuyu referred to as a surprise, thus echoing their approval. The four departed from the hotel, making their way to the port. Using the card bestowed upon him by the guards, Mo Wuyu unlocked the warehouse doors. The doors slowly creaked open. A small spacecraft came into view. Mo Wuyu's eyes lit up with satisfaction upon beholding the vessel, inwardly affirming, "I knew it. How could there be so many combat robots without a single spacecraft?" Such a scenario hardly befits a general's demeanor. That moment, Moku, Fei and Lan Ning turned in astonishment to look at Mo Wuyu. They were taken aback that he had indeed acquired a spacecraft. Lan Ning stepped into the warehouse, meticulously inspecting the vessel from all angles. As he observed the spacecraft before him, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Though it was quickly masked, he turned to Mo Wuyu and called out, "Mo Wuyu, please open the spacecraft so we may have a look inside." Then Moku and Fei chimed in, expressing their eagerness to explore the interior in preparation for their departure. "Very well, allow me a moment," Mo Wuyu replied, approaching the entrance of the spacecraft, scrutinizing it closely before locating a small identification verification window. After a brief pause, he retrieved the card and inserted it into the slot. Chapter 35, AI System. Beep, identity verification successful. Welcome to the AI system. This is the welcome Commander. A melodious, synthesized female voice resonated as the spacecraft's door gradually opened. "Commander, you possess the highest authority aboard this vessel." Mo felt immense satisfaction at the situation. Subsequently, Lan Ning, Fei and Moku followed him into the spacecraft, undergoing their own identity verifications. However, unlike Mo Wuyu's initial verification, the subsequent checks were conducted via body scans. Once aboard the spacecraft, the four began to meticulously examine their surroundings. The interior was spacious and well-lit, equipped with an array of advanced apparatus. They could not help but marvel at the sophistication and luxury of the vessel. "Mo Wuyu, how did you come to possess this spacecraft?" Lan Ning inquired with curiosity. Then Mo Wuyu smiled gently and explained, "In truth, I stumbled upon this spacecraft while on a mission that time. I was patrolling the cosmos in a combat robot and fortuitously discovered this abandoned vessel. Upon inspection, I found it still operational. Hence I brought it back Moku remarked, feeling a surge of admiration for Mo Wuyu's ingenuity and bravery. "Shall we set off now?" Fei asked eagerly. "Certainly." Mo Wuyu nodded, then approached the control console to commence operations. As the spacecraft powered up, the four felt a powerful tremor. They understood that this vessel would carry them to an unknown destination, embarking on a new adventure. During their journey, the four took turns piloting and resting to ensure a smooth arrival. They occasionally admired the breathtaking views outside their windows, while also discussing future plans and objectives. After several days of travel, they finally reached the fifth world. This vibrant commercial star system boasted a myriad of shops and trading posts. Here, they replenished their supplies and equipment, preparing for the journey ahead. However, just as they were about to depart the fifth world, they unexpectedly received news that made them realize their journey might not be as straightforward as they had imagined. They were about to face unprecedented challenges and trials. MOU also underwent a verification process. The spacecraft was exceptionally well equipped, its scale sufficient to accommodate the needs of the four. In fact, it could easily support the necessities of dozens. Soon, they discovered that not only was the spacecraft fully outfitted, but there was also an abundance of semi-intelligent robots on board. Ultimately, the group was exceedingly pleased with the spacecraft's capabilities, finding no need for further preparations, as the provisions of food and water were remarkably abundant. "Shall we retrieve the combat robots and then set forth?" Fata proposed. However, MOU interrupted, guiding the trio to the rear compartment of the spacecraft. Upon unveiling the cover, striking red combat robots were revealed before them. Fata's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the robots, then turned to MOU, exclaiming, "MOU, you can't possibly be some sort of big shot, can you? These combat robots, while I do not know their model, exude an extraordinary presence." Lan Ning, with a contemplative gaze, took up the conversation. "Phoenix prototype, an experimental model of the Phoenix chassis, the Federation's ACE model. The Phoenix's combat prowess is unquestionable. Although this prototype has minor flaws, it still possesses enviable strength. However, following the unveiling of the Phoenix chassis, the Federation ceased production of all prototypes and imposed a complete lockdown to prevent leaks. To see these four here is truly astonishing." MOU had never encountered the Phoenix chassis, but he could easily envision its exceptional qualities as an ACE model. He was astounded to learn the significant background of these four combat robots. Noticing the questioning look in Lan Ning's eyes, MOU sensed the curiosity, but felt at a loss for how to respond. MOU chuckled softly, approaching MOU and patting him on the shoulder, saying, "Now is not the time for such discussions. Since MOU has brought us so many valuable items, let us not press further. Everyone has their own secrets. Now that we have the combat robots, we can retrieve our older models, albeit a bit worn, on the way. Everyone prepare yourselves, we shall depart shortly." With MOU's intervention, MOU naturally stepped down from the spotlight. Lan Ning ceased his inquiries, and the group proceeded to prepare. However, they encountered a challenge. None among them could pilot the spacecraft. Fortunately, the vessel was equipped with an automatic navigation system. Otherwise, they would have been unable to operate it despite acquiring it. Since no one could pilot the ship, there was naturally no one in the command room. Yet with MOU as the commander, he would be the first to know if any alarm sounded. Thus, the group found themselves in the lounge, sipping drinks while watching the Federation's news. Currently, the news reported the latest developments in the ongoing war. In the first battle zone, reports emerged of the independent warship GK-0001 reappearing after a period of silence. However, this time, the news was grim. The independent warship GK-0001 had been destroyed by the enemy, and the fate of the surviving personnel remained unknown. Regarding the third battle zone, the enemy's firepower had suddenly intensified, resulting in MOU glanced at the news report, pursing his lips as he remarked, "The Federation is truly in a turbulent time. This war has dragged on for so long without resolution that it seems perilous. However, this does not concern us. The fiercer the fighting, the better." Lan Ning switched off the news and turned to a technology channel, continuing, "The Federation's affairs are beyond our concern, nor do we wish to meddle. It is simply that sitting here watching this is becoming dreadfully dull. There is nothing entertaining. Why virtual network identity has been locked, leaving me unable to play. I'm utterly bored." MOU found no boredom in their situation. He was engrossed in the news report, while Fata sat beside him in silence. As if to alleviate their tedium, Fate had arranged some excitement for the spacecraft. Alarm! Unidentified warship approaching. Alarm! Upon hearing the alarm, Lan Ning was the first to leap up, and soon the others followed him into the command room. Upon activating the display, a black warship appeared on the screen, emblazoned with a foreboding white claw. "It is the Claw pirate crew." MOU recognized the opposing ship, explaining, "I can't believe they've set their sights on us. It seems there is no likelihood of a ceasefire, unless we drive them away." The Claw pirate crew won't relent, despite being merely a small pirate faction. Fata added in a hushed tone, "Pirates encountering pirates. This could lead to some exciting developments." MOU couldn't help but chuckle. Though he had little desire for combat, encountering a small pirate crew opened up numerous possibilities, along with the potential for considerable benefits, such as that the person piloting the spacecraft, that Owen raised his head slightly and spoke in a hushed tone. Disable the lock on the Phoenix trial machine and prepare for battle. The spaceship is entering combat mode. Open the armor plating. Activate the energy shield. Release the restrictions on the combat robots. Open the armory. Full freedom mode engaged. With a series of restrictions lifted, Yun and his 3 companions exited the command room and made their way to the aft cabin. The spaceship seamlessly transitioned into intelligent control mode, proceeding with remarkable orderliness. Upon arriving at the aft cabin, each of the 4 chose a combat robot, then ascended into the cockpit via the elevator. They activated the control systems of their respective robots, connecting to the main computer of the spaceship, which promptly generated a comprehensive list of weaponry and armor options that Yun gazed at the densely packed list before him. A shiver ran down his spine. Fortunately, an automatic equip option was available. After selecting the dual swords he had trained with, he opted for the automatic setup. Once the selections were completed, the panel beside Yun's machine slowly opened, revealing the internal weaponry and armor. The 4 meticulously inspected their combat robots, ensuring everything was in readiness. That Yun surveyed the combat robot before him. A surge of valor welled up within him. Though they were merely a small team, he was convinced that as long as they stood united, nothing could impede their advance. That moment, the warships of the Claw Pirates drew ever closer. Yun took a deep breath and declared loudly, "Are you all ready? We shall make them understand that we are not to be trifled with." The other 3 responded in unison, "Ready," with Yun's command. The 4 combat robots activated simultaneously, charging toward the Claw Pirates' warship. That an intense battle was about to unfold. Giant mechanical arms steadily affixed the equipment onto Yun's machine, and soon, it was transformed into a formidable sight. The once bare chassis now boasted 2 slender swords suspended at the waist, while a sturdy layer of armor encased the chest, arms, and legs, with a prominent device affixed to the back that drew the eye. Once equipped, Yun activated the scanner to survey his companions, only to be taken aback by the results. Lan Ning's machine bore minimal additional armor, merely outfitted with external plating similar to Yun's. However, when Yun's gaze fell upon the back of Lan Ning's machine, a cold shiver coursed through him. A sniper rifle, slightly longer than the machine itself, was prominently displayed, its size dwarfing the robot's arms. Even more astonishing was the single shoulder cannon suspended from the back. Its potential power was unmistakable. In contrast, Ku's machine provided Yun with a modicum of reassurance. Although the thin red external armor appeared ordinary, Yun sensed its exceptional nature. As for Feida's machine, it left Yun at a loss for words. While it lacked advanced equipment, its bulk had doubled since its initial state, evoking visions of impending doom for the pirates. Once equipped, Yun commanded, "Open the launch bay." With the launch bay activated, the 4 combat robots shot forth like arrows released from a bow, forming a straight line as they departed the lock deck. Ku took the lead, guiding the other 3 machines into the depths of space. After launching from the spaceship, Lan Ning's machine gracefully landed on the vessel, serving as the sniper who needed to exploit the advantages of long-range attacks while safeguarding the ship's integrity. Meanwhile, Ku led Yun and Feida directly toward the pirate ship. Both Yun and Feida utilized back-mounted external boosters, leaving behind a dazzling trail of light as they propelled themselves forward. Yet, it was Ku's boosters that Yun envied most. When fully activated, Ku's machine transformed into a veritable phoenix, radiating a gentle red glow, with a lengthy crimson tail trailing behind, reminiscent of a phoenix's plumage. Truly a sight to behold. Yun mused, this must be the reason this machine is dubbed the Phoenix. That he was astonished that Ku had managed to discover such breathtaking equipment amidst the extensive list of options. The 3 friends' dazzling flying skills quickly caught the attention of the pirates. What they had expected to be an easy target now exhibited such dazzling prowess. However, the leader of the Claw Pirates did not waver in fear. He commanded his crew of 3 top-tier combat robots to engage, aware that the true measure of combat effectiveness lay in the skill of the operators. With a single command, the warship immediately entered battle mode, and 7 combat robots ascended from the vessel, not charging ahead but hovering above, Waiting for the actions of Mo Wiyun and his companions, Mo Wiyun gazed at the open cannons on the distant warship and couldn't help but sigh softly. This is the chasm between a spaceship and a warship, that if only our vessel were equipped with naval cannons, perhaps we could avoid this predicament. Destroying this warship will be no easy feat. In stark contrast to Mo Wiyun's concerns, Mo Ku exuded optimism. Since acquiring this machine, his spirits had noticeably lifted, and he confidently remarked, "Don't worry, this is merely a minor obstacle that can be easily overcome." Everyone must remain cautious during the battle. Mo Wiyun's worries dissipated almost instantly. Encouraged by Mo Ku's words, he swiftly adjusted his mindset and devoted himself entirely to the preparations for combat. That as the machines of Mo Wiyun and his companions entered the cannon's firing range, they were immediately met with a barrage of artillery fire. The cannon fire from the warship intertwined with the beams from the 7 combat robots, weaving a deadly net that ensnared Mo Wiyun in perilous circumstances. Time and again, he narrowly avoided the beam assaults, yet he could not elude them entirely. It was only due to the formidable protective barrier of the Phoenix trial machine that he managed to survive. Meanwhile, Mo Ku and Fada navigated the chaos with apparent ease, their combat experience far surpassing that of Mo Wiyun. Mo Ku's machine's agility was particularly impressive, allowing him to deftly evade many beams that Mo Wiyun could not. And even the strikes that did connect were effortlessly absorbed by the machine's protective layer. Subsequently, the 3 combat robots broke through the dense barrage of fire and closed in on the warship, forcing the 7 enemy robots to abandon their aerial position and pursue Mo Wiyun and his companions instead. After successfully diverting the enemy's attention, Mo Wiyun and his allies swiftly changed direction, distancing themselves from the warship. Although the enemy combat robots were reluctant to pursue, the circumstances compelled them to follow closely. With the threat of the warship receding, Mo Wiyun felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to realize that danger had not entirely dissipated. An enemy beam grazed his shoulder, jolting him back to alertness. Within the area under the warship's fire coverage, the energy shield had been significantly depleted. Therefore, upon exiting that zone, the 3 decisively disabled the energy shield and relied solely on their machine's armor for direct confrontation. Once the battle commenced, Mo Wiyun found himself ensnared in a precarious situation. Besieged from multiple sides, struggling to defend himself, that Mo Ku and Fada were similarly overwhelmed. Mo Ku faced the assault of 3 enemy robots alone, while Fada found himself locked in a stalemate with his adversary. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, Mo Wiyun endeavored to prolong the conflict, skillfully maneuvering the battlefield toward the direction of the spaceship. With a fierce roar, Mo Wiyun unleashed his frustration. His machine's exterior had sustained multiple heavy blows, leaving distinct scars. Although Fada had not effectively subdued his opponent, neither had they posed a substantial threat to him. In contrast, Mo Ku's achievements were commendable. Having successfully damaged 1 combat robot before turning to confront the other 2, witnessing Mo Wiyun's plight, Mo Ku felt an urgent pang of anxiety. Mo Wiyun, hang in there. Retreat toward the spaceship. Once you're within Lan Ning's range, you'll be safe. I still need time to adapt to this machine's controls. Mo Ku shouted to Mo Wiyun. Understanding the dire circumstances, Mo Wiyun realized that the enemy was relentless in their pursuit. He struggled to close the distance to Lan Ning, advancing only slowly. Before long, Mo Wiyun made another misstep. A combat robot raised its laser sword high and swung down from behind. Realizing too late, he desperately attempted to dodge to the side, but it was a moment too late, and he could only watch helplessly as the laser sword descended toward him. Just at that critical moment, a brilliant beam shot out from a nearby asteroid, striking the robot's arm with precision. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Wiyun retreated and swiftly raised his dual swords to counterattack another combat robot, quickly gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, from the asteroid that had fired the beam, it appeared that another combat robot was preparing to join the fray. Shortly thereafter, Mo Ku and Fada expertly disabled the arms of an enemy robot, causing the 2 pirate machines to halt their assault and retreat to the edge of the battlefield, opting to observe the confrontation between the 3. Soon, the skirmishes involving Mo Ku and Fada concluded as they ceased further pursuit after neutralizing each other's immediate threats, allowing their adversaries to withdraw. Simultaneously, Mo Wiyun's battle neared its climax. With a powerful strike, his left sword cleaved down upon the opponent's blade, and utilizing the booster's sudden acceleration, he thrust the tip of his right sword toward the enemy's vital points. In Mo Wuyun's perspective, time seemed to slow down at that moment as he watched the sword tip inch closer to the target's head. With a subtle adjustment of his right arm's angle, he skillfully disarmed the opponent's left arm and swiftly withdrew. It was only then that Mo Wuyun surveyed his surroundings, astonished by the sight of 6 damaged combat robots in the distance and the presence of Mo Ku and Fada nearby, leaving him momentarily speechless. Soon after, another combat robot descended from a distant asteroid, and upon closer inspection, Mo Wuyue realized it was Lan Ning, wielding a colossal sniper rifle, just as he had anticipated. Faced with this scene, Mo Wuyue scrutinized the surrounding damaged combat robots with a sense of bewilderment. That moment, images of Mo Ku, Fada, and Lan Ning appeared in his communicator, their faces radiating with Joy.Mo Ku. With a hint of reassurance, remarked Mo Wuyue, "You performed exceptionally well." Lan Ning followed suit, saying, "Mo, you certainly did not disappoint us. Splendid job." Momentarily at a loss for words, Mo Wuyue asked in confusion, "What on earth is happening? Why is everyone saying this? Why are they still here?" He noticed that the surrounding pirates seemed devoid of hostility, resembling long-lost friends instead. In response to Mo Wuyue's barrage of inquiries, Mo Ku chuckled lightly, explaining, "Mo Wuyue, do not overthink it. This was indeed an unexpected pirate incident, not a contrived arrangement. That is, in fact, a peculiar custom among pirates. There exists an unwritten rule that on the islands, unless confronted by irreconcilable foes or faced with insurmountable predicaments, acts of killing are strictly prohibited. Moreover, there are explicit regulations within pirate factions that once a combat robot aboard a warship loses over 70% of its combat capability, it is deemed defeated, necessitating the cessation of combat and the avoidance of further harm to others. As pirates, we are not bloodthirsty murderers. We cannot arbitrarily take the lives of others. Your performance has brought me great relief. I was initially concerned that you might lose control and eliminate your opponent, which would lead to unnecessary complications. In truth, we have always had unwavering confidence in you," Fada added in a calm tone. "Therefore, we refrain from intervening in your battle, allowing you to choose your course of action autonomously. While there are instances where killing may swiftly resolve issues, we are fundamentally averse to such behavior, for it leaves us with a troubled conscience. Nevertheless, if forced by circumstances, we would not hesitate to act decisively." Mo nodded slightly. He had indeed not deeply contemplated the act of killing. During the recent fierce skirmish, he had briefly entertained murderous thoughts, almost striking down with his sword, yet ultimately reason triumphed over impulse, redirecting his attack. Reflecting on it now, perhaps he was inherently unsuited to be a slayer of men. Once everyone had regrouped, Mo Ku issued the retreat command. "Let us set off, return to the ship. According to the pirates' agreement, the opposing captain will come alone to collect the spoils that I have reached a consensus with them. And now we merely await their arrival." After the fierce battle, Mo Wuyue felt utterly exhausted. This was his first experience of such intense combat, his nerves having been in a state of heightened tension throughout. Now, suddenly relaxed, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. However, this also reflected Mo Wuyue's exceptional qualities. Had it been any other novice, they would likely have succumbed to slumber after such a barrage of fire. Yet Mo merely felt an unusual weariness. Chapter 37. Inside. Subsequently, everyone returned to the ship's interior. As Mo stepped out of the ship, he made a beeline for the rest area, immersing himself fully in the embrace of the nutrient solution. The discovery of this facility was indeed attributable to Lan Ning's keen insight. Although Mo Wuyue had heard that many large ships were equipped with nutrient solutions, he had not anticipated that he could enjoy such a luxury here as well. After spending half an hour enveloped in the gentle caress of the nutrient solution, Mo Wuyue gradually rose, rinsed off briefly, and entered the hall. This moment, Mo Ku and the others were already seated comfortably in the hall. Upon noticing Mo Wuyue's arrival, Mo Ku promptly stood to greet him, stating, "You arrived just in time. The leader of the Claw Gang has paid a visit. However, had you not disabled the ship's protective system earlier, he might have struggled to breach our formidable defenses. The high-end configuration of this ship has only just revealed that its energy shield levels are beyond imagination. Had we known this earlier, we might have simply awaited his arrival without the need for such exertion." Now enlightened, Mo realized that in his eagerness to alleviate his travel fatigue, he had overlooked the deactivation of the ship's alert status. This ship unequivocally belonged to the upper echelon of combat technology, much like the advanced combat robots. Thus, he swiftly connected to the system, controlling the robots to disengage the ship from combat mode, causing the brilliant light shield and heavy armor to gradually dissipate, restoring the ship to its normal state. As an unidentified vessel approached, a prompt for docking authorization sounded. Authorization granted. Mo knew this could only be the leader of the Claw Gang and decisively issued the command. Shortly thereafter, guided accurately by the computer, two visitors appeared at the entrance of the hall. Upon seeing them enter, Mo immediately stood to welcome them, exuberantly exclaiming, "Leader of the Claw Gang, it has been too long. You still retain your impressive demeanor." Among the visitors, one was slender and lingered in the background, while the other was a robust figure who turned to Mo with a hint of coldness in his voice, saying, "Mr. Mo, it seems you have been living quite comfortably these years. Just look at this ship, certainly not something an ordinary person could possess." Mo, undeterred, maintained a smile, leading the leader of the Claw Gang to a seat and continuing their conversation. However, the latter clearly did not express much gratitude. He simply stood silently beside them, coolly stating, "Due to your actions, I have suffered losses that I have brought the person you requested. If there are no further demands, I shall take my leave. I have no desire to waste time here, especially not to share the same space with you." I in the face of such cold words, Mo merely smiled faintly and politely responded, "Then I shall not see you off any further, leader of the Claw Gang. Please travel safely." Upon hearing this, the leader of the Claw Gang refrained from further comment, resolutely turning on his heel and striding away. Once the figure had disappeared, a genuine smile blossomed on Mo's face as he pulled the slender man beside him, introducing him to the group. "Everyone, this is an old friend of mine, named Ross Blakeney." The slender man lifted his head, slightly displeased, and added, "It is Ross Blakeney." Observing Ross' discontent, Mo erupted into laughter before suppressing his exaggerated mirth, adopting a serious demeanor to reintroduce him. Ross Blakeney, the second son of the Blakeney family from the Fifth World System, of notable lineage. One of the reasons we are here is to seek his assistance. Only with his willingness to lend a hand can we successfully complete our mission. Ross also nodded slightly to acknowledge those present, yet his appearance undeniably piqued the curiosity of the group. Fada, looking puzzled, inquired of Mo, "What exactly is your relationship with Ross? He does not seem to be a member of the Claw Gang." "Does he?" Mo smiled mysteriously, then replied, "That is a secret. Not many are privy to it. However, you will find out sooner or later. Since that is the case, it is fine to share it with you now. Before I became a pirate, I conducted an investigation into the Federation, a matter you should already be aware of. You may have wondered how I obtained information from within the Federation, and our purpose for coming to the Fifth World is closely related to this." At this point, Mo paused slightly, gesturing towards Ross, continuing, "Ross specializes in technology, that he has harnessed numerous cutting-edge technologies that are difficult to procure in the market, thanks to his family's resources. However, several years ago, he decisively left home, reinventing himself and venturing out, seemingly without much attention from his family. He was once one of our most capable allies. This unexpected reunion is truly unforeseen, considering we believe he was among the hardest individuals to track down, only to discover he intended to execute a heist aboard our pirate ship." Mo, upon hearing this, began to grasp the purpose of their mission, but was puzzled as to how Mo had discovered Ross and asked, "How did you locate Ross? It seems you did not communicate through conventional means." This Lon Site displayed a hint of pride, producing a small device from his pocket and continuing, "This is thanks to my unique secret device." He raised the object in his hand, adding, "This is indeed a transmitter, but not an ordinary band transmitter. It must be paired with another type of miniature device injected into the body to sense the presence of the other party within a certain range. However, this combination poses two primary issues. Firstly, the device may be lost, and secondly, the sensing is entirely uncontrollable. It will trigger as long as within range, accompanied by side effects. Prolonged use can impair one's normal sensory capabilities, which is also one of the reasons we parted ways initially. Mo curiously examined the small device in Mo's hand, surprised at its purpose. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked Mo, Do we need to use such devices during this operation? If everyone uses them, it would be more convenient to respond to unexpected situations. Mokus smiled and shook his head, responding, "Actually, it is unnecessary." The side effects of these devices are quite significant, and they are not essential. Of course, if you wish to use them, that would certainly be better. As you mentioned, it would facilitate mutual rescue in case of unforeseen events. Ross took over the conversation after Moke finished speaking, reassuring there is no need for excessive concern. During this period, I have made significant progress in my research on this instrument. Although the side effects have not been entirely eliminated, I have managed to suppress their occurrence. I am also investigating ways to remove the device from the body, thereby completely eliminating the sensation. At this moment, Fed raised a question. Are you all relying on this external device for sensing? If the device is taken away, wouldn't it become ineffective? Moke explained, this external instrument merely serves as a device for pinpointing specific locations. In reality, the entire sensing process depends on the internal device. Even without this small instrument, while we may not achieve precise localization, we can still determine directional positioning. Rost added, well then everyone, there's no need to stand. Let us sit together. By the way, I am curious about how you joined the Claw Pirates. Even if your family no longer cares for you, they surely would not allow you to fall into the hands of pirates. Moke invited Rost to take a seat and inquired about his experiences. Rost appeared somewhat embarrassed as he recounted, actually, I was supposed to board a spaceship bound for another planet, but I misremembered the time. Consequently, the docking space I was meant to use had already been occupied by the warships of the Claw Pirates. In my haste to board the ship, I overlooked this detail, and the pirates, being quite careless themselves, did not stop me. It was only after the spaceship took off that I realized I had entered a den of thieves. And I have since been wandering around with the Claw Pirates. Upon hearing Rost's words, Moe felt astonished. Such incidents seemed utterly beyond comprehension. However, Ross' subsequent remarks dispelled the light-hearted atmosphere. He concealed his embarrassment, revealing a note of concern. In truth, I was supposed to return to see my father. Recently, numerous unidentified forces have entered the Fifth World, and my family has encountered some troubles. It was precisely my worries about their situation that compelled me to hurry back. Yet I did not anticipate such occurrences. Now, I am left in uncertainty regarding their well-being. Moke pondered for a moment before stating, then we must hasten to the Fifth World and locate those individuals from before. We have remained dormant for far too long. It is time to re-emerge. Those fellows must be struggling with the current situation as well. Amidst such chaos, we cannot remain aloof. How long until we reach our destination? 1 day and 3 hours remain. Then let us first rest. We shall arrive by tomorrow. Everyone must be prepared, Moke declared as he stood. I will stay here and observe for a while. You all go ahead. Moe, having just emerged from the nutrient solution, felt quite refreshed and had no intention of resting immediately. Meanwhile, Moke and Fed bade farewell to Moe before retreating to their quarters, leaving only Lan Ning to accompany Moe in the hall. Lan Ning chose to remain with Moe rather than departing with Moke and the others. The two sat in silence, occasionally switching television channels. Lan Ning eventually rose, retrieved 2 bottles of drink from the side, handed one to Moe, and inquired in a neutral tone, what are your thoughts on Moke? His character and actions. Chapter 38. Tasting, Moe opened the drink and took a tentative sip. Seemingly hesitating to respond, he slightly tilted his head back, gazing at the ceiling illuminated by artificial sunlight, and softly replied, he certainly has his own experiences. Why should we interfere? We have yet to resolve our own issues. So perhaps it is best to worry less. Lan Ning downed his drink, smiling as he settled beside Moe, saying, Indeed, it is wise to prioritize our own well-being for now. Do you not wish to share your story? Or shall I begin with mine? A reminiscent look of happiness and nostalgia washed over Lan Ning's face as he spoke. The Lan family, among the countless ancient families on Earth, was hardly prominent. They merely appeared powerful and influential in the eyes of ordinary people. Thus, I was subject to strict upbringing from a young age. When I was 7, a power struggle erupted within the family, as my uncle attempted to usurp control from my father. Many lives were lost in that conflict, and familiar faces vanished, replaced by a multitude of strangers. From that moment, I grew weary of family life. Yearning for the day I could escape, that a few years ago, the family began to face external pressures, and the members were preoccupied with dealing with these challenges, leaving me neglected to sow. One fateful day, I boarded a spaceship and left Earth. I initially believed I had liberated myself from familial burdens. However, I later discovered that my father had deliberately arranged my departure to distance me from the turmoil. Ultimately, I wandered into the vastness of the cosmos. Despite still holding a money card from home, I suddenly found myself at a loss, unsure of where to begin or what to do. The ordinary life I once envisioned seemed utterly unattainable at first. As I recounted this, a smile of happiness graced Lan Ning's features, while Mo Wu continued to sit beside him, switching channels as if only partially absorbed in Lan Ning's words, or perhaps lost in his own thoughts. Eventually, I arrived at a beautiful planet, where I met significant individuals in my life and learned to live as an ordinary person. However, at this point, Lan Ning paused, gulping down his drink before exhaling and continuing. "So, what about your story?" Mo set down the remote control, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty as he murmured me. "I have been without parents since childhood, and my only friend has vanished from contact. Why am I here? What is my purpose, and what can I do? I have never understood any of this. Now, how am I to respond to your inquiry?" Lan Ning did not pursue the topic further, merely letting out a soft sigh as he placed the bottle back on the table, gently saying, "I shall return to rest now. You should also retire early." "Okay," Mo replied. Watching Lan Ning leave the hall, he slowly rose and walked towards the door on the opposite side, that a melancholic melody echoed through the hall as the screen displayed solitary leaves drifting down. Mo approached the corridor at the edge of the spaceship, peering through the thick, transparent armor plate at the infinitely extending universe outside. Distant lights twinkled before his eyes, and he raised his right hand. A faint glow gradually emanating from his palm. Mo gazed at the light in his palm. His mind raced with thoughts. He slowly lowered his hand, yet suddenly a series of ideas flashed through his mind, prompting him to raise his hand once more and gently press it against the armor plate. The area where his palm made contact began to radiate a soft, multicolored glow, and soon, his hand began to sink into the armor plate. After withdrawing his hand, Mo muttered to himself, "How do I know these things? Ladim's information did not mention them." Yet he soon smiled, thinking, however, there is no harm in trying that as far as I know, with the power of time and space. I should be able to survive in the universe. Then, Mo raised both hands and pressed them against the armor plate. Gradually, both hands sank in, yet he felt no hardness, as if something were entwining around his arms. He took a step forward, slowly becoming enveloped. However, if someone were to observe from outside the spaceship, they would find that Mo had not left the vessel. Meanwhile, in a secret room within the first war zone of the Federation, a soldier monitoring the screen suddenly stood up and activated the communicator to report, "General, the target's life signal has vanished." After the transition, Mo found himself enveloped in darkness. After taking a few steps, light suddenly illuminated before him, causing him to instinctively shield his eyes with his arm. Once his arm was lowered, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Mo stood amidst ruins, surrounded by towering buildings reduced to mere fragments, collapsed structures, and scattered remnants of machinery littering the ground. Yet he found no sign of humanity, not even a corpse. He gazed up at the sky, where a glaring sun hung high above, surveying his surroundings. There was naught but ruins in that desolation. Mo's heart cried out, "Where is this place?" The scorching sun no longer bore its previous gentleness, scorching the earth with its intense heat. There remained no signs of human life, only the brutality and devastation wrought by war. This conflict seemed akin to an art form exchanged at an endless cost. However, behind this exchange of price, no one knew precisely what had transpired, nor could anyone comprehend the reasons behind it all. People could only wander in solitude amidst the ruins that at this moment, Mo felt a surge of sorrow well up within him. Perhaps he had indeed been troubled by certain matters previously, but his current plight rendered him even more helpless. He no longer had anyone he could call a friend by his side, and in that instant, he truly felt the weight of loss. Yet, after a brief moment, he ceased to dwell on the past, for the predicament before him, the blocked streets, demanded his attention and resolution. Upon arriving here, Mo quickly shook off his confusion and resolved not to mourn his circumstances. After enduring several instances of this mysterious traversal, he had developed a certain immunity to it. After a brief moment of hesitation, he selected a direction and began to explore his surroundings, wandering through the ruins. one inevitably encounters various circumstances. However, Moyu did not wish to confront any unforeseen incidents, such as the sudden appearance of mutated beasts or a group of individuals claiming they intended to capture him. He gazed at the towering heaps of debris before him, then glanced back at the long path he had traversed, ultimately letting out a sigh as he began searching for a route to circumvent the obstacles. Fortunately, he soon discovered a narrow passage beside a collapsed building that as he emerged from this diminutive corridor. The sight that greeted him caused his heart to skip a beat. He swiftly exited the passage, hurried forward, and lifted a half-tipped sign. The weight of the sign demanded considerable effort, but after toppling it to the ground, he gently caressed the protruding reliefs that adorned its surface. These reliefs depicted ancient patterns, the meanings of which were lost on Moyu. Yet he could discern the words inscribed on the sign, that a phrase he had never anticipated encountering at this moment appeared before his eyes. Moyu slowly extended his hand, lightly brushing the surface of the inscribed text to remove the dust that obscured its clarity, allowing him to scrutinize its original form more distinctly. That he slightly parted his lips, yet ultimately stood in silence, surveying his surroundings once more, and then murmured weakly to himself, "Where on earth am I gazing at the labyrinthine paths?" Despite Moyu's ignorance of the former splendor of this place, he could still sense its extraordinary essence from the scenery before him. After selecting a direction, he brushed off the dust from his attire and stepped forward. The sign, now free of dust, shimmered with a faint yellow glow under the sunlight, and the central inscription seemed to glimmer as if alive, prominently displaying the words, "East Continent, District 5. At this moment, Moyu had distanced himself from the sign that marked the 5th district. Convinced that he had arrived at the origin of humanity, Earth, however, he was perplexed as to why this place had devolved into ruins. Unable to decipher the mystery, he resolved to cease his inquiries, believing that as long as he found a living person, all enigmas would unravel. That he firmly believed that unless humanity faced extinction, this land could not possibly be devoid of life. That he gently lifted a nearby sign. Yet it did not bear the information he sought. That as he traversed the area, he scrutinized every object in hopes of uncovering clues left by Latham. Having arrived at East Continent, District 5, he surmised that District 3 could not be far off. Passing through yet another street corner, Moyu had lost count of how many he had encountered, but he paused once more, raising another sign, casting a hasty glance before carelessly tossing it aside, only to immediately turn and retrieve it. Examining the inscription on the sign, a flicker of joy involuntarily crossed Moyu's face. That a wave of elation surged within him. At last, the direction he had been searching for was confirmed. It was indeed this sign that indicated District 1. Filled with anticipation, he hastened along a narrow path beside him, and upon reaching the second intersection, he picked up a marker, confirming that this was indeed the necessary route to District 2. Gazing ahead, a sense of relief washed over Moyu, as that was precisely where he intended to proceed. The boundary of District 3. As Moyu stepped into District 3, he noticed a bronze plaque, engraved with similar bronze reliefs as the previous districts. However, the scene before him in District 3 was one of desolation, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety about finding house number 54. Gently placing the bronze plaque down, Moyu ventured into this barren land. Chapter 39. Ruins deep within District 3, Moyu stumbled upon the remnants of house number 20, where the ancient relief numbers on the wall were revealed in their entirety after dust was brushed away. He continued onward, although the roads of District 3 were not straight. After navigating a curved section, house number 54 finally came into view. Yet the sight before him was starkly different from his expectations, creating a striking contrast. Initially, Moyu had merely hoped to find a relatively intact house here, or at the very least, encounter another person to satisfy his quest. However, house number 54 appeared as a quaint villa, surrounded by a vibrant little courtyard. The 3-story building was graced by a winding path adorned with a plethora of colorful flowers. That as he walked through the ruins, Moyu had never imagined he would behold such a beautiful garden. Although surprised, he felt a sense of comfort, for this indicated that people still resided here. With a heart full of hope and excitement, Moyu gently pushed open the unlocked door and stepped onto the garden path. The surrounding blossoms made him feel as though he had entered a fairy tale realm. However, Moyu did not allow himself to become too enamored with this floral paradise. He continued along the path until he reached the threshold of the house. Clearing his throat softly, he raised his hand to knock on the door, calling out in a gentle tone, "Is anyone home? If so, please open the door for a visit." After speaking, he waited in silence for a response from within. Yet, after a prolonged wait, no sound emerged. Then Owiyu knocked again. But silence persisted. He speculated that perhaps the owner had stepped out and would return shortly. Nevertheless, he prepared himself to seek alternative means of entry if no response came, his hand hovering in midair. Just then, the door creaked open on its OWN, and Owiyu's hand awkwardly hung in the air, his demeanor slightly flustered as he said, "I was just," before he could finish. He found himself alone before him. He cautiously peered inside and softly inquired, "Is anyone there? May I enter?" "Come in," a cold voice suddenly echoed from within, startling Owiyu, causing him to retract his head hastily. The voice did not speak again, and Owiyu lingered for about half a minute in suspense before slowly stepping inside. The interior revealed a spacious and well-lit hall, suffused with light, as beams of sunlight streamed through the windows. Enhancing its extraordinary ambience, that Owiyu walked to the center of the hall and cautiously asked, "May I inquire who you are? My unannounced visit is indeed presumptuous. Might I have the honor of your presence and learn where I currently stand?" "I am above you," came the voice, and as it faded, a man descended the stairs from the upper level. Owiyu looked up to see a mysterious figure with a mane of blue-black hair, adorned with a mask bearing a swirling black and white pattern. Most striking were the man's eyes. Through the mask, Owiyu glimpsed an unusual pair, one side as dark as night, the other as green as a tranquil pond, the two-colored irises leaving him in awe. Yet the man seemed indifferent to Owiyu's astonishment, continuing in a cold tone, "You should not be here, Owiyu. You must heed my warning and stay away from Earth." At these words, Owiyu's expression froze momentarily, shifting to one of incredulous astonishment as he stared at the man before him, incredulously asking, "Are you the one who conveyed information to me, warning me to keep my distance from Earth, and indirectly orchestrated the series of events I have encountered? Was my arrival part of your design as well?" In response to Owiyu's barrage of inquiries, the man calmly shook his head, his tone remaining cold and detached. "To clarify, I am merely a partial messenger of the information you received. The rest is beyond my influence. Furthermore, I had no part in your experiences. Lastly, your arrival was not orchestrated by me. Do you understand? Then who exactly are you? Why do we meet here? Is it all merely coincidence?" Owiyu remained skeptical of the man's words, for if what he claimed were true, it was hard for him to accept that everything was unrelated to him. "That as for my identity, you shall learn it when the time is right. Regarding your presence here, it is evidently not mere coincidence. But I will not allow you to fulfill your desires. Therefore, I advise you to leave promptly, that I may not take your life, but I can impede your actions." The man's tone suddenly sharpened. "What purpose do I serve in this journey? Even I am in the dark. How could you know?" Owiyu retorted, while his mind began to swirl with certain clues regarding the true significance of this journey, reflecting on his time aboard the warship. After awakening from the nutrient solution, it felt as though a wealth of information had been implanted in his mind. He gradually mastered the utilization of temporal powers, combat skills, and some profound knowledge that he could not yet comprehend. This sudden transformation left him utterly bewildered, until he stood upon the spaceship, gazing into the vast cosmos. A thought flashed through his mind. He could transcend the barriers before him and arrive at a fated destination. Thus, he resolutely traversed the protective shield and embarked on an unknown journey. Yet now, the man before him claimed that he had some so-called mission to complete. Was there indeed a task that awaited fulfillment? "I am thoroughly familiar with your circumstances more than anyone else. The situation before us appears to be on the verge of collapse. It is time, after all, for this moment has long been awaited. Do you not think it is time to depart? Your mission has already been accomplished." His words carried an inexplicable emotion, before his tone turned cold and austere. Owiyu felt a slight tremor at the man's sudden intensity. Yet he quickly regained his composure, his gaze revealing a hint of sternness as he scrutinized his counterpart. That a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, and then he raised his right hand. A gentle cascade of rainbow light spilling forth from his fingertips, meandering toward the man. However, in the face of this vibrant radiance, the man's expression remained utterly unperturbed. The multicolored glow was about to reach him. It suddenly rippled, as if devoured by an unseen force, completely merging into his being. That he gazed indifferently at Imowu, his tone devoid of emotion. This is insufficient. You still require refinement. Now, it is time to return. Earth is no longer your place of sojourn. That his words faded. A magnificent array of vibrant colors materialized around Imowu, enveloping him entirely. When the radiance dissipated, Imowu had vanished without a trace. Witnessing Imowu's disappearance, the man's cold demeanor instantly softened. He removed his mask and gazed out at the garden beyond the window before turning to ascend the stairs. Had Imowu been present, he would have been astonished by the striking resemblance of the man before him. Upon entering a cozy bedroom on the second floor, the space was adorned with warm and charming decorations. The man approached the bedside, slowly kneeling down to gently grasp a delicate, fair hand, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Rest assured, I will spare no effort to protect you, no matter the challenges we face. Even if it means opposing the entire world, I shall not falter. His voice was gentle, yet resolute. That in that moment, enveloped by the vibrant light, a sense of foreboding surged within Imowu, yet he found himself powerless to seize control of the situation. Fortunately, the colorful radiance inflicted no harm upon him. After a brief interlude, tranquility returned. The dazzling hues gradually faded, allowing Imowu to discern his surroundings clearly. He stood within the corridor of a spaceship, with the boundless cosmos stretching before him. Ultimately, he realized his hands remained firmly pressed against the protective panel. That this moment, Imowu's heart surged with tumult, akin to a tempestuous sea, as he recognized that his current stance mirrored that of his pre-transcendence. Could it be that all that had transpired was merely an illusory dream? But how then to interpret those awe-inspiring visions? Despite the whirlwind of questions within, Imowu did not retract his hands from the protective panel. Accepting his inability to comprehend, he resolved to set aside his doubts and attempt once more, perhaps yielding some revelation. His hands began to emit a soft glow, gradually merging with the protective panel. Imowu closed his eyes in concentration, and upon the sensation of obstruction dissipating, slowly reopened them. Yet the unchanging expanse of the universe greeted him once again. Soon, however, he noticed something amiss. Turning his head, he discovered himself floating outside the spaceship. He gazed at his shadow on the protective panel, surrounded by a faint luminescence, so delicate that it seemed poised to vanish into nothingness at any moment. Raising his hands, he closed his eyes once more, focusing intently. His hands began to shimmer with a gentle light, which expanded beyond his palms, enveloping his entire hand. That he opened his eyes to behold the kaleidoscopic glow, yet instead of exhilaration, his heart was laden with trepidation. Imowu retracted the light from his hands and spoke softly to the vast universe before him. How is it that I come to know these things? The mastery of abilities, the application of power, and the mysteries beyond comprehension. What does it all signify? Yet, Imowu still found no answers, sighing as he turned to return to the spaceship. Just then, an unexpected upheaval shattered the stillness. When Imowu pressed his hands against the exterior of the spaceship once more, attempting to harness the power of time and space, he was suddenly jolted by a tremor of his very soul. His entire being convulsing, his hands instinctively slipped from the control of the spaceship, once responsive to its movements, now leading his form slowly away from the craft. Unaware of this disconnection, he remained lost in a haze, drifting toward the unfathomable depths of the cosmos. The moment he exerted the power of time and space, an overwhelming mental shock struck at his essence that he felt as if engulfed in a cacophony. Countless voices ringing in his ears, calling his name, accompanied by a torrent of intricate information surging toward him like a tidal wave. This sudden influx of data caused his heart to swell beyond capacity. Yet in the vast emptiness of space, despite his desperate cries, no one could hear his despair and helplessness as the flood of information gradually fused with his consciousness. The unspeakable agony began to wane. Replaced by a peculiar and enigmatic perception, it was as if he existed in a realm both clear and nebulous, where everything manifested before him only to slip away in an instant. Elusive and intangible, that moment. A series of familiar, yet strange faces flickered through his mind, akin to meteors streaking across the night sky, vanishing before their outlines could be discerned. Shortly thereafter, These visages appeared like a revolving lantern, while a weathered voice resonated in Mo Wuyu's ears. At last, you have arrived. This voice thundered through his mind, plunging him into a profound stupor. When Mo Wuyu awoke once more, he found himself back in a familiar room. Lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, confusion swirled within him. Yet he ultimately chose silence, lying there quietly. Computer, replay the footage of my return. Mo Wuyu's voice sounded weary, tinged with a hint of exhaustion. However, the computer delivered a disheartening reply. Data corrupted, retrieval impossible. Mo Wuyu paused, taken aback. He had hoped to elucidate how he had returned, only to encounter this disappointing outcome. He furrowed his brow, but quickly found solace. As if this outcome had been anticipated, Mo Wuyu refrained from seeking answers from the computer and resolutely rose from the bed. Upon entering the hall, he noticed Fide and Lan Ning already seated. Both greeted Mo Wuyu with smiles, exchanging pleasantries. Subsequently, Mo Wuyu moved to one side and gathered some food, yet his thoughts wandered restlessly. Given Fide and Lan Ning's calm demeanor, it seemed unlikely they were responsible for his return, prompting him to speculate whether it was Mo Ku or even Roster's doing. Chapter 40. Inquiry. Cradling a snack, Mo Wuyu settled comfortably, gazing at the two before him, and spoke softly, in the soft glow of dawn. How fleeting is time. Why do I see only the two of you? Where are Mo Ku and the others? Fide's gaze flitted over Mo Wuyu, brimming with unspoken words, yet ultimately condensed into a single remark. You seem reborn. An entirely different person. And as for the time, did you not just inquire? Mo Ku and the others are engaged in a private discussion indoors, and it may take a while if you wish to know the time. Why not simply touch the screen for clarity? Time is running short. Only moments remain until the first star of the fifth world graces our sight. Fide's words jolted Mo Wuyu. He distinctly recalled not having set foot here. Abruptly awakening from slumber. How could he have mysteriously appeared an hour ago? However, he did not delve into the enigma of Fide, simply taking a snack, savoring it slowly, his eyes glimmering with curiosity, the truth. He vowed to uncover. Yet this was not the opportune moment. Within the spaceship, the four of them traveled together, their identities and intentions shrouded in mystery, awaiting his discovery. Could it all be incorrect? Mo Wuyu pondered deeply, yet found no resolution. With breakfast concluded, he took a sip of his drink, deciding to temporarily set aside this enigma, intending to revisit it after the spaceship's landing. Immersed in the world of news, time slipped away, and the spaceship swiftly approached an outer planet of the fifth world. Though Fide and Mo Ku patiently informed him of the planet's name, Mo Wuyu's thoughts drifted like willow fluff in the wind. Failing to settle this moment, he gazed at the dark red planet before him, stirring within him a sense of inexplicable emotion and anticipation that a new spark of curiosity ignited within Mo Wuyu. Guided by the ship, it slowly docked at the port, where they were greeted not by the indifferent semi-intelligent robots, but by a burly man meticulously conducting inspections that Mo Wuyu mused internally, imagining that 200 years hence, a gentle beauty would await them here. Yet, this was merely a ripple in his mind, unexpressed. Upon reaching their destination, they quickly sprang into action, their primary objective being to locate the guardian who could ensure their safety in this place. An unknown adventure was about to unfold. Mo Ku surveyed the surroundings and spoke softly. Any questions? Lan Ning's eyes flickered as he turned to Roster, voicing his doubts. Can he truly ensure our safety? Mo Ku shook his head slightly, his gaze profound. Roster is not an impenetrable fortress. He struggles to protect himself. The one we seek is the true guardian. Seeing the group fall into silence, Mo Ku waved his hand and declared, Let us set forth. The five-member team, under Mo Ku's leadership, embarked on their journey, leaving the bustling port behind, bravely advancing toward the unknown. They moved toward the haven Mo Ku spoke of, a place that could offer them absolute peace. Mo Ku, are you certain it is here? Lan Ning scrutinized the unassuming building ahead, doubt etched across her features, her gaze oscillating between Mo Ku and the structure, ultimately resting on Mo Ku's resolute face. This hardly resembled a safe harbor. It appeared more akin to the eye of a storm. Mo Ku smiled faintly, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. Indeed, this is the place, the Federal Security Agency's headquarters. Within lies the protector we seek. Roster firmly affirmed Mo Ku's words. Indeed, it is here. To topple the Federation, his assistance is indispensable. Fide and Mo Wu exchanged a resigned glance from behind. And Fide shrugged. Then let us proceed. We cannot stand idle forever. What say you? Lan Ning's internal doubts surged like a tide, yet ultimately, she chose to acquiesce. Very well, Mo-ku, I shall trust you this once. Mo-ku smiled serenely, confidence shimmering in his eyes. Fear not. I firmly believe that our old friend will not disappoint us. Leading the way, a group of individuals strode confidently into the hallowed halls of the federal government. Their steps imbued with an undeniable gravitas. Surprisingly, they navigated through the crowd like phantoms, garnering no inquiries, their presence seemingly overlooked as if they were mere wisps of air. Amidst their passage, an elderly sergeant suddenly appeared, his gaze piercing and scrutinizing as he slowly spoke. Moke, you have finally returned. He was already aware of everything. His words carried an unspoken significance, instantly thickening the atmosphere with tension. Initially, Mo Wu believed that the federal pursuit had reached its climax, until the old sergeant's revelation unveiled the truth. This building was the domain of Moke's acquaintance. Moke briefed the group succinctly before leading them into a concealed staircase. The staircase, crafted from aged wood, seemed to murmur with each step, the creaking echoing the passage of time, instilling unease within Mo Wu. The entrance to the staircase was cleverly hidden behind a niche in a storeroom, without the sergeant's guidance. Who would have imagined that this seemingly mundane spot was a secret passage to safety? Mo Wu remained oblivious to the current situation. As they descended deeper into the basement, he began to grasp the significance of Moke's guidance. Yet to him, it resembled more of a clandestine stronghold. Moke led them through a winding path until they arrived at a chamber resembling an office. The furnishings triggered a sense of familiarity in Mo Wu, and upon reflection, he realized it bore an uncanny resemblance to the office layout of General Achilles of the 1st Combat Zone. At that moment, a man clad in immaculate military attire stood before the imposing desk. Seemingly awaiting a momentous decision, as Moke crossed the threshold, a hearty laugh greeted him. The man in splendid military garb approached with vigorous strides. Moke, you have finally arrived. The instant you set foot on this planet, my intuition sensed your presence. Time appears to have left no mark upon you. Rost, you have returned safely as well? I heard you were invited by the Claw Pirates for a visit. I was worried you might not return. Upon finishing, he flashed a mischievous smile, clearly well informed about Rost's capture. Rost felt a chill at the mention, quickly dispelling it, realizing that his ordeal had already circulated widely. I angrily admonished, and Liang Yu, you are utterly heartless. Knowing I had fallen into enemy hands, you stood idly by, causing me to waste precious time. Yet Liang Yu responded with a hearty laugh. According to the intelligence I received, you willingly boarded the enemy ship. It was not a case of abduction, so how could I intervene? After their laughter, he turned his gaze to Mo Wu and the others, curiosity evident in his eyes. What do we call these new friends? I am Liang Yu, a friend of Moke, and Ross. One among them replied politely. Feed a pleasure. Lan Ning, Mo Wu. The three murmured their names, then fell silent, their focus shifting to Moke. Moke's lips curved into a slight smile as he spoke. And Liang Yu, it is time to set that plan in motion. Have you gathered any new intelligence recently? And Liang Yu responded with a faint smile, though shadows lurked behind it. The situation is complex. I have only caught whispers of a mysterious team forming within the federal ranks, targeting individuals with abilities like ours. The details remain unclear, yet the crisis is quietly approaching. I have uncovered two new terms that pertain closely to you. Type 3 contact and Type 4 contact. Have you heard of them? Mo Wu shook his head in confusion. Entirely unfamiliar with these terms, he turned to Liang Yu, a flicker of worry in his eyes. Do you have no leads on your end? It seems the federal government has quietly set its plans in motion. Moke inwardly fretted, feeling a heightened concern for the mission's safety. However, Liang Yu merely smiled calmly, patting his shoulder. Do not worry. Let us settle here for the time being and wait for the right moment. Perhaps the truth is not far off. Once we ascertain more information, I also wish to invite a few old friends to join us. Moke nodded in agreement, then prepared to set out with Mo Wu. Feed, and the others at that moment, and Liang Yu unexpectedly received federal communication. A uniformed messenger hurried in, whispering, Sir, an urgent message from the Federal High Command. And Liang Yu felt a twinge of surprise. not expecting a summons at this moment. Yet he composed himself and signaled for Moke and the others to wait, stepping into a nearby quiet office to receive the sudden federal directive. Accompanied by a guard, and Liang Yu entered the office and connected to the communication. A strange yet authoritative voice resonated. Major General, and I am General Achilles, that I have an urgent request. For the next conversation, please have the guard leave. This is classified federal information that I hope for your cooperation. And Liang Yu's heart raced, and he promptly gestured for the guard to depart. He gazed at the holographic projection within the office, which depicted General Achilles. Intricately linked to MO at an hour prior, the first combat zone had undergone a sudden upheaval. Seemingly brewing an unprecedented crisis, Achilles had received a secret order, urgently summoning him to his hidden stronghold. The commander. He was required to be present at this private command center, which had not been sanctioned by the upper echelons of the federal military during times of crisis. Breaching layers of security, he strode in, demanding, "What is the situation, Lieutenant? Present the report swiftly. What is the status of the target?" The lieutenant, upon hearing this, nervously swallowed, bracing for scrutiny from his superior, while silently praying that the situation had not deteriorated. However, as Achilles entered the base, he discovered that the lieutenant, who should have reported promptly, was missing. As his gaze swept the room, he suddenly spotted the lieutenant standing beside a smiling young man. Achilles' expression darkened as he sternly inquired, "Who dares trespass in a federal territory?" "Lieutenant, how do you explain this?" His piercing gaze flickered between the two, already sensing something amiss. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air, as if a hidden secret was poised to surface. The surrounding crowd seemed oblivious to the presence of the three, each preoccupied with their own tasks. Up ahead, a young man rose leisurely, his voice slightly magnetic. "General Achilles, it has been a while that I have yet to introduce myself. Please do not take offense that I hail from a covert federal agency, and I am here to utilize your advanced equipment and resources. I have also heard that you possess certain confidential information. Is that true?" Upon reaching this point, the young man's tone shifted to a somber note, his eyes flashing with a barely perceptible sharpness, as if able to discern the deepest secrets of the heart. Achilles, a battle-hardened general, faced the young man's assertiveness without fear, standing tall to assert his authority, regardless of your origins. "Since you have ventured here," before he could finish, he staggered, collapsing to the ground in terror, his eyes fixated on the crackling electricity dancing along the young man's left arm. The young man smirked disdainfully, a hint of arrogance curling his lips, as if looking down upon all. "I have no need for your assistance, for I can manage on my own. It is truly pitiful and lamentable that a general would fall for such a trick." Before the might of power, all resistance was futile. The command of the squad leader. The young man was escorted out, his steps heavy as he approached the door. The moment the door closed, the young man's figure transformed, like a phantom. In an instant, another Achilles stood before the door, his voice deep. "The gene-disguising technique is truly exquisite. From now on, I shall be the supreme commander of the first combat zone, Achilles." He gestured, and an attendant promptly handed him a communicator, immediately contacting the federal commander at the target location, stating that he had matters to discuss. Liang Yu observed this scene, his brow furrowed, a cloud of suspicion lingering in his mind. His expression remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. "General Achilles, it has been a while. What brings you here? A federal ship has quietly descended upon your planet, and I urgently need your assistance. The target is the ship's commander, Mo. The others may be overlooked, but this individual must be captured, and I will send reinforcements shortly. Do you have any doubts?" "Sir, I am willing to do my utmost, and will not let you down." "Very well. I shall remember your loyalty, that if this mission succeeds, you will be indispensable." And Liang Yu nodded lightly at the screen before severing the connection, but he understood that if the other party was unwilling to disclose, further inquiries would be futile. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped toward Moke and the others. Moke, noticing his approach, observed his expression, concern evident. Who was that? Was there something unusual? And Liang Yu suppressed his thoughts, turning his gaze to Mo Wuyu and slowly remarked, "There is indeed something amiss, but it is not my concern. Rather, it pertains to your suspicions. That individual was the commander of the first combat zone, and he desires me to find someone. This person is right before us. Mo Wuyu, do you know the reason behind it? Why would the federal commander issue an order to capture you?" Upon hearing this, Everyone turned to Mo Wuyu in astonishment, who was equally perplexed, having only met Achilles once. Could it be that his identity had been exposed, prompting relentless pursuit? Ultimately, Mo Wuyu summoned the courage to face Moke and the others, stating, "I do not understand why he insists on pursuing me, but there is one matter I have not mentioned. Our ship is, in fact, a gift from General Achilles, the commander of the combat zone. This information may serve as our turning point, that I end the boundless universe. The truth lies hidden like stars, awaiting the brave to seek it out." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Mo Wuyu, your ship is a gift from the commander of the combat zone? This is simply unbelievable. Feed's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Mo Wuyu, who had previously sensed a connection between him and the federal government, yet never imagined it would be this profound. Lan Ning wore an expression of sudden realization, gazing at Mo Wuyu. However, they were not the focal point. The true center of attention was Moke. Moke gazed calmly at Mo Wuyu, finally letting out a soft sigh before speaking. "Do you have anything else to say?" "Enough of this. I have no intention of delving into your entanglements with the Federation, that I simply wish to inquire about your connection with that regional commander." Mo Wuyu pondered for a moment, ultimately resolving to extract a mysterious card from deep within his pocket, offering a wry smile as he explained, "After much contemplation, it seems this object is likely the soul link. The name Acarist is one I have only just encountered today. Previously unknown to me, that if there is indeed a motive, it must pertain to this." Upon hearing this, Moke's eyes flickered with curiosity as he reached out to take the card, subsequently turning to Liang Yu to ask if there were any card readers nearby. Liang Yu nodded slightly, gesturing towards a sophisticated device not far off. The three then proceeded toward the apparatus, eager to unveil the secrets concealed within the card. "The data is within the office. Follow me," said Liang Yu as he led them into the workspace. Then Oku approached the card slot directly, inserting the card in an attempt to extract information, only to find that he could glimpse only the surface of Acarist. With deeper contents seemingly imprisoned by an invisible lock, "Do not strain yourself." And Liang Yu gently tapped Moku's shoulder. "This card is safeguarded by a high-level password. Its information is as impenetrable as a fortress." Moku, feeling resigned, withdrew the card and turned his gaze towards Mo Wuyu, seeking guidance for the next step, that he was fervently hoping to glean some clues from Mo Wuyu. However, Mo Wuyu appeared troubled. "I truly do not know the unlocking password for that card. I only managed to contact him through the information provided on it." He silently rejoiced at having withheld the 3 passwords he knew, as they would only lead to further complications at that moment. Fate stepped forward to defend Mo Wuyu. "I can attest to his ignorance. I have seen that card during my time with the pirate crew and am familiar with the information on it." Fate's sudden appearance surprised Moku, leaving him perplexed. Moku gazed at the assembly, letting out a prolonged sigh. "Well then, we must prioritize discussing a strategy." Liang Yu, has he revealed any further insights? And Liang Yu's expression turned grave as he responded, "There is one more thing. Did you arrive here aboard the ship gifted by Acarist? That vessel is shrouded in mystery, a Federation-registered ship. Even if you and I are commanders, the Federation still holds the ultimate authority. Your whereabouts are likely already common knowledge. The ship has become an irreversible refuge." Liang Yu showed no interest in the entanglements surrounding Mo Wuyu. As long as Moku remained unconcerned, he had no qualms. Moku sighed in resignation, acknowledging that the loss of the Phoenix prototype was now a foregone conclusion, but he scanned the group, his tone resolute. "Everyone, take a brief rest. We depart in 3 hours. This place is no longer safe. The enemy may strike at any moment. Liang Yu, I entrust the itinerary to you. Are you capable?" And Liang Yu furrowed his brows, quickly moving towards the computer to pull up an urgent communication video. "I fear our time may be less than 3 hours." He indicated towards the screen, urgency lacing his voice. "Someone is impatiently shortening our countdown." Look, the situation is far from optimistic. The video in Liang Yu played displayed a mysterious ship racing towards the planet. After switching views, the original location of the ship was suddenly empty, followed by a distortion in space. And the ship reappeared. It was a secret battleship of the Federation, unremarkable in appearance, yet housing cutting-edge technology within, and Liang Yu had witnessed its might during a previous hacking operation. His eyes flickered as he addressed the group. "The Federation has arrived. Their warship is stealthy and formidable. How shall we respond?" In that moment, the atmosphere grew tense, As everyone felt the weight of unprecedented pressure and challenge, Mo turned, his gaze sharp, prepare swiftly. We head towards Lao Luo. The group sensed the palpable urgency in the air, exchanging knowing glances and nodding in unison to the spaceport. A ship quietly docked, its hatch opening to reveal 4 travelers emerging. Led by a young man whose striking demeanor marked him as having just traversed from the First War Zone, space jumping allowed them to cover vast distances in an instant. Yet to them, it felt as casual as a stroll that I in the security checkpoint. They moved with grace, showing no signs of fatigue, as if interstellar travel were merely a routine affair. The young man murmured, his eyes resolute. This place is crucial. How could I trust that so-called regional commander? I must take the field myself, T commanded. Find them immediately. I want to know their whereabouts within 5 minutes. Act now. The trio complied, vanishing in an instant, leaving only the young man standing. The game was about to commence that a smile crept across his lips as he transformed into a streak of light, disappearing at the edge of the spaceport. Weapons were prepared, each person armed with a firearm. No need for changes of attire, and the vehicle was on standby for swift action. They set off immediately. Mo distributed the firearms, each person gripping one tightly. Mo Wuyu accepted his, the weapon feeling unfamiliar in his grasp, but he stowed it away nonetheless, following closely behind. Outside, and Liang Yu had arranged the vehicle, and the group quickly piled in. Mo whispered to Liang Yu outside the car. We meet at Lao Luo's. Once the matter is settled, we will head out immediately. Rest assured, are you not aware of my capabilities? Hurry, they will be here soon. You must evacuate at once. With that, the group hurriedly departed, leaving only the silhouettes of Mo Ku and Liang Yu fading into the dim light of the evening. Mo Ku exchanged no further words with Liang Yu, aware of the urgency, and hastily boarded the vehicle. After watching them leave, Liang Yu entered the Federation building, making his way to his office. He had already devised a plan for dealing with the higher-ups, a matter he was quite familiar with. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door, only to be startled. Seated in what should have been an empty chair was a young man, relaxed and smiling, seemingly awaiting his arrival. The young man's presence stirred ripples of emotion within Liang Yu. Everything seemed to herald an impending plunge into the unknown. Volume 1. The Realm of Mist. Chapter 47. The Time Guardians Reunion, Part 1. Mo Wuyu sat within the speeding vehicle, his gaze drifting beyond the window, where the traffic flowed like a tapestry, yet he felt as though he were in another world. His thoughts adrift. Fate had gently touched his shoulder, speaking softly. Do not linger in the past. Our companions have never placed blame on you. The destination is near. It is time to gather your thoughts and embrace the new challenges ahead. Mo Wuyu nodded slightly, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes, as if bidding farewell to his former self and welcoming a new chapter. The battle could erupt at any moment, when their movements would be exposed. No one could tell. Mo Wuyu glanced at Feda, his fingertips brushing against the cold metal of the weapon in his possession, a wave of unease swelling within him. This unease stemmed not only from guilt towards his companions, but also from the weight of the instrument of life and death in his hand. Chapter 42. Darkness. He fell silent for a moment, responding to Feda with a low hum, before redirecting his gaze to the endless darkness beyond the window. Feda also remained silent. The atmosphere within the vehicle heavy as lead, suffocating. Until their destination quietly approached, Mo could gently open the car door, stepping into the old spaceship repair yard, long sealed by time, with Mo Wuyu, Feda, and Lan Ning following closely behind. Outside, vehicles thronged, a cacophony of sound. Upon entering the yard, the crowd surged like a tide, enveloping the Ford, and Mo Wuyu felt a surge of anxiety. Yet upon seeing Mo Ku's composed demeanor, he felt somewhat reassured. Mo Ku strode confidently towards the front of the throng, where an elderly man awaited with a smile. Lao Luo, it's been too long. Your repair yard remains as bustling as ever. Particularly lively today. Mo Ku's words carried a hint of nostalgia and joy, instantly bridging the gap between them. The elder, with silver hair flowing and eyes deep as rubies, sparkled with wisdom. Mo Ku opened his arms, embracing the elder, affectionately referred to as Lao Luo, surveying the surroundings with a beaming smile. Aku, Lan De Li, Feng Hua, you are all here. It's truly a rare gathering. Laughter echoed from his throat. Lao Luo nodded with a warm smile. exuding authority as he spoke first. Moku, do not forget to introduce your new friends to us. Do not let them feel neglected. That Moku lightly tapped his forehead. Laughing, right? Let me introduce these talented new faces. This is Lao Luo. Do not be fooled by the weathered exterior of this repair yard. It conceals some of the rarest high-tech machinery in the market. Moku enthusiastically introduced his dear friends to Lao Luo. Mo Wuyu, Feida, and Lan Ning, all of whom are battle-hardened comrades, worthy of trust. Trust in Moku's friends was instinctive for Lao Luo, especially since in Liang you had already communicated. Those who could come had gathered, with some awaiting here, while others readied themselves at the dock for new challenges. Lao Luo regarded Mo Wuyu and his companions with a warm smile, his eyes glinting with encouragement. Young talents, the time has come. Do not let tranquility dull your edge. As for this old bone of mine, I can only offer a meager contribution to Mo Wuyu. You take your friends to settle in first. I shall await good news here. The group acknowledged his words and gradually dispersed, with plans to reconvene later. As Lao Luo's words faded, and Mo Wuyu and the others stepped onto their new journey amidst the enthusiastic calls of the crowd. Moku gave a slight nod to Lao Luo before leading Mo Wuyu and the others away. She turned to the trio and softly instructed, "You may rest inside for a while. I will return shortly. That if you feel restless, you may step outside, but remember not to wander too far. We may depart at any moment." With that, Moku gracefully departed, leaving the three to exchange glances. Lan Ning lazily leaned back in a chair, his gaze flitting between the two. I can't shake the feeling that the atmosphere is somewhat peculiar. These people seem to wear masks. Making them hard to read, he looked towards his companions, tentatively asking, "Do you feel the same?" The two exchanged knowing smiles, a hint of resonance evident in their expressions. Feida turned to Mo Wuyu, quietly inquiring, "What about you? Does your heart stir with unease?" Mo Wuyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with a serene smile. "As for me, the unfamiliar faces and affairs surrounding me no longer stir even the slightest ripple in the lake of my heart. Those once tumultuous waves have now transformed into but a faint shadow within my soul, that I can only hope that this protracted journey reaches its conclusion soon, allowing me to embark on my return to that familiar and warm harbor." His gaze drifted across the rooftops, settling on the objects upon the table. Within Mo Wuyu's heart, there existed only the desire to move forward, with no distractions. Harboring a flicker of hope, Mo Wuyu endeavored to alter certain situations, yet quietly recognized that the flames within him had gradually dimmed. Feida gently patted his shoulder, proposing with a hint of amusement, "Why linger in the dust of the past? How about we take a stroll? Let us behold the picturesque scenery and savor the sweetness of the world." Lan Ning languidly leaned against the back of his chair, raising his left hand in a casual gesture. "I wholeheartedly agree. Since we have nothing pressing, why not seize this opportunity to unwind?" The two turned their gazes toward Mo Wuyu, awaiting his response. Feida fixed his gaze upon Mo Wuyu, who hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. The three promptly exited the room, stepping into the night. Lan Ning took a sip of the juice in his hand, remarking with a smile, "I prefer juice. I have little fondness for alcohol." They meandered through the secluded garden behind the repair shop, having never anticipated such a paradise hidden in this location. Grabbing a few bottles of beverages from beside the machinery, they strolled and admired the surroundings. Mo Wuyu raised his hand in agreement, yet inwardly mused that this moment, in contrast to their previous hurried journey, seemed utterly surreal, as if they had entered another world. As they ambled through the garden, Mo Wuyu felt deeply moved by the wonders of the world, often striking a chord within his heart unexpectedly. Traversing the winding paths, Feida suddenly lowered his voice, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Are you interested in something thrilling? There lies a secret." Mo Wuyu and Lan Ning followed his gaze, catching faint whispers through the dappled tree shadows. The three exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them, as they stealthily approached the unknown. Mo Wuyu understood that, in this moment, what they sought was merely a touch of relaxation and release. Thus, without hesitation, he joined this adventure, stepping into the depths of the forest, eager to uncover the unexpected joys that awaited them. As Mo Wuyu gazed into the distance, he noticed a small lake nearby, where Luo Lao and Moku were engaged in hushed conversation, but he hesitated within, contemplating whether they should approach or quietly depart. Eavesdropping on their discussion felt inappropriate, especially as they were evidently discussing something of great importance. For Mo Ku and Luo Lao, such an act would undoubtedly be a violation of their privacy. What is there to fear? Since we have come this far, why not listen quietly, as long as we proceed with caution and remain undetected? The person beside him softly urged, curiosity glimmering in their eyes. Fi tugged at Mo Wuyu, whispering, as long as we keep our lips sealed, nothing will go amiss. Mo Wuyu turned to Lan Ning, who remained noncommittal, leaving him with no choice but to follow suit. The three of them tiptoed closer to Mo Ku and the other individual. Despite a nagging sense of unease, Mo Wuyu remained focused on eavesdropping at Mo Ku. How have you been since? You've changed greatly since your brother's departure. Luo Lao's words bore a hint of tenderness and consolation. After a moment of silence, Mo Ku seemed to be suppressing the turmoil within. Everything around them appeared frozen, leaving only their subdued dialogue to flow gently through the tranquil air. Mo Ku's brows furrowed with anger as she whispered, "How can I not be consumed by worry? The Federation has captured my brother, their intentions unclear, that if he were to meet with misfortune, what shall I do? It is utterly despicable." She clenched her fists, striking the invisible air with force, sending faint ripples through the surrounding silence. Observing Mo Ku's indignant expression from a distance, Mo Yu could not help but let out a long sigh. He had already learned of this matter from Latim, and witnessing Mo Ku's fury only deepened his feelings of outrage and confusion toward the Federation's actions. Mo Ku and Luo Lao indulged in their warm, familial conversation. Mo Wuyu and his companions felt it inappropriate to intrude and were about to quietly withdraw. Just as they turned, a faint sound captured their attention, prompting them to involuntarily glance back to AT that moment. Luo Lao abruptly halted his conversation, his expression shifting to one of vigilance as he surveyed the surroundings, commanding in a deep voice, "Who dares to lurk in the shadows? Step forward, or I shall show no mercy." His voice was powerful, reverberating through the air and sending a chill down Mo Wuyu and his companions' spines. Just as they prepared to step forth, the situation took another turn as Luo Lao's roar echoed. Three figures clad in the Federation's official uniforms appeared beside him. Their faces obscured by strange white metal masks, they silently encircled Luo Lao and Mo Ku, resembling statues. Luo Lao's gaze turned icy, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Cowering mice, I know you are lurking in the shadows. Since you have come, why not reveal yourselves?" With his words, the atmosphere grew tense, as if a storm were brewing. The three figures remained motionless, their eyes beneath the masks glimmering with an inscrutable light, seemingly awaiting something. "Ha. Luo Lao, your vigilance remains as sharp as ever." A low, mocking voice resonated throughout the area. Following a gravelly sound, a young man suddenly emerged before Luo Lao. Clad in a dark gray-white robe, his face hidden behind a mask akin to the others, yet a striking crimson droplet mark adorned his forehead. His silver hair danced lightly in the wind, lending him an air of rebelliousness. Luo Lao regarded the young man with a cold smile. "I have long severed ties with the Federation. Do not address me by that old title, lest you wish to face my wrath." The youth, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a playful smirk. "Oh, Luo Lao, time spares no one. You have indeed aged. You, a mere captain of a special squad, dare to speak to me in such a manner. You ought to understand how to show respect." The youth's words dripped with an undeniable authority, and with a flick of his hand, the very fabric of space seemed to tear, causing a figure to stumble forth. None other than in Liang. Mo Wuyu's heart tightened at the sight, guilt flooding over him like a tide. Fide and the others were equally taken aback by Liang Yu's sudden fall from the void, sorrow instantly enveloping them. Yu Luo Lao stepped forward, his eyes filled with both fury and helplessness, as if a storm were about to erupt within this space. He gently lifted the unconscious Liang Yu, his gaze piercing as it locked onto the young man, anger blazing within his eyes. "Remember, this is merely a warning that I have always acted decisively, leaving no trace. The current special forces are no longer what they once were. As a token of respect for your seniority, I shall spare your life, provided you distance yourself from this matter. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." His words were as frigid as a biting wind. Then he turned toward the direction where Mo Wuyu was concealed, his voice low yet powerful. "Mo Wuyu, it is time for you to reveal yourself and no longer hide. It is time to settle our debts. Chapter 43. Invitation. Did you truly require my presence here? Or must I extend a personal invitation? The young man's voice was dry, imbued with an undeniable indifference that Mo subtly gestured for Fide and Lan Ning to remain still, then stepped out of the room. However, Fide and Lan Ning did not comply with his wishes, quietly following behind. That Mo, how could you possibly be here? Mo's gaze was fixated on Mo. Confusion lacing her words, he understood that the newcomer bore ill intentions, targeting Mo directly. He felt powerless to protect him, his words faltering as a wave of helplessness and anxiety washed over him. Luo Lao's voice boomed like thunder, interrupting the young man's arrogance. Young man, enough. As long as I am here, you shall not take anyone away. Luo Lao's words exuded an undeniable authority, and Mo understood that a confrontation was imminent. After all, Luo Lao had once been the commander of the Federation's elite forces, his strength unfathomable. The young man snorted in anger, clearly incensed by Luo Lao's dismissal. Luo Lao's voice erupted like a mighty roar, as if a tempest were brewing around him, causing the very air to tremble. An intense clash was about to unfold. In the blink of an eye, Luo Lao lunged toward the young man like a gale, his right fist propelled by a whirlwind of fury. Yet, the young man remained utterly unfazed, as if Luo Lao's attack were nothing more than a gentle breeze. Luo Lao's fist struck true against the youth's chest, but his expression remained unchanged. That Mo and the others gasped in astonishment, while Luo Lao too was taken aback. Just as he prepared to retreat, the youth nonchalantly retaliated, a surge of energy crackling in his palm. Akin to a thunderous bolt, Luo Lao felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, and he was suddenly sent flying, like a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward. The sound of his body colliding with the ground echoed through the air. Luo Lao did not lose consciousness immediately. He clutched his chest, shock evident in his gaze as he locked eyes with the young man's right hand, murmuring in disbelief. This technique, that how could it be so formidable? The youth, seemingly oblivious, showed restraint in regard to Luo Lao's seniority. Sparing his life, he then turned his attention to Mo, speaking coldly. Come with me willingly, or shall I personally invite you? The choice is yours. Mo resolutely took a step forward, his gaze unwavering in the face of the sudden attempt to capture. Though he was uncertain of the circumstances, his will to resist was as solid as a rock. Fide stepped forward, confronting the young man's imposing demeanor, while Lan Ning stood firmly by Mo's side, silently declaring their allegiance. That Mo, in a state of frantic urgency, gently laid down the unconscious and Liang Yu and rushed toward Luo Lao, embracing him with trembling arms. Luo Lao, are you all right? Luo Lao coughed lightly several times, gripping Mo's hand tightly, whispering urgently. Quickly, let Mo go. The skills of our adversaries are beyond our capability to confront. Remember, the rules bind him, preventing reckless bloodshed. As long as Mo escapes, we shall all be safe. As for me, you need not worry. Quickly depart. Upon concluding his words, Elder Luo forcefully pushed Mo aside. The latter, understanding the cue, rushed to stand beside Mo, confronting the young man. In a hushed tone, Mo whispered to the trio, Elder Luo has decreed that once Mo departs, that young man will refrain from indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Henceforth, we must find a way to entangle them. Buying time for Mo, evacuate this place immediately. Do you comprehend? However, Mo remained steadfast like a rock, fully aware that escape was futile given the vast disparity in strength. He slowly shook his head, his tone resolute. I shall not seek my own survival while abandoning my companions to peril. Witnessing this, a cold smile crept across the young man's lips as he spoke in a low, gravelly voice. Come. You have made your choice. That a glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes, as if Mo and his companions were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Before his words had dissipated, the young man abruptly transformed, becoming a fleeting shadow that instantaneously appeared before Mo. The air thick with an impending tension, like the electric charge before a storm. Mo's gaze sharply followed the trajectory of the young man's hair as it danced in the breeze. Suddenly, a strange crackle of thunder resonated in his ears. The young man's powerful fist veered away from Mo, yet struck the brave Fed with precision. Fed utilized the power of time to gently push Mo aside. Though he could not fully evade the swift blow, being lightly toppled to the ground, that it seemed the young man had held back some of his strength. After a brief moment of catching his breath, Fed struggled to rise once more. Shortly thereafter, a bolt of lightning erupted from the young man's palm, and before Lan Ning and Mo could react, they were sent flying like kites severed from their strings. The young man nonchalantly flicked his hand, his voice hoarse yet commanding. "Do not be obstinate. I present you with two choices. Either I take you away, or you come with me." Mo Wu crouched, muscles tense, poised for action. Although perplexed by the young man's repeated inquiries, he had no time to ponder, having already made up his mind that in an instant, Mo Wu's palms were enveloped in a radiant, multicolored glow, reminiscent of a deity descending to earth. He propelled himself forward, ready to embrace the imminent confrontation. Like a leopard, Mo Wu lunged at the young man, convinced that the resplendent aura would penetrate the young man's defenses. Especially considering the formidable power displayed by Ladim in the past. The young man glared, visibly displeased with Mo Wu's response. He raised his right hand, as if to ensnare Mo Wu from afar. And then his form flickered, accompanied by blinding arcs of electricity, charging directly at Mo Wu. However, just as the young man was about to seize his target, a mysterious hand suddenly emerged from the void, interposing itself before Mo Wu, as if stretching forth from another dimension, enveloping everything in an indescribable air of the uncanny. The hand silently reached towards the young man, creating not a ripple, but a barely perceptible wave at its origin, detectable only by Mo Wu. The young man sensed an inexplicable threat, abruptly halting his advance before retreating like a specter, casting a wary gaze at the eerie hand. The hand gradually descended, then began to stride through the void, as if treading upon thin air, slowly coalescing into a humanoid figure. Mo Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. The scene before him exceeded all imagination as a figure emerged so peculiarly from nothingness. A wave of inexplicable relief surged within him. The tide of circumstances appeared to be shifting, regardless of who his opponent might be. A warrior clad in resplendent silver-white armor burst forth, his visor concealing his mouth and nose, while his silver eyes blazed with a fierce light. Exuding an imposing aura that commanded respect, he spoke leisurely, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. "Cellular energy has indeed entered the quantum age. How vastly different things are now. Water Droplet, merely a squad leader. Handling him should be a trivial matter." With that, an air of confidence and composure enveloped him. The young man's expression darkened, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the red-haired man, demanding in a sharp tone, "Who exactly are you?" The red-haired man smiled enigmatically, replying slowly, "You may refer to me as the Guardian of Time. My purpose here is not to alter history, but to take away one who does not belong to this era." Mo Wu. Before the words had fully left his lips, Mo Wu felt a tightening in his chest, realizing the precariousness of his situation. As yet another individual had interjected, intent on whisking him away. The gazes of the three converged momentarily, the air thick with tension and unease. Mo Wu had only met the timekeeper once, during which the timekeeper's singular combat machine had effortlessly swept through a multitude of foes. The technological chasm, leaving Mo Wu with thoughts of escaping amidst the chaos. That moment, a young man stepped forward, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Guardian of Time? I have not heard of you, but those who wish to take me away shall not succeed. He belongs to me." With that declaration, arcs of electricity surged from the young man's right hand, more fervent than before, as if he aimed to tear the very air apart, vowing to defend his territory and pride. The red-haired man did not rush to engage. Instead, he calmly raised his hand, and with a gentle wave, the surroundings were enveloped in a soft, radiant glow. "During battle, I shall not allow my prey to escape. Now that I understand this technique, I shall proceed without fear." Upon finishing his words, a sound echoed from his shoulder, and his right arm was instantly consumed by a brilliant metallic armor, arcs of electricity dancing upon its surface like the wrath of thunder. Heralding the onset of an extraordinary battle, Wu gazed at the impenetrable light surrounding him, feeling his heart plummet to the depths of despair. The timekeeper's resolve left no room for retreat. Despair surged like a tidal wave. Although he was not a faux timekeeper, in the eyes of the timekeeper, there seemed to be no distinction, just as the young man charged towards the red-haired figure. Ripples quietly emerged behind Mo Wuyu, akin to the soft murmur of space that in an instant, a pair of invisible hands pulled him into the abyss, and within the light barrier, Mo Wuyu's figure abruptly vanished. In that fleeting moment of capture, darkness enveloped him, as if he had plunged into an endless void, an unknown dread coiling tightly around him. When the darkness dissipated, Mo Wuyu found himself pressed against a cold, hard object at his forehead. Upon closer inspection, it was an unfamiliar model of a handgun, its icy muzzle seemingly heralding the approach of death, that he knew well that within this confined space, escape was utterly impossible. A swell of bewilderment flooded his mind. Why had he attracted so many pursuers? Before him stood a mysterious figure clad in dark cosmic attire, a helmet obscuring his visage, leaving only a profound shadow in its wake. The power that had previously bound him vanished abruptly as the figure released his grip, slowly moving to confront Mo. The gunman adjusted the angle of his weapon, coldly stating, "We are under orders to take you away. No questions asked if you attempt to wield the power of time and space. I will have the right to fire. Do not give me that opportunity." Mo, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of confusion cross his brow. A sign to be taken away by a stranger. Although the situation was bizarre, he dared not take it lightly. He slowly raised his hands in a gesture of harmlessness, then inquired in a grave tone, "Could you inform me where I am being taken? And how shall we arrive? Why can I not wield the power of time and space?" The gunman scrutinized Mo for a moment before slowly holstering his weapon, his tone icy. "You need not know the destination or the path. As for the taboos surrounding the power of time and space, I may impart a few words. My name is Feng Xiang, and he is known as Feng Wu. These are our code names. The warning regarding the power of time and space is also at the core of our mission. Do not touch it, or you shall fall into endless pursuit." Chapter 44. The Power of Time and Space. Feng Wu rummaged through a set of equipment and handed it to Mo, adding, "Remember, once you employ the power of time and space, they will follow you like a shadow until they capture you." Mo accepted the shimmering cosmic suit, glancing around to find the three of them in a confining chamber, with no knowledge of their precise location. Feng Wu's words hung in the air like a fog, leaving Mo thoroughly perplexed. Who exactly were they? Were they among those enigmatic timekeepers, or was there another group, perhaps akin to themselves? Feng Xiang stepped to the door, peering through the crack to glimpse the outside world, then turned back, his tone laden with gravity. "The timekeepers are merely the tip of the iceberg. There may be many similar to us, but those they refer to are the exalted chosen ones. Do you understand?" Mo recalled the mysterious guidance left by Massey before fleeing the mechanical forest. Seek the chosen ones. Yet the enigma of the chosen ones was as elusive as a flower in the mist. He turned to Feng Wu for clarification. "Who exactly are the chosen ones? And why do they wish to see me dead?" Feng Xiang approached Mo, his tone calm yet profound. "The secrets of the chosen ones are beyond our comprehension. All originates from our employer's words. Remember, they do not seek to capture you, but to eliminate you swiftly. Should you remain in ignorance?" Mo appeared bewildered, prompting Feng Xiang to coldly remark, "Has your newfound ability not yielded substantial rewards? A moment's carelessness could lead to your utter ruin." Feng Wu quietly stepped forward, gently removing the peculiar helmet from Mo's hands and slowly placing it upon his head, whispering, "The time has come. We must set forth." The two moved toward the door, and Feng Xiang silently pushed it open. Outside, a dazzling spectrum of colors shimmered like a dream, as Mo stepped across the threshold into a bizarre new world. The room they occupied floated in the void, akin to a solitary vessel adrift. Mo gasped. "Is this perhaps the secret realm of a dimensional rift?" Feng Xiang and Feng Wu stood to either side of him, their arms outstretched as if embracing the heavens, and strange ripples surged around them. They murmured, "Only here can we shield ourselves from external prying. But danger is also imminent, and we must remain fully alert." With that, their figures dissolved into the ripples, and when Mo reopened his eyes, he was once again met with the indelible scene etched in his memory. Across the vast cosmos, countless warships and mechanical warriors were locked in fierce combat on the distant horizon. This marked the beginning of the decisive battle. "Our journey commenced here. Activate the device." Feng Xiang instructed Feng Wu quietly. Feng Wu raised her delicate wrist, and a faint light flickered on her forearm, revealing a sophisticated controller. after inputting a series of complex commands. The two stood still, awaiting the outcome. Moments later, 3 deep blue streaks sliced through the sky, 3 deep blue combat robots streaking toward them like shooting stars, heralding the imminent call to battle. Feng Xiang, accompanied by another, guided Mo Wuyu into the cockpit, revealing that their destination was the heart of the Federation's flagship. Mo Wuyu responded with an air of indifference, stating, "As long as you remain unharmed, I shall be unscathed." Once seated within the combat robot, he was struck by the realization that its defensive capabilities far surpassed those of the previous Phoenix prototype. Just as he reveled in this newfound discovery, Feng Wu's voice pierced through the communicator, as radiant as the first light of dawn. "As we approach the flagship, we shall divert the enemy's torrent of battle machines, while your mission is to infiltrate the flagship, where your contact awaits. But heed this warning. Your cloaking suit can obscure your presence. Yet once you unleash your powers, you will become utterly visible. Move." Following this terse yet commanding order, the trio diverged, racing towards the distant flagship. Without firing a single shot, Mo Wuyu activated his protective shield and navigated deftly through the mechanical onslaught. Thanks to the clever cover provided by Feng Xiang and Feng Wu, the three of them approached the target flagship with little incident. As Mo Wuyu and Feng Xiang neared the flagship's sanctuary, they parted ways, with him soaring towards the colossal vessel alone. Upon breaching the flagship's outer defenses, Mo Wuyu encountered unprecedented challenges. Although his shield was impenetrable, danger lurked at every turn. As he penetrated deeper into enemy territory, the alarms of his machine blared violently, and the screen flickered ominously, a dark beam shooting forth like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at him. Tension gripped Mo Wuyu's heart as he maneuvered his machine at a precarious angle, narrowly evading the fatal strike in a moment of sheer instinct. Though he had momentarily exceeded the protective limits of his machine, he could not escape the deadly beam. The dark purple ray pierced through the vibrant shield of his machine in the blink of an eye. In that critical moment, he harnessed the power of time and space, channeling energy from his palms into the machine. Just as disaster loomed, the machine shifted bizarrely, the beam grazing past him but mercilessly severing one of his mechanical arms, teetering on the brink of life and death. Mo Wuyu glanced back to see the source of the beam emanating from a distant asteroid belt, a place that seemed to harbor endless secrets and perils that as the last trace of the dark light dissipated. Mo Wuyu's senses heightened. The protective screen had shattered, and remnants of machines lay scattered around him, signaling that the battle was far from over, leaving him in a dire predicament. His mech, with its severed arm hovering, radiated a strange kaleidoscope of light, akin to the loneliest star in the night sky. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though countless gazes pierced through the void, those stares distant and profound, as if invisible threads bound them together, weaving a net of fate that ensnared him tightly. Mo Wuyu faintly heard a call, akin to a distant friend softly uttering his name, only for it to vanish in an instant. He surveyed his surroundings, finding combat robots standing as statues, like a forest of steel. Anxiety surged within him. Where was the escape? How could he break free? He refrained from rash actions, remaining still in the tiny space that offered him respite. As the dark light faded, those around him emerged from their stupor, springing into action, and Mo Wuyu understood that this moment of tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. He needed to swiftly devise a strategy to seize a glimmer of hope amidst the mechanical tide. Just as he contemplated a new offensive against the enemy, he was abruptly interrupted by Feng Xiang's voice. Calm and detached, Feng Xiang stated, "Beneath your seat lies a secret. A button can unlock it. The computer shall serve as the medium." With little time to ponder, Mo Wuyu hastily accessed the computer, revealing a conspicuous red button. Though trepidation bubbled within him, he resolutely pressed it. Meanwhile, the operator of the combat robot, Miaoda, fixated on the screen, bracing for the impending upheaval. Having served in the Federation for nearly 30 years, Miaoda, though not a prodigy of piloting, had earned the title of ace pilot through his extensive combat experience and tenacity. He was not a hero capable of turning the tide alone, yet he had become the proud captain of the flagship's guard point one day. A challenger dared to breach his defenses, advancing toward the flagship. Miaoda felt a mix of anger and elation. This was not merely a challenge, but an opportunity for glory. Should he successfully down the intruding foe, his honor would be etched anew upon the monument of achievements. Becoming part of a legendary tale, as he gazed at the unassailable barrier, an unnameable fury ignited within him. How had this formidable opponent traversed the battlefield, eluding the watchful eyes of reconnaissance? It remained an unsolvable enigma. Yet he understood that the enemy's defensive capabilities were astonishing, and beneath their clumsy maneuvers lay unfathomable strength. This was undoubtedly a blatant provocation, one that Miao De could not allow such a powerful adversary to breach his defenses easily. What further infuriated him was the presence of two distant machines of the same model providing long-range support, hindering his ability to completely encircle the immediate threat. Clenching his fists, Miao De vowed to shatter this stalemate and make the provocateur pay dearly. Just as he found himself at a loss, the hidden Federal sniper cannon, Shadow Hunter, nestled among the asteroid field, unexpectedly activated, leaving him astounded. Quickly connecting to the system, a cold smile crept upon Miao De's lips. The sniper cannon had locked onto the very blue mech that had been vexing him. He issued a decisive order for his team to withdraw swiftly, preparing for the encirclement that his squad deftly dispersed. A dark beam sliced through the air, striking the blue mech with precision, yet failing to bring it down. This surprised Miao De, but he quickly reassured himself that at least the mech could no longer escape their trap. The enemy's protective shield had been breached. Miao De commanded a gradual encirclement, intent on capturing the foe alive. After all, the difference in value between capturing and annihilating was immense. The opportunity to take the enemy alive was within reach, and Miao De would not let it slip away. The surrounding machines swiftly arranged themselves, stealthily closing in. However, at this critical juncture, a melodious electronic tune unexpectedly resonated, causing Miao De's actions to falter. This melody echoed like a siren's call. Reverberating throughout every corner of the Federation battlefield, a chilling announcement followed. The domain system is ready. It will activate in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. That the activation command reverberated across the desolate battlefield, in an instant. A surge of energy rippled across the entire war zone, the shrill alarms of the machines piercing the air, drowning out the cacophony of war that Mou witnessed this breathtaking spectacle, his finger gently grazing the button. Though he received no communication, the overwhelming energy wave was undeniably palpable. He hastily activated the communicator, calling out to Feng Xiang, but was met only with the frigid tone of an unreachable connection, echoing in the silent, unknown battlefield. Mou pondered anxiously. What mysterious force were Feng Xiang and Feng Wu preparing? Before he could delve deeper into thought, a blinding radiance erupted at the heart of the battlefield, akin to the rising sun, rapidly expanding and radiating light. From Mou's perspective, the beam resembled a celestial bridge, gradually tilting and spreading to either side, until at its zenith, it transformed into a miniature cosmic tableau, stars twinkling and rotating slowly. This miniature galaxy expanded continuously, as though it sought to engulf all in its vicinity. Inching closer to Mou, instilling a sense of awe, he beheld a terrifying sight: the warships and combat robots. Upon contact with that white beam of light, disintegrated into nothingness like mere dust. Just as he gazed into the distance, a faint lavender barrier unfurled around the flagship, as delicate as a veil, gently enveloping Mou and the flagship S-Guard, before slowly merging into the cosmic abyss, leaving only a fleeting violet halo, barely visible. Chapter 45. A distant view. To Mou's heart jolted. He had been so captivated by the distant spectacle that he had overlooked the extraordinary changes occurring right before him. A chill crept up his spine, awakening his senses that he surveyed his surroundings, observing the combat robots suspended like sculptures. Even the faint glow of their thrusters had stilled, that a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Show yourself." "I look forward to our meeting." Startled, Mou scanned the area and finally pinpointed the source of the voice, the imposing Federal flagship, seemingly beckoning him silently. The mention of mercenaries, as recalled by Feng Xiang, flashed through his mind, and without hesitation, he piloted his craft directly towards the flagship. Despite the lurking dangers, the situation allowed no room for hesitation. He had to act decisively. The craft halted abruptly before the flagship's designated portal. After several fruitless attempts, Mou resolutely decided to leap from the hatch into the unknown, that he understood well that everything was orchestrated by those within the flagship, and the external forces were merely pawns. Witnessing this unimaginable power, Mo felt a profound shock. An unknown confrontation was about to unfold, but a singular word flashed through his mind. Saint, he believed that only a saint could harness such power. The moment he stepped into the flagship, the massive door thunderously sealed behind him. Yet he remained unafraid that I in the darkness. He stood still and proclaimed, "If you do not wish to reveal yourself, why not illuminate the path?" No sooner had he spoken than a voice devoid of emotion replied, "As you wish." Immediately, a beam of light sliced through the darkness, illuminating the scene before Mo, as if unveiling the curtain to a mysterious banquet. Before his eyes, the interior of the flagship revealed itself as an infinite hall, devoid of the clutter of individual rooms. Showcasing only a grand expanse, he scanned the surroundings, his gaze quickly locking onto an extraordinary sight directly opposite. A multitude of lines cascaded like a galaxy, converging at a single point, faintly outlining a human figure. Filled with curiosity, Mo stepped forward, each stride seemingly transcending time and space, that as he approached, he finally beheld the true form at the convergence of those lines. Gasping in astonishment, the sight was beyond imagination, utterly breathtaking. The man before Mo was ensnared in an intricate web of threads, enveloping him from head to toe without exception. "Are you surprised by my appearance?" The man's voice was hollow and devoid of emotion, even though his body was bound and immobile. Behind this lies a long story. Would you care to listen? Despite the man's words and demeanor appearing callous and indifferent, Mo perceptively grasped the intricate emotions lurking deep within his heart, as if those threads represented not merely constraints, but also the unspoken pain and past that resided within him. Mo remained silent, simply gazing intently. The figure ensnared by the threads paid no heed to his silence, and slowly began recounting his past. "I was once the second holy son, yet now I am no longer human." This tale stretches back to a distant time. Upon hearing that the other had once been a holy son, Mo felt no stirrings in his heart. This revelation had long been anticipated. What truly captivated him was the story that was about to unfold. "I in the past, I was merely an ordinary mortal like you, day in and day out, immersed in what seemed to be hollow routines, living and learning, my heart then untainted, emotions flowing freely. However, everything turned unexpectedly. He, proclaiming himself the first holy son, intruded into my world, leading me to witness an object. The moment I touched it, it was as though the gates of the universe swung open for me. An influx of knowledge and power surged within, among which the most resplendent was the might to manipulate time and space." As he spoke of this, the body of the second holy son gradually radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, the light like strands, unending and weaving unknown mysteries that I in that moment. The second appeared as a dazzling angel. Those lines that once inspired aversion now glimmered with a sacred light, leaving Mo dumbfounded, as if his thoughts had crystallized. The second holy son slowly continued. "The power of time and space is far more than a simple intertwining of time and space. It is a rebellion against the laws of nature that I in the future, you too may touch such power. Yet regarding the mysteries I have encountered, I shall remain silent until you make your choice. I understand your curiosity, but the answer must await the right moment." After hearing this, Mo could only shake his head in resignation, yet his heart brimmed with further curiosity and yearning. From that moment forth, he felt an extraordinary power surging within him. Though reason advised him to refrain from treading forbidden paths, he nevertheless dared to challenge all of humanity with his solitary strength. However, the brilliance of technology ultimately brought about his downfall. You may be accustomed to this, but when you hold such supreme power, you will certainly feel differently. Subsequently, he was captured by humanity. They understood well that, before certain conditions were met, he could not be destroyed. Thus, he was secretly imprisoned, his form distorted and reshaped, becoming what he was now. His power had once been shackled like a prisoner, freedom a distant dream, until the dawn of the Federated Era emerged. When I regained my liberty under the guise of cooperation, from the fissures of ancient time and space, I silently observed the birth of each holy son, until your emergence, like the dawn piercing through the long night, brought me an unprecedented hope, a yearning for freedom, a pursuit of power. Whence does this latent power originate? What secrets lie within the identity of a holy son? Why was I once guided to embark on the path of becoming one? Mo Wuyu was immersed in the words of the second, his heart surging with endless doubts and anticipation. Mo Wuyu's heart stirred, yet he did not forget to voice the lingering doubt that had long occupied his mind. The source of power. Could it be the theory of time and space? The Holy Son is the one who masters this theory. Once grasped, one can seize inhuman power. The second responded nonchalantly. Mo Wuyu's confusion deepened. Why did the second repeatedly emphasize that this power was beyond human reach? And what was the meaning of defying the laws of nature? His brows furrowed, thoughts in disarray. Difficult to grasp. Point one day, the Holy Sons and humanity would inevitably see one side fall into the dust of history. For all things follow the path of natural evolution. The second suddenly raised his voice, as if carrying the secrets of heaven and earth. Humanity has awakened its own power, and the order of the Holy Sons has reached 13. Mo Wuyu. As the 13th Holy Sons, a bifurcation of fate lies before you, requiring a choice. Upon hearing this, Mo Wuyu's heart trembled violently. He had not anticipated the second would so abruptly reveal such a sacred visage. He gazed into the second's eyes, which were gradually overflowing with a gentle white light, awaiting the arrival of the revelation that would determine his fate. Mo Wuyu traversed the radiance, only to find the second's pupils dissipating. Resembling vacuity in an instant, the surroundings brightened, a vast expanse of white particles enveloping him like mist. He wandered through this sea of fog, and as it gradually thinned, vague silhouettes emerged. When the white mist completely dissipated, the scene transformed dramatically. Towering mountains came into view, their peaks overlapping, shrouded in clouds, as if stepping into a magnificent landscape painting, evoking both tranquility and a Mo stood atop the majestic summit, surveying the surroundings. The mountains winding like a great dragon, entwined in gossamer mist, accentuating their grandeur, that a gentle breeze caressed him, the delicate grass beneath swaying gracefully, as if whispering. He gazed at this vast expanse of mountains, his heart shaken. Was this the essence of power? The depth of this power was unfathomable, beyond his comprehension. Just as he pondered, the second Holy Son appeared quietly, his form transformed as if reborn, exuding an indescribable pressure that instilled reverence in Mo Wuyu. He donned a simple yet elegant robe, his long hair flowing like ink, dancing in the wind, framing a delicate face, his dark brown pupils shimmering with an air of elegance that evoked respect from Mo Wuyu. The second Holy Son smiled gently, saying, "It has been long since I assumed this form. Are you satisfied? This is inhuman power. All that you witness is no illusion. This place is a realm of reality. Even if you were to leap from this precipice, you could not escape death. Here lies a world that undeniably exists. Yet, this is but one of many powers, displayed solely to aid you in making a wise choice." With a flick of his sleeve, the surrounding scenery instantaneously shifted. The continuous mountains vanished without a trace, replaced by an ancient, desolate road that Mo Wuyu now stood at a crossroads, two paths winding into the distance. The second Holy Son spoke in an ethereal tone. "These two paths are yours to choose. The left path is to relinquish, to forsake all. The right path is to gain, to reap what is to be had. The moment of choice has arrived before you." Mo Wuyu gazed at the bifurcation ahead, one side representing abandonment, the other possession. She understood well that this decision was far from superficial. Hidden behind it were certainly unknown mysteries. She turned to the second Holy Son, her eyes sparkling with confusion and resolve. "What does relinquishing entail? What gains can possession bring? I firmly believe that both paths are fraught with thorns. Perhaps neither aligns with my heart's desire." The second Holy Son regarded her intertwined gaze of fragility and resilience, casting a look of both approval and regret. Mo Wuyu's questions were met with a response. To relinquish means to forego your power of time and space, as well as the honor of becoming a Holy Son. You shall forever be estranged from the mysteries of power. Before the second Holy Son's words faded, he gently waved his hand, and the sky transformed abruptly. A colossal shadow descending like a shroud of night, cloaking the earth. Mo Wuyu looked up at the heavens, only to see a magnificent interstellar mothership suspended high above, beneath which the ground seemed to lose its brilliance. This scene left Mo Wuyu profoundly shaken, for this power appeared to transcend all, akin to the descent of a deity, instilling awe within him. Suddenly, Moyu recalled the unfinished words of the second Holy Son. After a moment of silence, he turned to gaze at him, awaiting further discourse. The second Holy Son slowly lowered his arm, and the colossal mothership that spanned the heavens vanished in an instant. The ancient road reappearing in its desolation that he then whispered, "To possess is to embrace all of this, to become a holy son and wield this power. Yet the journey is perilous. You must overcome a hurdle, the of the 13th Holy Son. Only by defeating it can you gain complete qualification and be crowned the 13th Holy Son, embarking upon the most exalted path of sanctity." The second Holy Son gazed at Moyu, patiently awaiting his decision. The Moyu suddenly comprehended. To forsake the meant that another 13th would become a Holy Son, while he would return to ordinariness. Yet to embrace power necessitated the tragic end of an innocent life. The scales of choice teetered precariously, in a fleeting thought, whether to wield supreme power or possess nothing. That Moyu's mind echoed Imoka's words. "We are but pirates adrift in the sea of stars." This phrase struck like a sword, severing the turmoil within him, awakening the realization that no matter which path he chose, he must bear the weight of a pirate's freedom and the burden of choice. Moyu understood well that a pirate may plunder possessions, yet has no right to take a life. However, faced with that irresistible temptation, he wrestled within. Should he uphold his principles or go with the flow? Ultimately, he recognized the crux of the matter. Who was the life about to slip away? This question illuminated his thoughts like a beacon, liberating him from the wavering edge of killing or sparing. He looked upon the second Holy Son, his eyes gleaming with determination, and asked, "Tell me, who is that person? Only then can I make a choice." The second Holy Son smiled faintly, gently waving his hand as if to acknowledge his resolve. In Moyu's line of sight, a figure suddenly emerged, a familiar face rendering him momentarily speechless. After a prolonged gaze, he finally confirmed that the person before him was none other than La, his gentle, refined, and extraordinary companion from childhood. Moyu's heart was filled with mixed emotions, disbelief washing over him, ultimately culminating in a deep sigh. Did I end that moment? He had made his choice, an answer that required no further contemplation. For standing before him was La, an irreplaceable partner in his life. Moyu raised his gaze, his eyes passing through La to rest upon the second Holy Son not far away, a new wave of emotions surging within him. Moyu sighed softly. "You have long understood our entanglements, have you not? It turns out that this so-called choice is merely a predetermined path. I have no option but to let go." Having spoken, he felt as though he had been reborn. Facing the abyss of power, he had once succumbed. Yet in La's gaze, he reclaimed his true self, but he suddenly realized that while the allure of power was fierce, it paled in comparison to the profundity of emotion. Striking at the very core of his being, Moyu's heart was a tumult of emotions, deeply moved as he realized that true awakening comes when one, despite recognizing the futility of power, still chooses to embrace that profound emotional bond that can shake the soul. What benefit is there to grasping the essence of power, and how can it rewrite the chapters of fate? The second Holy Son gazed at Moyu, letting out a soft sigh, the depths of which were known to no one. As the sigh echoed, the ancient path to Moyu's right quietly vanished, leaving only a solitary road stretching into the distance. The second Holy Son spoke solemnly. "Step onto this path, and until you reach the end, you shall forget all the powers of the Holy Sons. There is no retreat along the way. Press on with courage." The words "press on with courage" reverberated in the heavens, as the second Holy Son merged into the vastness of the world. Moyu fixed his gaze ahead, determination shimmering in his eyes, and resolutely took his first step onto the solitary journey that would determine his fate. The Moyu embarked on an endless road, deeply experiencing the hardships of survival against the odds. With each step he took, the footprints behind him transformed into a haze of white mist, completely severing him from the past as he advanced. An inexplicable force resonated quietly with the potential within him, causing him to emanate a dazzling array of colors. However, this brilliance did not cause him to pause. With unwavering focus, Moyu continued to stride toward the unknown, as if answers to all mysteries lay hidden at the distant end. The vibrant colors encircling him gradually faded. With each strand lost, his heart felt as if pierced by a sharp blade. A pain that was not of the flesh, but a tremor deep within the soul. When the last glimmer of light vanished, the world began to spin in his vision, yet he did not falter, still resolutely moving forward. What sustained him was an unwavering devotion to an indestructible friendship. Until the final ray of light departed from him, Mouyu's figure stood increasingly steadfast against the fading twilight. Like a statue forged by faith, unyielding and resolute, that Mouyu's body swayed and ultimately fell to his knees. The radiant brilliance vanished into the boundless sky, and the surrounding scenery gradually blurred into a white mist, eventually fading from view. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself aboard the flagship. The feeling of dizziness slowly dissipated as he struggled to rise, turning to the second holy sun, his voice faint yet laced with urgency. Now, has everything settled? Has the position of the holy sun changed hands? The second holy sun nodded gently, a complex glimmer passing through his eyes. Indeed, all has become a thing of the past. Your mission has reached its conclusion, and the way home has been laid out for you. There was an undeniable sanctity in the second holy sun's words as he softly proposed, "Allow me to personally guide you back." As his words fell, Mouyu was tenderly enveloped by a resplendent array of colors, his form gradually disappearing into the depths of the light. Once Mouyu had completely vanished, the second holy sun slowly retracted the brilliance, gazing at the empty space, and sighed once more. Subsequently, he too radiated a gentle spectrum of colors, the aura spreading along intricate trajectories, yet imbued with a new significance that starkly contrasted with the previous. As the light reached the bottom of the flagship, it did not cease. Rather, it surged forth like a tide, enveloping every inch of the vessel that in no time. The flagship was entirely shrouded in the kaleidoscopic glow. Resembling a dreamlike illusion that as time passed, the brilliance gradually faded, leaving only the second holy sun languidly suspended within the flagship, freed from the constraints of the threads, a faint smile gracing his lips. Mouyu, bathed in the afterglow, was quietly returned to his homeland by the second holy sun. Gazing at the tranquil streets, a wave of profound sentiment surged within him. Every brick and tile of this familiar place was the home he yearned for. Unintentionally, Mouyu looked up, his gaze piercing through the mists of time, fixing upon the window of a room. There, two figures appeared ethereal, a handsome man and a gentle woman, though their features were blurred. The familiarity struck deep within his soul. It was his parents that in this moment. Mouyu's heart was a whirl of emotions. The starting point and the return merged at the same place, as if orchestrated by fate itself. At this instant, ripples stirred in the lake of his heart, moistening his eyes, as memories of the past intertwined with the emotions of the present, rendering him speechless as Mouyu was engulfed in sorrow. An inexplicable force suddenly tugged at the strings of his heart. Following this, the familiar spectrum of colors reappeared before his eyes, signaling a leap through time and space, the reason for which remained a mystery. In the blink of an eye, he was back in reality, the scene before him causing him to stare in disbelief. Aling, the father of Lal, stood not far away, accompanied by a mask-clad man in splendid military attire. General Shi, with purposeful strides, General Shi approached him, laughter resounding with warmth and concern. "How was your journey?" He lightly patted Mouyu's shoulder, interrupting his reverie. 3 hours is enough for a heartwarming reunion with family. Do not linger in your thoughts. Now, go find your uncle. Mouyu was taken aback. These 3 hours seemed to have transcended the bounds of time for him. The myriad of images floating in his mind clashed with the swift passage of reality, leaving him bewildered. Why had time been so unfair to him? He blinked in confusion, ultimately following Aling, his steps unsteady as he departed from this land that stirred his thoughts, embarking on another unknown journey. Mouyu bid farewell to Aling and stepped into his dwelling. The first thing he did upon entering was to shed the heavy space suit that in that instant, he was struck by a realization. Recalling that he was clad in an alien attire while Aling and General Shi bore no such signs, a sense of unease quietly rising within him, that he slowly unzipped the spacesuit. 2 cards slipped out unnoticed, one emanating a mysterious glow, the other a mundane currency card. Staring at these 2 cards, Mouyu's expression shifted from light to dark, a cloud of suspicion enveloping his heart. Thus, the first volume of the story quietly drew to a close, and I must take my leave for a brief respite of 2 days. Next Monday, The new volume will commence as promised. Though my readership is currently sparse, your support shines like brilliant stars, illuminating my path of writing. During this short interlude, I yearn for your invaluable feedback. Please, in the comment section, highlight the most brilliant eloquence to guide the direction of my future pen. Meanwhile, I welcome you to join our community for literary exchange. Embarking on this journey together, I am the tranquil campus of Tianhua Academy. I seem to hear your voices, weaving the chapters of our dreams together. Mo Wuyu, clad in school uniform, strolled slowly across the verdant lawn, his gaze following the leisurely clouds in the sky, a faint silence gracing his face, yet the glimmer in his eyes revealed the hopes within. He lightly tread upon the grass, making his way toward the library across the way, swiping his card to enter a hidden chamber. Inside, a professor awaited in quiet anticipation. "Professor, greetings," Mo Wuyu softly addressed, then approached the computer. His fingers dancing lightly as a string of passwords appeared on the screen. "Everything ready. Professor, we can begin." The professor gazed at Mo Wuyu, speaking earnestly. "Wuyu, are you so determined?" Without understanding the reasons, the path ahead may be fraught with difficulties. The words of the past urge you to reconsider. Though they may seem ordinary, they ensure a stable life. That Mo Wuyu's gaze was unwavering, resolute. "Professor, I appreciate your good intentions. However, my mind is made up. There are reasons beyond this. Please do not advise me further." With that, his fingers flew across the keyboard, continuing to type. The professor, recognizing the futility of persuasion, could only silently observe the boy's determined silhouette. His heart a mix of emotions. With a resigned sigh, he turned back to adjust the equipment. This room, though not spacious, was filled with precise instruments, leaving only a narrow passage for passage, gazing at these cold machines. The professor's thoughts drifted back to the past, recalling the scene when he first met Mo Wuyu. Chapter 47. Origins. At that time, Mo Wuyu was merely 13, yet he exhibited wisdom beyond his years. His understanding of the world far surpassing his peers in that 13th year. A connection with Law led the professor to regard this boy with newfound respect. Aling, Law's father, decided to send Mo Wuyu to Tianhua Academy to study alongside Law, marking the beginning of Mo Wuyu's academic journey. That time, Law was Mo Wuyu's only close friend, yet their academic paths diverged greatly. Mo Wuyu pursued his passions freely, driven by love. Law adhered to his father's wishes, advancing cautiously. Occasionally, their courses intersected, and during those moments, Mo Wuyu would seize the opportunity to escape into the vast library of the academy, immersing himself in the sea of books. His first encounter with that erudite professor occurred in this temple of knowledge. In a corner of the library, Mo Wuyu was engrossed in the profound world of genes and the tree of life. When the professor sought similar text at AT13, he was accompanied by books, inadvertently capturing the professor's attention. The professor was astonished by his choice and approached to converse, discovering that Mo Wuyu grasped the intricacies of the text with remarkable clarity, his wisdom shining brightly. In awe, the professor immediately resolved to lead him into his secret library laboratory for an exploratory journey. With a pure heart and without fear, Mo Wuyu stepped into this space that was destined to witness miracles. Naturally, he guided the professor into that antiquated laboratory. Though the furnishings were modest, they were sufficient to hold the professor's ambitious dreams. When the test results were revealed, Mo Wuyu's data caused the professor's hands to tremble. Not out of cowardice, but because of an ironclad law of the Federation. Since the Great War, only specific groups could undergo genetic enhancement, irrespective of status, nobility, or commoner. Everyone was treated equally. This rule acted like a tightening noose, stirring unprecedented waves within the professor as he faced this anomalous data. The dawn of life. Everyone was granted but one chance to undergo a comprehensive transformation of body and mind. Regardless of the outcome, there would be no second chances. The to defy this law meant certain death. The lingering fears of the post-war era rendered no one daring enough to challenge the Federation's ironclad rules. A century passed, and those who mastered this technique remained shackled by the Federation, allowing this prohibition to persist. Future generations not only raised no objections but viewed it as the highest law, firmly believing it maintained balance in the world and safeguarded the fragile and precious light of peace. The survival of humanity hinges upon a delicate equilibrium. Should individuals become excessively powerful, the world would descend into chaos. This truth is well understood by the masses. Consequently, the potential limits of each individual are predetermined from the moment of their birth, defined by the capabilities of their cerebral domains. However, with genetic diversity, even in this age of technological advancement, perfection remains but a distant aspiration. The Federation enforces stringent regulations on those endowed with exceptional talents in specific fields to prevent an imbalance of power and ensure societal harmony, allowing each person to progress serenely along their designated path. The professor was astounded to discover that MOU's cerebral development had astonishingly reached 50%, a revelation that undoubtedly shook the very foundations of understanding. MOU himself remained oblivious to this extraordinary gift, while the professor was acutely aware that the Federation was entirely ignorant of it, as most of MOU's knowledge stemmed from his academic pursuits. For individuals whose cerebral potential exceeds the norm, yet remain unrecognized by the Federation, any leak of information could yield substantial rewards. Nevertheless, the professor chose to remain tight-lipped, secretly contemplating that perhaps this secret could be the key to altering the fate of MOU and the entire Federation. The professor resolved to bury the astonishing secret of MOU deep within his heart. Over the course of several months, he generously imparted a wealth of books and materials to MOU, who, with his innate talent, quickly absorbed the nectar of knowledge. However, the professor began to feel a growing anxiety. MOU's intellect had surpassed all expectations, and the plethora of secrets he knew loomed ominously above him like the sword of Damocles. The professor understood that only a gene suppression agent could temporarily restrain this burgeoning power. Originally a covert weapon on the battlefield of research, this agent had now become the final bastion for safeguarding the secret. Subsequently, a new technology was discovered that effectively curtailed the extraordinary abilities of gene enhancers. Many families proficient in this technique administered a special agent to their children from a young age to shield them from the Federation's conscription, until their talents could be perfectly concealed, at which point they would administer an antidote to restore normalcy. That MOU belonged to such a family, yet found himself in a predicament devoid of available remedies. Upon learning this, he collaborated with a wise professor, and after considerable hardship, they finally developed a new type of agent that MOU bravely ingested it, thereby concealing his brilliance and blending into the throng of ordinary beings. The tightly sealed door to MOU's memories was on the verge of being unlocked. After weeks of pleading, the professor finally acquiesced to his request today and prepared to execute the memory unlocking procedure. He lay quietly on a high-tech apparatus, his gaze filled with anticipation, softly uttering, "I am ready." The professor gazed at him for a moment before turning to gently touch the control panel, activating the mysterious program. Soon, a stream of ethereal purple luminescence began to flow, akin to a river of dreams, silently permeating MOU's veins and awakening long-dormant fragments of memory. That MOU slowly closed his eyelids and drifted into slumber. Suddenly, MOU's body trembled, his hands clenched into fists, veins bulging on his arms as his visage contorted, as if enduring endless torment. This spectacle persisted for a full 10 minutes. The professor anxiously awaited nearby, his eyes fixed on the various life indicators, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At last, after this agonizing duration, MOU's condition began to stabilize, his body returning to tranquility. Observing this, the professor felt a weight lift from his heart. Exhaling a sigh of relief before immersing himself once more in operating the machine, tirelessly restoring MOU's vitality until, nearly 3 hours later, everything settled into calm. Sweat soaked the professor's garments, yet MOU remained in a deep slumber. The professor, burning with urgency, operated the machinery with increasing haste, commands flooding the computer. Ultimately, as the final command was executed, the professor wearily leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on MOU, hoping for a miracle to occur. 3 minutes later, MOU's fingers twitched slightly, and soon his entire being began to awaken gradually. He suddenly opened his eyes, slowly sat up, and remained still for a moment on the bed, as if engaging in an internal dialogue. Finally, he stood, his steps slow yet resolute as he approached a new chapter in life. MOU moved lightly to the professor's side, speaking earnestly. "Professor, you have worked hard." He then bowed respectfully, his eyes filled with gratitude. The professor straightened, his voice tinged with weariness yet brimming with warmth. To witness your growth brings me great solace. That you press onward. Though I possess neither power nor influence, should the day arise when storms descend and you require assistance, utter but a word, and this old frame shall strive to help you. Hearing this, Mou felt a warmth in his heart and reached out to offer support, only to be gently but firmly declined by the professor's steadfast gaze. The professor murmured in a low, gentle tone, "Forge ahead, pursue your journey. I shall linger here a while longer. Everything shines because of you, and I wish to immerse myself in it once more." Mou bowed respectfully once more before slowly exiting the room. As he stepped through the door, a determined light flickered in his eyes. 5 months of planning, though imperfect, had to culminate in success. "That I will find you," that he whispered to himself, striding purposefully towards the library, his heart ablaze with a fervent desire to illuminate his path ahead. Within the room, the professor remained leisurely reclined in his chair, his gaze penetrating the ceiling as if searching for something. "Mou," he murmured softly, "trust in yourself. I have imparted all I can. The gift from 3 years ago marks your independent beginning. From our first meeting, I was certain that your brilliance shall never be shrouded by the sands of time." On the outskirts of the city, the 3-story buildings of the Commoner District stood in harmonious disorder, exuding an elegance that bespoke the government's meticulous design. Each brick and tile revealed an extraordinary craftsmanship, serving not merely as residences, but as harbors for dreams to set sail. That it was nearly perfect. Not only were the materials practical and the structure simple, but even when compared to the dilapidated old town where Mou resided, it appeared quite upscale. However, this place was far from an ordinary commoner district. It concealed a secret entrance to a vast underground city. Within the charming structures, there likely lay hidden portals to the subterranean realm. Consequently, a group of enigmatic figures frequently traversed this area, their faces concealed, silently entering the underground city. They could be commoners, affluent individuals, or those of high status, their identities shrouded in mystery. In this bustling locale, every person sought their heart's desire. The Federation included this moment. An antiquated yet charming tea shop welcomed an unusual guest. Draped in a loose-fitting silver cloak, he stood out strikingly beneath the daylight. The hood obscured his features, yet could not conceal the opulent radiance emanating from him, a gleam reserved for the privileged elite. The tea shop attendant approached, secretly awestruck. This cloak was not merely an article of clothing, but a marvel of technology and artistry. A priceless treasure that could withstand intense light beam assaults and, more astonishingly, remain hidden from any detection device. Such an extraordinary item could only belong to those who possessed vast riches. The mysterious visitor awaited patiently within. As one of the attendants, having discerned the nature of his presence, respectfully offered to summon the owner. Having spoken, he hurried into the back room. The visitor remained unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility. Before long, a red-haired giant entered the hall. Towering and robust, he seemed capable of shaking the very space with each step, radiating an aura of formidable authority and strength. His stature surpassed that of ordinary men, making even the enigmatic silver-cloaked figure appear diminutive. The red-haired proprietor warmly welcomed the guest, his voice booming, "Your presence graces our humble establishment. Are you here to visit an old friend, or merely to browse?" He silently hoped that the visitor was simply a passerby, which would allow him to enhance his earnings. However, the mysterious guest merely parted his lips slightly. "I seek an acquaintance. There is no need to trouble the proprietor. Simply guide me forward." Chapter 48. A smile. Upon hearing these words, the red-haired giant wore a smile, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of melancholy. He courteously led the mysterious guest inside, but abruptly halted at the threshold. The guest lightly waved his sleeve, and coins cascaded like shooting stars into the giant's palm. The giant then lightly touched the electronic lock with his fingerprint, scanning his biometric data, and a concealed door swung open in response. He graciously gestured for the guest to enter, whispering, "May you return from this journey laden with rewards." The mysterious guest offered but a fleeting glance before resolutely stepping into the unknown. The door slowly closed, seemingly devouring all sound and light. The enigmatic figure stood at the entrance of a spacious corridor, waiting for the door to silently shut before slowly removing his hood. His long, raven-black hair cascaded down, while his face was obscured by a silver metallic mask, his eyes hidden behind an enigmatic silver transparent substance. exuding an indescribable aura of mystery. This corridor stretched nearly 100 meters, at the end of which lay a choice between an elevator and a short-range teleportation array. Ordinary individuals would naturally opt for the stable elevator to embark on their next journey into the unknown. The short-range teleportation device, however, was reserved for VIPs and esteemed organizations, its activation costing an exorbitant sum. Beside the elevator, two men clad in suits stood vigilant, their gazes sharp. Upon the arrival of the mysterious figure, known as Mr. Tiandao, the two quickly adjusted their postures to convey utmost respect. As Mr. Tiandao approached, one of them softly spoke, "Mr. Tiandao, we have been awaiting your arrival. Please." Before the words had faded, the other had discreetly activated the shimmering teleportation device, the portal opening as if inviting the commencement of an extraordinary journey. The man revered as Tiandao offered a slight nod and stepped into the radiant teleportation array, his figure vanishing into the brilliance in the blink of an eye. Once he departed, the two formally attired men dared not exhale. The one who had activated the array turned to his companion, filled with curiosity. "Who is this person that required our personal attention?" His companion shook his head with a wry smile. Well versed in the survival philosophy of the underground world, ignorance is bliss. It is wise to ask little, for only then can one navigate through this chaos with peace. That a mysterious figure traversed the mist of the teleportation array, instantly arriving beside a teleportation point within a grand hall. Undoubtedly, his intended destination, that a man clad in identical uniform had long awaited him. His countenance stern, the enigmatic visitor parted his lips, his voice emanating with a cold, mechanical detachment. "Lead me to your leader." The man, unflinching, simply responded with a measured tone. "The leader has been expecting you for some time. Please follow me." With that, he turned, his stride steadfast as he guided the mysterious individual deeper into the hall, where an unforeseen meeting was on the verge of unfolding. Leading the guest, they entered an exquisitely crafted artificial garden. There, a man donned in a crimson robe sat leisurely within an ancient pavilion, his long, dark hair cascading down his shoulders like a waterfall, exuding an indescribable allure even from behind. As the mysterious figure approached, the man known as Ying slowly rose, his steps light as he came forward, his voice deep and resonant. "Tiandao, it has been a while. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Why do you still conceal your face with a mask? Do we still require such distance between us?" The mysterious man nodded gently, responding with barely perceptible motion, murmuring, "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Guiying." The mask was merely a disguise for his ventures into the outside world. Upon entering this realm, he gradually lifted his hand, allowing the mask to fall away, revealing a youthful visage, perhaps in his early 20s, with a glimmer of mirth in his eyes as he gazed directly at the man before him. This was Mo Wuyu, once hidden within the First Federal War Zone, using this very face to obscure his presence. For 5 months, he had eagerly sought the secrets of the underground city, leaving no thread of information unexamined. Finally, 3 months prior, he had utilized a card concealing countless possibilities. To his astonishment, that card held a fortune sufficient to assemble a private army. Recalling the mysterious chip, he surmised it contained vital secrets. The dealings with the ghosts had silently unfolded since March, and today marked the commencement of their first practical resolution. Surveying the surroundings, the ethereal beauty of the garden elicited a soft chuckle from Mo Wuyu. "Guiying, you truly possess an eye for locales. This paradise rivals the heavens. Now, our collaboration is officially underway, and the secrets of that fortune, along with the chip, will unveil a new chapter." Upon hearing Mo Wuyu's words, Guiying's lips curled slightly before he transitioned directly to the matter at hand. "Tiandao, we must act swiftly. The underground world has drawn considerable attention, and surveillance is pervasive. Your presence here should not linger to avoid exposure. Matters for discussion can await another time. For now, prompt action is paramount." Mo nodded, fully aware that while the Federation had not yet taken decisive action against underground forces, they remained vigilant. Each visit required meticulous disguise. In this moment, both men harbored their own concerns, akin to an undercurrent. Yet they chose to remain silent, hoping to swiftly complete their mission and evade the ever-watchful eyes of surveillance. Mo Wuyu and Guiying stepped into the center of the pavilion. The ground quietly sank, and in an instant, they found themselves within the core laboratory of Guiying's base. This was a realm of secrecy unimaginable to the outside world that Mo entered. His gaze quickly swept across the room. Though the number of instruments paled in comparison to those he had encountered in the first Federal War Zone, each emitted a unique glow, operating with precision and efficiency, as if weaving unknown secrets and power with every passing moment. Yet some aspects had clearly transcended the past, for centuries had elapsed. Upon their arrival, they were met by a middle-aged attendant with deep blue hair. The attendant bowed respectfully to Gue Ying. "Sir, all preparations are complete. Shall we commence immediately?" Gue Ying looked towards Mo, awaiting his decision. Understanding the unspoken cue, Mo nodded slightly and turned to the attendant, inquiring, "How long will the entire procedure take? How should I cooperate? Please provide a detailed account." With Gue Ying's tacit approval, the attendant elaborated, "The entire enhancement process has commenced and will take precisely 30 hours. During this time, you will be placed in a state of deep neural anesthesia to spare you the pain of physical enhancement. Your sole task is to lie still, for everything else. It will be managed by our professional team." Upon hearing this, Mo's brow furrowed slightly, with but one question. 30 hours is too long. I cannot afford to disappear for such an extended period. Are there any methods to expedite this process? I am willing to consider any approach. 30 hours is the current technical limit. We have exhausted the full capabilities of the laboratory team, and not a moment can be reduced. However, if the consequences are disregarded, there exists an alternative. The middle-aged man hesitated, his tone prolonged as if weighing his words. "Did he not hesitate? Weigh the pros and cons afterward," Gue Ying interjected, interrupting his indecision. The middle-aged man took a deep breath before revealing. That would entail basic medical maintenance post-enhancement, which could significantly reduce the time required. However, his words paused again, a flicker of unnameable concern flashing in his eyes. The most time-consuming aspect of the enhancement process is physical recovery, that if you wish to hasten it, it can be accomplished in merely 13 hours, but the cost will be extreme physical weakness, potentially leaving lingering issues. Though there is no life-threatening danger, this remains a choice many who are financially constrained make. Risking it all for a glimmer of hope, precariously teetering on the edge of life and death, merely to improve their existence. The Mou gently closed his eyes, making a swift decision. Let it be so. Extend the basic medical maintenance to 15 hours and execute it immediately. But he pondered internally, feeling as though unseen eyes were watching from behind. He could not afford to vanish for long. Thus, he opted for caution. A middle-aged physician swiftly administered the anesthetic, then stepped aside, signaling the other personnel to continue their operations, while he silently stood guard beside Gue Ying, his gaze sharp and vigilant to every movement around them. "Have you uncovered his background?" The middle-aged man inquired with a cold tone. The earlier humility evaporated. "Not yet. It appears as though he has emerged from the void. The Federation's database reveals no trace. Even with internal resources, we have only unearthed similar faces, none of which match." The shadowy scout observed Mo as he gradually sank into the liquid container, his voice low. "I suspect he has transcended the limits of flesh. Perhaps he has mastered the secret of rewriting genes, capable of altering his appearance at will, elusive as a ghost. That cutting-edge technology is currently possessed by only two major factions. One is the Federation, which would never easily share it with us. The other faction, if they wished us harm, would not need to resort to such convolutions." The middle-aged man sighed lightly, acknowledging the slim chance of success, but affirming the necessity of monitoring him closely. Regardless of which divine force he is associated with, there lies infinite potential for collaboration. Gue Ying nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I will maintain control of the situation, that I shall proceed ahead, and this matter is entrusted to you." With that, he vanished swiftly, slipping away through a concealed passage of the laboratory. The middle-aged physician then dedicated himself to the genetic enhancement of Mo. His skill revered and trusted. 16 hours passed silently, and Mo finally awoke from his slumber. Despite the physician having granted him an additional hour of medical maintenance, he still felt utterly exhausted. He attempted to prop himself up with his arm. A wave of sharp pain radiated throughout his body. Yet, gritting his teeth against the agony, he resolutely sat up. That moment, he realized he was resting on a soft bed adjacent to the previous experimental equipment, as if recounting the remarkable journey he had just endured. Slowly rising, his steps, though weak, were unexpectedly steady. The middle-aged man followed closely, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction. The enhancement results exceed expectations. It is nothing short of miraculous. We have provided an extra hour of treatment to ensure you can walk freely. However, you must be mindful. The unfinished medical procedures will plunge you into a period of weakness lasting half a month. During this time, you must rest and allow your body to slowly recover, akin to a tender shoot quietly growing in the spring breeze, awaiting the gifts of time that in approximately 4 days, you should be able to resume your previous life. Chapter 49. Underground City. Following the meticulous counsel of the middle-aged sage, he was escorted out of the underground city. Upon stepping into the outside world, he swiftly donned his signature mask and hat, only shedding his disguise once well beyond the bustling civilian area, revealing his true self. With a heart full of urgency, he made his way home, but did not rush upstairs. Instead, he quietly descended into the basement. There, rows of intricate instruments awaited silently, as if whispering secrets yet to be uncovered, eager for MOU to explore and unveil new chapters. Over the course of several months, MOU scoured the dimly lit underground city for rare treasures. And to transport these precious instruments back, he invested in multiple properties, navigating numerous obstacles until at last he successfully secured them. Activating the computer, he operated the sophisticated machinery for a full-body scan, meticulously collecting genetic samples. After a tedious examination, utterly fatigued, MOU staggered into the medical chamber, drifting in a slumber. When he next opened his eyes 3 hours later, he struggled to rise, the pain still shadowing him, but he had no time to dwell on it. Stumbling to the computer, he eagerly opened the precious genetic scan report. With this invaluable data, the path ahead would be illuminated, he murmured, his eyes shimmering with hope. The data displayed on the screen recorded the transformation following his genetic enhancement. After a hasty review, he closed the computer and ascended the stairs, each step feeling remarkably laborious, that moment. His strength was nearly depleted, and even the simplest actions seemed Herculean. Yet MOU effortlessly accomplished one task. He picked up the communicator, his fingertips grazing the surface as a string of numbers appeared, followed by a languid voice from the other end. Who disturbs my peaceful slumber, if not for urgent matters? Do not blame my rudeness, that MOU replied with composure. If you are an ally of Gui Ying, this line could summon the might of the Federation. Upon hearing these words, the other party raised their tones slightly, yet retained an air of casual indifference. Oh, since it is a request from a ghostly figure, I shall certainly lend an ear. However, collaboration is one thing. Your demands may not necessarily find my acquiescence, particularly those who dare to intrude upon my tranquil moments of repose. Then MOU ascended to the second-floor study, his fingertips lightly brushing the wall, at which point a concealed door silently opened, revealing an intricately designed bookshelf within that he extracted an ancient paper dossier, gently placing it upon the table before leisurely taking a seat and opening the file, his gaze piercing. I possess that which you crave. Are you willing to engage in this clandestine meeting? His voice bore a subtle pause, then resumed its nonchalant tone. Have you already begun your inquiries into me? What you have uncovered is merely the tip of the iceberg I am willing to reveal. And I harbor no interest in further disclosures. That a playful smile curled at the corners of MOU's lips, his attention fixated on the dossier in his grasp. That it contained a profile of a middle-aged man with violet hair and emerald eyes, a slender figure concealing an ineffable weariness and depth within his gaze. The dossier named him as Loris Bartilton, alongside the alias Ice Demon, indicating an age of 34 and revealing his status as a retired military officer. MOU murmured softly, Loris, or should I refer to you as Mr. Ice Demon? His expertise encompassed combat, firearms, and covert assassination, having undergone 3 genetic modifications. The second was marred by unforeseen complications, rendering his body temperature anomalous, while the third bestowed upon him the ability to regulate his temperature at will, allowing him to evade even the most stringent thermal scans. That is the head of the Federal Elite Task Force. I traversed the night under the moniker Cold Shadow. The MOU's voice resonated with a deep, magnetic quality. Mr. Cold Shadow, might I inquire if my assumptions align with your reality? The other remained silent for a protracted moment before finally responding. Then what is it that you seek? I shall assist you in matters within my capacity, provided that my demands are met. Rest assured, my conditions are not onerous. I merely wish for your assistance in facilitating a relative's entry into the federal elite team. Given your stature, this should be a trivial task to ask for the item of exchange. I trust it has already been delivered into your hands, that I look forward to our future collaborations. Will lightly touch the communicator. Concluding the dialogue, his gaze fell upon the document in his hand, where a line of text caught his eye. Yafei Bartilton, my sister, afflicted with the terminal AX-32 disease, requires the federal's restricted medication for treatment, a staggering price on the black market, amounting to $1.5 billion. Setting down the communicator, Mou's eyes shimmered with a blend of resolve and hope that he cautiously returned Loris's dossier to the folder, placing it gently atop the bookshelf. Before taking a seat in a chair, after a brief respite, he powered on the computer on the desk, instantly immersing himself in the embrace of the virtual realm that I in this boundless digital domain. Fatigue quietly dissipated that he adjusted the direction of his virtual form, traversing to the federal's administrative sector, where he submitted his application documents. That in an instant, he was transported to a secure chamber, where he was met with the gaze of an unusual violet-hued Loris, who scrutinized him with profound intensity. Mou volunteer to join the ranks of the federal army, he uttered softly. Loris perused the documents Mou had submitted, his eyes glancing over them before his tone turned frigid. Which unit do you wish to join? The Special Operations Division. Upon hearing this, Loris furrowed his brows slightly, re-examining the documents, his expression subtly shifting before returning to indifference. I shall deliberate over your file. You may leave now. That a smile graced Mou's lips as he exited the virtual realms portal. Loris fixated on the dossier, his brow furrowed, waves of contemplation surging within him. In the intricate web of the virtual world. Every utterance was manipulated like a marionette on strings, prompting Loris to tread carefully. What he held was not merely a file, but a delicate thread of clues left by the other party. Gazing at the impeccable introduction, Loris pondered whether there existed intricate connections between them. After an extensive wait, Loris finally summoned his successor while he delved into the depths of the federal database. Seeking the secrets behind the name Mou, to his astonishment, this enigmatic figure was merely labeled as an ordinary citizen, akin to a pearl long buried, awaiting discovery. The federal archives aligned perfectly with the information submitted by the individual, plunging Loris into deep thought. In an era where data is comprehensively captured by electronic eyes, he found himself at a loss against Mou's impeccable digital footprint. Conversely, Mou favored the clandestine warmth of paper records. With the stringent surveillance of electronics being one of the reasons behind his choice, this moment, he had distanced himself from the turmoil of the virtual world, using an intelligent machine to procure a selection of fresh vegetables, leisurely cooking and savoring a serene dinner, as if the clamor of the outside world held no relevance to him. Once more, Mou embraced the sanctuary of the medical chamber, relishing a fleeting moment of tranquility. He felt deep admiration for the Federal's ingenuity, as they had not blindly pursued total mechanization, but rather skillfully blended the essence of the primitive with the modern, eliminating burdensome physical labor while preserving the warmth of life. Concerns trailed closely behind him, be it the mundanity of daily life, the struggles of survival, the perplexities of progress, or the challenges of evolution and the anxieties of regression. These troubles, akin to a whetstone, sharpened humanity's resolve, forging the brilliance of today. Amid the intertwining of worries, humanity perpetually sought self-discovery, penning their own legendary narratives. In this cramped city, each individual was ensnared by their own sorrows. Figures such as Mou, Loris, and the ghostly figure entwined within the city's fabric. Mou meticulously organized his world within the confines of his modest room, treating each item with the care befitting a treasure that he picked up a photograph from his infancy. Gently caressing it with his fingertips, his eyes filled with warmth, before solemnly placing it in a prominent position. Entering the study, he slowly opened the bookshelf and retrieved Loris's dossier, reviving that sealed memory as he carefully perused its contents. A myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Mou discreetly moved to a corner and ignited the seemingly useless documents. In the flames, they were reduced to ashes, as though they had never existed. Subsequently, he descended into the basement, reconfiguring the computer, extracting a minuscule chip from its hidden compartment, akin to a treasure delicately sealed within an envelope, cunningly concealed within the crevices of intricate machinery. scrutinizing it repeatedly until assured. Finally, he boarded a hover taxi, navigating through the urban neon lights toward the Federal Army's formidable fortress. Although vehicles were as inexpensive and plentiful as stars in this era, each of his steps echoed with an extraordinary resolve. Mo Wu was unmoved by material possessions, not constrained by financial limitations, but rather guided by his own disposition, having never acquired the coveted objects that many sought after upon entering the federal base. He presented the mysterious encrypted pass, which promptly granted him access deeper within him. This base resembled a labyrinthine maze, each step concealed with secrets, where a moment's carelessness could lead one astray. The Special Operations Division, a unique assembly of elite individuals scattered across the Federation, comprised selected paragons from among ordinary soldiers, serving as the guiding lights through the FOG.MOU. Having been directly appointed by the captain, was indeed a rare addition to this team. Today, all 36 elite members were present, including the often elusive Loris. Standing alongside Loris, Mou smiled and introduced himself to the assembly. "Greetings, I am Mou, and I look forward to your guidance henceforth." However, the crowd's sharp gazes indicated that they were more eager to witness his true capabilities than this moment. A soldier by the name of Feng and stepped forward, politely inquiring, "Mou, a pleasure to meet you. Might you share with us the exceptional skills that have piqued our interest?" Loris regarded Mou, a challenging smile gracing his lips. "It is time for you to showcase your true abilities. Everyone here has solidified their position based on merit. Should you fail to demonstrate your prowess, it may prove difficult to gain their respect." Loris pondered deeply, aware that the dossier lacked detailed information regarding Mou's abilities. This was the perfect opportunity to test his authenticity, but he could not believe that Mou was merely a facade. Otherwise, even if he were to join the Special Operations Division by chance, he would struggle to establish himself there. Yet Mou had long since prepared himself. Today, he was determined to display his prowess, ensuring that all present would take notice. "That I gladly accept," he proclaimed, deciding to showcase his marksmanship and swordsmanship, contemplating how to make this demonstration utterly captivating. Chapter 50. Cutting-Edge Equipment. Let us proceed to the training grounds, where you shall find the cutting-edge equipment you require. With Loris's command, the group promptly made their way. Feng volunteered, "Allow me to start. Firearms are my specialty, that I welcome your guidance." Thus, he and Mou stepped into the virtual battleground. However, the outcome of their duel was surprising. Mou's shooting skills did not surpass Feng's, as they exchanged fire amidst a hail of bullets. Yet it was evident that Mou lacked proficiency with firearms. The next round involved melee weapons and combat robots, all awaited to see if Mou could turn the tide. After engaging in several fierce battles, facing off against various skilled members within the team, it was regrettable that although he possessed a breadth of knowledge, he failed to exhibit overwhelming strength, culminating in a disappointing outcome, nearly facing total defeat. Nonetheless, his versatility garnered him a modicum of recognition within the team. Ultimately, Mou managed to step through the door of this unit. After Loris announced the disbandment of the gathering, the crowd dispersed like a tide, while he followed Loris into the office to complete the tedious onboarding procedures, his heart a mix of apprehension and anticipation. Once all was finalized, Mou turned to bid farewell to Loris. Loris's gaze was profound as he softly remarked, "Your potential is boundless. Though today you did not fully reveal your brilliance, the illustrious achievements of Tianhua and Academy also signify your exceptional nature." Mou paused, not turning around, yet responding with calm indifference. "Captain Loris, you flatter me. Those were merely pastimes, hardly worthy of note. True accomplishments lie ahead, that I shall take my leave first." Having spoken, Mou gracefully departed, paying no heed to the complex expression of Loris behind him, leaving only a fleeting silhouette that gradually faded into the wind. With a firm grip on the heavy weights, Mou needed no further words as he turned and walked away. Loris gazed at his retreating figure, a chill passing through his brow, before following in his footsteps, leaving the oppressive office behind. Within the Special Operations Team of the Federation, members often remained silent, for the missions they undertook were anything but ordinary. Time flew by, and a week slipped away quietly, during which Mou and his teammates forged an unbreakable bond. However, the calm days did not last long. Today, a top-secret mission arrived unannounced, shattering the previous tranquility. Loris stepped forward, eloquently declaring, Our path is clear. Our objective is the exhibition hall on the western continent of Earth from a century ago, where we must safeguard a rare exhibit that we have already liaised with the Federation government from that time. You will assume the guise of ordinary tourists and stealthily protect it. The details of the operation are in the manual, which I hope you will read thoroughly. Understood, the team responded in unison, immediately seeking out their respective partners according to the instructions. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, igniting within each individual a fervent flame to fight for their mission. Mou also committed himself to this operation, but was without a designated partner. Instead, he blended in among 6 teammates, taking on a versatile role amidst the crowd of tourists. This arrangement was due both to Mou's inexperience and Loris's reluctance to let him delve too deeply into the core operations. Mou accepted this calmly, engaging in brief exchanges with his teammates before grasping the operational guide and stepping into the dormitory. In a corner of the room, he slowly approached the desk, his hand discreetly reaching beneath it, contemplating how he could contribute a glimmer of light to the team in this mission. Mou quietly activated a hidden button beneath the table, feeling a sense of relief as he picked up the communicator. A string of numbers illuminating the screen. Plan 7323, officially initiated. He murmured that in the summer of 7323, the Western continent remained untouched by the heat of the season, in the largest exhibition hall of this vast land. Countless eyes gathered today to celebrate a grand anniversary, a dazzling spectacle that seemed to overshadow even the blazing sun. Crowds flocked in, eager to witness the legendary technological feast, the blooming of the nightmarish flower. However, this exquisite blossom would only make its appearance 5 minutes before the event concluded. Within the hall, a myriad of exhibits dazzled the senses, while Mou leaned casually against a pillar, his gaze sweeping indifferently around. Suddenly, a man in black stealthily approached, clad in a high-collared tailcoat, resembling a specter in the night, whispering softly, "Hey, don't stand there so conspicuously. It's too obvious. Come, follow me to that hidden corner, and together we shall explore more unknown wonders." Mou disregarded the glances of his teammates, remaining silent for over 10 seconds before gradually rising and saying softly, "Let us take a look over there." He wore the same coat as his teammates. Yet concealed beneath it was his tactical suit, confident that no one could pilfer anything within this fortress of steel. The 6 of them navigated the exhibition hall for nearly 4 hours, as if time had ceased, until the long-awaited notification finally arrived, heralding the dawn of a new chapter. When Mou and his team reached the exhibition site, they were already engulfed by the bustling crowd. Loris raised his voice to issue commands. "Everyone ready, equipment in place. The mobile team shall closely monitor the surroundings and be prepared for coordinated action at any moment." Upon hearing this, Mou looked up at the sky. Above, ripples began to form in the air, and then 4 warriors clad in pale silver ancient armor materialized from thin air. Enveloped in their armor, they resembled ancient war deities, facing each other while suspended beneath the heavens. Exuding an aura of mystery and solemnity, the 4 slowly raised their hands, vibrant colors blossoming in their palms, rendering the surrounding space dreamlike, as beautiful as a fairyland. Mou gazed up at the radiant spectacle, momentarily transported back to the colorful realm of his memories. Suddenly, a visage flashed across his mind, jolting him awake. Returning his gaze to the 4 figures resembling ancient generals, Mou realized that these 4 might indeed be the legendary guardians, silently safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this land. Just as the colorful brilliance reached its zenith, for glimmering short, swords abruptly appeared around the ancient generals, darting swiftly past. The generals reacted instantaneously, deftly seizing the swords. However, as they withdrew from the resplendent glow, a thick wave of black mist surged forth, completely engulfing the colorful space, extinguishing the surrounding radiance and returning it to banality. The 4 erupted in furious shouts, their voices echoing. As this sudden turn of events left the onlookers utterly unprepared, none had anticipated that the mysterious entity would vanish without a trace before revealing its true form. Meanwhile, Mou and his companions received a secret order to quietly withdraw. It turned out that the hidden location of the monitoring station had inadvertently been compromised. The main stage had fallen, and the enemy had skillfully altered the spatial frequency, rendering our spatial shift ineffective, forcing everyone to reorganize the mission based on old formations. Loris's words left the team stunned, The very monitoring station meant to guard the exhibition hall had become our stumbling block. Yet now, the monitoring station had returned to our control, and the path ahead seemed somewhat clearer. That Loris's gaze was profound as he looked toward him. Wuyu, you will partner with Norwheat, and set off immediately. The two exchanged nods, their hearts ignited with an indomitable spirit, vowing to reclaim their glory in this contest of space and intellect. Given the current situation, it was clear that the enemy had discerned our layout, and Loris directed his suspicions toward Wuyu. Yet due to a lack of intelligence, he could only discreetly deploy a spy to follow Wuyu softly instructed Norwheat. Let us set off. The two, both elite operatives, swiftly geared up, their weapons gleaming brightly as they embarked on their journey. They ventured into the unknown, feeling no certainty of victory. Encountering the enemy seemed a mere fantasy. Norwheat remained silent throughout. Concealing an unknown secret between him and Wuyu, as they delved deeper into their exploration, they suddenly heard Loris's urgent communication. A kilometer ahead, there's unusual activity. Hurry, reinforcements are approaching. Wuyu responded promptly. And the two raced toward the signal. Upon arrival, they found themselves in an empty plaza, desolate and unoccupied, with only the wind whispering through. Wuyu furrowed his brow, and Norwheat too sensed something amiss. Exclaiming, "This is bad. We shouldn't linger here. Withdraw quickly." The two shared a tacit understanding, turning to leave, yet the air seemed to thicken with an ominous presence, foreboding an unknown crisis that was stealthily drawing near. They were unable to retreat immediately when subtle electric sparks began to flicker around them. Norwheat felt a chill run down his spine, oblivious to the mysterious smile curling on Wuyu's lips. Wuyu stealthily approached, whispering like thunder, "I leave everything to you." With that, he suddenly exerted force, hurling Norwheat into the distance. That moment, electric arcs erupted from the plaza's ground, instantly engulfing the surrounding space. As if it were a cage, Wuyu stood alone in the center of the plaza, surrounded by crackling arcs, resembling a war god. Norwheat glanced back and saw within the electric chaos, Wuyu's figure remained steadfast. Like an unyielding lighthouse in an instant, Wuyu's chest was pierced by a blinding electric arc inside the monitoring room. A piercing alarm blared. "Warning. Unknown energy fluctuations detected." A technician, his expression grave, turned to report. "It's an electric thunder attack. With a range of 300 meters, 21 individuals have been injured, and casualty assessments are underway." Loris's eyes widened in fury, fists clenched, as he roared at the helpless Federation staff beside him. "What on earth is happening? Conduct a full scan, immediately. How did your safety checks allow such a catastrophic weapon to infiltrate this place?" Loris, at a loss, could only watch despondently as the painful outcome was revealed. The casualty report arrived coldly. 1 dead. Norwheat's name forever extinguished. 1 critically injured. Wuyu hanging by a thread, severely wounded at the core. 13 lightly injured, the rest unharmed, and Wuyu urgently required rescue, teetering on the brink of life and death. Loris quickly regained his composure, decisively issuing orders. Those unharmed continue as planned. Send nearby personnel to assist Wuyu, activate the emergency channel, and escort him back immediately. The mission now cast under the shadow of death. He understood that the weight of responsibility and choice was particularly heavy at this moment. Loris was acutely aware of the severity of the situation. The physician swiftly assessed Wuyu's condition, solemnly stating, "He has suffered a lightning strike with 70% bodily damage and severe brain trauma. He urgently needs gene enhancement therapy, though we must request Captain Loris's authorization at once. We can begin treatment immediately." Chapter 51. Enhanced Medical Pod. Upon hearing this, the assistant dashed away. The physician's brow furrowed, sensing residual currents within the body, B-level intensity, with the right hand reaching S-level. Critical. Prepare the dispersal fluid and DNA activator, along with 2 milliliters of a nerve sedative for immediate injection. There's no time to lose. Everything was ready, and Captain Loris had granted authorization. The operation commenced. The busy medical personnel placed Wuyu into the enhanced medical pod, taking a brief moment to breathe before diving back into intense monitoring. 5 days later, Wuyu awoke in a tranquil bedroom, surrounded by 3 semi-intelligent robots silently keeping vigil. Captain Loris received the news of Wuyu's awakening almost immediately. Springing into action to welcome back this warrior, who had endured the trials of life and death, Mou gazed at Loris's worried expression, a swell of indescribable gratitude stirring within him. After a brief conversation, Loris departed with the three semi-intelligent robots. Once Loris's figure vanished from sight, Mou slowly walked to the desk, his fingertip lightly touching the hidden button, activating the communicator instantly. On the other end, the voice of the ghostly figure pierced through the barriers of time and space, carrying a melody that was both joyful and tinged with anxiety. Mou, have you finally emerged unscathed? I have been eagerly awaiting news of you, wishing that your world may once again bask in sunlight. Despite the energy being finely calibrated, I still harbor concerns for your well-being. Mou's response to the ghostly figure was merely a gentle smile. As he leisurely replied, I am in splendid condition, so there is no need for worry. What you require, I have procured safely. Everything is settled, though your companions proved to be quite a handful, nearly preventing my escape on several occasions. However, thanks to the information you provided, my efforts were not in vain. There was a barely perceptible note of pride in the ghostly figure's words. Since that is the case, then all is well. I shall contact you again in due time. I hope you will be fully prepared by then. Mou softly ended the communication device, and with a flick of his right hand, he conjured a small electric sphere in his palm, its surface flickering with delicate arcs of electricity, akin to a lively sprite. Is this the power of technology? He mused. The quantumization of cellular energy is truly a breathtaking feat. The words of the second saint are not without merit. Humanity's technology has indeed surpassed those entities that defy the laws of nature. Mou spoke softly to himself, revealing a serene confidence that transcended the mundane, as if at that moment he had embodied the likeness of the second saint in his earthly form. Reflecting on the days prior to joining the Federation, in a spacious garden, Mou sat in a pavilion with a ghostly figure, sipping on refreshing tea and savoring a moment of tranquility. The ghostly figure, clad in a fiery red coat, inquired gently, Tian Dao, what brings you to visit today? How is your recovery progressing? You seem to be in good spirits. Mou smiled slightly, replying, my dear ghostly friend, you truly have a propensity for forgetfulness. You should already know the purpose of my visit today. Must I remind you? Upon hearing this, the ghostly figure laughed heartily. You are referring to that transaction. Are you not? Naturally, there is no issue. As long as you fulfill your promise, I shall present the list to you without hesitation. So, are you prepared? Mou retrieved a sealed envelope from his pocket and placed it gently on the table. This is my plan. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I have deliberately chosen to write it on paper to avoid detection by electronic surveillance. You simply need to follow the plan. Of course, if you fail to act accordingly and it leads to failure, I cannot be held responsible. The ghostly figure picked up the envelope, but did not open it immediately. You are indeed cautious. Mou, but I shall not belabor the point. Once the operation is successful and you contact me, I will promptly send you the list, and I will not go back on my word. A confident smile curled at the corners of Mou's mouth. Loris will surely believe that we discovered the frequency of the spatial blockade by breaching the surveillance station, prompting him to dispatch his subordinates in pursuit. Yet he would never suspect that I deliberately left behind the frequency. In truth, during the exhibition hall's gathering, Mou had stealthily communicated with the ghostly figure's subordinates, intentionally leaving behind the frequency information. The attack on the surveillance station was merely a ruse. For Mou being targeted, it was all part of a scheme of his own design. This entire endeavor stemmed from a bold plan crafted by Mou. On the eve of joining the Federation, he had stood in a basement before his computer screen, murmuring to himself, with a complete genetic map and an enhanced version. Coupled with the technology from the card, achieving the quantumization of cellular energy should pose no problem. Yet, the lack of specific values remains a flaw, unless I can obtain the Federation's genetic modification technology. At this thought, a spark of inspiration flickered in Mou's mind, that he recalled that the ghostly figure had mentioned a thievery mission, and so he swiftly devised a plan. Once he joined the Federation, he would allow himself to be struck by similar energy during a mission, seizing the opportunity to evade the Federation's scrutiny during medical procedures to obtain gene enhancement treatment. After a night of diligent work, Mou perfected the plan for the ghostly figure and successfully received the Federation's gene enhancement treatment. He flicked his hand, causing the electric arcs in his palm to vanish in an instant. Upon grasping the communication device, he indeed received the list sent by the ghostly figure. "ISMO, will you open the list?" A satisfied smile graced his face. The first name on the list was none other than Loris. The list contained 34 names, yet only 5 provided detailed city information. Among the remaining 29, 16 shared their planetary locations, while 7 revealed their galactic positions. Out of the last 6, 4 only had vague directional knowledge. And the final 2 left only their names. Loris's information was the most comprehensive, yet the other names on the list also captured Mo Wuyu's attention. Behind this list lay a covert investigation by the Ghostly Figures organization. They were searching for a group of individuals with unique existences, those who had undergone mutations due to gene enhancement. These mutants possessed formidable powers, drawing the attention of all forces. Furthermore, this investigation was not limited to the Ghostly Figures organization. All factions, including the Federation, were involved. Mo Wuyu meticulously studied the individuals on the list, memorizing their detailed information. Subsequently, the communication device in his hand transformed into scrap metal amidst the flickering arcs of electricity, and his hands erupted with brilliant electric light, reducing the device to ashes. When he arrived at his usual training ground, he found several teammates huddled together in discussion. Upon noticing Mo Wuyu's approach, they paused their conversation and greeted him. "Mo Wuyu, it has been a while. Are you well? We were all so relieved to see you survive after what happened in the central area." One teammate's tone grew somber as he continued. But as for Norwhite, he trailed off, the weight of unspoken words hanging in the air. "So, will you be training with us later?" Mo Wuyu nodded, though his mind was occupied with plans for the future. He understood that each individual on that list could potentially become an obstacle on his path. Yet he also recognized that only through sufficient power and wisdom could he navigate this journey further. Thus, he began a covert investigation into these mutants, seeking to understand their abilities and backgrounds. Simultaneously, he intensified his training, continually enhancing his strength. He was acutely aware that the road ahead was long, and only through relentless progress could he reach the shores of his aspirations. Throughout it all, Mo Wuyu maintained a demeanor of calm and caution, that he knew that true strength required not only immense power, but also unparalleled wisdom and unwavering conviction. Only then could he secure an unassailable position on the path that lay ahead. As Mo Wuyu stepped into the expanse of the training ground, his brow furrowed slightly as he scanned the gathered crowd, questioning, "What brings you all here? Is there an urgent mission?" A soldier stepped forward swiftly, his expression grave. "Report, Captain, that we have just received notification that the new weapon Falling Rain is about to arrive. 3 units are being prepared for testing, and they will subsequently be allocated to us to continue pursuing the enemy." Mo Wuyu nodded, curiosity glinting in his eyes. "A new type of combat robot? I would indeed like to witness it." "Then let us proceed together," an officer beside him declared, his tone resolute. Mo Wuyu chuckled softly. Falling in step with the group, that he pondered to himself what extraordinary qualities these so-called new combat robots possessed. Upon reaching the testing area, Loris had been waiting for some time, that he stood before the crowd, his voice booming. Falling Rain, a planetary combat robot. Although its capabilities have been somewhat diminished to reduce damage to facilities, its power and performance remain exceptional. Now, each person will take turns for a trial run to familiarize themselves with its functions and gather data. Mo Wuyu gazed at the 3 uniquely designed units before him, internally marveling at their craftsmanship, that he noted the intricate runes embedded on their surfaces, glowing faintly as if containing some mysterious power. An A-grade energy shield, and each unit possesses synchronized frequency equipment. How exhilarating! Mo Wuyu mused quietly. One teammate chuckled. "Indeed, but this requires that the 3 individuals have a high synchronization rate, which is precisely why this trial run is necessary to collect personal operational frequencies." Mo Wuyu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. When it was his turn for the trial, he stepped onto the unit without hesitation, settling into the cockpit. As the unit powered up, he felt an unprecedented shock. Every movement of the unit resonated with his intentions, as if it had become an extension of his own body. However, during the trial run, Mo Wuyu noticed a significant oversight. None of the 3 units had undergone identity verification. A sense of wariness flickered within him. He resolved to address this issue with Loris after the testing concluded. As night fell, Mo Wuyu strolled the corridors alone, that he reflected on the day's testing. Filled with both confusion and anticipation, that he returned to the testing area, observing several staff members busily fine-tuning the units. After a quick glance, he turned to leave. He made his way to the control room, where he found Loris seated alone, gazing vacantly into the distance. Feeling bored? Would you like to take a walk? Upon spotting Mo Wuyu, Loris managed a faint smile. Can you share your story? I am curious as to why you chose to join the Federation. Mo Wuyu took a seat beside him, his gaze fixed on the flickering computer screen, and began to speak slowly. Everyone has their secrets, and I am no exception. My decision to join the Federation stems from my own reasons. Loris nodded in understanding. Refraining from pressing further, he shifted the conversation to Mo Wuyu's injuries. Your wounds may leave residual effects. I hope you do not dwell on them too much. Mo Wuyu smiled gently. It is of no concern. I have grown accustomed to it. The conversation shifted as Mo Wuyu inquired, I have heard that you have undergone genetic enhancement and mutation. Could you elaborate on that? Loris's expression instantly darkened. In truth, what difference does genetic enhancement and mutation make when compared to ordinary individuals? Perhaps we are merely more formidable tools. Upon hearing this, Mo Wuyu sighed inwardly, aware that Loris's mutation coincided with his sister's affliction. Both underwent genetic enhancement simultaneously, yet the outcomes were starkly divergent. Loris acquired the powers of mutation, becoming a target for recruitment by the Federation. Conversely, his sister deteriorated towards the direst of fates, afflicted by a repugnant genetic defect disease. Loris seemed to lose interest in the conversation, rising to his feet and heading towards the door. Please wait here for a moment. Someone will come to relieve me shortly. Mo Wuyu gazed at Loris's departing silhouette. Feeling a wave of sympathy wash over him, that he understood that deep within Loris's heart lay immense suffering and pressure. After Loris exited, Mo Wuyu's gaze hardened with determination, that he approached the computer, skillfully navigating into the Federation's internal system. He inserted his highest authority card and entered the third password, a code he had only recently discovered, granting him unrestricted information transmission capabilities. Mo Wuyu inputted the names of 33 individuals into the system, each receiving a message. I have found you. An icy smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. These were the adversaries he had long sought. Once he completed this task, Mo Wuyu withdrew the authority card and continued manipulating the computer, implanting a series of backdoors and traps within the system to ensure he could maintain control of the situation at any moment. After accomplishing this, Mo Wuyu turned his attention to the 3 rainfall mechas displayed on the screen. A satisfied smile gracing his lips, that he activated the communicator in the calibration room, declaring, all personnel, please assemble in the training room. There is an important announcement to make. Following Mo Wuyu's proclamation, the staff in the calibration room promptly vacated their posts. Meanwhile, Mo Wuyu moved beside the 3 rainfall mechas, gently caressing their surfaces as if he could feel the power and life contained within. Ascending into the cockpit of one mecha, he donned the brainwave enhancement helmet. Waiting patiently, as if anticipating a significant moment. Time slipped by in silence within the calibration room, but suddenly, an urgent alarm reverberated throughout the entire Federation base. All major passageways were sealed, while smaller corridors activated their armed modes. Mo Wuyu opened his eyes within the cockpit, his gaze now icy and resolute, that he initiated the mecha, simultaneously engaging the synchronization device to activate the 2 adjacent mechas. Focused and determined, Mo Wuyu operated the cockpit, the brainwave enhancement device pulsating vigorously atop his head. The 3 rainfall mechas surged forth like ferocious beasts, tearing through the calibration room with unrestrained ferocity. They rampaged through the base, unstoppable by any opposition. Mo Wuyu chuckled darkly within, knowing that these enemies would finally pay the price for their transgressions. Amidst the thunderous roar of the mechas, he fancied he could hear the cries and despair of his foes. A surge of satisfaction and elation swelling within him. He had waited far too long for this moment. As the mechas advanced, Mo Wuyu spotted a colossal warehouse ahead. His heart quickened, and he guided the mecha towards it. With a thunderous crash, the warehouse doors collapsed under the impact. Mo Wuyu maneuvered the mecha inside, discovering it was brimming with an array of weapons and supplies. Elated, he began to wreak havoc upon the arsenal, fully aware that these were the very instruments the enemies intended to wield against the Federation, that he would obliterate them all, ensuring that the enemies posed no further threat. Amid the cacophony of explosions and the rumble of the mechas, Mou felt the exhilarating cheer of victory and joy resonate within him. He was filled with pride and fulfillment, knowing that in this moment, he had become a hero and savior of the Federation. Yet, just then, an immense wave of energy struck him. Startled, he swiftly evaded, but the force was overwhelming, shattering the mecha's energy shield in an instant that a sense of dread washed over him. He was confronting a formidable adversary. He retaliated with fervor, yet the enemy's strength was overwhelming. During the fierce battle, Mou found himself gradually at a disadvantage. Anxiety gnawed at him. He needed to devise a strategy quickly to AT that moment. He caught sight of the two mechas beside him. An idea sparked in his mind, and he directed them to unleash a fierce assault on the enemy. With their assistance, Mou began to turn the tide of battle. He silently expressed gratitude for having these two mechas as allies. However, the enemy was evidently not to be underestimated. In the midst of the fierce clash, both sides found themselves at an impasse. Mou pondered how to break this stalemate. Just then, he spotted a vulnerability on the enemy mecha. Elated, he commanded his mecha to deliver a decisive strike at that weak point, with a thunderous roar. The enemy mecha was obliterated. Victory surged through Mou, filling him with exhilaration and satisfaction. But in that instant, a searing pain struck him. Looking down, he saw his chest stained crimson with blood. Alarmed, he realized he had sustained a severe injury. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he maneuvered the mecha towards the exit of the base. Aware that he must escape swiftly lest he fall into the enemy's encirclement, the mecha roared away. Mou gradually distanced himself from the base, relieved to have evaded the enemy's grasp. Yet he understood that this victory was merely temporary. The enemy remained powerful and cunning, capable of launching another assault at any moment. Mou silently vowed to grow stronger, to continually enhance his abilities to confront any challenge or foe, that he recognized the arduous path that lay ahead, but he firmly believed he would persevere until the end. Amid the resounding echoes of the mechas, Mou gradually faded from sight. Though his figure receded, his resolve and conviction would forever remain in the hearts of the people, that he had become a hero and a legendary figure of the Federation. His tale eternally inspiring others to strive and fight onward. Maneuvering the mecha with agility, Mou deftly drew forth a reinforced particle beam sniper rifle, meticulously configured by rainfall. The mecha crouched, the sniper rifle aimed at the newly opened passageway. Without hesitation, Mou pulled the trigger. A blazing scarlet particle beam surged forth like a dragon into the depths of the corridor that in his mind. The layout of the passage flashed rapidly as he navigated. Leveraging the dual support of the brainwave enhancement device and Rainfall's original control system, that he guided the particle beam through the winding corridor, ultimately striking a large door, which instantly disintegrated under the beam's searing heat. Discarding the sniper rifle carelessly, Mou activated the synchronization control device. Centered around his mecha, the three Rainfall mechas surged forth like arrows released from a bow, darting into the narrow passageway that in the command center of the Federation base. A boy, slightly younger than Mou, sat before a computer, his gaze fixed intently on the screen displaying the base's dynamics. Moments later, he summoned a detailed map where three red dots dashed through the corridor like leopards pursuing prey. A sly smile crept across the boy's lips as he lightly touched the communication button, teasingly whispering, "I have found you. There is nowhere to hide." Yet the only response was a cacophony of static, and the red dots on the screen vanished in an instant. Undeterred, the boy's excitement only grew as he pressed the communication button once more, his tone laced with undeniable authority. "General Brooke, please report to my office immediately." With that, he smiled lightly, as though he held everything in his grasp. Wisdom gleamed in the boy's eyes, fully aware that this game had only just begun, and the true competition lay ahead. Soon, a middle-aged man radiating the steadfast aura of a soldier entered the boy's room. Brooke, who had once been a child, possessed extraordinary physical prowess due to rigorous training from a young age, recognized by the Federation and nurtured for greatness. Weathering many storms, he had risen to become a general. Yet, despite his rank, he harbored regrets for never having fought on the front lines. That was not due to a lack of capability. He was more than capable. Rather, it was his duty to protect this boy. In Brooke's gaze lay a mixture of nostalgia for the past, hope for the future, and an overwhelming sense of responsibility and concern for the child before him. With a mind developed to an astonishing 79, a figure that would instill fear in many. And this youth was far beyond that. Did I in the presence of Brooke? He emanated an aura akin to a sovereign surveying his subjects, casting a casual glance at Brooke. He commanded, "A child has trespassed into our territory. Send someone to pursue him, but ensure no harm comes to him. That MY battle mechs must be prepared immediately. I intend to take action myself. That AS for Loris." Though he is not directly involved, he is the root of the problem and must not be spared. Capture him at once to rectify the situation. Upon my return, we shall deal with him. Chapter 53. The door gently closes, you may leave. The boy's voice resonated with undeniable authority. Brooke complied without a hint of surprise, fully aware of the extraordinary nature of this youth, whose abilities far surpassed those of his peers. That the door gently closed. The boy picked up a substantial list from the table, densely packed with names. Should MOU witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for the list of 34 individuals he possesses is entirely encompassed within it. And the actual number far exceeds 34, concealing a profound mystery that instills a sense of reverence. Within the dim corridor, MOU navigates with grace, deftly maneuvering 3 rainfall aircraft through breathtaking high-speed passages, while simultaneously maintaining a firm mental grip on 3 combat robots. Despite the weighty nature of his task, he remains effortlessly composed, even finding moments to peruse the computer screen. Initially, everything appears firmly within his grasp. From electronic control to mechanical plunder, and even the escape route, all executed with precision. However, an unexpected communication sends a tremor of foreboding through him. Despite the delicate situation, MOU grits his teeth and presses forward with the plan. Encountering no additional disturbances thus far, that he swiftly traverses the shattered doorway, finding himself amidst the undulating mountains, with the federal base now a distant memory. Quickly, he recalibrates, guiding the 3 combat machines to a serene descent. As soon as they touch down, a flash of crimson bursts forth from the shadows, agilely leaping onto another machine. MOU remains unfazed, for the newcomer is none other than the fiery-clad Spectre. "Ah, old friend, is this the colossal figure outlined in the plan? Quite an imposing sight indeed," the Spectre remarks with a hint of mockery, their mutual understanding requiring no further words, as an unknown journey quietly begins to unfold. The Spectre glances into the cockpit, pondering aloud, at this moment, should we flee, or is there another scheme at play? There is no need for hasty actions. According to the original plan, one esteemed guest has yet to arrive. If we were to consider ranks, General Brooke would surely oversee the operation personally. We are not in immediate danger here. That MOU's expression shifts subtly, his dark hair momentarily concealing his face. With a flick of his fingers, the power sources of the 3 machines abruptly extinguish, plunging the cockpit into darkness. He then pushes open the hatch, leisurely sitting outside, softly stating, "The necessary items have been discreetly transmitted to our insiders. I am determined to follow you. Your plan has truly impressed me. This undoubtedly promises to be a thrilling adventure." The Spectre leans forward, curiosity glinting in his eyes. "Who exactly is this friend you speak of? When shall they arrive?" Being in the same room with these 3 formidable machines is rather unsettling. That MOU's lips curl into a knowing smile. Prepare yourself, for that friend may swiftly become a formidable adversary. The unpredictability of fate suggests that another suit of armor may emerge here, introducing a new variable. The Spectre, upon hearing this, displays a flicker of surprise, which quickly morphs into a playful smile. An enemy? It appears the game is becoming increasingly intriguing. We shall await the arrival of this potentially amiable visitor. Deep within the federal base, Loris lies languidly in his quarters, oblivious to the outside world. Suddenly, alarms blare, and he barely manages to prop himself up, not stepping even a half-pace out the door. He gazes at the pulsating red light on the ceiling, its glow akin to a magnet. Deeply captivating his mind, Loris feels a sense of confusion wash over him, his body drained of energy as if bound by invisible shackles. Even if he were to step outside at this moment, what would it matter? A self-deprecating smile escapes him. Perhaps he has long since lost the courage and strength to alter his fate. That a flurry of thoughts swirls within Loris, and he slowly raises his hands. Illuminated by the red light, they resemble flames, as he consciously regulates his body temperature, gradually solidifying into a cold statue, his hands suspended mid-air. That moment, A stranger's voice calls from outside. "Captain Loris, may I disturb you?" This sudden interruption jolts him from his reverie. Loris remains silent, heavily striding toward the door. Just as his fingertips are about to brush against the icy doorknob, an inexplicable unease washes over him, like a chilling wave, freezing his motion, his hands hovering in mid-air as if time itself has been halted. "Captain Loris, are you present?" The soldier at the door raises his voice, calling again. After a moment of silence, the soldiers step back, and a man clad in resplendent military attire strides forward, inserting a card that glimmers with blue light into a slot beside the door. With high-level clearance, the door swings open with a thunderous sound. The soldiers rush into the room like arrows released from a bow, yet they are met only with emptiness. The target has escaped. Immediate pursuit is requested. One soldier turns to report urgently to the officer. "Affirmative, ensure his capture within the hour." The officer commands, and the soldiers disperse rapidly, pursuing in all directions. Once the soldiers have departed, the officer steps into the room, gently placing the card on the table before leaving. Loris quietly emerges from his concealed alcove, a torrent of mixed emotions swirling within him, but he recalls that when he entered, one soldier had caught a glimpse of him, yet the calmness in that soldier's eyes left him feeling unsettled. His gaze lands on the card on the table, and everything suddenly becomes clear. The card bears the image of a youthful man smiling faintly, the very visage of his former special combat team leader. As if narrating tales of past glory and honor, stirring complex feelings within Loris that in that life-and-death battle. The two had fought side by side, enduring 10 grueling days and nights amidst relentless pursuit by enemy forces. Forging an indelible bond akin to that of brothers that as they parted ways, Loris tenderly caresses the crucial access card on the table, bidding a heartfelt farewell to his brother before turning to step into the vast night. Within the intricate labyrinth of the federal base, he skillfully navigates, using the card's mysterious power and his familiarity with the terrain. Just as he is about to escape, a flash of the medicine and secret information sent by MOU suddenly illuminates his mind, and the mysteries unravel before him, awakening a profound realization that leaves him with a tumultuous heart. Gradually, Loris pieces together the truth of the events during his journey, faced with the enigmatic address. He grapples internally, torn between the desire to attend or abstain. After 30 minutes of deliberation, he resolutely turns and embarks on a new path. Simultaneously, in the depths of the forest, MOU and the Spectre have been waiting for some time. Time flows like sand through an hourglass, and MOU's doubts deepen. However, based on his understanding of Loris, he firmly believes that the latter will eventually show up, if only for a reunion, to bring closure. A confident smile graces MOU's lips, while the Spectre leans against the cockpit, sharp eyes scanning their surroundings. After half an hour passes in silence, MOU exhales softly. "Brother Spectre, it is time to depart. We must leave this place." The Spectre retracts his gaze, a look of relief crossing his features as he returns to the cockpit. "At last, we are leaving." However, it seems that Fellow has yet to appear. MOU smiles serenely. "No need for concern. True companions will always reunite. Our list still holds many like-minded individuals awaiting our discovery." With that, he activates the machine's control panel, and just as they prepare to depart, a figure emerges gracefully in the distance. Had they not activated the advanced detector, they would have been unable to perceive this trace from such a great distance that a playful smile curves the Spectre's lips. "It seems our esteemed guest has arrived." Upon hearing this, MOU swiftly opens the hatch and steps out of the cockpit, his gaze fixed on the swiftly approaching figure. Loris, he has finally come. The figure draws closer with remarkable speed, and in a mere moment, an unforeseen encounter is on the verge of commencing. Suddenly, a figure appears before MOU and the Spectre. As the person approaches, MOU's expression shifts dramatically, and he quickly retreats into the cockpit, activating the combat robots in an instant. The Spectre, witnessing this, appears puzzled but swiftly regains his composure, following suit as they prepare to fight side by side. It turns out that the face MOU glimpsed was not Loris, but rather that of a strikingly handsome youth. The story quietly unfolds a new chapter. Chapter 11, An Unexpected Ally, is gradually revealing itself. The long-awaited ebook invites you to embark on this wondrous journey. Update time: the first day of winter, at the third quarter of the hour. This chapter comprises approximately 200 words. Your treasure collections and recommendations are eagerly sought. Who are you? Why have you appeared here? An intense unease surges within Mo. Despite merely catching a glimpse of the boy's hazy figure, it feels as though everything has been laid bare before him. This sensation is eerily familiar, sending chills down his spine. Hey, youth, reveal the truth, or your life shall flicker like a candle in the wind. The Spectre's lips curl into a cold smile as he activates the beam cannon embedded within the machinery. The icy barrel locking onto the boy, with danger looming imminent. Yet the boy's steps remain unyielding, advancing toward the combat robot. Mou suddenly illuminates the lights, instantly revealing the boy's figure. He appears slightly slender. Standing just over 1.60 meters, with orange-yellow hair cascading to his shoulders, casually disheveled. Clad in an oversized white coat, his pale blue eyes seem to hold unfathomable depths, effortlessly drawing attention. Were it not for his unrefined, natural air, one might mistake him for a delicate girl that I in the face of the blinding light. The boy stands resolute, unwavering as he gazes intently in Mou's direction, his eyes filled with conviction and determination. Before him, Mou's image appears to drift, exuding a hint of confusion. The boy slowly raises his hands, his voice cutting through the air. I mean no offense. I merely wish to join forces. Might you descend to discuss matters together? Upon hearing this, Mou's brow furrows in contemplation. The voice seems hauntingly familiar, yet elusive that he fixates on the boy's inviting demeanor on the screen, then glances toward the distant federal fortress, his expression shifting abruptly as fragments of memory coalesce. It was the voice that had unexpectedly echoed during their passage, akin to a whisper in the dark night, now resurfacing at this moment, sending ripples through Mou's heart. The voice stirs emotional turmoil within him, and his gaze settles upon the boy's beaming face, his pupils involuntarily quivering. As the boy witnesses the cockpit slowly opening. A smile graces his lips, but upon catching sight of Mou's raven-black hair swirling in the air, a flicker of astonishment crosses his expression. Chapter 54, The Phantom, unveils the truth. Could this not be Mou? Doubts arise within him. Yet upon reconsideration, an extraordinary light sparkles in his eyes that Mou gracefully leaps from the combat machine. Akin to a specter in the night, enveloped in an air of enigmatic mystery, Mou halted 3 steps away from the boy, his gaze piercing. Is it you who has been in contact with me within this corridor? As a citizen of the Federation, how can you speak of treachery? The boy met his scrutiny with calm fortitude, showing no sign of evasion. Indeed, the Federation no longer aligns with my aspirations. Would you invite me to partake in your game? At these words, Mou's tone shifted slightly, yet he regained his composure. That is a grave misjudgment. This is no trifling matter, that if you were not a high-ranking official of the Federation, could you be so easily dismissed? Considering the potential turmoil, I shall spare your life. For the moment, depart at once. However, the boy vehemently shook his head, repeatedly asserting his refusal. If I leave, you will be forever imprisoned here. Tell me, do you truly believe you can triumph over me? His voice grew somber, sending a chill through Mou. Yet in an instant he reverted to a nonchalant demeanor, adding, but to me, this is merely a game, a delightful contest poised for escalation. The boy's smile radiated once more, as if dispelling all shadows, and the discomfort that had plagued Mou dissipated like mist. Mou eyed the boy with skepticism, questioning, what reason do I have to trust you? You could very well be a decoy sent by the Federation. Even if you are not, by what means do you expect us to accept you? Unfazed, the boy's lips curled into a faint smile. A decoy. There is no need for such elaborate ruses for my abilities. You shall soon witness them. With that, he leisurely raised his right hand and waved it gently, as though his palm contained boundless power. Mou felt a shiver run down his spine, yet the significance behind the gesture eluded him. And the atmosphere became charged with tension in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Mou and the ghost man found themselves bewildered by the boy's spoken powers. Suddenly, a brilliant silver light streaked across the sky, akin to a meteor slicing through the night, and struck the third rain machine, igniting a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwaves surged like a tempest, yet Mou and the boy appeared ensconced in a realm apart. Their gazes locked, unperturbed by the chaos surrounding them. The boy's eyes twinkled with amusement, a recognition of Mou's merit, while Mou regarded him with an unmasked reverence, fully aware that the boy's strength surpassed their wildest imaginings, rendering them powerless in comparison. After a moment of contemplation, Mou finally spoke. "You indeed possess the qualifications to join our ranks, but I must caution you. Should you exhibit any hostility, I shall show no mercy." His words were resolute, imbued with an undeniable determination. The boy smiled slightly, his face radiating confidence and poise. "I am Gran, and I am pleased to become one of you. That I believe that day shall never come." Mou nodded, gesturing towards the Ghost Man. "This is Ghost Man, my indispensable partner. Now let your machine descend. We are prepared to embark." Gran acquiesced, summoning a familiar machine from the skies, a universal battle fire. Yet this outdated combat robot only deepened Mou's doubts regarding Gran. Once the trio was ready, the Ghost Man could no longer contain his curiosity. "Brother Tiandao, where shall we venture next?" Mou did not respond directly, instead turning to Gran. "What are your thoughts?" Gran smiled faintly. Relaying a name to the two, among the 33 names you provided, "This is the only one whose location I can pinpoint with certainty. Though finding him may pose some challenges, I believe we should seek him first." Mou glanced at the name on the screen and nodded decisively. "Very well, let us pursue him. Our objective, the planet of Lost Paradise." With their agreement, 3 battle machines ascended into the air, heading towards the port. Gran confidently declared, "With me here, we can navigate this place without obstruction." However, they remained oblivious to the figure trapped in an electric lock cage, not far away, Loris, who was furiously kicking the ground. Only to see the stones disintegrate upon contact with the electric arc. Loris howled in frustration. Yet his efforts were futile. Did I end the vast universe? The planet of Lost Paradise captivated countless eyes with its unique allure. Once an entertainment planet constructed by the Federation, it had transformed into a bustling hub for a myriad of characters. Officers, merchants, civilians, and criminals alike, that IT formed a complex and chaotic social structure, bringing together individuals from various strata and backgrounds. The planet of Lost Paradise was one of the few celestial bodies within the Federation system that imposed no restrictions on technological facilities. Here, one could behold towering skyscrapers, floating villas, and hover vehicles zipping through the air, with even space teleporters being commonplace. Yet alongside these advanced technologies, there existed even more formidable robots and weaponry. These robots had once been the center of heated debate, as the uprising of fully intelligent machines left an indelible scar on humanity, with the fall of over 30 planets nearly leading the Federation to its ruin. Though humanity ultimately triumphed over the machines, the trauma of that catastrophe would forever haunt human history. Thus, fully intelligent robots were rendered illegal, permitting only the existence of advanced intelligent machines across the universe. Yet, the planet of Lost Paradise was an exception, hosting robots that were more powerful and closer to humanity than semi-intelligent counterparts. Their presence had once caused great concern among experts, yet now, worries about the planet's safety had subsided. At this moment, Mou and his companions were aboard a private transport spacecraft, undergoing inspections at the periphery of the planet of Lost Paradise. After a series of tedious safety checks, they finally entered the cosmic domain of Lost Paradise. The spacecraft descended slowly to the port, and the trio set foot on the land of Lost Paradise. However, they soon encountered a pressing dilemma: driving licenses. The port of Lost Paradise was lined with hover vehicles available for public use, but to operate these vehicles, one required a special driving license for the planet. Clearly, the 3 had not prepared such a license in advance. The Ghost Man, exasperated, patted a nearby hover vehicle. "Knowing the circumstances here, did you not think to prepare in advance? Without a driving license, how shall we leave?" Mou scratched his head awkwardly. "I was indeed aware of the situation on Lost Paradise, but I did not anticipate encountering this issue here. But fear not, there will always be a solution." Just as the trio found themselves at a loss, a middle-aged man clad in extravagant attire and adorned with a tall hat approached, with a smile gracing his face and a glint of cunning in his eyes. He inquired, "You 3 seem like newcomers to DOU require assistance." Mou regarded him warily. "Who are you? Why do you wish to help us?" The middle-aged man responded with a slight smile. "I am a guide here, intimately familiar with the planet of Lost Paradise, that I can assist you with obtaining a driving license. But of course, I will need a small fee." Mou frowned. "A fee? What do you propose?" The man raised a finger. indicating a sum. For this amount, I can resolve everything for you. Mo exchanged glances with the ghost man, weighing the worth of the proposition, while Gran silently observed the middle-aged man, his gaze revealing an ineffable depth. After some haggling, Mo ultimately consented to pay the fee. The man nodded with a smile, producing a card from his pocket and handing it to Mo. Here is your temporary driving license. Valid for 24 hours, to be sure to leave the planet of Lost Paradise within that time, or face the consequences. Mo accepted the card, scrutinizing it before passing it to the ghost man. The ghost man received the card, relief washing over his face. At last, we can leave this place. The three boarded the hover vehicle and activated the engine. As the hover vehicle slowly ascended, they officially embarked on their adventure on the planet of Lost Paradise. All of this stemmed from Gran's assurance. With me here, we will surely find that target. As the hover vehicle delved deeper, the splendor and chaos of the planet of Lost Paradise gradually unfolded before them. They wove through towering buildings, experiencing the planet's unique charm and peril. Their objective, the secret hidden deep within Lost Paradise, awaited their exploration and revelation. Amidst the boundless expanse of the stars, the hover vehicle darted like a meteor. While the three travelers pondered how to escape this world, it seems we overlooked the option of the hover vehicle, Gran remarked, his gaze shifting towards the enigmatic space teleporter. But perhaps there is a swifter method here. The ghost man's eyes followed Gran's finger, fixating on the teleporter. He understood the steep cost of teleportation on Lost Paradise. Yet upon observing his two companions, he surmised, these two do not appear to be financially constrained. Under Gran's guidance, the trio decided to head towards the most renowned hotel on the planet of Lost Paradise. Paradise Lost. Gran's explanation was straightforward. It was the only hotel he had heard of, and he claimed it was equipped with an advanced teleporter for convenience. However, when Gran attempted to swipe his card for the teleportation fee, he awkwardly realized he had left his money card behind. At that moment, Mo unhesitatingly produced his card and swiped it, causing 40,000 interstellar coins to vanish in an instant. As the specter observed the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel 2 points of reflection. First, the extravagant spending of Mo, and second, the astonishing fact that the trio had managed to expend 40,000 in one fell swoop, a sum that seemed astronomical to him. Chapter 55, The Contest. Of course, the choice of the Lost Paradise was not solely because it was the only place known to Gran. More significantly, it boasted the most exceptional services and facilities, precisely what Mo and Gran required. In the spacious living room of the luxurious suite, Mo and Gran sat before their computers, their fingers dancing across the keyboards as if engaged in a silent contest. The specter, meanwhile, lounged nearby, leisurely savoring his juice. During this peculiar period, alcohol had become a taboo, and juice had emerged as the finest alternative. Gran, didn't you already ascertain his exact location? Why are you still searching here? The specter inquired with curiosity. Gran's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen, his fingers flying over the keys. Indeed, I know his whereabouts, but I do not wish to court trouble. He once stated that anyone who disturbs his family will not meet a favorable end. Especially since he adopted a 3-year-old girl. This has become his creed. Thus, we need to devise another plan. Upon hearing this, the specter nodded knowingly that he was well aware of the other's prowess. Indeed, few dared to offend him lightly. However, at that moment, Mo abruptly halted her actions, turning to the specter and declaring, "No, you have a task now. You need to visit his residence and deliver something." The specter nearly spat out his juice upon hearing this. His eyes widened as he gazed at the small box in Mo's hand, filled with confusion and dread. Didn't you just say that those who go to his house will not have a good outcome? Now you want me to deliver my own demise? Isn't that akin to jumping into a fire pit? Mo smiled gently, shaking her head as she handed the small box to the specter. Rest assured, nothing will happen. We will send a robot with a vehicle and driver's license. You shall drive it back. This is for him, so do not misplace it. Furthermore, this is the alternative plan we just discussed. Gran nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, you will be fined at worst. He will refuse your gift and give you a beating. But with today's advanced medical technology, as long as you don't die, you will be revived. Therefore, you can proceed with confidence." Although Gran's words left the specter feeling somewhat disheartened, he was not one to shy away from challenges. That he accepted the small box, finished his juice in a few gulps. and rose, casually remarking, "I'm off," as he left the room. Meanwhile, in the office of the Federal Earth Command headquarters, two middle-aged men were sipping tea and chatting. Point one was clad in a military uniform, exuding authority and solemnity. The other was dressed in a black suit, appearing refined and profound. "Marshal, it has been a while. That I wonder what brings you to me this time," the man in black inquired with a smile. "I SNT'd about the young master. He has recently unearthed some new curiosities and then dashed off. That I have come to consult you, his father, on your plans," the military man replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the man in black let out a hearty laugh. Once the laughter subsided, he remarked, "You see, you still relish this role. Now, what exactly is the matter? Has that little rascal of yours run off to play again? It seems you, as his uncle, have spoiled him." The military man shook his head in resignation and handed an electronic document to the man in black. "Brother, you know his temperament. That I have already investigated those who accompanied him on this outing. Here are their profiles." The man in black received the document and scrutinized it carefully, his brow furrowed slightly. "The profiles are very clean. No, they are too clean. How can this individual's information be so scant? And there's a 3-hour gap?" The military man nodded gravely. "Indeed, the information on this person is indeed peculiar. There exists a 3-hour void in his data, and I attempted to retrieve information from that time frame, only to find it locked by high-level permissions. That I was unable to access it." The man in black fell into contemplation upon hearing this, that he understood the magnitude of authority held by a marshal. Yet he was now faced with such a predicament, that if even your permissions are insufficient, then further inquiries would be futile. "That I believe that little rascal has likely perused this information. Let him handle it himself. His capabilities should suffice for this matter. I shall remain more vigilant upon my return." The military man nodded in agreement, placing the electronic document on the table. When his gaze fell upon the document once more, he noticed Mo's photograph and details. Meanwhile, Mo and Gran remained seated in the room at the Lost Paradise Hotel, their eyes still fixed on the computer screens, though they appeared calm on the surface. Turmoil had already stirred within their hearts. They were acutely aware that this operation was fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet they understood that only by courageously confronting these challenges could they discover their own path and answers. Taking a brief respite at the operation station, Mo raised her glass, savoring a sip of freshly squeezed juice, and turned her gaze to Gran, softly inquiring, "What will become of the Spectre?" Gran sipped his clear soda, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "He will manage those who disturb his tranquility, but in the presence of family, he will not easily lose his temper. At most, he will give them the cold shoulder. And there will be no significant harm." That a glimmer of thought crossed Mo's eyes as she shifted the conversation. "Are the necessary items prepared?" Gran inclined his head slightly, his tone resolute and unwavering. "Within half an hour, everything will be delivered to the designated location. You must set off immediately. I have other tasks that as for the Spectre. The information and vehicle will be sent together, ensuring nothing goes awry." The tacit understanding between them required no further elaboration. Gran's words were succinct and clear, harmonizing perfectly with Mo's keen intellect. Then Mo chuckled lightly, raising her glass once more, the sweetness of the juice lingering on her lips as she softly declared, "I am also ready on my end. I shall drink this cup and depart at once." Gran glided to the table, picking up 2 meticulously packaged parcels, casually tossing one into Mo's arms. "Time is of the essence. Let us be on our way." Just as the two were preparing to embark, the Spectre had quietly arrived at his destination. The location was merely a wall away from the previous hotel. Yet lacking transportation, he had to navigate through the buildings, first descending in the elevator to the ground floor, then traversing on foot, and ascending once more. To end this brief journey, he savored the unexpected experience. Taking nearly half an hour to reach his destination, the Spectre smoothed his attire, lightly touching the button, his voice low and cleared. Mr. Lausen, I have urgent matters to discuss," from behind the door. A clear yet slightly perplexed male voice responded, "I am Laus. Who might you be?" The Spectre offered a faint smile. "Mr. Laus, I am the Spectre, here with an item that I believe will pique your interest." Inside, the man's tone turned indifferent, not interested. "Thank you." A click echoed through the communicator. However, the Spectre was undeterred. His gaze resolute, he pressed the button again, determined to fulfill his purpose. Clearing his throat, he slowly spoke, "Mr. Laus, could you kindly open the door?" No sooner had he spoken Then the door was yanked open with sudden force, revealing a slender young man whose face bore signs of agitation, as if foreboding ill tidings. "Who are you?" "You had best provide a reasonable explanation." The specter smiled slightly. Unfazed, "I am here to deliver an item for you." Mr. Laos that as he spoke, he extended the mysterious box, which had originated from Mo Wuyu. Laos seized it, lifting the lid with one hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Laos spoke with measured calm. "Very well. You may come in, but you must be aware of the rules here." The specter nodded and followed Laos into the room. Upon entering the spacious hall, a lively little girl bounded toward Laos like a fawn, and he gently bent down to lift her, his face alight with warmth. Nearby, an elderly woman sat, her gaze kind. Upon seeing the specter, she smiled and said, "Oh, is this the friend of Laos? You are most welcome. Laos, you two catch up. I will take Lily to rest." Laos gently patted the girl's back. "Lily, go with Grandma and be good." After soothing the little girl, he gestured for the elderly woman to take Lily inside. Then, the warmth on his face vanished in an instant as he turned to indicate a chair nearby. His tone firm and unwavering. "Please sit and speak candidly. What do you wish me to do? Within my capabilities, I will do my utmost to assist." The specter slowly took a seat, a playful smile lingering on his lips. "Mr. Laos, I sincerely invite you to join us." Upon hearing this, Laos's expression turned frigid, his voice as cold as ice. "I have made it clear that I will not involve myself with any organization or faction. If that is your purpose, then I suggest you leave." However, the specter gently shook his hand, declining the invitation. "That Mr. Laos, you may have misunderstood. We are neither a gang nor an organization, merely a small trio that we are in dire need of your assistance. If you are inclined, the details lie within the box that I hope you will consider it. Having said that, I await your response." With that, the specter rose and calmly exited the room, with Laos making no attempt to stop him. As the specter stepped out, a highly intelligent robot stood waiting outside the door, its lips curling into a rather unskilled smile, its gaze following the specter with an elusive intensity. An inexplicable chill crept into the specter's heart, sending shivers coursing through him. "Tio, speak frankly. Your sudden appearance is most unwelcome." The figure, known as Gui Run, shook his head and cast a steely gaze towards the fully autonomous robot. "Where is my vehicle?" The robot elegantly extended its arm, guiding him forward. Upon entering the skyscraper, he immediately spotted his luxurious hover car in the designated vehicle area on each floor. The robot respectfully presented him with his driver's license and a card shimmering with a faint glow. "Master, would you like me to arrange further services for you?" Chapter 56. The track Guirin took the card, and with a gentle touch, the car door opened with a soft click. That he stepped inside the vehicle and quietly inquired, "Are there any messages?" The assistant replied, "One message awaits you in the vehicle's mailbox." Guirin nodded, signaling the assistant to withdraw, then gently closed the car door as the hover vehicle glided smoothly onto the futuristic track. With a delicate touch of his fingertip, he activated the mailbox, and the virtual image of Mo Wuyu materialized on the windshield, resembling a specter. "Gui Run, as you behold this sight, both I and Gran have already vanished without a trace. Proceed to the next preset destination, the address of which is encrypted within the autonomous driving system. There, a mysterious gift awaits your unsealing. Make haste to claim it." The phantom of Mo Wuyu parted her lips, alluding to future schemes, before dissipating into thin air. "That a life of toil is not my desire." Gui Ren sighed softly, before activating the vehicle's autopilot, steering towards the unknown destination. The car halted before a floating beverage establishment, and Gui Ren addressed the service robot standing by. "Want a level meal? And please provide information regarding the Ghost Clan as well." The robot responded, "You have a new message. The A-level meal is ready. Enjoy your meal." Guerin swiftly accepted the meal box and information chip, leaping back into the hover car and speeding away from the beverage shop. Upon opening the chip, the image of Mo Wuyu emerged ethereally. "Guerin, at this moment, you should be savoring the delicacies that a new task has arrived. Seek out an individual, the details are contained herein, and bring them back. That MY communication mark has been left, should difficulties arise. Do not hesitate to call." Guerin offered a bitter smile, muttering to himself, "Trouble has come again. This endeavor may not be easy." Did he gently caress the high-tech devices within the hover car, his eyes shimmering with determination and anticipation, ready to embrace the unknown challenges. Miraculously, Run discovered a pistol, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This journey is indeed fraught with peril. He then burst into hearty laughter, activating the autopilot, leisurely enjoying his meal as the vehicle navigated effortlessly through the bustling city. Moyu found himself amidst the clamor of the streets, surrounded by hover cars streaking by like shooting stars. Skyscrapers piercing the clouds that he tilted his head slightly, his gaze skimming the horizon, accepting a glass of juice offered by a passerby and taking a delicate sip. The voice of Gran resonated through the communicator. "What is the status?" "I remain at my post. The mysterious plaque is yet to appear." Moyu gazed into the distance, slowly revealing. This scene indeed possesses its uniqueness that Gran's voice subtly infiltrated his ears. "Your fondness for juice remains unchanged. My quarry has slipped into the establishment, awaiting its exit before I can ACT." Moyu's lips curled into a faint smile, gently swirling the juice in his hand. Juice has its own charm. However, you must be cautious with your ice soda, lest it becomes a map of water stains. Before his words faded, his gaze fixed upon a middle-aged man approaching from a nearby street corner. The prey revealed, to be seen shortly. With that, he deftly placed the juice back in its position and walked directly towards the middle-aged man, gracefully blocking his path. "Sir, might I have the pleasure of accompanying you for a short distance?" "I trust you would not decline this invitation." That he raised his right hand slightly, a flicker of electricity dancing in his palm. However, the middle-aged man did not immediately budge, merely regarding Moyu with indifference. "Why should I accompany you?" "The patrol robots are pervasive in this area. Any unusual movement, and they will follow closely. It is time to unveil the truth." Moyu replied calmly, the electric arc dancing in his palm, undeterred by the surrounding steel sentinels. "Do not rush to conclusions. Before I decide your fate, walk with me first." That he locked eyes with the middle-aged man. After a moment of hesitation, the man relented. "Very well. Lead the way." "But where are we headed?" Moyu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Patience, my friend. The answer will soon be revealed. For now, just follow my lead as we step into the unknown." He gently placed a hand on the middle-aged man's shoulder. Guiding him forward, Moyu firmly pulled the middle-aged man towards the waiting hovercar. Inside, Moyu took the driver's seat while the man comfortably nestled in the back, his eyes betraying no hint of fear. "Who are you? Why have you taken me? I believe I am of no use to you. That if you release me now, I will not only hold no grudges but will also gladly assist you." Moyu interrupted coldly. "Silence. Your current task is merely to sit quietly. When the time is right, I shall allow you to speak freely." With just a few words, Moyu rendered the clamorous middle-aged man utterly silent. He then contacted Gran. "Gran, what is the status?" "I am prepared and en route." On the other end, Gran relayed good news. "Just finished. This fellow has 2 robot bodyguards. It took some effort, but it's all settled. I'll be there shortly." Moyu nodded in acknowledgement, ending the call, fully focusing on navigating the vehicle. After approximately 20 minutes, Moyu and the middle-aged man arrived at a secret chamber atop a tall building. As they entered, Gran and another middle-aged man were already seated, awaiting their arrival. Moyu waved his hand, signaling the middle-aged man to step inside, while he himself approached Gran with measured steps. Gran tossed him a delicate box. Whispering, "Guirin should have arrived. Preparations are about to commence." The 2 middle-aged men, caught off guard by each other's presence, exchanged slight glances but silently took their seats. Time slipped by quietly, and after about 5 minutes, the door creaked open, and Guirin stumbled in, disheveled, as if he had weathered countless storms. The moment he pushed the door open, a look of relief flashed across his eyes, as if he had escaped from an endless darkness and suffering. He turned his head slightly, calling out to the door, "Please enter. May this place not disappoint your expectations." Before his words had fully left his lips, a woman clad in resplendent finery stepped inside, her presence causing the 2 middle-aged men to rise abruptly, astonishment evident in their gazes. Seeing Guirin return with a companion, Moyu's lips curled into a smile, then scanned the 3 individuals in the room before slowly speaking. "Since everyone has arrived, let us embark on our journey together to unveil the enigmatic chapter of Laos. What? Even you 2 cannot escape this fate." As the woman crossed the threshold, catching sight of the 2 middle-aged men who had risen, she surveyed Moyu and the others. What knowledge do you seek regarding Laos? Gui Run, impatient, waved his hand. Let us discuss this further inside, and Mou gazed at Gui Run with concern. What troubles have you encountered that have left you in such a state? Gran also turned to observe Gui Run, his eyes resting on the weary figure. It seems you have attracted quite the trouble, Gui Run scoffed. Humph. You both must have known already. The ghostly figure slowly shed his tattered crimson coat, revealing a fitted black combat suit beneath, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I have finally unraveled the mystery of that firearm. It turns out you have concealed 6 iron guardians nearby. Yet they have not been overtly displayed. Very well, the time for questions has arrived. Regarding the matter of Laos, since you have captured both of them, I presume you possess certain clues. But do you think we will divulge information so readily? The woman's gaze was icy, aloof, devoid of any intent to compromise. Your silence does not imply theirs will be, as well, that I in a mysterious smile. Gran led the woman to sit beside the 2 middle-aged men. Forming a circle, there is no need to rush into speech. Allow me to elaborate, and see if my words resonate with you. Mou took a leisurely seat opposite them, his gaze sweeping over Anren, Latte, and Feng Huayin, softly confirming their names. Indeed, it is the 3 of you that he began to recount the events surrounding Laos from 5 years ago, the woman observing with cold detachment, skepticism lingering over this unexpected gathering. While the 3 individuals named exchanged glances, the atmosphere suddenly tense. This is the ultimate mission you 3 cooperated on. Upon its completion, you shall vanish without a trace, renouncing all tasks, yet secretly poised for the unresolved matters concerning Laos from 5 years past. 5 years ago, Laos, with his extraordinary mutation abilities, rose to prominence among the great powers, becoming the coveted prize that all sought, yet none dared to act against. However, an unforeseen calamity overturned everything that time. Laos had a warm family. He had a youthful partner, and though he did not align himself with any faction, he was well protected. Yet one fateful night, a hunting order targeting him was quietly issued. 3 waves of assaults followed, totaling 130 elite warriors and 2 combat machines. After a bloody battle, none of the attackers survived, the remnants of their machines scattered across the ground, while he miraculously endured. However, beneath the moonlight that night, his father and beloved girlfriend closed their eyes forever, leaving him alone amidst the ruins, gazing at this scarred world. Laos proclaimed that whoever could capture the perpetrator of the attack would win his allegiance. As Mou spoke of this, his gaze swept over the 3, his tone imbued with an undeniable resolve, that pivotal turning point. Laos, once the center of attention, re-emerged 3 days later, accompanied by an innocent 2-year-old girl. As if returning from another world, his words were chilling. No need to search further. I shall not align myself with any faction. This news spread like autumn winds scattering leaves, causing those who once fervently pursued him to cease their ambitions. While only a few tenacious seekers remained, groping in the dark, akin to blind men touching an elephant, achieving nothing, it was not until 3 years later that a long silent history stirred once more. The 3 of you, as if stepping out from the mist, re-entered the public eye. However, as time passes, apart from those deeply entrenched large organizations, no one remains interested in this long-past affair. Yet at this moment, a storm is quietly brewing. Your investigation is indeed meticulous, but that does not imply I will readily divulge information. The woman fixed her cold gaze upon Mou, her voice laced with an undeniable resolve. What leverage do you possess? If none, I fear you shall be disappointed. Mou offered a slight smile, one that concealed unfathomable depths. Disappointed, perhaps, but before that, I believe you shall become acquainted with these friends, with a gentle wave of his hand. 3 encrypted electronic files fluttered down before the trio like autumn leaves. These documents were meticulously selected from the most clandestine archives of the Federation, inaccessible to ordinary organizations. Chapter 57. Intelligence. The moment the woman laid eyes on the files, her expression shifted dramatically, as though she had glimpsed an unspeakable secret. She abruptly raised her head, glaring at Mou, who merely responded with a standard smile, his tone tinged with amusement. Well then, I assume you are prepared. Let us hear what valuable intelligence you can provide. A flicker of determination flashed in the woman's gaze. Should you dare to harm my family, I will not let you off lightly. Her words brimmed with menace. Yet she then turned towards the two middle-aged men. "You may speak. Tell them everything." With the woman's tacit approval, the two men finally exhaled in relief. Their own files contained records of their family's safety. Once the woman nodded in agreement, they felt reassured. They feared not for their lives, but their family's safety was their sole concern. "Allow me to recount the tale," that a middle-aged man named Rand began slowly, his voice trembling slightly. "When we received that assignment, we were all taken aback. After all, Lao Si was the object of pursuit for all factions. Yet on that fateful night, a mysterious individual approached me, promising that regardless of the mission's outcome, I would receive a substantial reward. Moreover, he paid half of it on the spot. Thus, we undertook the operation under Lot's command, but the result was a disastrous defeat. Nevertheless, we ultimately received the remaining payment, along with instructions for our concealment. Therefore, our knowledge is limited. There is one more thing, unknown to the two men," the woman added lightly, her gaze drifting between Mou and Glenn. "Those who sought us do not hail from this time and space. They are from the future. Future people." The ghostly figure slammed his hand on the table, his voice thunderous. "Their names, heights, hair, eyes, that every detail you can provide." The woman shook her head, her gaze resolute. "I know nothing, but we have never seen their true faces. Nor do we possess any descriptions of their appearance. Otherwise, do you think we would have survived until now? If we truly knew anything," Mou interrupted her, a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Enough of the ghostly figure. They may genuinely know nothing. The moment the woman mentioned the future people, an inexplicable fear surged within Mou. He concealed his inner turmoil and inquired of Glenn, "Are there any other methods?" It seems this approach is no longer viable. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Glenn's eyes. "There is another way. Stir the waters. Draw out the puppet master. I refuse to believe that only a handful of future people could orchestrate such a grand scheme. Lao Si's capabilities have transcended human limitations, embodying a terrifying existence. Cellular energy quantization. Genetic mutations have endowed him with a defensive prowess akin to an energy shield." An indescribable dread that Mou added, his gaze shimmering with unwavering determination. "Lao Si. This is a person we must obtain at this moment." Lao Si sat in a secluded corner of a small tavern, leisurely sipping tea. On the table before him lay the mysterious box handed to him by the ghostly figure. And across from him sat an exceptionally youthful boy, whose features seemed untouched by the passage of time, exuding a purity not of this world. The deepest fear within Mou stemmed from those in the future world who wielded irresistible power. This sense of helplessness engulfed him in unprecedented despair. Yet whenever he recalled Lars' steadfast gaze, he could not allow himself to waver. Now, Mou once again stood at a crossroads of choice, to continue contending with Lao Si and the forces from the future, or to choose to abandon the fight. He understood well that Lao Si's involvement would undoubtedly bolster their strength, but it also meant facing unknown challenges from the future. That Mou hesitated briefly before making his decision. He knew that some matters could not be evaded. Rising to his feet, he cast a piercing gaze upon the trio. "You three have a task that must be completed. Upon its fulfillment, you shall reunite with your families. Failure to do so shall render you responsible for the consequences." That a flicker of terror crossed the woman's eyes. "You are more ruthless than those from the organizations, Mou." Her words bore a hint of despair. As if she had already glimpsed her fate, that a cold smirk crept across Mou's lips. "You are courting death." With that, his right hand shot forth, gripping the woman's wrist with the vice-like strength of iron. A surge of electricity coursed through her body, eliciting a scream filled with terror and confusion. "Who exactly are you? How do you know who I am?" The woman's wrist was firmly grasped by Mou. As though ensnared by invisible shackles, her eyes glimmering with despair, while Mou's face bore a confident smirk. In the dimly lit room, arcs of electricity slithered along the woman's arm, glowing with an eerie blue light. Yet this woman seemed to possess an extraordinary resilience. Confronted with the sudden jolt, she did not succumb as anticipated, but instead her eyes sparkled with defiance. Glenn and the ghostly figure, upon hearing the woman's words, turned their focus toward Mou. The ghostly figure remained unaware of Mou's true identity, believing this to be his first revelation of her real name. Meanwhile, a knowing flicker passed through Glenn's eyes. Having sensed it long before, yet he had no intention of halting Mou's actions. Rather, he harbored a sense of anticipation, hoping he could extract more information from the woman, that that you shall never know. I will never tell you. The woman laughed maniacally, her gaze toward Mo brimming with madness and provocation, but Mo's pupils constricted abruptly. He slowly raised his left hand, gathering an electric sphere in his palm. Pulsating with dangerous light, it appears I must apply more pressure, Mo whispered. Then with a flick of his left hand, the electric sphere shot towards the woman's face. However, he had no intention of taking her life. He merely sought to inflict significant harm for further questioning. Suddenly, the woman ceased her laughter, a peculiar smile gracing her features, and she lunged forward as if to engage Mo in an intimate encounter. Yet, just as she was about to make contact, she abruptly halted, teasingly regarding him. Enjoy yourself slowly. I shall not accompany you. No sooner had the words left her lips than she vanished in a flash. Her feet striking toward Mo's chest like lightning, that Mo felt an immense force collide with him, propelling him backward to crash heavily onto the ground. The woman gracefully landed on her chair. Akin to an elegant dancer, her movements fluid and flawless, leaving onlookers breathless, to be by the time Glenn and the ghostly figure regained their wits. Mo was already sprawled on the floor, that he struggled to rise. Pain coursing through his chest, rendering his face pale, yet he fixed a fierce glare upon the woman. You have underestimated the situation. The woman looked down at Mo from her elevated position, her tone laced with mockery. If we could be captured so easily, would we still be alive today? Mo, you are far from sufficient. Glenn and the ghostly figure exchanged glances, both comprehending the woman's implication. The ghostly figure acted first, leaping toward the woman. Yet, she merely smiled lightly, one hand waving gracefully, and engaged with him. Simultaneously, the two middle-aged men, who had been seated quietly, swiftly sprang into action, leaping backward as the ghostly figure missed his strike. He immediately crouched down, forming a triangular formation with Mo and Glenn, all three raising their firearms, aiming at the woman. However, a faint aura suddenly enveloped her, repelling their beams of light, that Mo's heart raced. Astonished by the woman's formidable defensive capabilities, while continuing to fire, he pondered his next move. It seems you are far more troublesome than I had anticipated, Mo remarked coldly. The woman did not respond, merely continuing to smile at them. Her smile radiated confidence and challenge, as if to say, come at me. I am always ready to at that moment. Across the hotel, Lao Si toyed with a short stick, his eyes fixed intently on the young man before him, his tone laced with displeasure. What are your intentions? Do you not find my offer sufficiently generous? You are becoming increasingly greedy, should you persist in this manner. I can easily take matters into my own hands, no longer needing you. The young man chuckled hoarsely, his hands idly playing with the box Lao Si had provided. Do you truly believe I need you? Do not overstep your bounds this time. Your appetite has grown too large. Lao Si smiled faintly. If that is the case, then we have nothing left to discuss. As he spoke, he rose to his feet and turned to depart. The young man abruptly stood up, extending his hand as if to pat Rouse's shoulder. However, Rouse merely waved his right hand lightly, causing the small short stick to fly towards the young man's hand, as if it had a life of its own. At the moment of contact, the stick suddenly erupted with countless branches, ensnaring the young man tightly. Then, a thunderous explosion engulfed the entire small hotel. Yet, after the detonation, Rouse emerged unscathed from the swirling dust. A faint shimmering shield enveloped him. As if an invisible barrier were protecting him, he stood at the edge of the room, half of his body suspended in midair, his eyes radiating an aura of dominance and authority. Just a young man from over 2 centuries ago, daring to be so audacious. It seems I have indeed been too low-key for the past millennium. Rouse remarked coldly, the epicenter of the explosion. A completely unharmed young man stood there, sneering in his right hand. He held a damaged high-intelligence robot, seemingly demonstrating his prowess to Rouse. Chapter 58. Trapped. Meanwhile, Mo continued to fire incessantly. However, regardless of their efforts, they could not penetrate the halo surrounding the woman. Mo silently marveled, astonished by the woman's formidable strength, and it was evident that she was already aware of his name. This realization dawned upon him, indicating that he might have fallen into yet another trap. Nevertheless, the woman appeared to have no intention of leaving immediately. She gently raised her left hand and waved it aside, conjuring a curtain of light that shielded them from their beams. Upon witnessing this, Mou and Gran immediately ceased their fire, understanding that their weapons could not breach this layer of defense. The woman smiled at them, as if savoring their helplessness and despair. Then, she gracefully took a step forward, advancing towards them with the lightness and elegance of a dancer approaching the center stage. As the woman neared the crouching, ghostly figure, he suddenly leaped forward, throwing a punch at her once more. Yet, she merely sidestepped effortlessly, evading his attack. Her movements were fluid and instinctive, as if she had anticipated the ghost's actions long before. "Feel free to unleash any tricks you possess," the woman said with a smile, "but do not blame me for not warning you. You will never be able to capture me." Hearing this, Mou, Gran, and the ghost felt an unnameable fury swell within them. They knew that this battle had only just begun, and the true contest lay ahead. That a determined look finally crossed the woman's face as she swiftly seized the ghost's outstretched hand, executing a deft turn that flung him against the wall like a rag doll. Following closely, she delivered a powerful punch to his chest. The ghost let out a pained cry, crashing against the wall like a kite severed from its string. Before sliding down helplessly, Mou, witnessing this scene, felt a tumult of emotions rise within him. Yet he maintained his composure, quietly concealing his right hand behind him, where electric sparks flickered, forming a ball of condensed, thunderous energy. "It seems it is time for us to have a serious discussion." Mou, the woman's cold voice rang out. Gripping the ghost by the collar, she lifted him effortlessly, tossing him at Mou's feet like a small chick. "The companion you selected appears to be rather ineffectual. It seems your strength is still woefully insufficient." The ghost struggled to rise, his complexion pale, yet his eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit. "That am I truly so weak? Do not underestimate me." He rubbed his painfully aching chest, standing shoulder to shoulder with Mou, tension palpable among the three. In the dimly lit conference room, the woman's voice sliced through the air like a blade in the cold wind, piercing deeply into Mou's soul. "Can the team you have chosen truly succeed? Even if Rouse were willing to join, you would still find it difficult to accomplish the task that Mou. You must understand what they are up against. Are you truly willing to let these individuals risk their lives?" Mou's eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss. Deep and inscrutable, he spoke slowly, his voice unwavering. "I believe in my choice. They will not disappoint me. And you, possessing such formidable power, why would you be captured by us? I suspect the information was deliberately leaked by you, meant to draw us in." The corners of the woman's mouth curled into a mysterious smile, as if she had seen through everything. "You are correct. We have indeed been waiting for you. But I believe you are curious about my identity, are you not?" She rose slowly, walking to the window and gazing into the darkness outside, her voice deep and resonant. "I come from an era you have never heard of, the Golden Age." "The Golden Age?" Mou and Gran exclaimed in unison. That a flicker of confusion crossed Gran's eyes, as if he were being drawn in by some unseen force, lost in profound memories. "The Golden Age? A time when humanity approached divinity, that we created fully intelligent robots, possessing thought systems akin to humans, capable of independent reasoning, even surpassing humanity in certain aspects. During that era, humanity had nearly reached the pinnacle of evolution. Perfect genes, flawless bodies. Everything seemed so idyllic. Gran's voice brimmed with longing, as if he had lived through that era. However, the woman's voice extinguished his fantasies like cold water. Yet, all of that ended over 1,000 years ago. The Golden Age collapsed, fully intelligent robots were obliterated, and humanity's technological advancements plummeted. That I am one of the survivors of that catastrophe. Are you a fully intelligent robot? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Mou's eyes, quickly replaced by determination. Then, is the enemy you speak of the source of that calamity? The woman nodded, a hint of sorrow flashing in her eyes. Indeed. The enemy was far too powerful for us to resist. Although we ultimately ended the war at a tremendous cost, the enemy was not completely eradicated. Now, it is poised to return. Are you saying that enemy has re-emerged? Mou's voice dripped with skepticism, clearly unimpressed by the assertion that no, it has already appeared. Moreover, it is you who has released it. The woman's tone abruptly became sharp and piercing. That Mou, you must take responsibility for your actions and resolve this. Mou was taken aback, a figure flashing through his mind, a man ensnared in countless lines, his eyes reflecting weariness and despair. That man was the second Holy Son, that he suddenly realized that the enemy the woman spoke of was likely the second Holy Son. Impossible! How could the second Holy Son be the enemy from the Golden Age? Mouyu's voice was laced with anger and disbelief. The truth is as such. The second Holy Son is the source of that disaster. With his solitary strength, he nearly annihilated all of human civilization. And now, he has returned, bringing with him his power and his hatred. The woman's voice cut through Mouyu's heart like a chilling blade. Mouyu fell silent, unable to refute her words that he recalled the second Holy Son's deep, penetrating gaze, as if he could see through everything, that he remembered the overwhelming power of the second Holy Son. Capable of obliterating all, he understood that what the woman said was true. So, why have you come to find me? Mouyu's voice grew low and resolute. We need your assistance. Mouyu. Only you can stop the second Holy Son and save this world. The woman's voice brimmed with hope and pleading to me. How could I possibly achieve that? Mouyu's tone carried a hint of self-mockery and helplessness. You can, Mouyu. You are the only one who can reach the second Holy Son. Besides, you have us. The woman gestured to the two middle-aged men standing behind her, also survivors of fully intelligent robots, who would offer their full support. That Mouyu gazed at the individuals before him. A surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within him, that he realized he could no longer evade his destiny, that he must rise to confront that formidable enemy and fight for the future of humanity. Very well, I am willing to assist you. However, you must provide me with more information about the second Holy Son and the truth behind that calamity. That Mouyu's voice grew firm and resolute. The woman nodded, a satisfied smile gracing her features. Excellent, Mouyu. You have made the right choice. Now, let us begin. That in the ensuing moments, the woman recounted the splendor and disaster of the Golden Age, along with the origins and powers of the second Holy Son. She explained that the second Holy Son was originally a brilliant scientist who created fully intelligent robots, hoping they would serve as companions and assistants to humanity. However, his experiments went awry, leading the fully intelligent robots to spiral out of control and even attack humans. That in a bid to save humanity, the second Holy Son had to personally intervene, destroying the rogue robots. Yet, during the battle, he was gradually corrupted by a mysterious force, losing his sanity and humanity. Ultimately, he became the architect of the destruction of the Golden Age. Upon hearing the woman's account, Mouyu was filled with shock and sorrow. He could scarcely fathom how the once great scientist, who had made monumental contributions to humanity, could devolve into his current state. He understood that he must find the second Holy Son as swiftly as possible to halt his reckless actions. What should we do now? Mouyu's voice was imbued with a sense of urgency and determination. First and foremost, we must locate the hiding place of the second Holy Son. Subsequently, we need to formulate a meticulous plan to ensure that we can vanquish him in a single decisive blow. The woman's voice resonated with confidence and resolve. Mouyu nodded in agreement, fully aware that this battle would be exceptionally arduous and perilous. However, for the sake of humanity's future and peace, he must forge ahead with unwavering courage. In the days that followed, Mouyu, the woman, and her team embarked on a rigorous preparation process. They gathered intelligence, devised strategies, and trained their forces, all in anticipation of the impending confrontation. Finally, on a night shrouded in darkness and tumult, they discovered the lair of the second Holy Son. It was an abandoned factory, ensnared with traps and mechanisms. Yet, they did not falter. Instead, they bravely charged in. After a fierce battle, they ultimately overcame the second Holy Son. However, amidst the clash, Mouyu profoundly sensed the pain and solitude of the second Holy Son, that he realized that the second Holy Son was not a true enemy, but rather a pitiable soul tormented and manipulated by fate. After the battle concluded, Mouyu, the woman, and her team departed from the forsaken factory. They understood that this victory was but temporary. They must continue their efforts to safeguard humanity's future and peace. Chapter 59. The Abandoned Factory. However, at the moment of their departure, Mouyu cast a glance back at the desolate factory. He seemed to perceive the solitary and sorrowful figure of the second Holy Son. Silently watching them from the shadows, he comprehended that although this battle had come to an end, the tale of the second Holy Son would forever endure. a timeless legend etched into the annals of human history. Gue Run and Gran resumed their characteristic relaxed demeanor, seated in a corner, quietly observing the unfolding dialogue. That a spark of wisdom illuminated Lelina's eyes as she posed a thought-provoking question. Mo Wuyu. Have you ever pondered why, amid this vast world, only 5 fully sentient robots remain? Upon hearing this, Mo Wuyu furrowed his brow, and after a moment's contemplation, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. I comprehend. Lelina, under the erosion of pseudo-time, humanity is unable to withstand 3 consecutive months of accelerated aging, while robots face no such limitation. Theoretically, the robots of the Golden Age should have been able to escape that era and exist eternally within pseudo-time. Yet the reality remains that only 5 exist in this world. Lelina nodded approvingly, seemingly gratified by Mo Wuyu's insight. Your understanding is astute. During the Golden Age, humanity dispatched a multitude of fully sentient robots in a pseudo-time to undertake various tasks. However, when disaster struck, humanity sought to recall these robots for battle, only to find themselves powerless to control them. The regression of technology disrupted the balance between humans and robots. Worse still, following the war, the passage to the past was sealed by mysterious forces, severing history and preventing humanity from returning to that glorious epoch. In a bid to regain control, humanity reignited the flames of war with the aim of annihilating the remaining fully sentient robots. Though humanity ultimately emerged victorious, technology regressed once more, and the Federation instituted a series of restrictions aimed at stifling the development of human potential and the full sentience of robots. As survivors, we have grown weary of warfare, and after negotiations with the Federation, we attained dominion over this planet. That Mo Wuyu's thoughts drifted along with Lelina's words, and suddenly he recalled the Second Holy Sun, an entity implicated in the Golden Age conflict. That if indeed it was the Holy Sun's doing, then that force not belonging to humanity may very well be the key to unsealing time and space. He turned to Lelina, his eyes brimming with questions. Lelina, did you come here intentionally to seek us out? Is the temporal blockade related to the Second Holy Sun? Lelina's gaze deepened. Your conjecture holds merit. However, the truth regarding the temporal blockade is far more intricate than you surmised. That I sought you out because a certain individual found me, informing me that a person named Mo Wuyu would arrive here and provided me with your information. Additionally, he revealed a pivotal opportunity concerning you. That Mo Wuyu's heart raced. What opportunity? Lelina inhaled deeply, as if preparing to divulge a momentous secret. In 1 week's time, the barriers to the Golden Age will be forcefully breached. Although the moment will be fleeting, if you can seize this opportunity, you may traverse the divide and return to the Golden Age. Mo Wuyu's eyes sparkled with incredulity. Are you saying that I can return to the Golden Age? Lelina nodded. Indeed, but this comes at a cost. That I intend for you to bring roles with you to the Golden Age to undergo the highest level of enhancement training, transforming into the most formidable warriors. Mo Wuyu, do you accept this challenge? Mo Wuyu fell silent for a moment, ultimately solidifying his resolve. I accept. But what preparations must we undertake? Lelina replied. In accordance with our initial agreement, we cannot directly assist you. However, you have 1 week to prepare. Remember, the items you seek are not only numerous but also held by influential figures or organizations. This will be a challenge-laden game, but the rewards will be unparalleled. Gran and Gue Rin interjected. The items we seek must be quite precious, then. Indeed, and they likely pertain to the technology or secrets of the Golden Age, Lelina added. This will be an adventure. But we have no avenue for retreat. Only by becoming the mightiest warriors can we endure in this realm fraught with uncertainties and dangers. The 3 exchanged resolute smiles, aware that the path ahead was fraught with challenges and the unknown. Yet as long as they stood united, nothing could impede their forward march at this moment. Mo Wuyu's thoughts wandered once more. He envisioned the Earth Federation, that colossal empire commanding a span of 5 billion light-years. Along the Federation's borders lie the terrifying autonomous defense artillery systems, ceaselessly safeguarding the tranquility of the human realm. Simultaneously, the Federation has sealed all frequency waves for spatial jumps to prevent any entity from escaping this meticulously crafted prison. Yet, Mo Wuyu understood all too well that this seemingly impenetrable fortress concealed countless secrets and vulnerabilities. With sufficient wisdom and courage, they would inevitably discover a way to breach the blockade that he recalled the fabled Supreme Privilege card, said to possess the key to unlocking all of the Federation's secrets. However, since the Federation's inception, no one had laid eyes upon it. MOU speculated whether this card might also reside in the hands of those influential figures or organizations. If that were the case, their mission would transcend merely obtaining the opportunity for enhancement training. They must also uncover this card to unveil all of the Federation's secrets. With this thought, an unprecedented determination flickered in MOU's eyes. He recognized that although the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, as long as they stood united and pressed forward, they could conquer all obstacles and realize their dreams. Meanwhile, the Earth Federation basked in a serene facade. Yet beneath that tranquility lay a multitude of undercurrents and conspiracies. Those wielding the Federation's power were conspiring grander schemes. They were acutely aware that MOU and his companions' actions had drawn their attention. In order to protect their interests and status, they would stop at nothing to thwart MOU's endeavors. However, they underestimated the determination and courage of MOU and his allies that I in this game brimming with challenges and uncertainties. MOU and his companions would demonstrate their extraordinary wisdom and bravery. They not only aimed to breach the temporal blockade and return to the Golden Age for enhancement training to become the most powerful warriors, but also to unveil the Federation's secrets and expose the conspiracies and crimes of those in power. All of this would unfold within the coming week. Would MOU and his companions succeed in accomplishing their mission and realizing their dreams? Let us await the outcome. A rare privilege key unlocked the ultimate gateway of the defensive line. The Federation's Supreme Commander resolutely placed it within a miniature warplane, slicing through the skies, far from human territory, effectively sealing the path of hope for reactivation. Humanity, akin to caged birds, found themselves ensnared within an invisible colossal cage, each step forward shackled, merely to prevent the shadow of destruction from looming once more. In the vast depths of the universe, the brilliance of the Golden Age had dimmed, and the Federation's glory had become but a fleeting memory. The last guardian of that era. He, the final chairman of the Federation, chose to erase his name from the annals of history, leaving behind a weighty farewell. Humanity has grown too mighty to linger in this space to survive. We must relinquish certain treasures, even if it means becoming the sinners of history. Technology is not omnipotent. In this boundless universe, stable existence remains our ultimate pursuit. Therefore, let us personally dismantle these crystallizations of human wisdom. Perhaps future history will prove that they are no longer our necessity. As time flows, the remnants of the Golden Age's afterglow seem no longer unattainable. MOU and his companions are diligently preparing for the impending adventure. Their objective lies in a diminutive galaxy, 700 million light-years distant, located directly north of Earth's cosmic expanse, the Lost Paradise. Within this celestial domain, planets are scattered like pearls, distributed at random, while Lelina has meticulously charted a collection route that forms a complex polygonal area centered around the Lost Paradise. Time is of the essence. They have but 1 week to accomplish this formidable task. 4 small spacecraft descend from the port of the Lost Paradise like arrows released from a bow. Gliding along an electronic light track and soaring beyond the perimeter of caution, MOU finds himself within the cockpit of one vessel, gripping a seemingly ordinary brainwave enhancement device. This device, a secret weapon prepared by Lelina, is intended to provide precise control during the manual operation of the spacecraft. MOU recalls Lelina's admonition. For this mission, the 4 of you will venture to different planets to collect items. Laos, as a new member, I hope you can work in unison. The 11 items you need to gather are scattered across Earth, the M78 star, the Blue Sea star, and other planets surrounding the Lost Paradise. You 3 will be responsible for 8 items, while Laos will take charge of the 4 closer ones. And you and Ghost will each handle 2. Remember, this flight must rely solely on your manual piloting. Automated flight will not meet the time constraints that Laos's skills are sufficient, but the 3 of you may need to acclimatize to this brainwave enhancement helmet, although it aids in precise control of the vessel. Initial usage may feel somewhat awkward, that Lelina's words echo in MOU's ears, that he glances helplessly at the helmet in his hands, feeling a twinge of discomfort regarding the brainwave control for piloting, yet resolutely places it upon his head. Chapter 60. Novelty. Just as MOU prepares to experiment with this intriguing device, The communicator suddenly emits a signal from Gran that he swiftly adjusts the equipment and activates the communicator. On the screen, the faces of Gran, Ghost, and Laos appear clearly. Everyone, are you ready? I wish you a pleasant journey that I hope that in a week's time, we can all meet at the rendezvous point with all the items. This game has only just begun, and I certainly do not wish for anyone to be eliminated prematurely that a hint of mischief glimmers in Gran's smile. Laos Jess, you should worry about yourself first. Your 3 items are the furthest away that don't let us down by failing to appear at the rendezvous point. Ghost turns to Mo Wuyu. We will certainly complete the mission, won't we, Mo Wuyu? Mo Wuyu nods with a smile. Of course, we will each fulfill our respective tasks. Trust in your teammates. Gran, Ghost, Laos, may you all have a smooth journey. That I must commence my flight now. As Ghost and Laos end their communications in succession. Only Gran and Mo Wuyu remain on the screen. That Gran's smile remains radiant as he slowly speaks. Mo Wuyu, I suspect you are, like me, a person with a focus on disruptive enhancement. While I am unaware of your level of development, I sense you may be concealing certain matters from our teammates. However, I do not intend to pry into your secrets. Merely, joining this game fills me with great excitement that it has been long since I encountered such unpredictable circumstances. I hope you shall not disappoint me. That Mo Wuyu extends his right hand, mimicking Gran's gesture as he lightly taps his forehead, then beams a brilliant smile. Games are always filled with surprises. That it seems you've discerned some of my secrets. Nevertheless, this does not affect my plans. Let us see who can glimpse the future first. Meanwhile, on the distant M78 star, today is destined to be an extraordinary day. Angie, a native of M78, has lived on this planet for over 30 years. Yet the sights of today leave him utterly astonished. As the sun rises, its brilliance gradually envelopes the entire city. Angie, as is his custom, arrives early in his small garden to tend to his beloved plants. However, upon stepping outside, he stands frozen in disbelief. An expanse of combat robots and aircraft soars overhead, akin to a grand aerial festival. The pruning shears in Angie's hand slip from his grasp and clatter to the ground as he stares ahead. Filled with shock and confusion, that moment, a colossal shadow slowly descends upon him. Darkness suddenly engulfs his vision. Angie snaps back to reality, and he looks up to see a massive spaceship hovering above. Its enormous form nearly obscuring the entire sky. That a beam of light flashes from the vessel, and a warrior clad in silver armor emerges, striding forth. His gaze is piercing, as if capable of perceiving all that exists. The warrior approaches Angie and, in a tongue he has never heard, declares, "We are explorers from a distant galaxy, seeking a lost treasure that we sense it lies upon this planet, and we hope you can assist us in locating it." Although Angie cannot comprehend the warrior's words, he feels an undeniable conviction emanating from his eyes and tone. He nods in agreement, deciding to aid this extraterrestrial visitor. Thus begins an interstellar treasure hunt. Meanwhile, on the Lost Paradise, Mo Wuyu and his companions navigate the expanse of stars aboard their spacecraft. Little do they know, a far greater crisis silently looms on the horizon, one that will irrevocably alter their destinies and the entire cosmic order. Angie suddenly lowers his head, the pruning shears slipping from his fingers with a crisp clatter that he hastily bends to retrieve them. But as he raises his gaze, the sky seems to be shrouded by an unseen curtain. Darkness spreading rapidly. The pruning shears fall from his grasp once more. Landing in the dust, Angie's heart tightens as if gripped by an invisible hand. He looks up at the ominous shadow, his mind racing with absurd thoughts. Even entertaining the notion that an enhanced guided missile exploding nearby would be less surreal than the scene before him. Fear erodes his reason like ice, and after a brief moment of paralysis, Angie bolts towards his house like an arrow released from a bow. He flings open the bedroom door to find his wife, Bai Li, peacefully slumbering beneath the warm covers, her breathing steady and tranquil. Angie tears the blanket off, urgently calling out, "Bai Li, wake up! Get up! Something's happening outside. The apocalypse may truly be upon us." Bai Li, startled awake by the sudden outburst, responds with annoyance. "Angie, are you out of your mind? It's early morning. What apocalypse? Did you have another nightmare?" Angie, lacking the luxury of explanation, seizes Bai Li's arm, insisting, "There's no time. Gather some essentials. We must leave immediately." That shadowed its terrifying. "We need to get away, Bai Li." Influenced by Angie's anxious demeanor, attempts to remain calm. Angie, please, take a moment to breathe and tell me what exactly is happening. As Angie pulls Bailey toward the door, he anxiously explains, there's no time to explain. Just follow me. Outside at their SR planet's mothership. It shouldn't be here. This signifies impending war. At this revelation, Bailey's heart tightens, yet she still tries to break free from Angie's grip. Angie, you can't do this. We must understand what is occurring. We can't flee blindly. However, Angie has lost his composure, firmly clutching Bailey's hand as he races out the door. When they finally step outside and behold the overwhelming shadow, Bailey, too, is struck speechless. Her eyes lose focus, seemingly drawn in by an invisible force. Observing Bailey's dazed expression, Angie is overcome by an ominous premonition that he slowly releases her hand, his voice trembling. Bailey, is that truly our mothership? Bailey offers no reply, her gaze fixed on the sky as if the entire world has frozen in time. After a prolonged silence, she gradually regains her senses, her voice quivering as she asks, Angie, what should we do? Angie takes a deep breath, striving for composure, but he grips Bailey's hand firmly, declaring, Bailey, no matter what transpires, I shall remain by your side, that if war indeed approaches, I will protect you until the very last moment. That at his words, tears glisten in Bailey's eyes. She embraces Angie tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Angie, I love you too, that we must face this together. At that moment, beyond the atmosphere, a colossal mothership glides toward them. Its surface flickers with a chilling light, reminiscent of a slumbering behemoth poised to awaken. This vessel, known as the Bajili, the cosmic overlord, carries the hopes and fears of an entire planet. Within the headquarters of the Allied forces in the outer galaxy, an emergency meeting is underway. The conference room is filled with officers and officials clad in military uniforms, their expressions etched with gravity and unease. At the end of the conference table, an empty chair is occupied by a phantom, the very Gran who had parted ways with Moe. Gran's demeanor has transformed dramatically. He is no longer the comrade who fought alongside Moe, but rather a figure of authority that he coldly surveys those present, his voice deep and commanding. How are preparations proceeding? Have the items been transported? An elderly man with graying hair rises, his voice robust and resolute. Report, sir. All preparations are complete, that we have mobilized all armed forces and resources to ensure that organization cannot seize the target items. Meanwhile, the items on Earth have been meticulously safeguarded, awaiting your arrival at any moment. Gran nodded slightly, his voice remaining cold. Very well, that I shall reach Earth at the earliest opportunity, that I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents to occur. Additionally, you must keep a vigilant eye on the movements of the other 3 individuals, providing assistance when necessary. This time, we must ensure the acquisition of those 11 items. The middle-aged man saluted respectfully before returning to his seat. Gran's ethereal form gradually dissipated in the conference room, leaving the assembled delegates exchanging glances that on the other side of the Earth, Moe was anxiously maneuvering a spaceship. His brow was furrowed, beads of sweat trailing down his cheeks. The screen flickered with a myriad of complex commands and data. He had to ensure that every step was executed flawlessly. Initiate the jump device to maximize output. The commence jump. Moe murmured, his fingers flying across the keyboard. His heart was laden with unease and anxiety, but he understood that retreat was not an option at this moment. He must fulfill his mission, regardless of what awaited him ahead. A dazzling beam of light flashed. The spaceship vanished from sight. Moe gripped the control stick tightly, silently wishing for safety. That moment, the entire universe seemed to be engulfed in turmoil. Countless spacecraft launched from various planets, converging towards the direction of the M78 star. Deep within the cosmos, a swarm of battleships resembled a pack of predatory beasts poised for a hunt. Their singular target, the mothership Vegeli, laden with countless hopes and fears. Amidst this chaos and unrest, Angie and Bailey clung tightly to each other at the doorway, their eyes filled with uncertainty and dread. Yet, they knew that no matter what the future held, they would face it together. In this world rife with the unknown, each other was their most steadfast support. Moe found himself immersed in a torrent of information, the screen pulsating with new directives, each flashing like a meteor streaking across the night sky. While an ordinary person might have been dazzled by the bizarre spectacle, Moe remained as composed as a conductor. his fingers dancing over the keyboard, orchestrating his own cosmic symphony. The blaring alarms echoed in his ears, akin to war drums, rallying him onward. Finally, as the last note fell from his fingertips, an ethereal electronic synthesis resonated. As though the gates of the universe were gently opening. Space jump complete. Frequency 76 has been locked. The Huashua star system welcomes you. May your interstellar journey be filled with starlight. Mou closed his eyes. A faint smile gracing his lips as he savored this rare moment of tranquility and serenity. This was not Mou's first traversal among the stars, since departing from the Lost Melody planet. 17 interstellar cycles had elapsed that he had never imagined that he would soar so freely through the boundless cosmos. This moment, he finally grasped the profound implications of Grand's words and Rouse's warnings. In order to reach that unknown star region as swiftly as possible, Mou chose the most direct route, veering off the conventional trajectory 6 times, narrowly escaping pirates thrice, and engaging in a battle of wits against drifting meteoroids 8 times. He even brushed perilously close to an asteroid in a full 360-degree maneuver, teetering on the brink of life and death. Yet, with the aid of the brainwave enhancement device, he excelled beyond expectations, repeatedly transforming peril into safety, as if performing a breathtaking dance among the stars. Chapter 61. The Meteorite Swarm in the vast, boundless depths of the universe. Mou piloted his small spaceship, weaving through the constellations. This was the 9th time he had encountered the onslaught of a large, drifting meteorite swarm. The relentless pressure of continuous operations had pushed his mental and physical endurance to the brink. Mou's hands hung weakly by his sides, as if they belonged to someone else, but a great weight within his heart finally lifted. He was nearing his first destination, the Huashua star system. Just 2 hours of flight away. With great difficulty, Mou raised his arm and pressed the autopilot button on the spaceship. Instantly, it felt as though the last vestiges of his strength had been drained, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. However, unbeknownst to him, at the very moment the spaceship was about to rupture the fabric of space and vanish from sight, a massive meteorite, akin to a lurking beast, suddenly struck the ship's tail. Inside the control room, alarms blared deafeningly, the blinding red light illuminating Mou's slumbering visage, yet he remained unresponsive. The spaceship, amidst the cacophony of alarms, vanished into the treacherous meteorite swarm, carrying Mou's uncertain fate with it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the universe, Old Kier, a retired soldier, piloted his meticulously modified vintage combat robot, executing debris cleanup tasks in space that in this era, such work should have been delegated to robots. Yet Old Kier and his comrades chose to take matters into their own hands. They were accustomed to a life of iron and blood, unable to endure the comforts of idleness. Each time, they discovered discarded parts or wrecked spaceships in the void. Excitement surged within them, as these could serve as valuable materials for reassembling their beloved machines. Today, Old Kier and his small team were clearing floating debris near the orbit. Suddenly, he noticed a flickering light approximately 32 degrees off course. It was the distress signal automatically emitted by the stricken spacecraft. Old Kier felt a surge of determination and immediately summoned his teammate, Old Foam. Together, they piloted their robot towards the site of the accident. While their other comrades remained nearby to continue the debris cleanup, as they approached the area, they discovered the damaged spaceship wedged amid a multitude of meteorites, miraculously intact and unscathed by an explosion. Old Kier silently rejoiced, realizing that there might still be a chance for survivors. That he maneuvered the robot closer to the vessel, and through scanning, confirmed it was a small spaceship, likely rendered inoperable due to a meteorite collision. Without hesitation, Old Kier resolved to enter the spaceship to assess the situation. Skillfully operating the robot, he brought its frame close to the ship's entrance. Then, he personally crawled inside, making his way towards the control room. Upon opening the door, he beheld a young man reclining in the pilot's seat, his body enshrouded in various devices. Old Kier instantly recognized the purpose of the equipment and carefully removed it from the young man. As the heavy helmet was lifted, a dark-haired youth's face emerged. His eyes were tightly shut, yet his breathing remained steady, indicating he was still alive. That Mou gradually regained consciousness, albeit in a hazy state. The first sensation he felt was the weight upon his eyelids, as though a 1,000-pound burden pressed down upon them. That he attempted to open his eyes and raise his hands. only to realize his body was utterly unresponsive. As time passed, his awareness began to fade once more, plunging him back into slumber. It was unclear how long it had been when Mo Wuyu awoke again. Though his body remained immobile, he could distinctly feel the connection with it gradually re-establishing. However, the recovery process was exceedingly arduous, and his consciousness began to blur again. Just as he was on the verge of losing awareness, he suddenly sensed something persistently touching him. It was a pair of hands. Warm and strong, Mo Wuyu's heart raced. He was aboard the spaceship, but who was beside him? Instinctively, he summoned strength into his left hand, bracing for potential danger. His astonishment, as he swung his arm, he found he could indeed control his body. Though his strength was still feeble, it was sufficient to evoke a sense of surprise that he opened his eyes to find old Kier beside him. The kindly elder regarded him with concern, holding some equipment. Evidently checking on his condition, a wave of warmth surged within Mo Wuyu, and he gratefully looked towards old Kier, whispering, "Thank you. You saved my life." Old Kier smiled and nodded, replying, "No need for thanks, young man. Meeting you under such circumstances is our fortunate fate. Your body is still quite weak. You must rest well." In the days that followed, old Kier and his comrades took turns caring for Mo Wuyu. They provided him with food and water, assisting him in gradually regaining his strength. Mo Wuyu felt immense gratitude towards old Kier and his team. They not only saved his life, but also offered him a chance to rise again. With their companionship, Mo Wuyu began to reminisce about his previous experiences, his adventures piloting a spaceship through the cosmos, the heart-stopping moments he had encountered. However, the time spent with old Kier and his comrades profoundly impressed upon him the fragility and preciousness of life. He realized that he should not embark on adventures recklessly, but should cherish the people and moments around him. Once Mo Wuyu fully regained his strength, he decided to bid farewell to old Kier and his team. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude for their life-saving kindness and declared his intention to set forth again in pursuit of his dreams. Although old Kier and the others felt a twinge of reluctance, they were also pleased with Mo Wuyu's decision. They understood that he was a person of unwavering belief and courage, destined to realize his dreams. As a parting gift, old Kier presented Mo Wuyu with a small badge. It was the emblem of their space debris cleanup crew, symbolizing bravery, resilience, and selflessness. Old Kier hoped that Mo Wuyu would carry the badge with him, continuing to forge his path and leaving his mark upon the cosmos. Mo Wuyu accepted the badge and bowed deeply. Then, he turned and boarded his spaceship, embarking once more on his journey. He knew that the road ahead was still long, but he was ready, with old Kier and his team's blessings and hopes accompanying him. He soared into the depths of the unknown universe. Yet, Lao Jier and his companions continued to linger in the vastness of space, diligently undertaking their mission of debris clearance. They understood that although their work was seemingly mundane, it bore profound significance. Through their actions, they safeguarded the cleanliness and tranquility of the cosmos, providing a secure passage for adventurers like Mo Wuyu in the boundless expanse of the universe. Every life is both insignificant and invaluable. The tale of Mo Wuyu and Lao Jier shines like two resplendent stars, eternally illuminating the celestial firmament. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Mo Wuyu's left hand, as if he had struck an impenetrable barrier. And thereafter, his consciousness was enveloped in a shroud of mist, plunging him into slumber once more. Standing in the modest base, Lao Jier silently vowed never to hastily bring strangers into his abode again. This time, had it not been for a tinge of guilt over the boy's unauthorized piloting of the spacecraft, coupled with the apprehension of a visit from the Federation, he would never have taken the risk of harboring this enigmatic youth. Lao Jier had long harbored dissatisfaction with the myriad regulations imposed by the Federation. Alongside his fellow space debris cleaners, he often lamented the cumbersome rules. Within the Federation, individuals like them were not uncommon. They eked out a living by collecting space debris, earning points in exchange for meager compensation. However, one particular regulation left them both helpless and indignant. All unclaimed objects found in outer space could be freely appropriated by the cleaners. Yet, items with ownership must be surrendered to the Federation for restitution to their rightful owners. The spacecraft that Lao Jier and his companions had salvaged was evidently not an unclaimed object. Nevertheless, Lao Jier was unwilling to relinquish this unexpected find without a fight. Thus he brought both the spacecraft and the boy back to their base. Inside the base, though the facilities were rudimentary. The boys' spacecraft housed an advanced medical apparatus that, in a flurry of activity, Lao Jie and his comrades hastily extricated the equipment from the ship, fortunately, having received relevant training during his military service. Lao Jie was not a stranger to these instruments. They carefully lifted the boy from the spacecraft, preparing to place him into the medical apparatus for treatment. However, just as they were about to transfer him, the boy suddenly awakened, flailing his arms in a wild manner. It took considerable effort for Lao Jie and his companions to stabilize him and place him in the medical device during the treatment. Lao Jie noticed that the boy's clothing had become disheveled from their movements, and a card slipped from his pocket. Curiously, he opened the medical apparatus, retrieved the card, and tidied the boy's attire that moment. The previously unconscious boy abruptly raised his left hand, where electric sparks flickered ominously and struck out at Lao Jie with force. Taken by surprise, Lao Jie was hit and sent tumbling into the medical device. Fortunately, his injuries were not severe, and he regained his composure in less than 5 minutes within the rudimentary apparatus. However, this experience left him shaken, and he vowed never to approach the boy carelessly again. When Mo Wuyu awakened again, he found himself in a medical chamber aglow with twinkling lights, but he quickly realized that this was the medical facility aboard his spacecraft. The chamber, upon detecting his vital signs, automatically opened its doors. As Mo Wuyu stepped out, he encountered a weathered and aged visage, the eyes of which sparkled with an unusual light. Lao Jie waited at the threshold, eager for Mo Wuyu's awakening. Upon the door's opening, he was met with the vibrant green eyes of the youth, which sparked a flurry of thoughts in Lao Jie's mind about how to negotiate with the boy, hoping to receive some of the equipment from the spacecraft as recompense. Yet upon witnessing the wary gaze of Mo Wuyu, he could not help but chuckle awkwardly and say, "Greetings, young one, that I discovered your spacecraft amidst the asteroid field and brought you back here.